silver wolf should have attacked when Min-jae stepped within killing range. Instead, she lowered her body over the blood-dark roots behind her. That hesitation saved her life. Min-jae's sword stopped half a breath before his team unleashed everything they had. Hold! The command cut across the forest clearing. The mage's fire ring dimmed, but did not vanish. The archer kept 3 blue-lit arrows drawn against one string. Behind them, the healer maintained a barrier around the 2 injured hunters lying beside the broken stone road. The giant wolf faced them alone. Silver fur covered a body larger than an armored truck. Several arrows protruded from her shoulder. A spear wound beneath her ribs stained one foreleg red. Pale blue eyes followed every movement the hunters made, but her attention kept returning to the same patch of twisted roots. Min-jae shifted one step to his left. The wolf shifted with him. He stepped right. She followed again, keeping her wounded body between the team and the roots. "She's guarding something," he said. The archer's bow remained taut. "She's the boss. It could be bait. Boss monsters don't usually abandon the center of their territory to protect one patch of dirt. They also don't usually wait for us to finish discussing them." The wolf bared her fangs. A growl rolled through the clearing, deep enough to shake loose needles from the ancient pines. The mage glanced at the damaged barrier behind them. The dungeon's mana is climbing again. If she enters a second phase, we won't have time to study her behavior. Min-jae watched the roots. Something small moved in the darkness beneath them. Not a trap. A pair of pale blue eyes appeared, vanished, then appeared again beside a second pair. "Cubs." Min-jae lowered the point of his sword by several centimeters. "Captain?" the archer asked. "She isn't defending the dungeon core." The mother wolf's ears turned toward him. "She's defending her young." Silence spread through the team. The dungeon had designated the creature as the dominant mana presence. The association had classified the raid as an A-rank extermination. Their objective was simple: kill the boss. Retrieve the core and collapse the gate before it expanded into a break. Nothing in the mission report had mentioned cubs. The mage's fire ring flickered. "If we withdraw, the gate may not close, I know. And if the boss crosses into the city, I know." Min-jae had killed beasts that begged with human voices and humans who smiled before betraying entire teams. A pair of frightened cubs did not change what an unstable gate could do to a populated district. It changed only the weight of the choice. The stone road behind the wolf trembled. At first, Min-jae thought the dungeon core had entered its collapse cycle. Then the air split. A thin black line appeared between 2 ruined pillars. Blue light leaked from the crack, but it was not the same blue as the gate connecting the dungeon to earth. The light was older and darker, threaded with gold that pulsed like veins beneath ice. The mother wolf turned sharply. So did every hunter. The black line widened into a vertical wound. Wind poured through it, carrying scents that did not belong in the pine forest. Rain on red soil, distant ash, sun-warmed grass, and the musk of countless beasts. The mage swore. "Secondary gate, formation!" Min-jae ordered. His team reacted instantly. The archer pivoted. The mage pulled the fire ring away from the wolf and compressed it into a burning spear. The healer expanded her barrier over the injured. Min-jae positioned himself between both openings, uncertain which threat would move first. A figure appeared beyond the new gate. Human in shape, that was not enough to make him human. The stranger stepped through the crack carrying an old spear. Its wooden shaft was darkened by years of use. Pale scars crossed the grain where claws or blades had struck it. The metal head had been sharpened so many times that its original shape was difficult to guess. His clothes were just as worn. Layered black and charcoal cloth covered a tall, lean frame. A weathered cloak made from dark beast hide rested across his shoulders. Long black hair had been tied loosely behind his head, though several strands had escaped around a face that looked no older than his late 20s. He wore no visible modern equipment, no association armor, no moon regulator, no gate beacon. Only a necklace made from a single silver fang, the unstable opening sealed behind him. For one moment, the stranger stood on the broken road and studied the forest as though he had expected somewhere else. Then his gaze settled on the hunters. His eyes were dark until the mage's fire reflected across them. Gold answered from within. "Don't move," Min-jae said. The stranger looked at the sword pointed toward his chest. His expression did not change. The archer whispered, "The scanner isn't reading him." Min-jae heard the strain in her voice. "Nothing. Not low mana. Nothing." The mage kept his burning spear aimed at the stranger. He came through an unregistered gate. He may be a mimic. The mother wolf made a sound behind them. Not a growl, a broken breath. Her pale eyes had fixed upon the silver fang hanging against the stranger's chest. The stranger turned. The air changed. Min-jae had experienced killing intent from high-rank monsters. He had stood beneath dragons whose mana turned rain into steam. This was different. No pressure crushed his body. No aura ordered him to kneel. Yet every instinct he possessed understood that something had become present in the clearing. The mother wolf stared at the stranger. He stared back. His gaze moved over her torn shoulder, the spear wound beneath her ribs, and the cubs hidden behind her. Something old and tired passed through his face. Then the giant wolf lowered her head, her injured forelegs bent. Her muzzle touched the stones. The cubs crawled out from the roots and flattened themselves beside her. Movement spread through the forest. One silver wolf emerged between the pines. Then another. Shapes that Min-jae's scouts had mistaken for roaming dungeon beasts appeared on the ridges and beneath the trees. Some carried scars. Some were young. A few were nearly as large as the wounded mother. Every one of them faced the stranger. Everyone bowed. The archer's arrows trembled against her string. The mage's fire spear began to lose its shape. "What is he?" someone whispered. The stranger's hand closed around the fang necklace. His eyes moved across the wolves one by one. There was recognition in his gaze, but not reunion. He seemed to know what they were without knowing any of them. He looked toward the tallest trees, the ruined pillars and the narrow strip of unfamiliar sky above the dungeon. Then he faced Min-jae. His voice was rough from disuse. "What year is it?" No one answered. The question was too ordinary for the scene around it. Min-jae tightened his grip on his sword. "Identify yourself first." The stranger considered him. "Jin, full name." A pause followed, as though the request forced him to search somewhere far away. Seo Jin. Min-jae had expected a monster's title. A threat, or an attempt at deception. The plain Korean name unsettled him more. "Where did you come from?" Jin looked back at the place where the second gate had vanished. "Far away. That isn't an answer. It is the only short one." The mother wolf's breathing faltered. Her body swayed above the cubs. Jin took one step toward her. Every weapon followed him. "Stop," Min-jae ordered. Jin stopped. He did not reach for his spear. He did not release the strange presence that had drawn an entire pack from the forest. He looked at the wounded wolf. "She will die." The team's healer glanced past Min-jae. Her expression tightened. "He's right. The wound is too deep." The mage spoke without lowering his spell. "That creature nearly killed 2 of us. After we entered her den," Min-jae said. "She is still in a rank, boss." Jin's gaze moved to the injured hunters beneath the barrier. He studied the claw marks across one man's armor. Then the direction of the blood on the stones. She struck to move them away. "You can tell that by looking?" "I can smell where they were standing." The archer's bow shifted toward his heart. "Humans can't do that." Jin glanced at her. The wolves remained bowed. "Then perhaps your definition has become narrow." The mother wolf collapsed onto one foreleg. One cub cried out. Jin's calm expression hardened. Min-jae had only seconds to decide. The stranger could be a hidden boss capable of commanding an entire species. Letting him approach might place the team within striking distance. Killing the wolf while her cubs watched would be simpler. It would also mean ignoring everything Min-jae had just witnessed, because it did not fit the mission report. He lowered his sword. "Captain," the mage warned, "maintain formation. Do not attack unless he attacks first." Jin walked past them. The closest silver wolves raised their heads as he approached, but none moved between him and the mother. Their submission was not empty fear. Min-jae had seen controlled beasts before. Contracts made their movements stiff, their eyes unfocused, their bodies waiting for commands. These wolves watched Jin with full awareness. They had chosen to make way. Jin planted his spear upright between 2 stones and knelt beside the mother. She could have bitten him in half. Instead, she turned her wounded side toward him. He placed one hand above the spear wound. For several breaths, nothing happened. Then pale white lines appeared beneath his skin. They branched from his wrist to his fingertips like the antlers of a stag. The markings cast no sharp light. Their glow was soft, almost colorless, yet the grass around his knees lifted as if touched by a spring wind. The mother wolf shuddered. Blood stopped flowing from the wound. Not completely. The flesh did not close, and the arrows did not disappear. But the torn muscles tightened around the injury. Her uneven breathing settled into a slower rhythm. The healer stared through her barrier. "That is an ordinary healing." Jin's shoulders tensed. A dark stain spread beneath his own clothing at the same place as the wolf's wound. Min-jae saw it first. "You're taking the damage, only the strain." Jin's voice had become quieter. The pale markings began to fade. He withdrew his hand before the wound could transfer any further. Sweat traced one side of his face, but his posture remained steady. The mother wolf lifted her head. Jin touched 2 fingers to the silver fang around his neck, then lowered them toward her. No command passed between them. The wolf pressed her forehead against his hand. A cub emerged from beneath her chest. She was smaller than the others, with silver-white fur, black-tipped ears, and a faint crescent of darker fur on her forehead. She approached Jin's knee, sniffed the old cloak, and bit one loose strip of leather. Jin looked down. The cub pulled. His cloak did not move. She braced all 4 paws and pulled harder. For the first time, something close to amusement appeared in his eyes. The dungeon convulsed. The trees bent though no wind moved through them. Blue cracks raced across the sky. In the distance, stone structures folded inward, as if the world had become a sheet of paper being crushed from its edges. The mage looked at his wrist display. Core collapse? We haven't removed the core, the archer said. It's collapsing anyway. The secondary opening had disturbed the dungeon's structure. Mana readings surged, vanished, then returned from the wrong directions. The path by which the team had entered disappeared from every tracker at once. Min-jae raised his voice. Emergency retreat! Healer! Move the wounded! Archer, mark our route. No route, the mage said. Min-jae turned. The display showed their entry point, less than 200 meters east. The forest to the east now ended against a wall of black stone. Tie the western passage. It loops back here. Another tremor split the broken road. The mother wolf forced herself upright. Jin supported her neck with one arm until she found her balance. The other wolves gathered around her and the cubs no longer bowing, their bodies forming a defensive ring. Min-jae looked at Jin. Can your gate reopen? No? Can the wolves find a way out? They know this forest, not what the gate has done to it. The sky cracked again. Outside the dungeon, alarms erupted around the gate perimeter. Mira had been watching the road move for 17 minutes, before the senior analysts admitted the map was wrong. The official model showed 1 stable entrance, 3 internal branches, and an oval boss chamber at the northern edge. It was a standard forest-type dungeon structure, complicated only by the age of the gate and the unusually high mana density. The problem was that the hunter's beacon had crossed the same intersection 4 times without turning around. Mira enlarged the route on her tablet. Again, she said. The technician beside her shook his head. We already recalculated it. Recalculate using the beacon delay? Not the dungeon coordinates. That will place the team outside the mapped boundary. They are outside the mapped boundary. The technician looked toward the gate. The oval portal stood between 2 association pylons in the center of an evacuated road. Its surface had changed from clear blue to a violent mixture of black and silver. Emergency crews moved barriers farther back while armed reserve teams waited for a possible dungeon break. A senior mapper leaned over Mira's station. The gate is collapsing. Coordinate errors are expected. The error began before the collapse. Mira, she knew that tone. It had followed her through certification, field training, and every request she had submitted to inspect unstable gates. It meant that the more experienced person had already decided her persistence was emotional rather than technical. Most of them knew why she had become a gate mapper. 10 years earlier, an unclassified opening had taken her brother. His body had never been recovered. For years, that fact had made every correct observation look like grief wearing a uniform. Mira rotated the map. The broken stone road appeared again. It should not have been there. The dungeon survey showed soil beneath that section of forest. Yet the hunter's beacon had crossed-fitted stones on every loop. The same material had briefly appeared in the gate's spectral scan when its surface changed. The road was not part of the dungeon. It had been inserted into it, or revealed beneath it. She stripped away the coordinate grid and compared only travel time. 4 loops became 3 incomplete curves. 1 gap remained. There, she said. The technician frowned. That leads deeper inside, on the old map. What does it lead to now? Mira traced the collapsing paths with 1 finger. The gate did not open like a normal door. It connected 2 locations through a route that space had been forced to accept. When the route destabilized, distance stopped behaving properly. 2 steps could become a kilometer. A straight path could return to its beginning. But even broken routes preserved pressure. If the dungeon was folding inward, one direction would resist the collapse longer than the others. Mira found it. The exit shifted south of the boss chamber. The senior mapper studied her work. That's impossible. So is their beacon moving through a wall. Send a probe? There isn't time? A warning flashed across every screen. Expected structural failure. 4 minutes. Mira seized the emergency route controls. The senior mapper caught her wrist. If you transmit a false path, you will lead the entire team into the collapse. If we wait for certainty, they die where they are. You are not the lead mapper. No. I'm the one who noticed the road. Their eyes met. Then a voice came through the damaged field channel. "This is Min Jae. Entry route is gone. We need an exit." The senior mapper released her. Mira sent the path. Inside the dungeon, a line of silver lights appeared among the trees. Not a physical road. A directional signal projected through the gate network, weak enough that every other pulse vanished beneath the collapsing mana. Min Jae saw only 2 markers before the forest shifted again. Jin saw the whole line. He tilted his head. Beneath the smell of cracked stone, wolf blood, and frightened humans, a faint current of air reached him from beyond the dungeon. It carried hot metal, rain-soaked concrete, and something familiar enough to stop his breath. Jin turned south. The exit is there. The mage stared at the black cliff blocking that direction. There is no path. There will be. You can see through stone now. No. Jin lifted his spear. I can smell home. He began walking toward the spear. Cliff. The young silver wolf followed. Her mother called once, low and sharp. The cub stopped. She looked back at the wounded wolf, then at Jin. The ground buckled beneath her paws. The mother pressed her muzzle against the cub's forehead and pushed her toward the moving pack. Whether it meant follow them, survive, or merely move away from the collapse, no human present could tell. The cub ran after Jin. Min Jae ordered his team forward. The cliff remained solid until Jin came within 3 steps of it. Then the black surface rippled. The first silver root marker emerged from inside the stone. Jin drove the butt of his spear against the ground. He did not release one of the pale healing lights. He simply stood at the unstable edge and watched the distortion, reading it as he might read the posture of a hunting animal. Wait. The forest behind them collapsed inward. Wait, he repeated. The mage's fire spell died as the dungeon consumed its own mana. The wounded hunters groaned beneath the healer's barrier. The wall became translucent. Now, Jin stepped through. Min Jae followed before doubt could return. Cold pressure wrapped around them. For a moment, the team moved through darkness filled with fragments of other places. A desert, beneath a red sun, a river suspended in the sky, enormous trees burning without smoke. Then their feet struck wet pavement. They emerged from the main gate as it began shrinking behind them. Emergency crews rushed forward. The healers shouted for stretchers. Association soldiers surrounded Jin before he had taken 3 steps. Min Jae moved between them, ordering everyone to lower their weapons before panic created the attack they feared. The silver cub leaped through last. The gate contracted behind her. She spun and snapped at the fading blue surface, then looked back as though expecting the rest of the pack to follow. The portal narrowed to a line. The mother wolf did not emerge. The cub gave a thin, questioning cry. Jin crouched beside her. He did not touch her. They remain on their road, he said. The cub stared at the place where the gate had been. Jin remained beside her until the final light vanished. Only then did he look up. Dozens of humans surrounded him. Beyond the barricades rose buildings taller than any stone tower he remembered, their glass faces filled with reflected sirens. Vehicles flashed red and blue along the evacuated street. Small machines hovered overhead, pointing lenses at him. The city was familiar in the way a childhood dream was familiar. The shapes belonged to Earth. His instincts did not. A woman stood behind the mapper stations. Navy field jacket, dark hair tied away from her face. Tablet clutched so tightly that her knuckles had lost their color. 19, perhaps. Her scent reached him beneath the rain, the electronics, and the fear of the crowd. Jin forgot the soldiers. The woman took 1 step forward. An officer tried to stop her. She slipped past him without looking. Jin studied the line of her jaw, the set of her shoulders, and the eyes that had once watched him leave through an opening in the air. The child in his memory had been 9 years old. She had worn her hair badly tied because she refused to let him fix it. She had followed him halfway to school before he discovered her. The last time he saw her, she had been shouting his name from the wrong side of a gate. The woman stopped several meters away. Her gaze dropped to the silver fang necklace. Her tablet fell from her hand. Appa! The word crossed 10 Earth years and 1,000 winters. Jin's grip tightened around his spear. Mira. She reached him before the soldiers could react. Her arms struck his chest hard enough to push his cloak aside. Jin caught her automatically, but his body remained stiff around her. He knew how to hold a wounded cub, how to brace a dying warrior, and how to carry the old across a flooded valley. He no longer remembered how to hold his sister. Mira did not care. She buried her face against him and gripped the back of his cloak with both hands. You're alive. Jin looked over her head at the city. The buildings were wrong. The air was wrong. Even the rain smelled of mana and machinery that had not existed when he left. But Mira's heartbeat was real. Yes, you're alive. Yes, you alive. Her voice broke. Jin finally lowered his arms around her. The old spear rested against his shoulder. The silver cub watched from beside his leg, ears raised. Mira drew back just enough to look at his face. He expected relief. Instead, he watched relief collide with confusion. He looked older than the 19-year-old brother she remembered, but not by much. His face had matured. His shoulders had broadened. Scars crossed the hand holding the spear. His eyes did not belong to someone who had been missing for 10 years. "What happened to you?" she whispered. Jin answered with the question he had asked inside the dungeon. "What year is it?" Mira told him. The date meant less than the number. 10 years. Jin repeated at once. 10? You disappeared 10 years ago." He looked toward the place where the gate had closed. "That road held me for longer." "How long?" The association teams continued moving around them. But the noise receded from Mira's awareness. Jin could have lied. A smaller number would have been easier. It might have protected the image of him she had kept alive through years of searching. But the wolves had not taught him to comfort family with false scents. "On 1,000 years," he said. Mira released his cloak, not completely. Her fingers remained caught in the fur. "That is impossible." "No, you don't look. I know. You're saying you lived there for 1,000 years?" "Yes." Her eyes searched his face as if the brother she remembered might appear beneath the answer. Jin saw the moment she understood what the number meant. She had spent 10 years without him. He had spent 100 times longer without her. The distance between them did not disappear because they could touch again. An association officer approached carefully. "Mapper ECO. We need to secure the unidentified returnee." Mira turned on him. "His name is S.O. Jin. We still need to determine whether he presents a gate contamination risk." Hay just helped in a ranked team escape, and entered through an unknown secondary. Opening with an unregistered dungeon creature, the cub showed her teeth. Every rifle around them rose. Jin stepped between her and the soldiers. The movement was small. The effect was immediate. Gold flashed through his eyes. The silver cub's growl stopped. She pressed against the back of his leg but did not retreat. Min-jae came through the emergency line of medics, one sleeve torn and blood drying along his jaw. "Lower the rifles." The officer looked at him. "Captain, you're not clear too. I witnessed what happened inside. The wolf has not attacked a human since leaving the gate. It is still an A-rank class creature. It is a cub capable of tearing through a transport vehicle." Jin looked at the reinforced cage being unloaded nearby. The cub smelled it too. Her ears flattened. "No cage," Jin said. The officer's attention returned to him. "That is not your decision. Then do not make it yours." Min-jae moved closer before the exchange sharpened. "He hasn't threatened anyone." The officer glanced at Jin's spear and the wolf at his feet. That sounded like a threat. It was a boundary. Jin's voice remained level. The distinction did not reassure anyone. Mira stepped beside him. "You need information from him," she said. "If you treat him like a captured monster, you won't get it." "We have procedures." "Your procedure said the exit was east. My route brought the team out south." The senior mapper had arrived behind her. He opened his mouth, then closed it when Min-jae looked toward him. The officer pressed 2 fingers against his earpiece. After a short exchange, he lowered his hand. "Director Kwon has authorized controlled transport to Association headquarters. The returnee will surrender his weapon during examination. The creature will be contained separately." "No," Jin said. Mira inhaled slowly. "Which part?" "Both." The cub sat beside his boot. The old spear remained in his hand. Min-jae rubbed the bridge of his nose. "This is going to be a long night." The examination room had white walls, reinforced glass, and no visible corners where an animal might hide. Jin disliked it immediately. The silver cub disliked it more. She paced the perimeter twice, sniffed the ventilation grate, and settled beneath Jin's chair with her eyes on the door. The association had compromised on the spear. Jin had allowed it to be placed against the wall within sight after 3 separate inspectors confirmed it contained no detectable mana, no modern enchantment, and no hidden mechanical parts. None of them seemed reassured by the fact that an object carried through an unknown gate appeared to be exactly what it looked like. Mira sat across from him. Someone had brought her dry clothes, but she had refused to leave long enough to change. Rain darkened the shoulders of her field jacket. Her fallen tablet had been recovered with a cracked corner. Every few minutes she looked at Jin as if confirming he had not vanished. Jin noticed every time. He said nothing. A medical scanner moved around his body. The machine emitted a soft tone. Jin's hand shifted toward the spear before he remembered what the device was meant to be. Mira caught the movement. "You remember hospitals?" "Right, yes." "You looked ready to stab the scanner." "It approached my blind side?" It's attached to the ceiling. That does not make it harmless. A technician behind the glass coughed to hide a laugh. Mira's mouth almost curved. The expression disappeared when the scanner returned its result. Mana response, below measurable range. The technician reset the machine. They tested again. The result remained unchanged. A senior evaluator entered with a portable crystal array. He placed 7 small sensors around Jin's chair and activated them one by one. No light appeared. The gate residue is stronger on the cloak than on his body, the evaluator said. Are you certain he came through the opening? Min-jae stood against the far wall. I watched him do it. Did he use an artifact? No, a special skill, not visibly. The evaluator looked at Jin. Can you release mana on command? I do not use mana. Everything living beyond a gate uses mana. The cub raised her head. The sensors nearest her glowed bright blue. The evaluator pointed at them. That is a mana response. Jin looked at the lights. It is not what I use. What do you use? Strength given freely. The evaluator waited. When Jin did not elaborate, he turned to Mira. Does he always answer like this? I met him again 2 hours ago. The words silenced the room. The evaluator cleared his throat and changed methods. Physical examination produced equally unhelpful results. Jin's resting heart rate was too slow, then normal when measured manually. Old scars covered his body, but none matched the damage expected from gate contamination. His blood contained no measurable dungeon poison. His muscles appeared dense without showing enhancement residue. When asked to grip a strength device, Jin studied it. How hard? As hard as you can. No, the evaluator frowned. Why not? It will break. This model is rated for a rank physical testing. Jin handed it back. Then, it is expensive. Min-jae laughed once. Mira looked at him in disbelief. You're worried about breaking their equipment? They already dislike me. That may be the most normal thing you've said. The evaluator tried a different approach. Grip until the display reaches a comfortable maximum. Jin took the device again. He increased his strength slowly. The numbers rose through E rank, D rank, and C rank. The cub watched the evaluator rather than the machine. Jin stopped at the upper edge of C rank and released it. The evaluator stared at the reading. You said you don't use mana. I did not. Then that was physical strength? Yes. You could have continued. Yes. How far? Jin placed the device on the table. Far enough to break it. The official far enough to break it. Assessment became more complicated and less accurate with every test. His mana remained unreadable. His recorded physical performance reached C rank because that was where he chose to stop. He possessed no registered skills, no class imprint, and no measurable core. The association could not assign a combat rank based on statements that contradicted its equipment. Director Kwon arrived near midnight. He entered without guards, though the observation glass reflected several armed figures in the corridor. He was old enough to have learned that visible protection sometimes created more danger than it prevented. His attention moved first to Jin, then the silver cub, and finally, the weathered spear against the wall. You have caused 6 departments to argue with one another, he said. I arrived, Jin replied. That appears to have been enough. Director Kwon sat beside the evaluator and opened the provisional report. SCO Jin. Reported missing 10 years ago during an unclassified gate incident. No remains recovered. No death certificate issued because your sister challenged every attempt to close the case. Mira looked away. Jin turned toward her. She focused on the crack in her tablet. Director Kwon continued. You claim to have spent approximately 1,000 years in another world. Yes. You claim the energy you use is not mana. You refuse to demonstrate its full capacity. Yes, you entered an R-rank dungeon. Through an opening our systems did not create. Received voluntary submission from its dominant species, and stabilized a mortally wounded boss creature. Yes, the director looked over the report. Our scanners classify you below the lowest measurable mana threshold. Jin waited. Under association law, provisional hunter ranking prioritizes verified mana response and repeatable skill output. Your physical result alone is inconsistent but insufficient to establish a higher rank without a measurable enhancement source. Mira leaned forward. You saw Min-jae's report. I did? Then you know F rank is absurd. Jin looked at her. F rank? The lowest hunter rank, she said. What does it allow? Director Kwon answered. Low-risk gate work under supervision. Basic association access. No command authority. No independent entry into high-rank dungeons. What does it require? Very little public attention. Mira closed her mouth. Jin considered the matter for 2 seconds. Acceptable. She stared at him. Papa. Low rank is safer. You walked out of an A-rank dungeon while every wolf inside bowed to you. That seems like a reason to avoid attention. Not seek it. Min-jae folded his arms. I'm beginning to think the machine is doing him a favor. The director studied Jin more carefully. Most newly awakened hunters fought for every grade. Rank determined money, authority, treatment priority, and social standing. Even powerful veterans rarely accepted being underestimated without protest. Jin appeared relieved. That concerned Director Kwon more than anger would have. He signed the provisional document. SEO Jin will be registered as F-rank pending further evaluation. The evaluator looked as though he wanted his name removed from the report. Jin ignored the reaction. The silver cub had begun sniffing the leg of the table. A paper bag sat on the far end, left behind by one of the night staff. The smell of roasted meat had held her attention for several minutes. She rose, approached the bag and pushed her nose inside. Mira caught it before she pulled the entire meal onto the floor. No. The cub stared at her. Mira stared back. The cub placed one paw on the bag. That is not yours. A low growl vibrated in her throat. Jin held out his hand. The cub immediately released the bag and approached him. Mira looked from the wolf to her brother. Did you command her? No. She listened. She chose to. That looked suspiciously like obedience. Jin opened the bag. Inside were several skewers of grilled meat, rice, and a small container of soup. He removed one piece of meat, smelled it, and held it toward the cub. She did not take it. Jin tore off a smaller piece and ate first. Only then did the cub accept the food. Mira watched him place the next portion on the floor before serving himself. You fed her first. She is young. You always eat after her? If food is safe. The vulnerable eat first. You didn't even know whether it was safe. That's why I tasted it. Mira looked down at the untouched meal. For 10 years she had imagined what she would do if Jin returned. She had imagined shouting at him, hitting him, hugging him until neither of them could breathe. She had imagined returning to the apartment with the same brother who left, older only in the technical sense that 10 years had passed. She had never imagined sitting in an association examination room while he tested food for a wolf. The cub finished her portion and inspected the container of soup. Mira moved it away. The cub followed. Jin divided another skewer. Mira exhaled. You're going to spoil her. She survived a collapsing road after watching her family disappear. That isn't an answer. It is enough of one. The cub ate from his hand. Mira studied the way Jin's shoulders loosened around the animal. He had remained controlled through armed soldiers, medical examinations and questions about 1,000 missing years. One hungry wolf had made him look almost at home. The temporary peace ended when 2 containment officers entered with a reinforced collar. The cubs smelled the metal and retreated behind Jin's chair. Director Kwon closed the report. We need to address the creature. She has not attacked anyone, Min-jae said. She is an unregistered A-rank beast from a collapsing dungeon. She is not a rank, the evaluator said. Not yet. That is not a rank, the evaluator said. Not yet. That is not. Reassuring. One containment officer displayed the collar. This will suppress her mana until a transfer cage is prepared. Jin stood. The cub vanished beneath his cloak. The room seemed smaller with him on his feet. No collar, he said. Director Kwon, remain seated. You are not licensed to keep a dungeon creature. She is not an object to keep. She cannot wander freely through a city. Then she will remain with me. You were registered as a hunter less than 5 minutes ago. Then your process is efficient. Mira pressed her fingers against her forehead. The director's gaze sharpened. If the wolf harms a civilian, the association will be responsible. If you place that collar on her, she will believe you intend to bind or kill her. Then she may defend herself. That sounds like another threat. It is information. Min-jae stepped forward. Director, I can confirm the cub never attacked our team. She followed Seo Jin through the collapse voluntarily. The adult wolves also showed coordinated behavior beyond ordinary dungeon monsters. The containment officer frowned. Captain, you are under combat stress. I know the difference between an attack and a frightened animal. This animal has dungeon mana. So do half the materials holding up the city. The director glanced at him. Min-jae did not withdraw the statement. Mira placed her cracked tablet on the table. The exit route changed after the secondary opening appeared. Jin found the path through a barrier none of our hunters could see. The cub followed him, but she also hesitated when the adult wolf called. That was a decision. Or pack instinct, the evaluator said. Instinct is not the same as control. Jin looked at Mira. The argument was technical, careful and grounded in what she could prove. She was no longer the child who had tried to follow him to school. He understood that. His mind still placed 9-year-old Mira over the woman speaking beside him. Both were true, and he did not know how to hold them at once. Director Kwon tapped the report against the table. Temporary supervised custody. The containment officers exchanged looks. Mira asked, "Under whose supervision?" "Yours." Her head turned sharply. "Mine. You are SCO Jin's registered family contact. You are also the mapper whose unauthorized correction prevented the loss of an O-rank team. Until we determine what happened inside that dungeon, I want both returnees accessible." "Both?" The director looked at the cub. She crossed the gate. "That makes her part of the incident," Jin asked. No cage unless she becomes violent. No collar, not while she remains cooperative." "She decides whether she remains." Director Kwon's expression hardened. "Do not test the limits of this arrangement." Jin held his gaze. "I am clarifying them." The silver cub emerged from beneath his cloak. She looked at Director Kwon, then sneezed. Min-jae turned his face away. The director signed a second document. 48 hours. After that, our beast tamer will evaluate whether she can remain outside containment. The cub returned to the food. Jin sat. "For 48 hours, he said." Mira realized he had not accepted the arrangement. He had accepted the time. The gate incident reached public networks before they left the building. The association suppressed the clearest footage, but too many emergency workers had seen the wolves. Blurred videos spread across phones, showing a dark-clothed man walking through a portal, while silver beasts lowered their heads. Some claimed he was a hidden S-rank hunter. Others called him a humanoid boss. One popular recording showed only Jin asking the year before the image cut to static. The provisional F-rank announcement made the situation worse. Mira scrolled through the reactions while waiting beside the association's underground exit. "People think your rank is fake. Good. They think the association is hiding your identity." "It is. They think you're an ancient vampire." Jin looked nearer. I shed him to look at her phone. The bright screen reflected in his eyes. "Why?" "Because you appeared from nowhere, looked too young, and apparently have no ma. Do vampires use mana? I don't know. They aren't real. A great many things you called unreal seem to have become occupations." Mira lowered the phone. "You remember how to use one, yes?" She held it out. Jin examined the device without taking it. "There are no buttons. There's one on the side. That is not enough. It has a touchscreen." He touched the dark glass. The screen woke and displayed Mira's face beside a stack of notifications. Jin's hand froze. Mira looked from the phone to him. "It's just the lock screen. You were inside it. It's a photograph." "I remember photographs." "Then why do you look offended? They used to remain on paper." She took the phone back before he could decide it was an imprisoning artifact. The underground door opened automatically. Jin's spear rose halfway before he stopped himself. Mira stared. He lowered it. The wall moved. "It's a door?" "It opened before you touched it." "It has a sensor." Jin glanced toward the small black lens above the frame. "So it was watching, technically." He stepped through without turning his back on it. Mira bit the inside of her cheek. It was not funny. It was a little funny. The silver cub approached the automatic door after them. It closed in front of her. She jumped back, fur rising. The sensor detected her movement and opened again. She lunged through, spun and barked once at the door. Jin nodded toward it. A reasonable response. "Please don't encourage her." The elevator was worse. Jin entered after watching 6 people do so safely. When the doors closed, he positioned himself between Mira and the seam. His body adjusted when the floor began moving, knees bending slightly as though expecting an attack. Mira pressed the button for the parking level. "You know it's an elevator. I remember the word. You've been inside one. A long time ago. 1,000 years ago," she said. Jin looked at the changing numbers above the door. Yes, the amusement left her. For him, automatic doors and elevators were not inventions from childhood. They were memories from an age more distant than the founding of nations. The doors opened. Jin waited until Mira stepped out before following. The cub bounded after them and nearly collided with a cleaning machine moving along the floor. She lowered herself and growled. The machine turned. She followed it. Jin caught her gently by the loose fur at the back of her neck before she could begin her first hunt on Earth. Mira led them toward her car. Jin studied the rows of vehicles. Those became quieter. "You remember cars?" "Yes." "Phones?" "Asama?" "Automatic doors?" "I disliked them then too." Mira unlocked the car. The lights flashed. Jin's spear shifted. She raised one hand. "That was me." He looked at the key in her hand. "How?" "I'll explain later. You have said that about several things. It has been a long night. For you, the answer carried no accusation. That made it heavier." Mira opened the rear door for the cub. The young wolf sniffed the seat and refused to enter. Jin climbed in first. She followed immediately, and placed both front paws across his lap. Mira closed the door. Through the glass, her brother sat in modern traffic with an old spear between his knees and a dungeon wolf leaning against him. 10 years of searching had prepared her to find a gate. Nothing had prepared her for what the gate would return. Far below the oldest district of the city, 7 rings of buried machinery pulsed out of sequence. The disturbance passed through hospital relays, barrier reservoirs, and inactive dungeon cores too weak to appear on public monitors. At the center of the network, Han Seok opened his eyes. He had been reviewing a report when the first pulse reached him. The second carried the scent of moon forest through channels that should have contained only processed energy. By the 7th, the glass of water beside his hand had begun to tremble. 7 different pressures. 7 signatures his network could touch but not identify. Han placed his palm against the dark surface of the central console. For generations, Earth's gates had opened according to patterns humanity only partly understood. He had built enough order around those patterns to keep cities alive. Nothing entered his network without leaving a shape. This presence left 7. A technician hurried into the chamber. "Sir, we detected a resonance event beneath the western district." "I felt it. The central anchors remain secure." Han watched the 7 rings return to silence. "Do they?" The technician did not answer. Han turned toward the emergency footage displayed across the wall. The image was blurred. A man in a dark cloak stood among kneeling silver wolves. An old spear rested in one hand. Gold reflected from his eyes before the recording failed. Han studied the silver fang at the man's throat. Then he smiled without warmth. "Find out who came back." Director Kwan read the same footage from his office. 3 reports lay open before him. The first described an unidentified secondary gate. The second classified SEO Jin as F rank. The third stated that an unregistered moonwolf cub had left a dungeon voluntarily and currently occupied the rear seat of Mapper SAO Mira's car. He read Min Jae's testimony twice. No command phrase. No contract seal. No coercive mana. The wolves had bowed anyway. Director Kwan opened a secured contact channel. The woman who answered did not speak. Behind her, something large shifted in the darkness, accompanied by the scrape of claws against stone. "We have a case," Kwan said. A calm female voice replied, "You always have cases. This one rejected containment, ignored standard mana classification, and followed an F-rank hunter out of an A-rank dungeon." Silence lasted several seconds. "Controlled beast. That is what I need you to determine. And the hunter? Possibly more dangerous than the wolf. The thief?" Shadow behind the woman raised its head. Director Kwan looked again at the frozen image of silver wolves kneeling before Jin. "Come personally," he said. "Bring Rook." Mira's apartment stood high enough above the city that the traffic became a river of light. Jin remained by the window after she finished showing him the rooms. There were only 3. A narrow bedroom, a smaller room filled with gate maps, and a living area connected to the kitchen. Every wall carried evidence of the years he had missed. Field certificates, route diagrams, photographs of gates, shelves crowded with technical manuals. One corner held a plastic storage box marked with his name. Mira had placed a blanket on the floor for the silver cub. The cub ignored it and settled beside the apartment door. Her ears remained pointed toward the corridor. Jin understood the choice. 1 entrance, no hidden path. The safest sleeping place was the one from which danger would arrive first. Mira returned from the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of rice, reheated soup, and a plate of sliced meat. The cub's head rose. "No," Mira told her. The cub looked at Jin. He took the plate, selected one piece and smelled it. Mira placed her bowl down harder than necessary. "I am not poisoning you. I know. Then why are you checking it? Habit. From the beast world." "Yes." He ate the piece, then placed another in front of the cub. She waited until he nodded before taking it. Mira sat across from him. "You're more comfortable feeding her than talking to me." Jin's hand stopped above the rice. The directness belonged to the child he remembered. The control with which she delivered it belonged to the adult he did not know. She asked simpler questions. "She hasn't asked anything." "Exactly." Mira almost laughed. Instead, she looked at the spear resting within reach of his right hand. "Did you carry that for 1,000 years? Most of them? And the necklace?" His fingers touched the silver fang. "A promise." "To whom?" Jin looked toward the cub beside the door. "Someone who is gone." Mira waited. When he did not continue, she ate 1 spoonful of rice. "Did you have a family there?" The question entered the room quietly. Jin watched the city lights reflected in the glass. He could have answered with names. Old wolves who had shared their winter dens with him. Cubs who grew into leaders. Leaders whose grandchildren buried them beneath the same moonlit trees. Tribes that had called him brother, guardian, and king despite his refusal of the last title. 1,000 years contained too many graves for a single evening. Yes, Mira lowered her gaze. Do you want to go back? Jin looked at her. 9-year-old Mira would have demanded that he stay. 19-year-old Mira asked as though she had already accepted that love might not be enough to keep him. I do not know whether the road still exists. That wasn't what I asked. No, his answer came after too long. Mira nodded once. The cub finished eating and placed her chin on her paws. Jin looked around the apartment. You became a mapper. I did. Because of me? At first. And later, because I was good at it. There was no hesitation in her voice. Jin saw the difference. She had not spent 10 years frozen beside the gate that took him. She had built skills, earned a place and become someone capable of finding a route and a rank team had missed. Pride came easily. Knowing how to express it did not. You found the exit, he said. Mira looked at him. The senior mapper would have found it eventually. After the road closed? Probably. Then you found it. A small silence passed between them. Thank you, Jin said. Mira's eyes reddened. But she did not look away. You missed 10 years of saying things like that. I know. You missed my middle school graduation. I know my high school graduation. I know my first certification. I did not know about that. You would have had if you were here. Jin accepted the blow without defending himself. Mira's voice tightened. I know you didn't choose to leave. I know it isn't fair to blame you. But I looked for you every day, and you came back looking almost the same while I... She stopped. While you grew up, Jin finished. Ice. His eyes moved across the maps covering the smaller room. I am sorry. It was not enough. They both knew it. Mira wiped beneath one eye with the heel of her hand. 1,000 years and that's all you learned to say? I learned many things. None useful right now. No, that pulled a broken laugh from her. Jin let the sound remain between them. He did not reach across the table. He did not tell her the distance would disappear. Promises made to hide pain were still lies. The silver cub rose and carried the unused blanket from the floor. She dragged it between them, turned twice and collapsed across both of their feet. Mira looked down. Jin looked down. The cub closed her eyes. She has bad timing, Mira said. She disagrees. With what? The distance. Mira leaned back in her chair. After a moment, she rested one hand on the cub's silver fur. The wolf's eyes opened. She sniffed Mira's fingers, then allowed the touch. Does she have a name? Mira asked. No. She needs one if she's staying here. She decides whether she stays. And until she decides... Jin looked at the pale fur beneath Mira's hand. Moonlight from the window rested across the cub's back like snow. Snow, Mira said. The cub's ear turned. Jin repeated it in the older cadence of the beast world. Snow. The young wolf raised her head. Mira smiled. She likes it. She recognized that we meant her. That is usually how names work. Jin touched the silver fang at his throat. Outside, the city continued without noticing that one of its missing sons had returned. Inside, Snow moved from the doorway and settled between brother and sister. Much later, Mira fell asleep on the sofa with a gate map still open on her tablet. Jin covered her with the blanket Snow had abandoned. For a moment he saw the 9-year-old child who used to pretend she was not tired so she could wait for him to come home. Then Mira shifted, one hand closing around the stylus she used for work. The child vanished. The woman remained. Jin returned to the window. Snow lay beside the door again, guarding the only entrance. Far below, the city shone with power drawn from places no one had yet named. Barriers glimmered faintly above distant districts. Hospital towers carried steady blue lights through the night. Gate alarms pulsed at the edges of human awareness. Jin could feel something beneath all of it, a rhythm almost hidden by concrete and mana. 7 distant wounds answering the 7 marks within him. He closed his hand around the silver fang. He had believed reaching Earth would end his journey. Instead, home smelled of the world he had left dying behind him. Across the room, Mira slept within reach. Snow listened at the door. For the first time in 1,000 years, Jin stood beneath an unfamiliar moon with family on both sides of his grief. He did not know how to keep either world safe. He only knew he would not allow anyone to place the young wolf in a cage. And somewhere beyond the apartment walls, The strongest beast tamer in the country had already been summoned to make Snow kneel. By sunrise, Snow had learned that the refrigerator contained food, the bathroom contained water, and Mira's bedroom door could be opened by striking the handle with both front paws. She had also learned that Jin did not sleep. Mira found him in the kitchen before 7, standing over a pot of rice with his spear propped within reach. He had changed nothing about his clothing except removing the fur cloak and folding it across the back of a chair. The sleeveless layer beneath revealed old scars across his shoulders and forearms. Snow sat beside him, watching the pan in which he reheated meat from the previous night. Mira stopped in the doorway. "Did you stand at the window until morning?" "No, where did you sleep?" "I rested beside the door after Snow moved." "That isn't sleeping." "It is close enough." "It really isn't. Jin divided the meat into three portions. The first went into a bowl on the floor. Snow lowered her head immediately. Mira looked at the 2 remaining portions. Jin followed her gaze. A moment passed. He removed half the meat from his bowl and added it to hers. "That isn't the point," she said. "You have more now. The point is that you served the wolf before your sister. She is still growing." "So am I?" Jin looked at her. Mira was 19. She had stopped growing several years earlier, and they both knew it. He placed another piece of meat into her bowl anyway. Snow finished eating and pushed her empty dish against Jin's boot. "Don't reward that," Mira said. Jin crouched and checked the cub's ears, paws, and the fading traces of gait residue in her fur. "I am examining her. You're holding another piece of meat. It keeps her still." Snow accepted it without shame. Mira sat at the table and uncovered her rice. "You've been back for less than a day, and I'm already losing arguments to both of you. You won the food argument. I received stolen wolf meat, shared meat. That distinction is doing a lot of work." Jin sat across from her. For several minutes, the apartment held only the sound of eating and Snow licking the bottom of her bowl. It should have felt domestic. Instead, Mira kept noticing the spear beside Jin's chair, the way he faced the apartment entrance, and the silence with which he ate. The brother she remembered used to complain when breakfast had too many vegetables. This man treated warm rice like a resource that might disappear if he failed to respect it. When he finished, he divided what remained evenly among all 3 bowls. Mira noticed the correction. She did not mention it. His borrowed clothing became their first practical problem. The association had returned his cloak after a contamination wash and sealed it inside a protective bag. His other clothes had survived 1,000 years of repairs, but not in a way that allowed him to walk unnoticed through a modern city. "You need something normal," Mira said. "These are normal. Several pieces are made from animals that don't exist on Earth. They exist. Not here." Snow dragged Jin's folded cloak from the chair. He took it from her before she could begin chewing the edge. Mira continued. "You also need identification, a bank account, a phone, and shoes that don't look like you made them yourself. I did make these. That is the problem." Jin looked down at his boots. "They have lasted 80 years. Mira stared at him. He seemed unaware that the statement might be strange. Her phone vibrated against the table. Then it vibrated again. 9 missed calls had accumulated during breakfast. 3 came from association departments. 2 came from news agencies that should not have possessed her private number. The rest came from guilds. A new message appeared. Mira read the offer twice. Jin noticed her expression. "What happened?" "The Sky Crown Guild is offering us an apartment. We have one, a larger one, with private security, a training facility, and enough money that I could stop working." "What do they want?" "Exclusive management rights to Snow." Snow's ears rose at the sound of her name. Jin held out his hand. Mira passed him the phone. He studied the bright screen, found the relevant message, and read it more quickly than she expected. "They wanted to buy her. They call it a guardianship contract. They want to buy her politely. Snow already said no." Another message arrived. This one came from a research institute requesting hair and blood samples, a full manicure scan, and permission to observe Snow's response to controlled stress. Jin's eyes stopped at the final words. "No, I know." He returned the phone. It rang immediately. Mira declined the call. "Director Kwan gave them my number," she said. Jin's gaze shifted toward the device, as if reconsidering whether phones deserved his distrust. "He placed the pressure on you?" "He probably thought I would be easier to negotiate with." "Is he correct?" "No." Jin accepted that without surprise. Mira gathered their bowls. "But we can't refuse everyone forever." "Yes, we can. I can. You can. Snow can bite the phone. The association still has laws. She has broken none. She came through a dungeon gate. That makes her an unregistered magical creature under current law. She a person." Mira turned from the sink. "Then help me prove it." Jin fell silent. "We have eyewitness testimony that the wolves acted intelligently," she continued. "We have eyewitness testimony that the wolves acted intelligently," she continued. "Min Jae's report. We have Snow responding to her name and choosing to follow you. But you won't explain what she is, what you are. What happened inside the gate, or why every wolf bowed. Some knowledge is dangerous, as so is ignorance. I will not let them cut into her to satisfy curiosity. I didn't ask you to. You said we cannot refuse everyone. We can refuse the everyone. We can refuse the invasive tests and accept the safe ones." Snow began carrying her empty bowl toward the living room. Mira pointed at her. "Fat. We can document that." Jin watched Snow place the bowl beside the bag containing the remaining meat. She understands where food comes from. She understands that if she brings the bowl closer to the food, one of us may fill it. That does not make her human. It proves she thinks. Jin's expression became unreadable. Mira lowered her voice. "You returned yesterday. By midnight, half the city had already decided Snow was either a weapon, a monster, or something to sell. Silence will not protect her from all three." Jin looked toward the window. Below them, traffic moved through streets protected by barriers and laws he did not understand. In the beast world, he could have carried Snow beyond any king's border before sunset. No cage could have held them unless he chose to remain. Earth had smaller wilderness and more eyes. Every act of resistance would fall first upon Mira's address, Mira's employment, and Mira's legal identity. That realization changed his answer. What tests do not hurt her? Mira rested both hands on the counter. Observation, external scanning, voluntary response tests. Maybe loose fur if it falls naturally. No blood, agreed. No restraints, agreed. No sealed room, probably negotiable. No commands. That may be harder. Then they do not understand what they are testing. Mira nodded slowly. "They'll put the conditions in writing." Jin looked at the phone. "Can it do that?" "It can send messages. To anyone?" "If we have their number, can it send one message to everyone who keeps asking to buy Snow?" Mira smiled for the first time that morning. "Yes. Tell them no. I was planning something slightly more professional. Why? Because unlike you, I still need to live here after threatening every guild in the country. I did not threaten them. Your version of a no tends to sound like the beginning of a burial." Jin considered this. They should accept it quickly. They should accept it quickly. Then, the rest of the second day disappeared into paperwork. Restoring his legal identity required 3 offices, 4 interviews and 1 argument over whether a person missing for 10 years could sign his own return declaration before his existence had been officially confirmed. Director Kwan resolved the argument by assigning a legal officer to meet them at a private association branch. Mira brought Jin through a service entrance to avoid the cameras waiting outside. Snow followed between them. A security guard reached automatically for the leash rack beside the door, then froze when Snow looked at him. "She doesn't have one," Mira said. "Regulations require animals." "She isn't an animal," Jin said. The guard looked at Snow. Snow looked at the leash rack. One leather strap hung low enough for her to reach. She took it in her teeth, pulled it free, and dropped it into a waste bin. The guard stepped aside. The legal office contained a camera, fingerprint scanner, and several forms displayed on a glass desk. Jin pressed his thumb against the scanner. The machine rejected it. He tried again. Identity record dormant. The legal officer reopened the missing person file. "Your records were preserved because no death declaration was completed. We need a living family confirmation, association witness verification, and biometric comparison. Mira already identified me. Family confirmation must be recorded." Mira sat before the camera. The officer activated the system. "State your name and relationship to the returned individual." SEO Mira. Younger sister. "Do you recognize this man as SEO Jin? Reported missing 10 years ago?" She looked at Jin. "Yes. On what basis?" "His face. His voice. His silver fang necklace. The scar beneath his left thumb from when he broke a glass bowl and lied that I did it." The officer looked at Jin's hand. A pale line crossed the base of his thumb. Jin looked at Mira. "You remembered that? I was blamed for 3 weeks. You were 6. I was innocent. You broke the window the next month. That was unrelated." The officer cleared her throat. "Please address the camera." Mira did. Recognize him because he is my brother." The system accepted her statement. Min Jae had submitted the association witness verification before dawn. The remaining biometric comparison found enough matches in old medical records to restore Jin's citizenship, though the system flagged his current physical age as inconsistent. The legal officer read the warning. You were 19 when you disappeared. Yes. You now appear approximately 27. Eyes. But you claim to have lived for 1,000 years. Yes. She waited for more. Jin offered none. The officer added a note stating that gate-related biological distortion was under investigation. His new identification card displayed his old birth date, current photograph, and provisional F-rank status. Jin studied it. This small object proves who I am. In most government systems, Mira said. What if I lose it? You request another. What if someone takes it? You report it. What if they claim to be me? Your biometrics won't match. They barely matched me? The officer pushed a second form toward him. Please sign. He picked up the electronic pen. His first attempt left a line across the wrong field. Mira guided his hand toward the signature box. Jin signed slowly. His handwriting had changed. The characters remained recognizable, but the strokes followed a style no longer taught on Earth. Mira looked at the signature. He noticed. I can write it differently. No. She touched the edge of the glass desk. Keep it. The next stop was clothing. Mira chose a store inside a quiet commercial building whose private fitting rooms allowed Jin to avoid the growing crowd outside the association branches. Snow entered the shop and immediately became the center of attention. A sales assistant approached with admirable courage. She's beautiful. What breed is she? Moonwolf, Jin said. The assistant laughed. Jin did not. Mira intervened. Rare northern mix. The assistant crouched. Snow moved behind Jin. She's shy. She does not know you, he said. The assistant stood again. Of course. Mira selected dark shirts, practical trousers, and a long black coat that would hide most of the scars on his arms. Jin rejected 3 pairs of shoes before finding boots flexible enough to move in and plain enough not to attract his attention. He emerged from the fitting room in modern clothing with the silver fang still hanging at his throat. Mira stared. What? You look normal. I was normal before. You walked into the city wearing an 80-year-old pair of boots and carrying a spear. The spear is older. That does not help. The new clothes fit him too well. Without the layered hides and weathered cloak, he looked less like something that had crossed from another world, and more like a hunter whose appearance had been designed for promotional posters. 2 sales assistants whispered near the register. One lifted her phone. Jin noticed the lens turn toward him. His eyes flashed gold. The phone lowered. Mira paid before the situation grew worse. On the way out, they passed a pet store. Snow stopped before the window. Inside, a white dog mannequin wore a pink raincoat. Shelves displayed decorated collars, soft beds, squeaking toys and bowls printed with cartoon bones. Snow approached the glass. Jin followed her gaze. Insulting, he said. Mira had already entered the shop. We need a proper bowl. We have bowls. We have human bowls. She eats the same food. That isn't the issue. A clerk brought out a large metal bowl. Snow sniffed it. The clerk offered a rubber toy shaped like a chicken. Snow bit it once. It squeaked. She dropped it and stared at it with deep suspicion. Jin picked it up, squeezed it, and made it squeak again. Snow struck it with one paw. Mira put both the bowl and the toy into the basket. No toy, Jin said. She chose it. She attacked it. She can continue at home. The clerk held up a padded collar. Jin's expression cooled. Mira immediately shook her head. No collars. The clerk put it away. They left with food bowls, a blanket, grooming brushes, and the squeaking chicken. Jin carried the bags as though accepting defeat in a battle he had not understood. Snow carried the chicken. At the apartment, Mira opened the smaller room behind the living area. Maps covered most of one wall. Storage boxes occupied another. A narrow desk stood beneath the window, half buried beneath mapping equipment. Jin stopped at the entrance. The desk was his, not identical. One leg had been replaced and the wood had darkened with age. But the carved mark beneath the corner remained where he had tested a knife and then hidden the damage from their mother. A shelf held his schoolbooks. His old jacket hung inside the wardrobe. The plastic box marked with his name contained photographs, medals, notebooks, and the cheap wristwatch he had removed on the day the gate took him. Mira leaned against the doorframe. I kept what I could. Jin touched the watch. Its battery had died long ago. You moved these here? When I left the old apartment. Why? In case you came back. The answer was simple. The room was not. Mira had filled it with her gatework because waiting alone would have turned it into a shrine. Yet she had preserved enough space for him that every map appeared to have grown around the outline of his absence. Jin set the watch beside the fang at his throat. Snow walked past him. She sniffed the desk, circled beneath it, and pulled the new blanket into the space where Jin's school bag had once rested. Then she lay down. Mira folded her arms. That was supposed to be your room. Snow closed her eyes. Jin looked at the narrow gap beneath the desk. She has claimed it. She has a bed in the living room. She prefers this one. You could tell her to move. No, why? She found a safe place. It was your safe place first. A long time ago. Mira's expression changed. Jin had meant the statement literally. That did not make it harmless. He looked around the room again. Keep your maps here. Where will you sleep? The living room. You can't live on my sofa forever. I have lived in smaller spaces. That is not the standard. Snow opened one eye. Mira pointed at her. And she is not taking your room permanently. Snow shut the eye again. By the third day, Snow had learned the apartment well enough to choose her own sleeping places. And Jin had learned that refusing one offer only created 3 more. The first guild representative arrived before noon. The building's security refused him entry. He left a sealed offer at reception containing a signing bonus large enough to purchase the apartment. The second sent a legal team. The third sent rare dungeon meat for Snow and a handwritten promise that she would receive a private training forest. Jin inspected the packages. They are competing. They think owning the first intelligent moon wolf would make their guild famous, Mira said. They have not proven she is the first. Do you know others? Yes. On Earth? Jin looked toward the closed window. I do not know. Researchers were less subtle. One institute requested 10 milliliters of blood and a single core imaging session. Another offered to restore Jin's dormant financial records in exchange for access to both him and Snow. A medical corporation requested samples from the mother wolf's blood still dried on his cloak. Jin refused all 3. A zoological research group sent the least aggressive proposal. It requested fallen fur, photographs, measurements taken at a distance, and a recording of Snow responding to spoken language. Mira placed it before him. No contact, not unless she approaches. No sealed room. They can use remote equipment here. No control phrases. None. Jin read every line. They may observe. Mira sent the acceptance. The observation took place on the 4th day, and produced nothing dramatic enough for the larger institutes to accept as proof. Snow chose when to approach, ignored what did not interest her, and refused every attempt to turn the session into a command test. 10 minutes after Mira forwarded the completed observation notes, Director Quan called. You chose the smallest institute, he said. They asked the smallest questions. Mira answered. Larger institutes have better equipment. They also asked for her blood. Samples could establish whether she carries unknown pathogens. The association's external scan already found none. Director Quan paused. You have become difficult since yesterday. I was difficult before yesterday. You simply had fewer reasons to call me. Jin listened from across the table. Mira ended the call and found him watching her. What? You do not require protection from every conversation. No. He absorbed the answer. She added, but help is still welcome. On the 5th afternoon, the doorbell rang. Snow rose before the first chime ended. Her body lowered and a faint ridge of fur along her spine lifted. Jin smelled metal, human mana, and a large beast waiting beyond the door. Not aggression. Control. He stood. Mira checked the security screen. A young woman waited in the corridor wearing a fitted black association combat uniform beneath a long coat. Her dark hair fell over one shoulder. A narrow silver badge at her collar identified her authority more clearly than armor would have. Behind her sat a lion. Rook was larger than any lion Jin remembered from Earth. His body filled most of the corridor, forcing him to crouch beneath the ceiling. Dark metallic fur covered his shoulders and flanks. His mane resembled overlapping iron plates, each edge catching the hallway light. Old scars crossed his muzzle. A black seal circled his throat. 3 thinner lines extended beneath his fur toward the center of his chest. Jin's eyes narrowed. Snow growled. The woman outside looked directly into the security camera. Yuna, Association Beast Tamer Division. Mira opened the door halfway. Yuna presented her identification. Director Quan assigned me to conduct the wolf's behavioral and contract evaluation. Inside? Mira asked. A familiar environment will reduce defensive behavior. Rook remained behind her. Snow's growl deepened. Jin approached the doorway. Rook's eyes met his. Pain had a scent. Physical wounds smelled of blood, heat, and damaged flesh. Fear changed the breath. Grief remained longer, worked into fur and skin through sleepless nights. The pain around Rook had no natural scent. It moved with the black seal at his throat. Every pulse of his core pressed against a command that had been built around it. Jin looked at Yuna. "You heard him." Her hand moved toward the short control rod at her belt. Rook rose. His plated mane scraped the ceiling. "I was warned you might be hostile," Yuna said. "That was not hostility. You accused me of abusing my contracted beast before introducing yourself. You heard my name before coming." Yuna's gaze shifted to the silver fang necklace. SEO Jin. Provisional F rank. Unknown control ability. No control ability? Every wolf in an A-rank dungeon bowed to you. They chose to. That is what tamers usually say when they do not want their methods examined. Snow stepped beside Jin. Yuna studied her. The cub's black-tipped ears remained flat. Her pale eyes moved between Yuna and the seal around Rook. "May we enter?" Yuna asked. Mira looked at Jin. It was her apartment. He waited. Mira noticed. "Come in," she said. "But the conditions we sent to Director Kwan apply. No invasive procedure, no restraint. No sealed room test?" I agreed to them. "And no contract without explanation." Yuna held Mira's gaze. "Identification requires a surface link. Explain it before attempting it." "I will." Rook entered first. The floor creaked beneath his paws. Snow backed toward the old room but did not hide. She held her ground beside the desk, body rigid. Rook stopped in the living room. The command seal at his throat gave a faint pulse. He lowered himself immediately, too quickly, no consideration, no adjustment for comfort. His body obeyed before his mind reached the decision. Jin smelled the pain sharpen. Yuna removed her coat and opened a case of instruments. Rook is an iron lion. I rescued him from an illegal fighting pit 6 years ago. His previous handlers damaged his core and trained him to attack anything that entered his range. "You stopped him," Mira said. "I gave him structure." Jin remained near the doorway. "You gave him commands. They saved his life and the lives of everyone around him." Rook looked at Jin. Yuna placed 3 small scanners across the room. Their blue lights connected into a loose observation field. "No mana restraints," she said. "They will only record Snow's core response." Snow ignored the instruments. Yuna sat on the floor to reduce the difference in height. "My first test is simple." She placed a flat identification plate between herself and Snow. "Snow." The cub's ear turned. Yuna noticed. "Approach." Snow looked at Jin. He gave no signal. She looked back at Yuna and remained where she was. Yuna repeated the command in a softer tone. "Snow, approach." The cub yawned. Mira covered her mouth. Yuna's expression did not change. "She understands her name." "Yes," Jin said. "She also understands the command." "Yes? Why is she ignoring it?" "She does not wish to approach you. That is exactly what the test must distinguish." Yuna placed a piece of dried meat on the identification plate. Snow sniffed. She did not move. Yuna picked up the meat, ate a small piece to demonstrate safety, and placed the rest down again. Snow glanced at Jin. He watched without interfering. She walked forward. Yuna remained still. Snow approached the plate, took the meat from it and carried the piece back to Jin before eating. Mira's eyes brightened. She understood the purpose of the plate. "She may simply prefer eating near him," Yuna said. Snow took the squeaking chicken from beneath the table and placed it on the identification plate. Then she returned to Jin. Yuna looked at the toy. Snow lay down. Mira failed to hide her smile. She definitely understood. Yuna pressed one finger against the plate. A display appeared above it. But no identification information formed. "The scanner needs permission to read the outer layer of her core. Did she give it?" Jin asked. "Beasts do not understand technical consent. Then your method does not have it. A surface identification link causes no pain to a beast that accepts it. It is the standard method for registering uncontracted magical animals. She is not an animal. That is what this evaluation must establish." Yuna withdrew a thin silver ring from the case. Snow stood. Rook's eyes followed the ring. Jin smelled an old memory move through the lion's body. Fear. Yuna saw only Snow's reaction. "This creates a temporary identification seal. It cannot issue commands beyond stillness during the scan." "She refused the plate," Jin said. "She refused to approach me. That is different from refusing identification." No, Yuna's composure tightened. "If Snow is to remain in a populated city, we need to know what she is. Her age, core capacity, growth pattern, and risk of mana instability." "You want useful information." "I want necessary information." "Then ask without taking." "I did," she answered. "By ignoring me?" I did, she answered, but could not measure its exchange, but could. Pressure gathering beneath it. Mira stepped between the two positions without blocking either. Can the identification link be offered without activating it? Yuna looked at her. Yes, then let Snow choose whether to touch. That will not establish whether she understands the process. We can show her what it does. Yuna considered the compromise. She placed the silver ring on the floor and touched her control rod to its edge. A harmless projection appeared above it, the outline of a small bird, followed by a series of unreadable biological markers. Snow watched. Yuna deactivated the projection and slid the ring toward her. If you touch this, it will read you. Snow looked at Jin. Your choice, he said. Yuna's eyes moved sharply toward him. Snow approached the ring. She sniffed it once. Then she struck it across the room. The ring collided with the wall. Rook's tail moved. Only once. Yuna retrieved the device. Refusal recorded. Then the test is finished, Jin said. Not yet. She examined the ring for damage. The association cannot classify a beast based on refusal alone. You said the link was... I said I would voluntary. I said I would. Offer it first. Mira's expression changed. What happens now? A minimal identification contract. One command remains still. It dissolves after the scan. Snow's growl returned. Jin's voice lowered. No, Yuna faced him. You accepted an evaluation. Not a contract. It is the least invasive legal method available. She refused it. She cannot understand the consequences of remaining unregistered. If this test fails, she may be confined. Then your choice is not consent. It is law. Rook shifted. The black seal tightened around his throat. Yuna reached towards Snow with the silver ring. Jin did not move. Do not place it on her. Director Kwan authorized a standard identification attempt. Then he authorized a mistake. Yuna released a controlled pulse of mana. The silver ring opened. Lines of light unfolded from it, forming a circle around Snow before the cub could retreat. The pattern did not touch her fur. It moved directly toward the outer surface of her core. Snow screamed. The sound was not loud. It was worse because it was young. She threw herself against the ring. Silver light tightened around her chest. Her claws tore across the floor as she tried to back away from something no physical movement could escape. Yuna's expression changed. Stop resisting. The seal will not hurt if you remain still. Snow twisted toward the opening. The contract followed. Snow, Yuna said, strengthening her voice with mana. Still. The cub's body locked for half a heartbeat. Her core did not. It struck the seal with everything it possessed. The silver pattern turned red. One of the scanners emitted an alarm. Core resistance above safe limit. Yuna reached for the control rod. I'm releasing it. The seal did not dissolve. Snow's resistance had triggered its safety restraints. The more violently she rejected the command, the harder the contract tried to stabilize her. A thin line of blood appeared beneath the fur on her chest. Rook rose. Mira moved towards Snow. Jin reached her first. He stepped through the contract circle. Silver lines climbed his arms, attempting to identify him as an obstruction. They found no mana core to bind. Yuna seized his wrist. If you break the pattern incorrectly, the recoil will strike her core. Jin looked at her hand. She released him. He knelt before Snow. The cub's pupils had narrowed. Her teeth snapped at empty air. Every instinct told her the seal would take something more important than movement if she stopped fighting. Jin placed his palm against her chest. Snow, she heard him through the pain. This is not your chain. Gold appeared beneath his fingers. No circle formed. No command entered her. Beast force moved in answer to Snow's refusal. It passed from Jin into the space between her core and the contract seal, not claiming either. For one breath, the invisible boundary around her became clear. The silver contract had no place within it. Jin closed his hand. The ring shattered. Pressure struck the apartment. The windows shook. Every scanner went black. Yuna staggered backward. Mira caught the table before it overturned. Rook lowered his body, not from a command but from an instinct older than the seal around his throat. The silver lines surrounding Snow broke into fragments and vanished. She collapsed against Jin. He lifted her carefully. Blood darkened the fur above her core. The markings of the White Stag did not appear. The wound was not physical enough for ordinary stabilization. Jin placed 2 fingers against her chest and waited until the violent rhythm settled on its own. Yuna recovered first. What did you do? Jin did not look at her. You placed a chain around a child? That was a standard identification seal. It injured her, because she resisted beyond any rational response. Snow's eyes opened. Her body trembled against Jin's arm. Yuna saw the fear and heard the weakness in the cub's breathing. The certainty left her voice. I initiated the release. Your seal refused. The safety layer interpreted her resistance as core instability. You built a method that calls refusal an illness. Yuna's jaw tightened. Without restraint. Without restraint. An unstable beast can kill civilians. If it cannot refuse you, it is not your companion. The words silenced the room. Rook's ears turned. Jin looked at the Iron Lion. The seal around Rook's throat remained dark, but the beast's gaze had changed. He was no longer watching Jin as a possible threat. He was listening. Yuna followed Jin's attention. Do not involve Rook in this. He is already involved. You know nothing about him. I know he hurts every time you issue a direct command. Mira looked at the black seal. Yuna's hand closed around the control rod. Rook's core was broken when I found him. Without the contract, he entered killing rages. You saved him. Yes. Did he choose the seal? He could not choose anything? After he recovered? Yuna did not answer. Jin stood with Snow in his arms. Has he ever been allowed to choose since you saved him? Rook watched her. Yuna felt his attention. For 6 years she had interpreted the Iron Lion's silence as stability. He followed field commands. He rested when ordered. He ate when permission was given and stopped when told. He had never attacked a civilian under her care. The contract had worked. She had never tested what remained without it. He is alive because of that seal, she said. That was not my question. Freedom is meaningless to the people a beast kills after losing control. So is safety to the one who must live without choice. You speak as if every beast thinks like a human. No. Then how do you decide which one deserves freedom? Jin's gaze rested on Snow. I begin by allowing them to answer. Yuna looked at the shattered ring. Snow had answered. She had preferred damage to submission. That fact disturbed Yuna more than the impossible force Jin had used to break the contract. Mira retrieved the portable medical kit, put Snow on the sofa. Jin carried her there. Yuna started forward. Snow's lips pulled back. Yuna stopped. I can check the core damage. No contract, Jin said. Medical scan only. He looked at Snow. The cub watched the scanner in Yuna's hand. Mira sat beside her and held out her own palm. You can leave if you don't want it. Snow moved closer to Jin but did not retreat from the sofa. Yuna activated the scanner at a distance. The image of Snow's core appeared above the device. A thin red mark crossed its outer layer where the identification seal had tightened. Yuna's face lost color. The damage is shallow. Jin said nothing. Because you broke the seal in time, Yuna said. If the stabilization layer had kept tightening, the next damage would have reached the core itself. Would she have stopped resisting? Yuna looked at Snow. The cub's body was still trembling. No. It will hell. Yes. Snow turned her head away from Yuna. The rejection landed with greater force than anger. Yuna shut down the scanner. I followed the approved procedure. Mira closed the medical kit. That does not mean the procedure was right for her. You agreed to the evaluation. I agreed to an explained contract. I did not agree to one that kept tightening after she refused. The seal malfunctioned. It behaved exactly as it was designed, Jin said. It protected the command. Yuna looked at the destroyed instruments. Your power registered no mana. No. It's still overpowered an association contract. Yes, how? Jin did not answer. Yuna's frustration sharpened. You demand that we trust you while hiding the method you use to influence beasts. I do not influence them. Then explain why Snow follows you. She chooses to. Why? Because I protected her. That is not enough. To make every wolf in an A-rank dungeon kneel. No, what else? Jin's silence returned. Mira stood. Enough. Both turned toward her. She looked at Yuna first. You hurt Snow. Whether you intended it or not, that happened. You don't get to demand more from her tonight. Then she looked at Jin. And you don't get to use silence as an answer every time someone asks a difficult question. I will not expose. Not everything. Something. Mira, you ask us to trust that your power is different from control. You ask me to risk my license and home by protecting Snow. You tell Yuna her entire profession is built on chains. But you refuse to explain the basic rule you expect everyone else to respect. Jin glanced at Snow. Mira continued. Silence is not protection. You said some knowledge is dangerous. Fine. Tell us what is safe. The room waited. Rook remained beside Yuna, his iron mane lowered. Jin sat near Snow. In your world, he said. Mana begins inside a core? Yuna answered cautiously. Correct. You gather it, shape it, and send it outward. A contract uses your mana to place a rule around another core. That is simplified, but correct. Beast Force does not begin with one core. Yuna's attention sharpened. Then where does it come from? Between living beings. Mira sat opposite him. Jin chose each word with care. A beast may lend strength to another. A tribe may place its trust in a guardian. A promise may remain after the one who made it is gone. Beast force grows through recognition. Shared survival and bonds that both sides accept. Yuna looked towards Snow. You are drawing strength from her? No. From the wolves in the dungeon? No. From the what? Older bonds. How many? Jin's fingers brushed the silver fang. Willie. Jin's fingers brushed. Not list them. Mira exhaled through her nose. But, Jin added, none can be taken by command. None can be forced into another core. If the bond is rejected, the strength does not remain. Yuna looked at Rook's seal. A voluntary contract. No. What is the difference? A contract creates a rule and demands that the bond follow it. Beast force begins with the bond. The rule comes after if it is needed at all. That is philosophy, not mechanics. It is both. Yuna paced once across the living room. If bonds generate power, emotion should create unstable output. It can. Then why did the scanners read nothing? They searched for mana. The pressure broke an identification ring. Pressure is not proof that the source is the same. Mira looked at him. The white markings you used on the mother wolf? One form of beast force. You stabilized her by taking part of the strain. Yes? Was that one of the older bonds? Jin hesitated. Yes. Mira noticed that he had answered. Not fully. Enough to begin. Do you have more than one? She asked. Yes. How many? He looked at her. She raised both hands. I had to try. Yuna returned to the damaged ring. If Snow has no contract, there should be no external connection to her core. There is not. I can verify that without touching her. Jin looked at Snow. Her breathing had steadied. The cub lifted her head when he said her name. Your choice, he told her. Yuna placed a replacement scanner on the floor. No seal. No command. It will only detect external mana threads. Snow watched her set it down. Yuna retreated to the opposite side of the room and sat beside Rook. Mira carried the squeaking chicken to the scanner. She squeezed it once. The toy cried out. Snow's ears rose. Mira placed it beside the device and returned to the sofa. Snow looked at all three humans. Then she jumped down. She approached the scanner, circled it, and took the chicken. The device lit. Yuna read the result. No contract mark. No command thread. No tamer imprint. No foreign mana connected Snow's core to Jin. The only abnormality was the shallow damage left by Yuna's failed identification seal. Snow carried the chicken back to the old room. A squeak emerged from beneath the desk. Then another. Yuna lowered the scanner. She has no control link, I told you, Jin said. That is not the same as proving it. It should matter that she chose to show you. Yuna looked toward the room. Yes. The answer was quiet. Rook's tail moved once across the floor. Director Quan arrived 20 minutes later with a technical team. The hallway could not accommodate Rook, association personnel, and the gathering neighbors, so Mira refused entry to everyone except the director and one medical specialist. Quan examined the broken scanners. Your report said low-level identification. It was, Yuna replied. And it caused core damage? Snow's resistance triggered the seal's stabilization layer? Did you release it? I attempted to. Did it attempted to? Did it release? No. The director looked at Jin. How did you break it? Beast force. Our instruments recorded pressure comparable to higher rank output. That is your measurement. They recorded no mana. That is also your measurement, Director. Quan's mouth tightened. Mira handed him the non-invasive scan results. There is no control seal connecting Snow to Jin. Quan read the document. Yuna confirmed it. She follows him voluntarily. Can you certify that? I can certify that no known mana contract exists. That was not my question. Yuna looked toward the old room. Snow had fallen asleep beneath Jin's former desk with a squeaking chicken between her paws. I cannot certify her intentions, Yuna said. No beast tamer can. Then what can you tell me? She understood spoken instructions. She refused them selectively. She observed a demonstration, rejected the identification ring, and later chose to approach a non-contract scanner. Intelligence? Comparable to at least a young human child in practical decision-making. Quan removed his glasses. The medical specialist examined Snow from the doorway and confirmed that the core damage would heal without intervention if she was not subjected to another seal. Director Kwan returned to the living room. Snow may remain outside containment under active monitoring. Jin's expression did not change, but the tension around him eased. No caller. Kwan added before he could ask. No contract. Monitoring will remain external, Mira said. For how long? Until we establish a legal classification for intelligent dungeon creatures. That could take years. Then do not make me regret allowing the first one to live in an apartment. Jin looked at him. She is not the first. The room stilled. Director Kwan placed his glasses back on. You know of others on Earth. I know her bloodline was awakened long before she was born. Awakened. Jin said nothing more. Kwan glanced at Mira. She shook her head. It was the first time she had heard the term. The director made a note. Snow remains under your supervision. Any violent incident must be reported immediately. If someone attacks her, Jin asked, also report it, before or after she defends herself. Preferably before? That seems poorly timed. Mira interrupted. We understand. Jin looked at her. We understand enough, she corrected. Director Kwan turned toward Yuna. Your evaluation? Yuna's hand rested near the control rod at her belt. She is intelligent, uncontracted, defensive, but not needlessly aggressive. And Co Jin? Yuna looked at him. Unknown. Kwan closed the report. That appears to be his official classification. The new gate alert reached them before he left. Every association phone in the room sounded at once. Mira checked the notification. A C-rank dungeon had opened beneath an abandoned freight station, less than 30 kilometers from the city. The first reconnaissance team had withdrawn after encountering behavior that did not match the registered species. Director Kwan opened the preliminary feed. The footage showed a stone tunnel littered with broken transport crates. Small shapes moved along the upper walls. The creatures did not rush the hunters. They signaled one another, withdrew in pairs and sealed side passages behind them. A second clip showed 3 creatures carrying an injured fourth away from the fighting. The final image showed a barrier assembled from scavenged shields. Min Jae's voice came through the field report. They aren't acting like a dungeon swarm. Yuna watched the creatures disappear in formation. Pack tactics? More organized? Kwan said. He looked at Jin. Jin studied the screen. The images were poor, but the movements were clear. Scouts, rear guard, wounded protected at the center. People, he said. Director Kwan's gaze hardened. They attacked the reconnaissance team. They defended a route. To what? The question matters. The director closed the feed. The gate is stable for now. We are sending a mixed team at dawn. Yuna stood. I'll prepare Rook. You will bring Co Jin as an observer. Jin answered before she could. Snow comes with me. No, Yuna said. Snow appeared in the doorway behind him. The faint wound above her core had already stopped bleeding, but exhaustion remained in her posture. Jin looked at her. You remain. Snow walked to his side. He repeated the statement in the low cadence he had used inside the dungeon. You are injured. Remain here. Snow sat. Mira waited. 3 breaths later, Snow stood and stepped onto Jin's boot. Yuna watched. She understood you. Yes. She refused. Yes. And you will allow that. She has not chosen whether to follow yet. Snow climbed onto the sofa, turned once and lay down. Jin looked at her. She chose to rest. Yuna had no answer. Director Kwan ended the argument. If the medical specialist clears Snow at dawn, she may accompany the team. SEO Mira will map. Yuna will maintain field authority over contracted beasts. SEO Jin will observe and advise. Minye retains combat command. I take no orders involving Snow, Jin said. You are not in command. Then we agree. Kwan stared at him for a long moment. This mission is exactly why society uses contracts. If those creatures reach the surface and attack civilians, someone must be able to stop them. Jin looked toward Rook. The Iron Lion had remained silent through the entire discussion. If they are people, Jin said, someone must first be able to stop you. Director Kwan left without replying. Yuna packed the damaged identification rings separately from the other equipment. She did not ask the technical team to discard it. Rook rose when she touched the control rod. Recall position, she said. The command seal pulsed. He moved toward the apartment entrance. At the doorway, the Iron Lion stopped. The corridor waited beyond him. Yuna stood beside the elevator. The command should have drawn him directly to her side. Instead, Rook turned his head. He looked at Jin. Then at Snow resting on the sofa. The pause lasted less than 2 seconds. The black seal tightened. Rook obeyed. He stepped into the corridor and lowered himself beside Yuna. She looked at him differently. Rook, the lion faced forward. Yuna pressed the elevator button. The doors opened. Rook entered when she commanded him to move. But Yuna had seen the hesitation. For 6 years, she had believed he obeyed without question because the contract had given him peace. For the first time, she wondered whether the questions had simply been unable to reach his body. At dawn on the 6th day, the abandoned freight station waited behind layers of association barriers. The new gate hung inside the largest warehouse, its surface gray rather than blue. Sounds moved behind it in a deliberate pattern. 3 knocks, a pause, then 2 more from somewhere deeper inside. Min-jae checked his sword. Mira activated her mapping tablet. Yuna stood beside Rook with one hand near the control rod. Snow remained close to Jin, her steps slower than usual but chosen. Jin adjusted the old spear across his shoulder. The gate team completed the countdown. Its surface opened. Cold air carried the scent of stone, smoke, and many frightened lives. Jin stepped through first. Snow followed. Mira entered behind them. Yuna looked once at Rook. Come. The Iron Lion crossed the threshold at her side. This time, she could not tell whether he had chosen to obey. On the 6th day, the answer waited on the other side of the gray surface. Rook entered first. The Iron Lion's plated mane scraped the narrow stone passage, producing a metallic whisper that traveled farther than it should have. Yuna followed with one hand near the control rod at her belt. Min-jae's unit spread behind them, leaving Mira enough space to establish the return line. Jin stopped 3 steps inside. The gate remained visible behind him. That was the first thing he confirmed. The second was Snow. She stood close to his left leg, breathing evenly. The shallow wound around her core had stabilized overnight, but she still carried her weight more carefully than usual. Jin crouched. You may return. Snow looked at the gate. Its surface rippled with the lights of the freight warehouse beyond it. The exit remained open, stable and close. She sat beside Jin's spear. He touched 2 fingers beneath her jaw. Stay near me. Snow rose again. Yuna watched without speaking. The stone corridor ahead sloped downward between walls carved by tools rather than water. Black soot stained the ceiling. Broken cargo crates had been dismantled and arranged along the edges, their wooden boards stripped of nails and useful metal. Mira activated 3 mapping beacons. Each silver disc rose from her palm, unfolded into a narrow ring, and floated toward a different point in the passage. Blue lines connected them to her tablet. Initial anchor established, she said. Outer gate coordinates confirmed. Min-jae looked at the dark tunnel. Reek and team made contact approximately 400 meters ahead, according to their estimate. Mira said, Something wrong? Not yet. That sounded like a mapper's version of yes. It means I want to measure before guessing. The archer from Min-jae's team climbed onto a low ledge and examined the ceiling. The mage released a sphere of white fire that floated above the formation without producing smoke. Behind them, the healer checked Snow's condition through a handheld scanner. Snow noticed and moved around Jin's leg. The healer stopped immediately. No contact, she said. Just looking. Snow's ears remained turned toward her, but she did not growl. Yuna observed the interaction. The scanner's surface displayed a steady core rhythm. She is fit to proceed, the healer said. But another contract attempt could reopen the damage. There will not be one, Jin replied. Yuna's jaw tightened. Min-jae ended the exchange before it began. Combat formation. We came to determine why the dungeon inhabitants are organizing near the gate. No one attacks unless I give the order, or there is an immediate threat. Jin looked at him. And if they speak, Min-jae remembered the wolves lowering their heads. Then we listen. They moved. The first 100 meters contained signs of hurried occupation. Splintered crates had been emptied of emergency rations carried by the reconnaissance team. Torn wrappers remained piled in one corner, rather than scattered. A broken sword had been stripped of its leather grip. Blood marked the floor, but the trail led away from the gate rather than toward it. Mira stopped at an intersection. The passage divided in 3 directions. According to her preliminary map, the central route should continue toward the dungeon's interior. Instead, the slope rose slightly. She placed a beacon on the ground. This turn points back toward the exit. Min-jae checked his compass. We haven't turned. The dungeon has. Yuna glanced toward the gate behind them. It was no longer visible, though the straight corridor should have preserved the line of sight. Spatial expansion, maybe? Mira walked 10 steps into the central passage, checked the distance reading, and returned. Her tablet claimed she had traveled 47 meters. She repeated the test with a physical cord. 10 steps remained 10 steps. The internal coordinate field is stretching distance, she said. The dungeon is longer inside than its outer dimensions allow. The mage shrugged. That's normal for high-rank gates. This is registered C rank. Then. It was registered incorrectly. No, Mira. Enlarge the measurements. The total mana capacity still matches C rank. The space is not being maintained evenly. Certain routes are being stretched while others are being folded. Can you map it? Yes. Min-jae waited for the rest. Mira frowned at the display. Not quickly. A sound moved through the left passage. 3 knocks. A pause. 2 more. The same pattern they had heard from outside. Rook's head turned. Snow's nose lifted. Jin smelled hunger. Not ordinary hunger after a missed hunt. This was the bitter scent of bodies consuming their own reserves. It came from several creatures positioned along the passage, mixed with fear, stone dust, and old blood. They are close, he said. Yuna looked at Rook. Track. The command seal pulsed. Rook lowered his nose toward the ground. Jin watched the black lines tighten around the lion's core before his body moved. Rook took 2 steps toward the left passage. Snow remained still. What does she smell? Yuna asked. Jin looked into the darkness. 6 adults, 2 injured. 1 too weak to attack. You can identify that from scent? Yes. Species? Wild? That isn't a species. It matters more. The first creature struck from the ceiling. The archer's bow moved faster than speech. Jin moved faster than the arrow. His spear rose sideways and caught the creature beneath its narrow chest. Instead of driving the point through it, he redirected its fall. The beast struck the wall, rolled and vanished between 2 piles of dismantled wood. 5 more shapes surged from the passage. They resembled lean hounds with pale hide stretched across angular bodies. Each possessed 4 legs, but the front limbs divided below the joint into grasping claws suited for climbing stone. Their mouths opened too wide around rows of transparent teeth. The mage's fire sphere expanded. Hold, Jin said. 1 hound leaped. Rook roared. The sound struck the tunnel like a physical wall. The hound twisted in midair, landed badly and scrambled away from the iron lion. Another rushed the healer. Min-jae slammed the flat of his sword against its shoulder and knocked it aside. They're attacking, the archer said. They are starving, Jin replied. That doesn't make the teeth less sharp. No. Jin stepped away from the formation. 3 hounds followed him. Their attention shifted toward his supply bag. Food, not territory. Not a coordinated attempt to drive intruders from a den. Hunger had reduced every decision to the shortest path between their bodies and the scent of meat. Jin removed a packet of dried rations. Yuna stared at him. You're feeding the attackers? I am changing what they attack. He tore the packet open. The nearest hound charged. Jin threw the ration past it into the left passage. All 3 creatures turned before the food struck the floor. The movement confirmed what he had smelled. Min-jae lowered his sword slightly. They ignored us. Only while food remains. Jin opened a second packet and gave it to the mage. Throw it farther down the passage. We need those supplies. You need your legs more. The mage threw. 2 more hounds abandoned the formation and followed the scent. The last creature remained near the wall. It was smaller than the others. 1 forelimb bent at the wrong angle. Its body trembled from the effort of standing. Snow approached. Jin blocked her with the shaft of his spear. Not close. She stopped. He removed a piece of dried meat and tossed it halfway between himself and the injured beast. The hound flinched. Its transparent teeth appeared. Jin turned his body sideways, lowered his eyes and backed away from the food. Yuna watched every movement. You're making yourself smaller. I am leaving it a path. You could command it to stand down. No, you could frighten it away. It would return hungrier. The hound crawled toward the meat. It swallowed without chewing. Jin threw another piece, this time closer to the side passage. The creature followed. When it disappeared into the darkness, he moved a broken boar across the floor to partially block the route without sealing it. Min-jae wiped pale blood from his sword. How long will the food hold them? Not long. Then we should move. We should find why 6 hunters became their first meal in days. Yuna returned the unused identification scanner to her belt. Jin noticed. She had intended to scan the wild beasts. She had chosen not to. The team continued along the central route. Behind them, the hounds devoured the ration packs and withdrew without pursuit. Yuna walked beside Jin once the tunnel widened. You did not use beast force. No. No beast force? No, you read their behavior? Yes, you assumed hunger would override aggression. I smelled it. That is still an assumption. Jin glanced. At Rook. You make assumptions every time you give him a command. I know his training. Do you know his choice? The Iron Lion's ears shifted. Yuna looked ahead. This is a field mission. I'm not debating contracts every 100 meters. You asked. I asked about the wild beasts. And I answered. Snow moved between them, deliberately placing Jin's leg between herself and Yuna. The tunnel turned twice. Mira stopped after the second turn and looked back. The team had walked nearly 800 meters from the gate. Her outer measurement placed the entire dungeon pocket inside a space less than 500 meters across. The beacons still communicated, but the signals returned through different routes. This path should have crossed itself, she said. Min-jae checked the walls. No intersection. That is the problem. She drew the route on her tablet. The line passed directly through an earlier section without connecting to it. A second route curved toward the gate, stretched for more than 300 meters and ended farther away. These turns aren't random, Mira said. What are they doing? Yuna asked. Most dungeons draw intruders inward toward a core, or boss chamber. These routes keep bending toward the exit. Then the inhabitants want to leave, or something deeper is pushing them out. Jin crouched near the wall. 4 long scratches crossed the stone at shoulder height. Beneath them, a circle had been carved around a smaller broken circle. 3 downward marks ended at a jagged line. The archer examined them. Territory warning. No, Jin said. You recognize it. The form is simplified. He traced the large circle without touching it. It is Old Beast, world writing made by claws. Mira moved her recording light closer. What? Does it say? Jin read the marks again. The grammar was rough. Whoever carved it possessed language but not the hand structure needed for more precise symbols. Below, he said. Something below takes core. The healer looked deeper into the tunnel. Takes them. What is the difference? Jin's expression hardened. Removing a core is not always quick. Yuna looked at Rook. The Iron Lion's core seal pulsed beneath his plated mane. Could it mean the dungeon boss is feeding on other monsters? She asked. Wild predators eat flesh. Some eat mana. Taking the core without eating the body is different. Harvesting, Mira said. Jin rose. Yes. Min-jae recorded the warning and marked the location. Can whoever wrote this speak? If they survived? The 3-knock signal came again. This time, it answered from 2 directions. The team changed formation. They passed barricades built from scavenged shields. Each had been positioned to slow something approaching from below, not hunters coming from the gate. Narrow openings allowed small bodies to move between the barriers, while preventing larger creatures from charging through. The next chamber contained the remains of a battle. 4 wild beasts lay dead near a collapsed arch. Their bodies had not been eaten. Each chest had been opened with a precise circular wound. The cores were gone. The healer knelt beside the nearest corpse. No tearing. The cut is too clean. The mage examined the stone around it. No burn marks. No acid. Metal tool, Min-jae asked. Possibly. Snow sniffed the dead beast and recoiled. Rook approached the body. The command seal at his throat darkened. Yuna stopped him before he touched it. Back. Rook obeyed. His gaze remained on the empty core cavity. Jin moved to the arch. A smaller mark had been carved into the underside where it could not be seen from the lower passage. 2 circles, 1 open. 1 closed around several short lines. Shelter, he translated. Young inside. Do not lead the taker here. Min-jae's unit looked at the narrow opening behind the collapsed stones. We're already leading ourselves there, the archer said. Jin studied the tracks. No. Several different claw patterns crossed the dust. Most were old. The newest tracks belonged to the starving hounds and stopped before the arch. They have been protecting this path. From us? From everything. Mira sent 1 beacon through the opening. It traveled 6 meters before its signal jumped nearly 100. There is a folded chamber beyond this wall. Min-jae raised his sword. Jin lowered the blade with 1 hand. They left a warning. They also attacked the recon team. The wild ones attacked. We don't know what is inside. That is why you do not enter with a weapon raised. Min-jae considered the blocked passage. Then he sheathed his sword. Archer? Stay back. Mage, lower the light. Jin removed his spear point from the opening and laid the weapon horizontally on the floor. Snow remained beside it. He approached the collapsed stones alone. 3 knocks sounded from within. Jin answered with 2 taps of his knuckles, paused and added 1. The pattern meant traveler. No answer came. He repeated it. Something shifted behind the stones. A voice emerged. Rough. Low. Not human. Traveler. Where's hunter smell? The mage's fire sphere flickered. Mira's head snapped toward the opening. The voice had spoken in Korean. Broken Korean. Shaped by a mouth not made for it. But the words were clear. Jin answered in the older beast world tongue. We entered through the gray road. We did not take the cores. A different voice replied in the same language. Humans carry blades. Blades open chests. Min-jae's recorder captured every sound. Yuna stepped closer without crossing the mark beneath the arch. "Can they understand us?" "Yes," Jin said. "Ask how many are inside." "They heard you." Silence returned. Then the first voice answered in Korean. "Enough to defend." Jin looked at Yuna. They chose not to give a number. The stones moved. Not enough to open the shelter. A narrow gap appeared near the floor. 2 amber eyes stared through it. The face behind them was fox-like but broader, covered in ash-gray fur with dark markings along the cheeks. A short horn curved backward from its brow. Leather strips held pieces of scavenged armor across its neck. Its gaze moved over every human. It stopped on Snow. The creature's eyes widened. "Moon child." Snow approached the gap. Jin allowed her to move as far as the spear. The creature inhaled. "Blood of silver forest." It looked at Jin's necklace. The amber eyes narrowed. "Fang bearer." The stones shifted farther. A second beast appeared behind the first, smaller. One ear had been torn. A young creature pressed against its side. No one bowed. Jin had not expected them to. The first beast spoke in the beast world tongue. "Old stories say Fangbearer walks with moonblood. Old stories say Protector returns when roads break." Jin answered. "Stories survive longer than accuracy. Do you claim the old name?" "No." The creature watched him. "Then why wear the fang?" "Because it was given." "By whom?" Jin's fingers touched the necklace. "A moonwolf who trusted me." "Name." He gave it. The sound belonged to a language human mouths rarely carried. It began like wind crossing snow, and ended with a low note felt through the stone. Snow's head lifted. The creatures behind the wall murmured. The first beast did not bow. "Names can be stolen. Eyes. Fangs can be taken from dead. Eyes. Power can force weak knees. Eyes." Yuna watched Jin accept each refusal without anger. The creature's eyes hardened. "Proof Protector." Min-jae whispered. "How?" Jin did not answer him. He knelt beside his spear. The greeting of the Moonwolf tribes was not a display of authority. It began by removing the ability to strike first. He turned the spear so its point faced himself. He placed one palm against the ground, exposed the side of his throat, and lowered his head only enough to acknowledge the shelter, without surrendering his awareness of it. Snow understood before anyone else. She stood beside him and touched her forehead to the shaft. The first beast studied the gesture. "Old greeting. Old promise," Jin replied. "Greeting proves learning. Not heart. No." Show mark no. Yuna's attention sharpened. The creature's ears angled forward. "Cannot." "I will not use what was entrusted to me as a performance." The answer spread through the shelter. Something moved behind the wall. Several young voices whispered. The first beast's expression did not soften. "No proof." Jin sat back on his heels. "Then do not follow me." Min-jae glanced at him. The creature seemed equally surprised. "Old stories call Protector king. I do not. Stories say tribes obeyed. Some did. Others argued. Did you kill those who refused?" "No." "Why?" "Because refusal is not an attack." Yuna looked down at the control rod near her hand. Jin opened his supply bag. Only a portion of the rations remained after feeding the wild beasts. He removed dried meat, grain cakes, and a sealed container of water. He placed them before the narrow opening, then carried his spear several steps back. "Shared food," he said. "No order. No debt." The first beast sniffed the air. A younger creature moved behind it. The adult blocked the young with one foreleg. "Human food may bind. Then watch me eat." Jin opened a second grain cake and took the first bite. Snow took a piece from him. Mira understood. She removed one of her field rations, opened it, and ate. Min-jae did the same. Yuna looked at Rook. The lion remained standing. She took out a strip of preserved meat. Her hand moved toward him, then stopped. She placed it on the ground instead. Rook looked at the food. Yuna gave no command. Several seconds passed before he lowered his head and ate. The movement was small. Jin noticed. So did the beast behind the stones. The opening widened. The first adult emerged. It stood slightly shorter than Snow but carried itself with the caution of an elder. A scar crossed its muzzle. Pieces of hunter armor had been reshaped to fit its forelegs. 3 more adults followed. Then the young appeared. There were 7 of them, ranging from small kids barely able to walk to 2 older children carrying sharpened pieces of bone. One had a bandage made from woven human cloth around its chest. They arranged themselves according to rules. 2 adults remained near the lower tunnel. One guarded the children. The elder approached the food. It smelled every piece before taking one. No one touched the water until it watched Mira drink from an identical container. They have social roles, Min Jae murmured toward his recorder. Defenders, caregivers, and scouts. They understand trade precautions. The elder's gaze snapped toward him. You record. Min Jae held the device where it could be seen. To prove you spoke. To hunters. To people outside. We are monsters outside. That may change. Will are monsters outside. That may change. Recording change blade? No, Min Jae did not decorate the answer. It may stop some. The elder considered him. Some is not all. No, then record. Min Jae kept the device visible. The family ate without rushing. The adults passed food to the youngest before taking their own portions. Jin watched the pattern. Mira saw him recognize it. They remind you of someone, she said. Many moon wolves. Not only wolves, the elder heard them. Fangbearer lived among tribes. For a long time. How long? 1,000 years? The young stopped eating. One whispered, old. Mira covered a smile with her hand. Jin looked at the child. It hid behind an adult. The elder remained suspicious. Humans do not live 1,000. I did. Then you are not human. Jin looked at Min Jae's armored team. Yuna's control rod and Mira's mapping lights. That question is active elsewhere too. The elder ate another piece of meat. We do not follow you. I did not ask. We do not leave shelter because you command. I will not command. We choose. Path. Yes. The elder turned toward the lower passage. Core taker comes when gray light sleeps. Wild ones flee upward. Hungry ones bite anything. Hunters enter. More die. What is the core taker? Yuna asked. Metal smell. Empty voice. No hunger. Opens chest. Takes light. Humanoid. The elder tilted its head. Walks on many shapes. A machine, Mira said. Or controlled constructs, Min Jae added. Jin looked at the empty wounds on the dead wild beasts. How long has it been taking cores? The elder counted by tapping one claw against the stone. 12 darks. 12 sleep cycles. The gate had opened on Earth less than 2 days earlier. Time inside was moving differently, or the inhabitants had entered from somewhere else before the gate formed. Mira checked her readings. The internal space may predate the Earth connection. Jin looked at the carved warning. Broken roads connect before gates become visible. The elder's ears rose. Fang bearer knows roads. Some can open, no, then can open, no, then. Not protector. No. Jin accepted that too. The elder watched him longer this time. From the lower tunnel came a distant metallic scrape. Every awakened beast reacted. The adults moved around the young. Bone blades appeared. The elder kicked dust over the remaining food to hide its scent. Core taker? Min Jae asked. The elder listened. No. Jin. No. Jin smelled the answer a heartbeat later. Hunger. Many bodies. The wild beasts had finished their rations. Something had driven them from the left passage. The first pale hound appeared on the ridge above the chamber. Then 10 more. Their ribs showed through translucent skin. Several carried old wounds. Foam clung to their mouths where starvation had turned caution into pain. Behind them, more claws scraped stone. The elder bared its teeth. Shelter closes. The adults began pushing rocks toward the gap. Jin stood. If you seal it, the hounds will smell the young. Stone holds. Not this many. We do not follow. I am not giving an order. The first hound leaped from the ridge. Min Jae drew his sword. Defensive line! The chamber erupted. Arrows crossed the air before the hounds reached the floor. The archer aimed for legs and shoulders rather than cores, following Min Jae's command to avoid unnecessary kills. The mage cast a wall of heat across one route, forcing half the pack toward an empty passage. Rook struck the first attacker with one plated foreleg. The hound crashed through a broken crate. Yuna pointed toward the shelter. Rook, guard! The seal pulsed. The Iron Lion planted himself before the awakened young. 2 adults turned their weapons on him. He protects, Yuna said. The elder looked at the black seal around his throat. He obeys, Rook roared as 3 hounds rushed together. The sound stopped them. Snow pursued one that slipped past Min Jae. Her injured core slowed her before she could close the distance. Jin caught the hound's path. He touched the silver fang. The moon wolf mark answered. Light moved beneath his skin, not the pale branches of the white stag, but narrow silver lines edged in gold. They crossed his ankles, climbed his legs, and sharpened behind his eyes. The chamber opened through scent. Every trail became visible to him. Hunger crossed fear. Fresh blood crossed old dust. The hound's movements formed paths before their bodies completed them. Jin disappeared from Snow's side. He crossed the chamber between heartbeats. The butt of his spear struck one hound beneath the jaw. He turned before it fell, caught a second across the ribs, and stepped between two more without allowing their claws to touch his coat. To Min-jae, the movement looked like speed. To Jin, it felt like remembering where the pack would run. He intercepted without killing. A spear shaft redirected a charge. A shoulder strike turned a body toward the heated passage. His boot struck the ground beside a hound's forepaw, changing its balance and sending it past the children. Snow saw the silver lines. Her eyes widened. The moon wolf mark carried the scent of an older forest and older winters. She followed his path, not with equal speed, with understanding. She stopped chasing the nearest hound and cut across the route it wanted. Her smaller body forced it to turn toward Jin. He redirected it with the spear. Yuna saw the exchange. "No command," she whispered. Jin had not looked at Snow. He had made space for a choice. She had understood and joined him. The lower wall cracked. A much larger wild beast forced its way through the old stones. This one had fed more recently. Thick muscle covered its six-limbed body. A broken metal band remained embedded around one foreleg, and several fresh circular cuts marked the fur above its core. It struck the chamber floor hard enough to fracture it. The awakened young cried out. Rook moved in front of them. Yuna's control rod rose. "Brace!" The seal tightened. Rook lowered his shoulder and met the beast's charge. Iron mane collided with pale bone. The impact drove Rook backward. His hind claws tore trenches through the stone. The awakened adults pressed their bodies around the young. The attacking beast raised two grasping limbs above Rook's neck. Jin reached it. The moonwolf mark could place him in the correct position. It could not give him the weight needed to stop what came next. He released it. The silver lions vanished. For 3 heartbeats, he possessed neither speed nor borrowed defense. The settling paws protected his human body. Different marks carried different instincts and demands. Forcing one directly over another invited both to answer at once, and human flesh was not built to carry competing instincts without consequence. Jin grounded his feet. 1 heartbeat. The wild beast struck Rook's mane. Metal plates cracked. 2. Yuna moved toward them, control rod burning with mana. Snow lunged for the beast's exposed leg. 3. The stone bear mark awakened. Dark bronze lines spread from Jin's spine across his shoulders and arms. His body did not grow, but the ground beneath his feet sank. He stepped between Rook and the descending claws. The wild beast struck him. The floor collapsed. Dust swallowed half the chamber. Mira shielded her tablet and followed the beacon's signals through the shock. When the dust cleared, Jin remained standing inside a crater. Both hands held the wild beast's forelimbs apart. Blood ran from one corner of his mouth. The stone bear mark had stopped the force. It had not made the force disappear. Jin turned his hips. The massive beast left the ground. He drove it sideways into an empty wall rather than the shelter. Stone burst outward. The creature collapsed beneath the rubble, stunned but breathing. The remaining hounds hesitated. Wild beasts understood strength. Jin stepped from the crater. Bronze light crossed his arms. He did not roar. He did not command them to kneel. He struck the ground once with the base of his spear. The chamber shook. Every hound retreated. Some fled toward the heated tunnel. Others dragged the injured with them. The largest remained trapped beneath broken stone, growling weakly. Min-jae's archer raised her bow. "Leave it," Jin said. "It may recover." It attacked because something was cutting into its core. The healer scanned the creature from a distance. Several circular wounds surrounded its chest. Metal fragments remained beneath the skin. "She's right," the healer said. "There's a foreign object near the core." Jin looked at the lower tunnel. The scent of metal had already withdrawn. The core taker had driven the wild beasts upward, and used the attack to cover its retreat. He released the stone bear mark. The bronze lines faded more slowly than the moonwolf silver. Pain remained in his shoulders from holding the creature's weight. Yuna saw it. Using the marks harms you. Using strength has a cost. You stop between them. Yes. Why? My body needs to settle. How long? It depends on the marks. What happens if you don't wait? Jin wiped the blood from his mouth. What happens if you don't wait? They stop behaving separately. Yuna waited for an explanation. He turned toward the shelter. That was all she would receive. Rook's mane had split along 2 plates. Yuna approached him with the medical scanner. Lower. The command seal pulsed. Rook bent immediately. The elder watched. "Pain rope," it said. Yuna understood the Korean words. Her hand stopped near Rook's throat. "It prevents him from losing control." "Pain rope," the elder repeated. Rook remained lowered. Yuna examined the cracked armor in silence. A young awakened beast cried from behind him. One of the pale hounds had slipped through during the dust cloud. Its claws had cut the child's side before Snow drove it away. The family's caregiver attempted to close the wound with strips of cloth. Blood continued soaking through. Yuna looked at her medical kit. The elder saw the movement and placed itself between her and the child. "No seal," Yuna said. The elder bared its teeth. Yuna removed the control rod from her belt. Snow growled. Yuna placed the rod on the ground. Then she unclipped the contract rings from her case and set them beside it. "No seal," she repeated. She opened the medical kit and pushed it toward the elder. The caregiver sniffed the antiseptic spray, recoiled, and looked at Jin. He had released both active marks. Fatigue shadowed his face, but his senses remained clear. "It cleansed the wound," he said in the beast world tongue. "It does not bind." The elder looked at Yuna. "You touch, if you allow me." The answer was imperfect. It was still an answer. The elder moved aside. Yuna approached on her knees. She showed the child each tool before using it. The antiseptic caused pain. The young beast snapped at her wrist. Yuna pulled back but did not reach for a contract. Snow moved between them. She placed one paw near the child's foreleg and made a low sound. The child stopped struggling. Yuna cleaned the wound. Snow remained close enough to watch her hands. When the bandage was secure, Yuna withdrew before the family needed to demand distance. The elder examined the bandage. Human helped without rope. "Yes," Yuna said. "Why?" "Because the child was hurt." The elder looked toward Rook. "Lion hurt." Yuna's eyes followed. The iron lion remained in the position she had commanded. She released the command. Rook rose. His movement carried a stiffness the contract had hidden. Yuna treated the cracked plates of his mane next. This time, she did not tell him to remain still. Rook could have moved. He did not. The distinction should have felt too small to matter. It did not. Mira climbed onto the broken ridge above the chamber. Her beacons showed 3 routes, blocked by the wild beast attack. The main tunnel had partially collapsed when Jin threw the largest creature into the wall. The path back to the Earth Gate still existed, but the spatial stretch had doubled. At their current pace, the injured awakened children would not reach it before the dungeon shifted again. She studied the walls. Every route curved toward the outer gate, yet one ended only 20 meters from the chamber despite showing no physical opening. An overlooked exit, not the main gate itself. A folded side path connected to the upper passage. Mira moved her beacon along the ridge. The signal vanished beneath one section of stone and reappeared near the entrance anchor. She struck the wall with the metal edge of her tablet. The sound returned hollow. "There's a route here." Min-jae climbed beside her. "I see rock." "So did we yesterday. Can you open it?" "Not with mapping equipment." Jin approached after confirming the wild beasts had retreated. Mira showed him the signal. "The path exists on the other side, but the entrance has been folded shut. Will it remain?" "No. The dungeon is stretching the longer routes. This one may disappear when it compensates." "How long?" "Minutes." Jin placed one hand against the wall. Stone Bear could break the surface, but he had released the mark too recently. Calling it again without sufficient settling would strain the promise in his body. He could wait. The root could not. "Mage," Mira said. "Heat a line here." "Not the center. The upper edge." The mage obeyed. "Archer, frost arrow beneath it." The archer fired. Stone cracked where heat and cold met. Mira marked 3 more points. Min-jae struck them with the pommel of his sword. A narrow seam opened. Air flowed through it. Not dungeon air. The scent of the freight warehouse remained distant, but the route behind the wall connected toward it. Jin looked at Mira. "You found it." "We opened it." "You found where?" She met his eyes. "Then trust me when I say we need to move now." The elder heard the translation. "We choose path." "Yes," Jin said. "Choose quickly?" The family gathered there. Young. 2 adults moved toward the familiar shelter rather than Mira's opening. The elder called them back, then stopped. It looked at Jin. "This path may trap." "Yes." "Hunter path may cage." "Yes." "Shelter may hold." "No." The elder's ears flattened. Jin did not soften the answer. "The lower thing knows where you are. The wild beasts will return. Your shelter is no longer safe. Outside calls us monsters." "Yes." "Inside takes course." "Yes." "Bad choices. Most surviving choices are." The elder looked at the children. Then it approached Mira's opening. "We choose path." Mira widened the seam using another heat and frost cycle. Rook entered first to test the floor. Yuna did not command him. She pointed toward the tunnel. Rook looked at the opening. then at her. "Will you check it?" she asked. The words were not a formal field order. The control seal did not pulse. Rook stepped through. Yuna followed. The tunnel folded around them. Distance changed with each movement. The gate beacon sounded 1 meter away, then 100. Mira walked at the front, calling each turn before it appeared. Left. There was no left passage. 3 steps later, the wall opened. Down. The floor remained level until it became a steep slope beneath Minjae's feet. "Stop!" The team stopped. A section of tunnel ahead stretched thin and vanished. Mira reversed 2 steps and directed them through what appeared to be solid shadow. The awakened family followed because they had chosen the route, not because they had chosen her leadership. Jin remained near the young. Snow moved between the rear guard and the children. When Yuna came close to check the injured child's bandage, Snow allowed her to pass. When Yuna's hand moved towards Snow's chest, the cub stepped away. Yuna lowered her hand. Understood. Snow watched her for another second, then returned to the children. The passage shook. Behind them, the folded chamber collapsed out of alignment. The gate beacon flared and shifted to the wrong side of Mira's map. She stopped at another intersection. 3 routes appeared identical. Her instrument said all 3 led toward the exit. Only one preserved the correct travel time. Minjae looked at the ceiling shedding dust. Which one? Mira closed the visual map. She listened to the beacon delays. The left returned too quickly. The right returned through 2 echoes. The center returned once, weak but clean. Center. The elder moved beside her. Center smells metal. Jin tested the air. The core taker had passed that way. Mira looked at him. The route is still correct. It may be waiting. If we take another, the dungeon folds us away from the gate. Minjae drew his sword. We take the correct path and prepare for contact. Jin nodded. Mira led them into the center. The metallic scent strengthened for 20 meters, then disappeared at a narrow shaft descending beneath the root. Something had used it to move lower while the team evacuated upward. Jin stopped above the opening. Scratches marked the edge, not claws. Tools. He could have followed. Below waited the thing that harvested cores and the answer to why the wild beasts were starving. Ahead waited children who had trusted Mira's route. Jin moved on. Yuna noticed the choice. The tunnel opened without warning. Gray gate light filled the passage. The outer portal stood less than 50 meters ahead. Association soldiers formed a defensive line on the earth side. They saw Minjae first, then Mira, then Rook and Snow. When the awakened beasts emerged behind them, rifles rose across the warehouse. The family stopped. The elder bared its teeth. Jin stepped between both sides. "Lower them," Minjae ordered. The warehouse commander hesitated. "Unregistered hostiles. They are under evacuation protection. They are dungeon monsters." One of the young awakened beasts looked at the rifles. In clear, broken Korean, it asked, "Outside cage?" Every camera in the warehouse recorded the words. No one fired. Minjae crossed the gate and stood beside Jin. "They speak," he said. "They possess family structure, language, tools, and tactical cooperation. They aided our withdrawal and permitted medical treatment." The commander looked toward Yuna. She entered beside Rook. "No command seals," she said. "No tamer control. Their behavior is independent." The elder heard her. "Human with pain rope speaks true." Rook's ears moved. Several soldiers stared at the black seal around his throat. Yuna's expression remained still. "Establish a protected perimeter," Minjae ordered. "No cages. You don't have authority to classify them. I have authority over my returning team." The commander contacted Director Kwan. The answer came after less than a minute. Temporary separation barriers were installed around one section of the warehouse, but they remained open at the top and front. The awakened family chose the farthest corner, arranging themselves around their young. Researchers arrived before the medical team finished treating the injured. One wore the badge of a core development institute. His attention remained fixed on the elder's chest. "An intelligent C-rank magical species could possess a highly structured core," he said. "We need full scans." Jin stepped into his path. "No," the researcher stopped. "We are not requesting destructive examination. Your equipment includes an extraction brace. For emergency sampling, oh. The association has never documented a naturally intelligent dungeon species. Their cores could reveal how higher cognitive functions develop under mana exposure." The elder understood enough Korean to recognize one word. "Cores." The family drew closer together. Jin's eyes turned gold. The researcher stepped back. A guild representative arrived with a different proposal. "If they are intelligent, our guild can provide a private reserve. Security, food, and habitat. Owned by your guild?" Mira asked. "Managed? Can they leave?" "That would depend on public safety certification." The elder looked at Jin. "Polite cage." Yes, he said. The cameras captured that too. Over the next 2 days, the freight warehouse became the center of a national argument. Association officials wanted the family classified before footage spread. The footage had already spread. The young beast asking whether the outside world was a cage appeared on every public network. So did the researcher's extraction brace and Jin standing between him and the family. Some viewers demanded protection. Others demanded immediate containment. Dungeon core companies issued statements warning that granting legal status to magical creatures could interfere with established resource law. Hunter guilds argued that intelligence did not erase the danger of claws, mana cores, or organized attacks. The recon team's injuries became evidence for both sides. On the 9th day, Min-jae stood before the press line outside the warehouse. Director Kwon had asked him to submit a written statement and avoid public speculation. Min-jae requested a live microphone instead. The first reporter shouted, "Captain, did the creatures attack your team?" "The wild beasts attacked." The awakened family did not. Awakened? That is the term used by SCO Jin. Are they being controlled by him? No. How can you prove that? I watched them refuse him. The noise dropped. Min-jae continued. They demanded proof of his identity. They rejected his leadership. They chose whether to accept food and whether to follow our escape route. When attacked, they protected their young. One allowed an association tamer to treat an injured child without accepting a contract. Are you saying dungeon monsters should receive human rights? I am saying that calling them monsters does not change what I witnessed. Another reporter raised her voice. Did Seo Jin use an unknown S-rank ability? He used at least 2 forms of power our scanners could not classify. Then, why is he registered F-rank? Min-jae looked toward the camera. You should ask the scanner, the clip spreader. Almost as quickly as the speaking beast, Yuna's statement carried less emotion and more technical weight. She sat before an association review panel with Rook behind her. The elder and 2 adult awakened beasts watched from the protected section through an open barrier. Did you detect a mana contract connecting Seo Jin to the creatures? An official asked. No. Did you detect a command seal? No. Could his detect a command seal? No. Could his unknown energy imitate voluntary behavior? I cannot rule out an unknown influence. Jin stood against the rear wall. The official seized the uncertainty. Then their refusal may have been staged. Yuna looked at him. No. You just said? I said I cannot classify beast force. I can classify contract response. The creatures displayed independent resistance, suspicion and decision-making, inconsistent with known control methods. Could an advanced tamer create those reactions? Not without maintaining multiple complex core threads. Our instruments recorded none. The official glanced toward Rook. Your Iron Lion is classified as fully stabilized under a permanent contract. Yes. Does he possess independent cognition? Yuna's hand tightened around the report. Rook stood exactly where she had placed him. He possesses cognition? Independent? The elder spoke from beyond the barrier. Lion thinks. Rope moves body. The panel turned. Rook looked toward the elder. Yuna did not issue a command. The lion's head moved on its own. The control seal remained dark. The official ended the question. Temporary protective custody passed by a narrow emergency vote. The family would remain within an association habitat, rather than a research laboratory. No invasive testing could be conducted without demonstrated consent. The ruling lasted only 7 days, but it prevented immediate transfer to a harvesting facility. Jin read every condition. They call it custody. Mira stood beside him in the warehouse office. Because the law has no better category yet? Can they leave? Not the association grounds? Then it remains a cage. Yes, her agreement stopped his cage. Next objection. But it is a cage with an open negotiation, she continued. 7 days gives us time to change the category? Or gives them time to build a stronger lock? Both can be true. Jin looked through the glass. The awakened young had discovered the warehouse emergency blankets. 3 had built a nest beneath the supply table. The injured child slept beside its caregiver. Snow lay nearby. Yuna approached with a bowl of water. Snow lifted her head. Yuna placed the bowl between herself and the children, then withdrew. Snow allowed the caregiver to take it. When Yuna moved 1 step closer to Snow, the cub rose and changed positions. The boundary remained. Yuna respected it. Jin saw that too. Director Kwon entered carrying the preliminary dungeon report. You prevented an international core consortium from submitting an emergency claim, he said. They wanted to harvest people, Jin replied. They wanted exclusive research access. Light harvesting. Kwon placed the file before him. Words will matter if you intend to fight this legally. Then use accurate ones. The law does not recognize awakened beasts. It will. The director looked at him. You say that with wit. Confidence for someone who learned to use a phone 3 days ago. I learned many laws before yours. And did you obey them? Useful ones. Mira took the report before the conversation became less productive. The gate remains open? Yes. The lower levels have not been cleared. We found no dungeon boss and no intact core. The core taker escaped downward, Jin said. We recovered one dead wild beast from the chamber. Its chest contained this. Director Kwan placed a sealed evidence container on the desk. Inside rested a fragment of black metal, no larger than a fingernail. Thin blue channels crossed its surface. One edge carried traces of tissue and pale core fluid. Jin smelled it through the container. The metal scent matched the shaft beneath the evacuation route. Mira turned the container beneath the light. This isn't natural. No, Kwan said. It was embedded around the wild beast's core. Tracking device? Yuna asked from the doorway. Possibly. The laboratory will examine it. Jin's gaze remained on the fragment. It was not tracking the beast? How do you know? Kwan asked. The wound pattern. The metal tightened each time the core moved mana, a restraint, a tool for weakening the connection before removal. The director's expression hardened. Human-made? Jin looked toward the city beyond the warehouse walls. I do not know whose. The fragment went to a secure laboratory. On the 10th night, Mira returned to her apartment with 2 dungeon maps open on her tablet. Jin carried Snow, who had fallen asleep in the transport vehicle. The cub woke when he placed her beneath the old desk, took the squeaking chicken between her teeth and settled again. Mira moved the kitchen dishes aside. She projected the forest dungeon map above the table. Beside it, she opened the freight station dungeon. At first, the structures had nothing in common. One contained ancient pines, a broken stone road, and a moon-wolf den. The other consisted of black tunnels, folded shelters, and harvested wild beasts. Their mana signatures differed. Their gate colors differed. Their apparent ranks differed. Mira removed the environmental layers. Only the roots remained. Jin stood across from her. You saw something. The turns. She rotated the first map. The broken stone road shifted toward the center. She rotated the second. The evacuation tunnel aligned beside it. One path curved left, folded across an impossible distance, and turned toward the Earth exit. The other did the same. Mira reduced both to travel time rather than physical length. The lines overlapped. Not approximately. Exactly. One impossible turn, she said. Jin looked at the matching routes. The shape resembled part of a road he had once crossed beneath Moon Forest, long before the rivers began to shrink. It is the same road, he said. 2 dungeons opened in different places. Yes. Different environments. Different creatures. Yes, but this section is identical. The gates did not create it. Mira looked at the black fragment sealed beside her tablet. They connected to something already broken. The laboratory report arrived later that night. The fragment contained processed core conductive alloy, stabilizing resin, and a control filament manufactured to human tolerances. Materials of the same class were used in hunter equipment, association containment systems, and city barrier infrastructure. No manufacturer was identified. Not yet. Mira placed the report between the 2 maps. Outside the apartment, the city barriers glowed against the dark. Inside, one impossible turn linked 2 worlds that should not have touched. And inside the sealed fragment, human technology carried the blood of a stolen core. Han's gaze settled first on Jin's silver fang necklace. Recognition did not show on his face, but Jin heard the slight pause in his breathing. The first hunter knew the fang did not belong to any creature recorded on Earth. The child beneath the treatment ring opened her eyes. Uncle Han, I'm here. Her voice was weak. Did it work? Han checked the blue lines moving around the bed. Your core accepted today's treatment? Can I go outside? Not today? Tomorrow? If you eat everything they bring you. The child considered the condition with more seriousness than the adults around her expected. Even vegetables. Especially vegetables. She grimaced. A woman sitting beside the bed laughed through tears. She bowed repeatedly to Han. Thank you. The doctor said the fluctuation was too severe. The treatment team stabilized her. You brought the new fragment. Because the hospital requested it. The woman bowed again. Han did not stop her, but neither did he accept the gratitude as his alone. He adjusted the blanket over the child's legs, then stepped away from the bed. Only after the family's attention returned to the treatment monitor did he face Jin's group. SEO Jin, Han Seok. No title passed between them. Hospital staff felt its absence more sharply than open disrespect. Han's eyes moved to Mira. You were 9 when your brother disappeared. Mira's expression cooled. You investigated the gate. I reviewed the report. You closed it. The rescue teams found no stable route after the first collapse. There was 1. You found it 10 years later. Yes. Han accepted the correction. That makes your work more important than the original report understood. His attention moved to Yuna and Hana. Thank you for coming. Hana lifted her tablet. I came because your distribution mark appeared on an illegal control core. I expected no softer reason. Yuna studied him. Did you know the facility existed? No. The answer came without hesitation. Jin listened to his heartbeat. Steady. That did not prove truth. A liar who believed in his own reasons could sound calmer than an honest man afraid of being doubted. Han gestured toward the treatment wing. We can discuss the facility in a private room. Before that, you should understand where you are. I understand, Jin said. The building uses pieces of cores. The building keeps children alive. Both can be true. Han's gaze sharpened with interest rather than anger. Yes, he said. That is why I invited you. He led them deeper into the hospital. The next ward treated mana burn victims. Most injuries caused by mana did not resemble ordinary burns. Skin healed while energy pathways beneath it remained damaged. A patient could appear healthy for weeks, then collapse when their core failed to regulate the mana entering from city barriers, hunter equipment or nearby gates. Heart fragment systems absorbed the unstable flow. Blue light entered one side of each treatment bed, cloudy and uneven. It emerged through the other side in a steady rhythm the patients' bodies could accept. Jin stopped beside an elderly man whose hands shook beneath a suspended ring. The machine produced the scent of rain striking old stone. Beneath it lay something weaker. A trace of grass, warm soil. Blood from a beast Jin had never known. How many? He asked. The doctor guiding them misunderstood. Patients, fragments. This hospital operates 36 primary units and more than 200 support devices. Each contains a core, processed core material. Hana corrected. Not complete cores. Not complete cores. Doctor nodded. The fragments are refined to remove unstable properties. One high-grade dungeon core can support several units depending on compatibility. And when the fragment weakens, Jin asked, it is replaced? What happens to the old one? Recycled if possible. If not, disposed of under core safety. Regulations. Jin looked at the old man's trembling hands. The blue light steadied. The shaking stopped. The patient's wife gripped his fingers and whispered his name until his eyes opened. No part of that relief was false. Han watched Jin absorb it. This wing treats over 1,000 patients each month, he said. Most would die within a year without fragment therapy. Where do the cores come from? Clear dungeons. Failed gates. Beasts killed during raids. Awakened. Official collection systems do not distinguish the categories you introduced. Then the answer is yes, possibly. Jin faced him. Han did not look away. I will not hide uncertainty behind a comforting word, Han said. Some cores may have belonged to creatures capable of speech. Before the freight station incident, no recognized system tested for that possibility. You never asked. No? The answer stopped Yuna. She had expected denial. Han continued walking. The third ward contained children born after their mothers suffered gate exposure. Their bodies produced mana but could not maintain stable cores. Some required treatment once a month. Others lived beneath permanent rings. One small boy was building a tower from colored blocks, while a transparent tube carried heart fragment energy into a brace around his spine. He knocked the tower over. The blocks scattered beneath Han's shoes. The boy stared. Han crouched and returned the nearest block. You need a wider base. It was wide. The top disagreed. The boy gathered the pieces. Jin watched Han help him rebuild the first layer. Nothing in the movement was performed for a camera. No public recording device had been allowed into the ward. Han knew the boy's name. He knew which block the child always placed at the center. He knew the nurses would refuse the child a sweet drink until after treatment, and had brought one for later. The first hunter had not chosen a hospital only because Jin could not attack it. He had chosen it because he belonged here. That made the conversation more dangerous. They entered an archive chamber beneath the central treatment hall. A curved wall displayed records from the first gate catastrophe. The image began with a city under a clear afternoon sky. Then the sky opened. The first gates had not been classified because no system existed to classify them. No barriers protected population centers. No awakened teams waited with specialized equipment. A dark rift appeared above crowded streets. Creatures fell through it. Some died on impact. Others rose. The archive did not soften what followed. Vehicles overturned. Buildings collapsed. Soldiers fired ordinary weapons until ammunition ran out. Fire spread through 3 districts, while an unknown mana field disabled communications and caused people inside it to bleed from their eyes. At the center of the rift, descended an ancient beast. It possessed wings large enough to shadow several buildings, and a body protected by layered pale armor. A crown of bone surrounded its head. Every movement distorted the unstable gate above it. Jin watched the recording without blinking. He did not know the beast. Its shape belonged to no tribe that had entrusted him with a mark. But it had been old. It had entered Earth wounded, disoriented and surrounded by human weapons. Then it had attacked. Han appeared in the recording as a younger man carrying a broken sword. He had no support team, no hunter classification, no understanding of cores beyond the fact that the giant beast's rhythm matched the rift tearing the city apart. He climbed through a collapsed tower while the ancient beast burned the street below. The recording changed between military cameras, civilian phones, and satellite images. Several angles ended when the people holding them died. Han reached the beast alone. The fight lasted 19 minutes. He lost his sword in the first 3. The beast tore through his shoulder and threw him across a rooftop. Han rose, entered the damaged space beneath its wing, and struck the exposed core with his bare hand. The final impact shattered windows across 6 blocks. The ancient beast fell. The gate continued expanding. Han crawled into the ruins beneath its body, removed the broken core, and carried it toward the center of the rift. No one had taught him what to do. He understood only that both energies shared a rhythm. He placed the core beneath the gate. The expansion stopped. The recording ended with Han unconscious beside the ancient beast while the city burned around them. Casualty numbers appeared across the wall. Then the number of survivors. The difference was measured in thousands. Hana checked the source record on her tablet. United Military Archive, she said. Multiple independent confirmations. Mira examined the route Han had taken through the city. You knew the core would stabilize the gate? No, Han replied. He tried, hoped. You gambled an entire district. The district was already dying. And if it had expanded? It was expanding. Mira accepted the distinction without approving the choice. What happened after? Han changed the display. Scientists surrounded the ancient core inside the remains of the first containment chamber. Its energy had stabilized not only the gate but also the mana sickness spreading among survivors. Fragments were removed. One powered a temporary barrier. Another treated 12 patients whose cores had begun collapsing. 9 survived. The technology advanced. Heart fragments became smaller, cleaner, and more reliable. City barriers rose around the largest population centers. Hunter weapons began carrying regulated cores. Hospitals learned to separate unstable mana properties from energy the human body could accept. Scenes of destruction gave way to protected cities. Children walked to school beneath barrier light. Rescue teams entered gates with equipment built to withstand dungeon pressure. A woman who had spent 2 years unable to move stood after fragment treatment and took 3 steps toward her family. Han remained beside the wall. I killed one beast, he said. Thousands lived. Then what we learned from its core saved millions more. Jin looked at the image of the ancient body. Did it speak? Not in a language we understood. Did it try? It killed people. It arrived wounded. And killed people. Yes. Closer to him. This is where our views separate. You see a living being whose choice may have been misunderstood. I see the street beneath it. Jin met his gaze. I see both. Then answer honestly. If you had stood there, would you have allowed it to continue because it had not consented to restraint? No. Would you have killed it? If there was no other way, there was no other way. You did not know that. I had 19 minutes to learn. The old footage continued behind them. Han's younger body climbed through fire with one functioning arm. Yuna looked from that image to the man standing before it. You genuinely saved them. Han's expression did not change. Yes, there was no pride in the answer. Yes, there was no pride in the answer. Only certainty. The hospital's lower viewing corridor opened beneath the central barrier tower. Through reinforced glass, Jin could see the heart fragment chamber. Hundreds of process pieces floated inside a cylindrical field. Most were no larger than seeds. Blue channels connected them into a single network. Each fragment carried a weak rhythm. Together, they behaved like one large core. This hospital is connected to the eastern city barrier, Hana said. Excess barrier flow supports treatment during normal operation. The hospital returns stabilized energy during gate surges. A shared system, Mira said. Han nodded. One failure supports another. And one failure could spread, she replied. If the regulation network fails, has it? Han looked at her. Not completely. The answer made Hana turn from the glass. How often are the flow rates fluctuating? Within approved margins. That was not my question. More often than 5 years ago. How much more? Han called up the public operating record. Hana read it once. This data has been smoothed. It has been normalized for long-term comparison. You removed short failures. We separated noise. Noise does not crack containment resin. Han's attention shifted toward her tablet. You found attention shifted toward her tablet. Cracks. Not in the fragment from the facility. In the hospital supply line outside this room. A technician near the door stiffened. Hana had noticed what the hospital's own staff had learned not to discuss. Han dismissed the technician with a glance, then opened a restricted display. The clean public line vanished. A second graph appeared beneath it. Sharp fluctuations scarred the last several months. Mira stepped closer. They repeat. Every energy network develops cycles, Han said. These are not time cycles. She rotated the graph. The fluctuations resembled turns. Pressure entered one branch, vanished and returned through another at a different distance. The pattern looked less like electricity moving through a designed grid and more like travel across folded space. Mira placed the hospital data beside her dungeon maps. The matching shape did not fully align. Not yet. Han closed the restricted record. This is not the room for that discussion. It is exactly the room, Hana said. There are patients above us, and alarming them will not repair the network. Neither will hiding the rate of deterioration. Han faced her. I did not invite you here to conceal it. Then give me full access. No. Why? Because raw network data includes every barrier weakness in the country. And the people attacking those barriers already know more than the doctors. Maintaining them? No confirmed enemy possesses that information. The facility had access to your distribution seal. The facility stole equipment. It also knew how to build a remote control core from legal systems, which is why I am cooperating with the investigation. Jin placed his hand against the glass. The heart fragments responded too weakly for anyone else to notice. A faint pressure touched the 7 marks within him. Not recognition. Need. The fragments did not reach toward him as living beasts did. Too much had been stripped away. They carried no whole will. But the system around them felt the shape of what Jin held and adjusted its flow. The nearest blue channel brightened. Han saw it. So did Hana. What did you do? She asked. Nothing. The channel brightened again. Han's calm deepened. The hospital network noticed you. It noticed the marks, Jin said. 7 independent energy signatures tied to one body. 7 marks, Jin said. Not energy sources. Everything capable of affecting a system is a potential of affecting a system is a potential source. No. Han looked through the glass at the fragments powering the wards. You say that because no one has tried to use them correctly. I say because they are not yours. The air between them tightened. Mira moved nearer to Jin, not to restrain him but to enter the conversation. You brought us here before making the offer. Han did not pretend confusion. Yes. What offer? Yuna asked. Han turned from the court chamber. Humanity has one recognized guardian. The title carried legal authority beyond ordinary hunter ranks. The first hunter could cross regional borders during gate emergencies, access sealed records and direct national defenses when response systems failed. Han continued. It should have too. Yuna's eyes narrowed. You want Jin beneath your command. I want him inside a structure capable of using his knowledge. Your structure, humanity's, Jin said. They are not always the same. No, Han agreed. That is why authority must be held by people willing to correct it. He opened a prepared document. The first section granted Jin the position of humanity's second guardian. His F-rank classification would remain on the public registry until proper measurements existed. But operational authority would exceed conventional rank. The second section recognized Snow as an intelligent protected companion, rather than a dungeon resource. No laboratory, guild, or government agency could claim ownership, extract samples, or impose a contract without emergency review. The protection extended to awakened beast cases placed under Jin's authority. The third section established a restricted gate analysis office led jointly by Jin and a qualified mapper of his choice. Mira did not need to ask whose name had already been entered. Her own appeared beneath the title. The office would receive access to sealed gate records from the first catastrophe onward. Every route she had spent 10 years trying to find lay behind those permissions. The fourth section granted protective status to Jin's immediate family and operational partners. It would shield Mira from guild pressure, private lawsuits, and retaliation connected to Jin's decisions. Yuna read the final authority clause. You would let him decide whether an awakened beast can be harvested. I would let him establish the standard, Han said. Would his decision be final during emergencies? No single specialist receives final authority. So, you could reverse it. Human lives were at immediate risk. Mira looked at the map access section again. This could protect the families at the habitat. Yes, It could open the historical. Gate records. Yes. Including the gate that took Jin? Yes. Yuna understood the weight of the offer. With one signature, Jin could gain more power to protect awakened beasts than public arguments might win in years. Snow's status would be secure. Mira could search the hidden routes legally. The facility investigation would gain access to records currently blocked by Han's own network. It was not an empty title. That made refusing it more difficult. Jin read the document from beginning to end. Who powers the office? The Central Guardian Network? Who can remove its authority? A National Emergency Council. Who chairs it? I do. And if an awakened beast refuses your system? Wah! Determine whether its freedom threatens others. Who determines that? People responsible for those others. The beast has no voice. You would be its voice. That is not the same. No system begins perfect. Jin placed the document on the third table. Han did not take it back. I can give you the authority to change the system from within, using fragments taken from those it does not recognize as people. Using power that currently keeps millions alive. Jin looked through the glass. A treatment signal flowed upward toward the child who had asked whether she could go outside tomorrow. He could not break the chamber. He could not remove the fragments and return them to bodies already dead. He could not free one world by killing another. That truth remained even if Han had built every part of the network with blood. Jin faced him. Were the beasts you sacrificed allowed to refuse? Han's expression remained still. No. Did you ask? Not when lives were measured in minutes. Afterward. Afterward? The need became larger. That was not my question. No, Han said. We did not ask, because you believed the answer did not matter. Because a leader cannot always wait for consent. You were not their leader. I was responsible for the people. Their cores could save. You chose responsibility for one side. I am human. So am I. Then act like it. The words struck Mira harder than Jin. Yuna's hand shifted at her side, searching for a control rod she had surrendered downstairs. Han continued before anger could replace thought. You lived with beasts for 1,000 years. I do not dismiss what that did to you. But Earth did not receive those years. We survived with what we had. You turned survival into permission. I turned it into infrastructure. You continued after the first emergency. Because emergencies did not end. Did you search for another way? Every year. And when another way. Every year. And when another way threatened control. Han's gaze sharpened. Do you think I invited you because I feared one? I think you invited me because the network noticed my marks. Yes, the honesty silenced the room. Han placed one hand on the offered document. I think your power may help replace what is failing. I think your knowledge may prevent another catastrophe. I think your refusal to enter human systems will not protect you from their consequences. You want the marks. I want to understand them. They cannot be taken. Then teach us how they work. That is not knowledge I will give you. And if not knowledge I will give you. Humanity cannot find another answer before the barriers fail. Then, perhaps you should have begun asking earlier. Han's eyes hardened for the first time. Children upstairs do not have the luxury of paying for my mistakes. No. Will you let them for my mistakes? To preserve a principle? No. Then sign. Jin looked once more at the document. Legal safety for Snow. Authority for awakened beasts. Every hidden map Mira had searched for. A position from which he could interrupt harvesting before finding another cage full of children. Han had not offered comfort. He had offered useful power. That made the chain finer. It remained a chain. No, Jin said. Mira's breath caught. Yuna closed her eyes for 1 second. Han removed his hand from the document. Why? Because every protection here lasts only while you permit it. Every law depends on someone enforcing it. This one depends on one man. You could become the second, beneath the first. Han accepted the answer. You believe independence keeps your choices pure. No? Then what do you believe? That obedience is not loyalty. The treatment chamber hummed behind them. Han looked at the fragments suspended inside it. Loyalty is a luxury after survival. No. No. Loyalty is what remains when survival stops forcing the choice. And when survival never stops. Then you learn what the person beside you chooses while afraid. Han's expression revealed no contempt. Only disappointment. You are going to lose people with that belief. I have. You will lose more. Ah yes. And still, you refuse authority that could prevent it. I refuse yours. Han collected the document. The distinction may feel smaller when the first human dies because you waited for a beast to choose. Jin's eyes remain dark. When that happens, I will carry it. That is not enough for the dead. No, the lights failed. Darkness struck the core chamber. Emergency lamps ignited red along the floor, but the heart fragment cylinder remained black. Above them, treatment alarms began screaming. Han moved before the sound completed. He pressed his hand against the emergency console. Status. A technician's voice broke through the speaker. Central fragment flow reversed. Eastern barrier returned a surge through the hospital line. Separate the barrier. Isolation gates aren't responding. Manual division. The treatment wards will lose support. Use local reserves. 3 wards have none. Han opened every channel on the wall. Blue light returned in violent pulses. The heart fragments inside the cylinder collided against their containment field. Cracks spread through the glass. Hana stepped toward it. Shut the intake. We need the power. The chamber will rupture. Han redirected 2 channels. The pressure moved upward. A crash sounded above them. Mira checked the hospital plan. Treatment ring 3 detached from its ceiling mount, the child's ward. Jin was already moving. The security door had locked when power failed. He struck the manual release with his uninjured shoulder. It held. Han placed one hand beside his. Mana entered the mechanism in a controlled pulse. The lock opened. They ran. The hospital corridor had changed from quiet order to controlled panic. Nurses pushed treatment beds toward local emergency fields. Doors closed between wards to contain unstable mana. The floor shook. A blue line inside the wall burst through its glass channel. Raw fragment energy crossed the corridor. Han stepped in front of it. He caught the flow with both hands. The light cut into his sleeves and burned dark lines across his skin. He forced the surge toward an empty return channel. Go, he said. Jin did. He reached the child's ward as the ceiling ring fell. The device weighed more than a vehicle. Its outer frame struck one support and tilted toward 6 occupied beds. Jin activated Stone Bear. Bronze lines spread across his chest and uninjured arm. He stepped beneath the falling ring. Metal hit his shoulder. The floor cratered. Patients screamed. Jin caught the frame before it crushed the nearest bed. His injured arm remained bound against his body. He held the entire weight with the other. Move them. Nurses pulled the first bed clear. The ring's suspended heart fragment flickered above Jin. Unstable energy spilled across Stone Bear's defense, turning the bronze lines blue at their edges. The child Han had treated remained connected to the fallen system. Her core rhythm began failing. Her mother tried to lift her. Do not disconnect the line, Hana ordered as she entered. Her core is matching the fragment. If you break it now, the backlash reaches her directly. The ring is collapsing, a nurse said. Support its inner field. With what power? Han entered behind them. Smoke rose from his burned hands. Mine. He placed one palm against the fragment housing. Mana flowed from his body into the broken device. The child's monitor steadied for 1 beat, then failed again. Hana reached the control panel. The fragment is rejecting the hospital network. It cannot reject, Han said through clenched teeth. The will was removed during processing. Then the network is sending the wrong rhythm. Mira stood in the doorway. With 3 hospital schematics open, the surge didn't come from the eastern barrier. The monitor says it did, Han replied. The monitor marks where the pressure entered, not where it began. She overlaid the hospital grid with the city barrier routes. The surge had traveled through the eastern line, folded through 2 inactive substations, and arrived before it should have been physically possible. The same impossible return appeared in both dungeon maps. One of the broken routes carried it, she said. Han looked at the pattern while maintaining the fragment flow. This is not a gate. The system doesn't care what we call it. The metal frame shifted on Jin's shoulder. Stone Bear held. The floor did not. Cracks spread toward the occupied beds. 30 seconds, Jin said. Hana understood. Before the floor fails. Yes. She opened the treatment ring's lower housing. The heart fragment spun inside a web of fractured stabilizing resin. We need to reduce the flow without disconnecting the child, Han said. Tell me how. Match her natural rhythm rather than the network's target. The network regulates it automatically. The network is wrong. Hana read the child's weakening pulse. E3 short transfers. Pause. 2 longer. Han adjusted his mana. The first transfer entered too strongly. The child convulsed. He reduced it. 3 short pulses. A pause. Too long. The fragment's light changed from blue-white to pale gold. The child's breathing steadied. Again, Hana said. Han repeated the pattern. Mira directed nurses along the side of the ward where the damaged floor remained supported. The beds moved one at a time. The final patient cleared the danger zone. Hana isolated the fragment from the central network. Disconnect the child now. The nurse removed the treatment line. Her core held. Jin lowered the broken ring. It struck the empty floor and broke through to the level below. Stonebear's lines flickered out. He waited through the settling pause before moving. Han leaned against the treatment console. The burns across his hands had reached the wrists. A nurse approached him. "Treat the child first," he said. "She is stable." "Confirm it." The nurse checked every reading. Only then did Han allow her to examine his injuries. Jin watched him. Han had not hesitated. He had risked his own core before knowing whether the failure could be contained. The people in the hospital were not pieces in an argument to him. They were his pack, even if he never used the word. That did not erase the cages. It made them harder to judge separately. Hana removed the failed heart fragment from the broken ring. A crack divided its center. This damage did not happen today. Han's attention moved to her. How old? Months? Possibly longer. The maintenance record passed. The maintenance record measured output. The fragment maintained output by drawing more pressure from the network. Mira understood. Own weak section borrowed from the others. Yes. And when enough sections weaken, they keep borrowing until one surge travels through all of them. Looked at the damaged ward. Official forecasts gave us 3 years before critical decline. Hana placed the cracked fragment inside a shielded case. Then the official forecast is wrong. By how much? I need the unsmooth network data. The unsmooth will receive controlled access. All of it. Han looked at the child now breathing without the treatment line. All of it. The hospital stabilized before noon. No patient died. 12 suffered interrupted treatment. 3 required transfer to other facilities. The damaged ward closed while engineers replaced the central support and removed the broken ring. Public reports called the event a localized barrier malfunction. They did not mention the old crack inside the heart fragment. Han did not object when Hana included it in the association investigation. He did object when Mira requested immediate access to the National Gate Archive. You rejected the office that carried that authority. Jin rejected it. You were named as its mapper. I did not sign anything. Then you possess the access of your you. Then you possess the access of your current position. My current position found a route your barrier engineers missed. Which is why I will authorize a limited expedition. Mira turned her tablet toward him. The hospital surge pattern now lay beside 17 gate maps. She had worked through the afternoon and most of the night. 4 contained incomplete matches. 1 carried the same 3-turn sequence as the hospital failure. The gate had opened 2 weeks earlier inside an abandoned underground station. Its outer rank remained B, but mapping teams had withdrawn after finding routes that changed whenever their instruments synchronized. The pressure is moving through broken roads, she said. Dungeons are not isolated pockets. Your barrier network is drawing energy across some of the same paths. Han studied the match. You cannot prove those roads connect to another world, not yet. And entering an unstable gate based on a partial route carries unacceptable risk. Does waiting for another hospital to fail? Han looked at Jin. You would enter? Yes, even after refusing responsibility for the network. Jin's expression remained still. I refused your position, not the question. I will enter. Han. Return to Mira's map. A full mapping team. Association combat unit. Medical support outside the gate. Continuous tether. The internal routes break signal tethers, Mira said. Then physical return markers, they may be folded into the wrong branches. Your recommendation? 3 independent beacon systems. Travel time mapping, physical distance and mana delay. None trusted alone. Han nodded. Approved. Director Quan received the authorization within the hour. The expedition would enter in 2 days. Min Jae's unit formed the main escort. Mira led route analysis. Jin joined as a specialist on Beast World traces. Yuna entered with Rook to identify control signals and manage hostile wild beasts if necessary. Snow's core had recovered enough for movement, though the association healer advised against sustained combat. Snow ignored the advice until Jin repeated it. You stay beside Mira. The cub looked at him. Not ahead. Her ears turned away. That was not a request. Snow walked to Mira and sat on her boot. Yuna watched from the habitat gate. You criticize my commands, then give your own. She can refuse. Snow stood and returned to Jin. Yuna raised an eyebrow. Jin looked down at the cub. Beside Mira, Snow picked up the squeaking chicken and carried it to Mira. Yuna almost smiled, very free. She negotiated. With a toy. With annoyance. Rook approached the open habitat gate. His movement remained slower after the facility signal. The repaired plates along his mane no longer fit as smoothly as before. Yuna stopped beside him. The expedition may contain the same control technology. Rook looked toward Jin. I will not use a high-level command unless lives are in immediate danger. His gaze returned to her. That is not a promise that I will never promise that I will never. Use one. Rook's tail moved once. Yuna did not claim to understand the answer. Will you come? He crossed the gate. Snow squeaked the chicken between her teeth. Rook stopped. The Iron Lion stared at the small yellow object. Snow squeaked it again. He turned his head away with immense dignity. Mira placed the toy inside her expedition bag. Conflict resolved. Snow followed the bag. Jin watched his sister close it. You packed food beneath equipment. The equipment is sealed. The dried meat will take the scent. Snow does not care. I care. Mira moved the food into a side compartment. 1,000 years in another world. 1,000 years in another world. And this is what troubles you. Poor packing kills people. So does refusing useful job offers. The warmth left the moment without destroying it. Jin checked the strap on his recovered spear. Mira leaned against the equipment table. Would you have accepted if Han did not control the final authority? No. Why? The system still depends on stolen cores. You don't know they were stolen. I know they were taken. From wild beasts. 2. Yes. You ate beasts in the beast world. When needed, you killed attackers. Yes, so where is the line? Choice when choice exists. Need when it does not. And who decides whether a need is real? The people facing it. That is what Han says. Jin looked at her. Mira did not soften the comparison. He stood in the first catastrophe with thousands dying around him. 1. He made the choice you said you might have made. Then he kept making it after the emergency became a system. Yes, maybe he kept seeing every day as the first catastrophe. That does not make every day one, no. But refusing his offer did not remove the hospital's need. I know. Do you? Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. Mira stepped closer. You said you would not let the patients die. How? He did not answer. You can stop a falling rain, she continued. You can protect one ward. There are barriers across the country and people connected to everyone. I know. Then what do you intend to build instead? I need to find the roads. That is a step. Not an answer. He looked toward the habitat. Awakened children moved beneath the artificial sky. Human medics treated them without extraction braces. Snow waited beside Mira's bag because her toy was inside it. 10 years of Earth had passed without Jin. 1,000 years of Jin had passed without Earth. He knew how to preserve a pack through winter, famine, migration, and war. He did not yet know whether a city of strangers could become one. Yuna had entered quietly enough to hear the final question. Did you reject Han's control? She asked. Or did you reject his responsibility with it? Jin turned toward her. I will not join a system that cannot hear refusal. That was not my question. You sound like Mira. She is often correct. Mira looked at her. Please repeat that when we have witnesses, Yuna continued. Han offered you authority over awakened beast cases. You could have used it to protect them while fighting the rest of the system, until he reversed my decision. Then make him reverse it publicly, and place every beast beneath his law first. They are already beneath it. Jin's hand rested on his spear. Yuna did not move away. I understand why you refused, she said. I might have refused too. But you speak as though refusing keeps your hands clean. It does not. If the network fails, freedom will not power those hospital beds. I know. Then say what you are responsible for. The question remained between them. Mira asked the one beneath it. Is Earth part of your pack? Jin looked at her. The obvious answer should have been yes. Mira was here. Snow had chosen to remain here. The awakened families were here. Yuna and Rook stood in front of him. Difficult and unfinished, but no longer strangers. Beyond the habitat walls lived millions he had never met. People who would fear the beasts he protected. People whose hospitals consumed cores from the world that had sheltered him. People who had continued living while he became something their scanners called F rank. Earth is your home, he said. Mira's expression changed. That was not what I asked. Jin turned toward the expedition supplies. We leave at dawn. Yuna watched him walk away. He heard you. I know, Mira said. That may be worse. It is. The night before the expedition, Han entered a restricted research chamber beneath his headquarters. The room contained no public records. A three-dimensional model of the National Heart Fragment Network floated above the central table. Thousands of blue points represented barriers, hospitals, gate cores, and treatment devices. 7 deeper currents moved beneath them. Their sources remained hidden behind sealed classifications. Jin's arrival had disturbed all 7. The research director displayed the hospital recording. When Jin touched the glass outside the heart fragment chamber, the nearest network branch had changed rhythm. During the ward collapse, Stonebear's manifestation had stabilized raw fragment pressure within several meters of his body. His signatures interact with the network without measurable mana, the researcher said. We have confirmed 3 distinct patterns from association. Footage. 5, Han replied. The researcher looked up. 5? 2 remain outside your instrument's range. He did not explain how he knew. Could they replace heart fragment output? Han asked. Not from current data. The signatures may regulate rather than generate energy. Regulation is what the network lacks. We would need direct testing. We will not consent. The research director hesitated. Then we observed during the expedition. Han expanded the expedition. Unstable gate model. Mira's target contained 3 routes that should reconnect around one central core. Under normal pressure, their positions remained fixed. A controlled increase could force one route to shift, revealing how Jin's signatures responded to spatial stress. How much pressure? Han asked. 3% above the present core rhythm. Risk? Moderate route displacement. Temporary separation at worst. The expedition's beacons should identify the shift within 20 seconds, and the barrier network? The gate is isolated from active city systems. The answer was technically true according to every official model. Han looked at the 7 deeper currents beneath the network. They had become less predictable since Jin's return. 2%, he said. That may not force a shift. Begin at 2. Increase only if the route remains stable. Do we inform the expedition? No. The research director's attention sharpened. That makes it an unauthorized stress test. It makes it an observation of a fluctuation already within operational rule ready within operation. Tolerance, induced deliberately, contained deliberately. Han looked at the hospital failure report. He had already seen one system exceed its prediction. He should have canceled the test. Instead, he reduced the pressure and called the risk controlled. If instability reaches the first alarm threshold, stop immediately. Yes, sir. Jin is not to be harmed. And the others? Han's gaze turned cold. No one is to be harmed. The expedition entered the unstable gate at sunrise. The outer portal filled the abandoned station from floor to ceiling. Its surface reflected no part of the platform around it. Instead, 3 pale lights moved beneath the gray membrane like distant lanterns approaching through fog. Min-jae crossed first. Rook followed after the return line held. Yuna entered beside him. Mira carried 3 separate mapping systems across her chest. Snow remained close enough that her fur brushed Mira's boot. Jin entered last. The gate closed into a vertical oval behind them, but remained stable. Ahead waited a broad stone chamber. 3 passages opened along the far wall. They were identical. Each contained the same pale floor, the same curved ceiling, and the same line of white stones disappearing around a left turn. Mira activated her instruments. Physical distance matched. Mana delay matched. Travel time beacons returned together. 3 green route markers appeared across her display. All safe, she said. Far beyond the gate, Han's researcher increased the expedition core pressure by 2%. Jin inhaled. The center path smelled of cold stone. The right carried dust and still water. From the left came the scent of a dying forest, collapsing earth and blood not yet spilled. Jin raised one hand. Death trail left. 3 paths, 1 den. Hold the living scent. The words were clear. Their meaning was not. Mira looked at the left passage, then at the 3 identical readings on her tablet. You're saying the left route is collapsing, but all 3 reconnect. Jin had already stepped toward the left entrance. Yuna interpreted the movement differently. He will scout the dangerous branch. We hold the center until he signals. No, Jin said. Mira waited for the correction. He gave only 2 more words. Stay linked. To a Moonwolf pack, the instruction would have been enough. 3 paths leading toward one den meant physical distance could not be trusted. Death trail left meant the land itself was failing, not merely that an enemy waited inside it. Hold the living scent meant every member should track the others rather than the road if the terrain shifted. A wolf would have understood the direction of his shoulders, the angle of his approach, and the scent he deliberately left on the nearest white stone. Mira saw a mapping decision. Yuna heard a formation order. Min-jae understood that Jin intended to move. No one understood the same plan. Snow did. She left Mira's boot and took 2 steps toward Jin. He looked back at her. Beside Mira, the cub stopped. Her ears flattened. Jin entered the left passage alone. Min-jae swore under his breath. That was not staying linked. He expects us to follow, Mira said. Yuna looked toward the center path. He told us to hold. He said no when I described the routes. He said no when I said he would scout. He says no to most things. Min-jae placed one physical marker at the chamber entrance. We do not divide. The expedition based on an argument over 2 words. Mira. She checked the 3 systems again. The left passage remained green. No pressure spike. No distance variation. No signal loss. Yet Jin's back disappeared around its first turn. The routes should reconnect in less than 200 meters, she said. We take the center. If his warning is correct, we meet him beyond the curve without entering the unstable branch. Yuna looked at Snow. The cub stared toward the left. Will she follow you? Mira asked. Snow did not move. Mira opened her expedition bag and squeezed the yellow chicken. The toy produced one offended squeak. Snow looked at her. You negotiated for this, Mira said. Come. Snow returned to her side without enthusiasm. Rook entered the center passage behind Min-jae. Yuna followed. The remaining team maintained a single formation. 3 routes, 1 destination. Everyone believed they were doing what Jin had asked. The left path changed after the second turn. Pale stone gave way to dark soil. Roots pushed through the corridor walls. The curved ceiling rose until branches replaced it, their dead leaves suspended beneath a colorless sky. Jin stopped. The force had once belonged to a region west of Moon territory. He remembered streams crossing the lower trail. Herds had migrated through the valley each spring. Small tribes built temporary shelters beneath the broad-rooted trees, because the ground remained warm even during winter. The streams were gone. The soil had split into deep cracks. Every tree carried the gray scent of a world draining from below. No birds called, no insects moved beneath the bark. Jin touched the nearest trunk. It collapsed into powder. This was not a dungeon copying the beast world. It was a piece of the beast world. A broken region pulled out of place and folded behind an earth gate. The scent of blood came from ahead. Not yet spilled. Moonwolf recognized trails beyond ordinary time. A wounded animal's path carried the shape of the place it would fall if nothing changed. A collapsing region carried the same warning on a larger scale. Jin looked back. He could still smell Mira, Snow, Yuna, and Rook through the stones separating the routes. Close, parallel, moving toward the same point. He continued. In the center passage, Mira's physical distance line shortened while the group moved forward. They had walked 80 meters. The marker behind them claimed 40. The travel time beacon claimed 112. Mana delay remained unchanged. The corridor is compressing, she said. Min-jae looked back. The entrance remained visible despite 2 turns that should have hidden it. Do we stop? If we stop inside a fold, we may be carried wherever it closes. Forward. Until the roots reconnect. Yuna placed one hand against Rook's mane. The Iron Lion's command seal remained quiet, but his natural core had begun responding to pressure too low for the human instruments to register. He feels something. Hostily. I don't know. Rook looked left. Stones separated him from Jin. Snow sniffed the same wall. She made a low sound. Mira checked the map. His route is less than 5 meters from us. Min-jae struck the wall with the flat of his blade. No answer returned. Co Jin. The communication device carried only stat. Snow scratched once at the stone. Mira crouched beside her. Can you smell him? Snow moved her nose along the wall, then turned forward. Mira interpreted the answer through movement rather than certainty. He's still ahead. Yuna watched her. You are guessing. Yes. That does not sound like you. Mapping is educated guessing with better tools. The center path widened. 3 sets of footprints appeared in the dust ahead. Each belonged to Jin. One set continued straight. One emerged from the right wall. One ended at the ceiling. Min-jae knelt beside them. Illusion. Mira checked the physical residue. All real. Which do we follow? The route, not the prince. Snow chose the set continuing straight. Rook followed her without waiting for Yuna's command. The first Hunter's research chamber received their readings 4 seconds late. The delay fell within the model's tolerance. The 3 route lines bent toward one another exactly as predicted. The first pressure increase had produced no displacement. The research director looked at Han. Core rhythm stable. Expedition condition? No alarms. Beacon separation remains under 100 meters. Raise it by 0.5%. The technician entered the command. Pressure moved into the gate core. The model predicted that the left branch would shift 7 meters, briefly exposing the deeper route before returning to position. Instead, the additional pressure vanished. Every external monitor dropped to 0. The research director leaned forward. Where did it go? A technician checked a connection. The core accepted the increase. Then show me the internal flow. There is none. Han looked beneath the main gate model. 7 deeper currents moved through the network. The induced pressure had not remained inside the expedition core. It had found one of those older paths and traveled beyond the map. Stop the test. The technician cut the input. Nothing changed. The 0.5% increase had already crossed the first broken road fragment. It reached a second, then a third. Each should have contained a stabilizing point capable of absorbing excess pressure. The network answered with empty space. Energy accelerated through the absence. Inside the dungeon, Jin felt the dead forest inhale. Every branch lifted at once. The ground split. He turned toward Mira's scent. Back! The warning never crossed the wall. The forest folded sideways. Trees stretched into black lines. Soil rose like a wave. The colorless sky dropped beneath Jin's feet. He activated Moonwolf. Silver gold lines flashed along his legs. He ran toward the nearest living scent as the road rotated around him. The center passage moved first. Mira saw the left wall become transparent. For one instant, Jin ran through a dead forest less than 5 meters away. Then the wall folded inward. Stone became sky. The center path split beneath the formation. Move! Min-jae shouted. His front unit jumped across the first crack. Rook carried Yuna over it. Mira reached the edge as the gap widened. Snow leaped back toward her instead of following the others. The floor vanished between Mira and Min-jae. He threw a tether. She caught it. The rope stretched across 6 meters. Then space lengthened. 6 became 20. The tether tore from Min-jae's hand. Mira and Snow fell with the collapsing branch. Rook turned. Yuna felt his choice through the contract before his body moved. He jumped from the stable section. Rook, the Iron Lion, crossed the widening gap and struck the falling path beside Mira. His weight drove all 4 claws into the stone. Yuna had remained attached to his harness. She hit the ground behind him. The path tilted downward. Min-jae and the rest of the expedition disappeared above them as the broken road rotated. Mira secured Snow beneath one arm and drove a mapping spike into the stone with the other. The spike held. The road stopped falling long enough for them to breathe. Around them opened a vast hollow. Fragments of different dungeons floated through it. A snow-covered ridge turned slowly above a black river. Half a ruined tower hung sideways beneath roots from the dead forest. Stone tunnels crossed one another without touching. Far below, pale light moved through an emptiness that possessed no visible bottom. Mira's 3 mapping systems failed in different ways. Physical distance had no fixed direction. Mana delay returned from places they had not measured. Travel time beacons continued sending signals after floating beyond sight. Yuna looked upward. The path carrying Min-jae was gone. Can you find the return route? Not yet. The stone beneath Rook's claws cracked. Mira pulled herself higher. Moved toward the wide section. They climbed. The broken path was less than 3 meters across and narrowing. One side curved toward the floating black river. The other ended above open space. Rook moved last, placing each paw where the stone remained thickest. Snow twisted within Mira's arm. She stared into the hollow. Jin is not below us, Mira said. The cub continued looking downward. Yuna checked the contract connection to Rook. The facility damage had not healed. His core rhythm was stable, but the repaired plates along his mane had begun vibrating under spatial pressure. Do you sense a root? Mira asked. No. I sense his pain. Can the contract tell you where the pressure comes from? Only that the dungeon is pulling his core in more than one direction. Mira released Snow when they reached the wider section. The cub ran to the edge and barked into the hollow. No answer returned. The first hunter's research chamber filled with alarms. Pressure had reached 6 broken gate pockets. 3 were inactive. 2 powered sealed dungeon cores. The 6th connected to a regional barrier reserve. Han shut the reserve before the surge entered it. The expedition core continued rising. How? The research director asked. We stopped the input. Han examined the flow. Their induced pressure had become a trigger, not the source. Something across the network was collapsing into the space it opened. Reverse the core. We could pull the expedition gate shut, reduce it gradually. The internal routes are already separating. Then hold the outer portal stable. We cannot do both. Han placed his hand against the control field. His mana entered the gate network. The outer portal stabilized. Inside, pressure doubled. The research director saw the consequence. You're anchoring the exit. The internal routes are taking the strain. If the exit closes, no rescue reaches them. If the routes collapse, there may be no one to rescue. Han maintained the outer gate. Find another regulation point. There isn't one. There is always another path. The words had guided humanity's barrier development for years. This time, the network did not obey them. Jin ran across a sky that repeatedly became ground. Moonwolf held Mira's scent. It did not reveal the road between them. He reached the place where the center branch should have connected. Only a vertical sheet of water waited there. He struck it with the spear. The surface broke. Beyond it lay the original chamber with 3 passages, now empty. Mira's scent moved beneath him. Yuna's moved beside it. Rook's blood entered both. Too late, Jin understood that they had not followed his intended trail. He had left them an instruction built for senses they did not possess. Snow could have followed it. He had ordered her to stay with Mira. Mira could map the routes. She could not smell a path through folding stone. Yuna could feel Rook. She could not feel Jin. He had told them to stay linked as if the link already existed. It did not. The moon wolf mark tightened around his legs. He changed direction. The water became wind. He fell upward through a tunnel full of white stones. Mira found one temporary pattern. Every 11 seconds, a segment of the broken road aligned with a second platform across the hollow. The gap between them measured 8 meters during alignment. Then 30. Then no physical distance her instruments could describe. The next branch connects toward the outer route, she said. If we cross, we may recover Min Jae's beacon. Yuna examined the platform. It remains aligned for less than 3 seconds. Rook can jump 8 meters, not while carrying both of us. Snow can jump separately. Snow ignored them. She remained at the edge, calling toward Jin. Mira checked the next alignment. The route appeared. A strip of pale stone connected the gap for 2 heartbeats before tearing apart. Rook watched it. His damaged front leg shifted beneath him. Yuna felt the weakness through their bond. He cannot make it at normal output. Mira looked at the repaired plates along his mane. Then we wait for another route. This branch is shrinking. A crack crossed the path behind them. The wider section lost half its surface. Stone fell into the hollow and became smaller without ever reaching the bottom. We can reduce the load, Mira said. I cross first with Snow. You follow. The route will not hold a human jump. I have a tether. It lengthened 20 meters during the first separation. We anchor both ends. Into what? The path cracked again. Rook lowered his body. Yuna felt the decision as readiness. Not certainty. He would try. His natural muscles could not produce the necessary force without reopening the facility injuries. The contract could force more. Yuna's hand moved toward the control rod. Rook looked back at her. He recognized the movement. The black seal beneath his mane tightened before she touched it. Mira saw his reaction. No. If we miss the next alignment, this platform may not survive. Then find another way. You said this is the only route. The only one I can see. That is not the same. It is enough to keep looking. The far platform aligned. 3 seconds. Then vanished. Yuna measured the gap. Rook could reach it if every muscle contracted beyond its natural safety limit. He would refuse that level of strain because his body knew it would tear. The high-level command would remove the refusal. The path beneath them dropped another meter. Snow slid toward the edge. Mira caught her. Yuna drew the rod. Rook, the Iron Lion closed his eyes. Maximum crossing force. The command seal ignited. Black lines spread through his core. His body lowered farther than the damaged joints allowed. Pain traveled through the contract into Yuna's arm, but the seal kept most of it inside him. Rook's claws broke the stone. Mira grabbed Yuna's wrist. Release it. If I release it now, he cannot jump. Then do not make him. The path is collapsing. Find another route. You are the mapper. And I am telling you to wait. Yuna looked at the hollows swallowing the edge beneath Snow's hind paws. We do not have time. His body is time. His body is says. Tearing. Rook's injured front leg shook. A line of blood appeared beneath the plaited fur. Mira tightened her grip. Release him. Freedom means nothing if all of us die. The words struck both women. Yuna had said them before in different forms. In review halls, during contract disputes, whenever Jin challenged the foundation of her profession, here, with the road disappearing beneath them, they sounded completely true. That made them more dangerous. Rook's body continued building forced strength. His natural core attempted to limit the output. The command seal overrode it. Muscle fibers tore beneath his shoulder plates. Mira heard the sound. Yuna. I know. Then stop. I know. The far platform began its next alignment. Yuna pulled Mira toward Rook's back. Get on. Mira did not move. If you stay, Snow stays. If Snow stays, Rook may refuse the jump even through the command. Get on. Mira saw the trap. Yuna had turned their survival into another restraint around him. The platform aligned. Yuna raised the rod. Jump. Rook launched. The broken path shattered beneath his rear legs. Mira held Snow against her chest. Yuna locked both arms around the harness. Rook crossed the first half of the gap. Space lengthened. 8 meters became 12. The far platform shifted sideways. Rook's body twisted in midair. The high-level command forced his damaged muscles to correct. One plate tore free from his mane. Blood scattered through the hollow. They were not going to reach it. Jin sensed Snow's fear. Not through a complete pact domain. The bond between them remained narrow and instinctive, formed through protection, shared danger, food, and Snow's repeated choice to remain near him. It carried no detailed image of the danger, only distance, falling. The scent of a pack member who believed he was too far away to answer. Moonwolf changed direction before Jin decided. He ran toward the signal. The path ended. Open space waited beyond it. Jin called the Storm Eagle. A second mark awakened across his back. Blue-white lines spread from his shoulders toward his eyes. Moonwolf demanded ground. Storm Eagle recognized none. The wolf pulled him along Snow's scent. The eagle lifted his perception above the broken roads and showed him the hollow as a field of moving currents. For one instant, Jin saw every route. The dead forest below. The black river above. The center branch falling toward the Padiwu. The center branch falling toward the pale void. Rook suspended between platforms, Mira and Yuna on his back. Snow in Mira's arms. Then the two instincts collided. Moonwolf tried to place Jin's feet on a trail that no longer existed. Storm Eagle tried to turn the same forward movement into rising air. His left leg pushed against empty space. His shoulders twisted upward. Muscles tore along his side. Jin launched into the hollow. Air formed beneath him for one breath. Air formed beneath him for one breath. He crossed two moving fragments. The blue-white sight of Storm Eagle calculated their alignment from above. Moonwolf ignored the geometry and followed Snow. Together they carried him farther than either mark could alone. They also pulled his body in different directions. His balance failed. Jin struck a vertical stone path feet first and nearly ran sideways along it. His injured shoulder reopened. Blood darkened the bandage beneath his clothing. He pushed forward. Rook fell short of the far platform. His front claws struck its edge. The command forced them closed. One cracked. Yuna and Mira slammed against his back. Snow slipped from Mira's arms. The cub fell. Jin changed direction. The route between them shifted. A wall of dead trees folded across the hollow. Snow vanished behind it. Jin struck the barrier. Storm Eagle saw its upper edge. Moonwolf smelled the shortest path around. He followed both. The movements contradicted each other. His torn muscles lost strength. The two marks flickered. Jin forced Stonebear awake. He had not released the others. No settling pause separated them. Bronze lines entered the silver gold and blue-white patterns. The third mark brought weight. Moonwolf demanded pursuit. Storm Eagle demanded height. Stonebear demanded ground and stillness. Jin's body received all three instincts at once. His feet tried to run. His shoulders tried to rise. His spine locked to become an anchor. Pain erased the hollow. The marks stopped behaving like tools. The ancient survival instincts within them surged through his human senses. Wolf smelled blood and identified a wounded threat. Eagle saw movement below and marked it as prey crossing open space. Bear felt violent force approaching and prepared to crush it before it reached the den. Jin broke through the dead trees. Rook hung from the platform edge. His core burned beneath a black command seal. His eyes had lost focus. His jaws opened as forced strength tore through his body. To Jin's clashing instincts, the Iron Lion became an attacking predator. Moonwolf marked his throat. Storm Eagle calculated the angle. Stonebear filled Jin's fist with killing weight. Jin descended toward Rook. Yuna saw him. Relief appeared first. Then she saw his eyes. Gold, blue, white, and bronze light crossed them without settling into one shape. Jin? He did not answer. His spear turned toward Rook's exposed core. Yuna raised her rod. Mira caught it. Don't. He's attacking. He's not seen us. Rook's cracked claw began sliding from the ledge. The command seal forced the other paw to tighten until blood ran beneath it. Jin landed on the far platform. Stonebear fractured it. The impact knocked Rook lower. Yuna drew breath to issue another command. Snow barked. She had caught a root protruding from the folded forest wall. Her small body swung, but her scent reached Jin clearly. Moonblood. Silver forest. Shared food before hunger. A cub sleeping beneath his cloak while generations of wolves changed around him. Pack, not prey. Jin's spear stopped. The point rested against the black seal around Rook's core. The Iron Lion's pain carried the same scent as the bound beast forced to attack. Not aggression. A body being driven beyond choice. Jin turned the spear. A falling section of road struck from above. Stonebear caught it. The impact drove him to one knee beside Rook's claws. The shattered road pressed against his back. He became the support beneath it. Mira, he said. His voice sounded human again. She did not waste time asking whether he was himself. The platform aligns with the outer branch every 11 seconds. This section is falling faster, so the interval is shortening. How long? Next alignment, in 6 root, behind you, then down. Jin looked behind him. Only open space waited. Not yet, Mira said. 5 Yuna held the high-level command. Rook's natural core weakened with each forced heartbeat. Mira looked at her. Release him. If I do, he falls. Jin is holding the road, not Rook. Release him. Yuna felt every tear in the lion's shoulders through the contract. The command kept his claws closed. It also kept deepening the damage. Rook possessed no room to choose while she maintained it. The far root had not appeared. Snow still hung from the root. Mira and Yuna remained on his back. Every reason that had driven Yuna to use the seal remained. She lowered the rod. Rook. The lion's unfocused eye moved toward her. I released the command. The black lines dimmed. His damaged paw opened. Rook dropped. Yuna's breath stopped. The iron lion twisted. Without the command, his body refused the movement that would tear it further. For one instant, he fell freely. Then he saw Snow hanging beneath the dead roots. He saw Mira reaching toward her. He saw Yuna falling with him. Rook drove his rear claws into the vertical side of the platform. No seal forced them closed. His muscles contracted by choice. The torn shoulder failed. He used the other. Rook swung his body against the stone, caught Snow's root between his teeth, and threw the cub upward. Mira caught her. The outer branch appeared beneath them. Now! Mira shouted. Jin released the road on his back. Stone Bear transferred its weight into his legs. He struck the platform once. The force tilted the broken section downward. Rook, Mira, and Yuna slid toward the appearing root. Rook could have released the wall and fallen away from the collapsing stone. Instead, he pushed with his remaining strength. He completed the jump. All 3 landed on the temporary branch. The path dropped under Rook's weight. Jin followed. Storm Eagle tried to lift. Moonwolf tried to run. Stone Bear tried to hold the platform in place. The instinct clash tore through his balance again. He landed badly, struck one knee and drove his spear into the root to keep from falling. Snow escaped Mira's arms and ran to him. She pressed her forehead against his wrist. The 3 marks recognized her through different instincts. Wolf knew family. Eagle knew the small life beneath its protection. Bear knew the den's scent. Jin forced the marks to release. Stone Bear vanished first. His body became light enough for the branch to rise. Storm Eagle followed. The hollow collapsed into ordinary directions. Moonwolf remained for one final breath, holding the trail toward the outer gate. Then the silver gold lions disappeared. Jin waited for the settling pause. His heartbeat refused to slow. The marks were gone. Their instincts remained inside his senses, clawing at one another. Can you move? Mira asked. Yes. He tried to stand. The root tilted because his balance read the ground as both wall and air. Mira caught his uninjured arm. No, I can move. Not in the correct direction. Yuna had fallen beside Rook. The iron lion lay on his side. The black command seal had returned to its normal darkness, but the body beneath it no longer responded. Blood spread from both shoulders. Several plates along his mane had separated from the tissue beneath them. His breathing came in short, uneven pulls. Yuna placed both hands against his neck. Rook. His eye opened. I released it. The statement was not an apology. Not enough of one. You chose the jump. Rook's eye closed. The temporary branch shuddered. Mira checked the beacons. Outer root is moving past us. If we stay, this fragment falls back into the hollow. Rook cannot walk, Yuna said. Jin tested his balance again. The world pulled in 3 directions. I carry him. You cannot stand. I do not need balance if the route is straight. It isn't. Min Jae's signal appeared on Mira's travel time system. Weak. 20 seconds ahead and somewhere physically behind them. She sent a return pulse. No response. The branch curved downward. A line of white stones appeared through the darkness. The original route. Follow the white markers, she said. They reconnect to the entry chamber. How certain? Yuna asked. Enough to move. She took Rook's forward harness. Yuna lifted the rear. The iron lion outweighed both of them many times over. They moved him less than an inch. Jin stepped beside them. White Stag could stabilize Rook. Using it now meant calling a 4th mark before the 3 clashing instincts had fully settled. He listened to the lion's core. One torn pathway had begun bleeding mana into the surrounding tissue. If it ruptured, no settling pause would matter. Jin placed his palm against Rook's chest. Do not, Mira said. He will die. And you, ladder. That is not an answer. It is the available order. Soft white lines spread beneath Jin's skin. The white stag mark entered a body already damaged by 3 incompatible manifestations. Pain became distant. That frightened him more than feeling it. The mark reached Rook's natural core. The high-level command had not created one injury. It had created hundreds. Small tears crossed the muscles around the core. Contract pressure had forced mana through pathways narrowed by earlier damage. 2 natural channels had split. The seal remained intact because it had protected its authority before protecting the body carrying it. White Stag slowed the bleeding. It could not restore the torn channels. Yuna felt Rook's rhythm steady. What can I do? Remove the seal. Her hands went still. Here. It continues holding pressure around the damaged pathways. If I remove a permanent contract while his core is unstable, the backlash could kill him. If it stays, the pressure may do the same. Yuna looked at the black lines beneath his mane. The facility had shown her how to separate artificial authority from natural feedback. Rook's permanent contract had been placed legally, carefully, and with the intent to save him. It still tightened before his body healed. I cannot remove it safely without equipment, she said. Then loosen it. How much? Until his core chooses its own rhythm. Yuna inserted 2 fingers beneath the edge of the seal's mana pattern. Her contract recognized her authority and opened. The pressure decreased. Rook's natural core stumbled. White Stag held it. More, Jin said. She loosened the second layer. Pain feedback struck her. Yuna's breath caught. For the first time, the contract allowed more than a controlled fraction of Rook's condition to reach her. Torn muscle, broken core pathways, the memory of a command forcing his body to leap after it tried to stop. Yuna nearly closed the layer again. Rook opened one eye. She kept it open. I know, she whispered. The root shook. Mira's signal found Min-jae's beacon. 20 meters. She pointed toward a wall. Yuna saw no opening. Through there. Jin removed his hand from Rook. White Stag's lines remained dimly active. If I stop stabilizing him, we have minutes. Mira placed a beacon against the wall. The signal vanished, returned through the original chamber, and repeated. The passage appears when the root turns. 8 seconds. Can it carry Rook? It carried him before the collapse. That was before half the dungeon folded. Mira looked at Rook, then at Jin. It is the only path I have. Jin heard no uncertainty hidden beneath the statement. Only risk measured honestly. Then we use it. Mira tied 3 physical tethers around Rook's support harness. Yuna held one. Jin took another without releasing White Stag. Mira fixed the third to a stone anchor. The wall turned transparent. Min-jae appeared on the other side, standing in the original entry chamber with half his unit. He saw them. Pull. The wall opened. They dragged Rook through. The passage began closing around his hind legs. Min-jae's team caught the harness from the other side. Jin shifted White Stag deeper into the lion's core. His balance failed. He fell against the narrowing wall. Mira released her tether and caught him. The passage closed on the shaft of his spear. Old wood bent. Jin pulled once. The spear came free before the stone sealed. Everyone entered the original chamber. The 3 identical passages no longer existed. One wall held a vertical river. Another opened onto the dead forest. The third showed the spatial hollow through a crack widening toward the ceiling. The outer gate remained behind them. Its gray surface flickered. Association rescue teams waited beyond it with stabilization frames and cameras. Move, Min-jae ordered. The wounded crossed first. 2 hunters supported Jin. He removed their hands. Rook. Hei's moving. First. He is first. Only then did Jin allow them to guide him toward the gate. Yuna walked beside the transport team holding Rook's loosened contract open. Mira carried Snow under one arm and all 3 damaged mapping systems under the other. The hollow crack reached the ceiling. The dead forest folded through it. Roots crossed the entry chamber. Jin smelled the entire region collapsing toward Earth. Faster. The rescue team pushed Rook's platform through the gate. Yuna crossed with him. Mira reached the portal. Snow struggled in her arm and looked back at Jin. He stood 10 meters away. The floor between them stretched. Mira extended her hand. Jin, he saw the distance increase. Moonwolf remained unsettled. Calling it again risked losing himself to the trail instinct. Storm Eagle had torn the muscles needed to cross through air. Stone Bear would make him too heavy for the collapsing floor. He ran without a mark. The path stretched faster. Snow bit Mira's sleeve, pulled free and jumped back into the dungeon. Snow! The cub landed on the white stones. Her scent reached Jin. 1 member ahead, 1 behind. A trail between them. Not a command. A choice. Jin followed. He caught Snow with his uninjured arm and crossed as the outer gate contracted behind him. The portal sealed to half its size. A root emerged through the remaining surface. Then the gate snapped closed. The abandoned station became still. Jin took 2 steps. White Stag continued holding Rook's core from several meters away through Jin's outstretched hand. The connection weakened. He moved toward the Iron Lion. Association cameras followed. Silver-gold residue remained along his legs. Blue-white lines flickered near his eyes. Bronze light crossed one arm. White Stag spread beneath all 3. The recording showed 4 manifestations overlapping around a man, registered as F rank. It did not show what those marks truly were. It showed Jin staggering toward a contracted beast, after nearly striking its core inside the dungeon. Yuna saw his knees fail. Jin, he reached Rook. His palm touched the lion's chest. White Stag stabilized the final rupture. Rook's heartbeat settled. Jin collapsed beside him. The gate pressure fell to 0. In Han's research chamber, every model stopped moving. The induced test log remained open across the central display. 2.5%. A value considered safe. 6 broken road fragments had responded. 1 regional barrier reserve had nearly activated. The expedition gate had collapsed far beyond every predicted limit. Han removed his hand from the control field. His burned skin had reopened from stabilizing the outer portal. The research director looked at the casualty feed. No deaths confirmed. Rook, critical. Jin, unconscious. Multiple mark manifestations. Severe muscle damage and unknown core stress. He has no measurable core. Then we do not know what failed. Han looked at the pressure path. The test had caused the initial shift. That was no longer disputable within the room. Its scale had not come from the small amount of energy they introduced. The network had multiplied it through missing support points and broken routes their models treated as independent. But without the test, the collapse would not have begun today. Seal the command record, Han said. The research director did not move. This must go to Director Quan. The gate was already classified unstable. We increased its pressure without notifying the expedition. Within operational tolerance, and lost control. Han faced him. Yes. The admission lasted 1 second. Darkened. Then responsibility became management. If the raw record is released now, every ongoing barrier project connected to this network will be suspended. Perhaps they should be. Perhaps they should be. Hospitals will lose replacement fragments. Cities will refuse necessary maintenance. Public panic will do more damage before we understand what happened. The expedition nearly died because we wanted to observe Jin. Because our model failed. After we changed the conditions, Han looked toward the rescue footage. Jin lay beside Rook while medical teams separated them. I ordered the test. The research director waited. Han continued. I will investigate the failure. That is not the same as reporting it. No. Then what do we report? The gate experienced an unexpected root collapse. The Guardian network stabilized the outer portal. Seo Jin manifested multiple unknown powers during extraction. All true. Ice, not complete. Complete truth delivered without order becomes another disaster. The research director lowered his eyes. Han closed the induced pressure log behind his private authority. Preserve everything. No deletion, but no disclosure. Not until we know whether the same weakness exists beneath every barrier. He looked at the 7 deeper currents. The answer was already visible. He refused to name it. Jin woke in a hospital room without his spear. He knew he was on Earth because the ceiling light produced no heat, and the air smelled of disinfectant rather than herbs. Snow slept across his legs. Her squeaking chicken rested on his chest. He moved one hand. Every muscle between his shoulders and hips answered with pain. Snow's eyes opened. You are heavy, he said. She placed her chin on his knee. The door opened. Mira entered carrying 4 rolled maps. A tablet and 2 drinks. You are awake. Izzy, you have been awake for 6 seconds and already criticized Snow. She is heavy. She refused to leave. That does not change her weight. Mira placed 1 drink beside him. Jin examined the sealed cup. What is it? Coffee. It is cold. Yes. Why? Because some of us enjoy things without asking whether winter forced the choice. He took the cup. His hand shook once. Mira noticed and opened it for him. Jin drank. The sweetness hid most of the coffee. This is not coffee. It contains coffee. That is a weaker claim. Snow took advantage of his distraction and moved higher across his legs. Jin did not complain again. Rook? He asked. Alive? Condition? Yuna has not left the treatment room. The doctors repaired the major tears. His core pathways remain damaged. Contract. Loosened. Not removed. Yuna, also alive. That was not my question. I know. Mira unrolled one map across the foot of his bed. You collapsed before she could decide whether to blame you or herself. I moved ahead. Yes. I gave an incomplete warning. Yes. I assumed you understood. Yes. I forced 3 marks together. Yes. I nearly attacked Rook. Yes. Jin looked toward the wall separating his room from the beast treatment wing. My responsibility. Mira placed the second map. Mira placed the second map. Oh, the first. No. He turned to her. No. You do not get to collect everyone's mistakes because you are strongest. I moved first. I chose the center route. You used the information I gave, interpreted it wrongly. Because I... Stop. The word carried the same firmness she used when a route was about to fail. Jin stopped. Mira pointed at the first map. You said, Death Trail left. 3 paths, 1 den. Hold the living scent? Yes. What did that mean? He explained the Moonwolf Trail language. Mira listened without interrupting. When he finished, she stared at him. You thought I would understand all of that? You understood the routes reconnected. One part. Snow understood. Snow is a moonwolf. Yes. I am your sister. Yes, those are not the same thing. Jin looked at the same thing. Sleeping cub. Mira continued. Yuna thought you were scouting. Minjae thought you were ignoring formation. I thought you were warning us away from the left branch. You assumed we would feel where you went. I left a scent marker. I cannot smell your marker. I know that now. You knew it before. The sharper truth remained. He had known their senses were human. He had still acted as if proximity and trust would replace the connection he refused to form. Mira's voice lowered. You keep saying a pack protects each other. But you won't let us protect you. Jin said nothing. You tell Snow where to stand. You tell Yuna what contracts mean. You tell me when a path is dangerous. Then you walk ahead carrying everything you did not explain. I was protecting you. No, do-dee. You were deciding alone. The left route was collapsing. Then tell me how. There was no time. There was time for 6 words. Use better ones. Jin looked at the maps across his bed. You would have entered the left path. Maybe. It smelled of a dying region. I could have mapped the collapse from inside it. You could have died. So could you? That is different. Mira laughed once without humor. There. That is the problem. Snow lifted her head at the change in tone. Mira touched the cub's back until she settled. You survived 1,000 years by being the one who came back, she said. I understand that much. But you are not the only person who decides what risk is worth taking anymore. Jin's gaze dropped to the silver fang necklace resting against his hospital clothing. How many did not come back? Mira asked. The question carried no demand for names. Many, and every time you were left? Yes. Yes. So now you keep everyone outside the place where losing them would hurt. Jin's eyes lifted. Mira held his gaze. You call it protection. The hospital monitor counted 3 heartbeats before he answered. If you enter the core pack, I will feel you die. Mira's anger did not vanish. It changed shape. And if I stay outside it, I can still die. Yes. You just feel it later. Jin looked away. The city barrier glowed beyond the window. Mira rolled the edge of the first map flat. I am not asking you to connect me today. Then what are you asking? Stop acting as though refusing the connection removes the danger. She placed the 3rd map beside the others. Start by sharing the whole warning. Jin looked at the routes. I will. You said that after the facility. I did. You listened faster this time. Not fast enough. No, the answer remained honest. It was enough for the moment. Mira gave him the second drink. This one is warm. He opened it carefully. The cup contained unsweetened tea. He drank. Better? Yes, I expected that. You brought both. I mapped the possibilities. Snow reached toward the warm cup. Jin moved it away from her. Mira watched the small argument unfold, without smiling. But the pressure in the room eased. Yuna entered Rook's treatment chamber after midnight. The Iron Lion lay inside a reinforced stabilization field. Metal braces supported his shoulders without connecting to the natural core. The permanent seal remained loose enough for his own rhythm to move beneath it. Yuna had not slept. The contract carried only faint feedback now. Each pulse reminded her of what had happened when she forced more. Rook opened his eyes. She stood beyond the field. I told you freedom meant nothing if we all died. His breathing remained slow. Lai believed it. Rook watched her. I still believe survival matters. No response. But I used survival to decide that your body belonged to me. The Black Seal shifted with her voice. Yuna removed the control rod from her belt. Medical staff had returned it after the operation because she remained Rook's registered tamer. Without her authority, several treatments could not legally proceed. She placed the rod on the floor beyond her reach. I released the command before the jump. Rook's ear moved. You completed it. His eye remained on her. I do not know if you did it for me. The words cost more than the apology. Maybe you did it for Mira, maybe for Snow, maybe because you refused to fall. Rook's claws moved against the support bed. I want to say you chose me. She stopped herself. That is the answer I want. Rook closed his eyes. Yuna remained outside the field. I am sorry. The contract did not translate forgiveness. It did not produce loyalty. For once, she did not use it to search for either. Director Kwan arrived the following morning with a preliminary incident report. Jin sat upright, despite the doctor's instruction. Mira occupied the window table with more maps. Snow had moved beneath his bed after discovering the blanket blocked the room's cold air. Kwan placed a tablet in front of Jin. The screen showed footage from the dungeon. 3 marks crossed Jin's body. Moonwolf pulled him toward Rook. Storm Eagle altered his direction in midair. Stone Bear filled the landing with enough force to break the platform. The clip slowed as Jin turned his spear toward the Iron Lion's exposed core. It ended there. A second public clip began with Jin outside the gate, 4 colors flickering through his body before he collapsed. What happened to the rest? Jin asked. The complete rescue footage remains classified. Why? Patient privacy. Operational security. Unstable gate data. Convenient, Mira said. Kwan did not disagree. The edited clip had spread through every major network. Commentators identified Jin's shifting eyes as evidence of mental instability. Hunter analysts argued that no human body could safely hold multiple unrelated powers. Beast Tamer guilds demanded an investigation into whether Jin's unknown influence had triggered Rook's aggression. The public had watched him almost strike a contracted beast. They had not watched Snow stop him. They had not watched Yuna release the command. They had not watched Rook choose the jump. One headline appeared beneath the video. F-rank returner loses control inside B-rank gate. Another asked whether the speaking beasts at the association habitat were following Jin voluntarily or obeying an invisible power. A legal petition demanded Snow's temporary protection be reviewed. Jin gave the tablet back. Who released it? We do not know. Mira looked at Kwan. You know where it came from. The file carries Guardian network encryption. Han, his organization. That distinction is becoming very useful. Kwan closed the eye. Report. Han's office states the footage was released to correct rumors that the gate collapse came from barrier failure. It did come from the network, Mira said. We cannot prove what initiated it. You have the pressure logs. I have been denied the raw logs under National Infrastructure Security. By Han, by the Guardian office. The distinction again. Kwan's expression hardened. I am not defending it. Then challenge it. I have. And no response. City barrier. Han caused the shift. Mira turned. You know? The route changed from outside pressure? That could come from network failure? It arrived as a push before the collapse pulled back. Kwan studied him. Can you prove that? No. Then publicly accusing Han will turn this into your word against the man who held the outer portal open. Hey, did hold it, Jin said. The fact remained. Han had caused the first movement and preserved the only exit afterward. One did not erase the other. Kwan continued. Until the investigation determines what happened. Your hunter activity is suspended. My activity is already frank. This includes gate entry under special authority. Snow? Jin asked. The custody review begins in 3 days. She did nothing. The petition claims your influence over her may be unstable. She jumped back into a collapsing dungeon by choice. The public footage does not show that. Then release it. I cannot release medical recordings without consent from everyone involved. Ask them. Yuna has not approved. Release. Jin looked toward Rook's treatment wing. Mira understood. If the full footage becomes public, everyone sees her use the pain seal. Yes, Kwan said. And Rook's condition becomes evidence against her. Yes. She could lose legal custody. Yes. Jin's expression remained still. Kwan watched him reach the same trap. Protecting Snow through the full footage could expose Yuna and Rook. Protecting them allowed the edited story to stand. 3 days, Kwan said. Use them to establish that Snow's bond remains stable and voluntary. Jin's eyes turned cold. It is not mine to establish. It is hers. She cannot answer your review in human law. The awakened elder can testify to her behavior, then ask Snow if she wants it to. Kwon nodded once. I will. That answer prevented the room from becoming another battlefield. After he left, Jin swung his legs from the bed. Mira did not look up from the maps. No, I need to speak with Yuna. She is 30 meters away. You do not need your legs for that. I prefer standing. Your balance still thinks the wall is sky. It has improved. Jin stood. The floor moved beneath him. He caught the bed frame. Mira raised one eyebrow. Dramatic improvement. Snow emerged from beneath the bed and sat on his foot. Her weight anchored him more effectively than dignity allowed him to admit. Mira brought a support cane from the corner. Jin looked at it. No, you are registered F rank. It suits you. He took the cane. Yuna met them in the connecting treatment hall. She saw the tablet in Mira's hand and understood why they had come. I will authorize the full footage. Jin stopped. What happens to Rook? The guild begins an ethical review. The association may suspend my tamer license. The association may suspend my tamer license. His contract custody could be reassigned during investigation. Then no, Yuna stared at him. Snow may be taken, and Rook may be taken from you. After what I did, perhaps he should be. That is not your choice alone. Her jaw tightened. I used a high-level pain command on a beast whose body was already damaged, to save Mira, and forced him after his natural core tried to stop. Yes, you nearly attacked him because of me. No doubt too. Because I used 3 marks without settling them. You would not have needed 3 if I had not. Mira stepped between the 2 beds visible through the glass. No? Both looked at her. I have already had this argument with him. Neither of you gets to own everything. Yuna's anger faltered. Mira pointed toward Rook's chamber. He chose the final jump, after I destroyed his body. Both are true. He may never recover fully. Also true. Yuna looked through the glass. Rook was awake. His gaze remained fixed on them. Jin leaned on the cane. Ask him. How? The same way you asked whether he would enter the facility. That was not a complete answer. No answer is complete. If I release the footage, he may lose the only person legally able to manage his treatment. Tell him. He cannot understand legal custody. He understands cages. Yuna closed her eyes. The control system offered easy translations. Obey meant agreement. Stillness meant calm. Following meant loyalty. Without it, she had to risk misunderstanding. She entered the treatment chamber. Rook's support field opened enough for her to approach. Yuna remained beyond the reach of his injured paws. People saw Jin turn his spear toward you. Rook's ear moved. They did not see why. She placed the tablet on the floor and played the complete footage. Rook watched his own body leap under the pain command. He watched Yuna release it. He watched himself choose the final movement. He watched Jin redirect the spear and hold the falling road. When the recording ended, Yuna showed him the public version. It cut at the worst moment. Releasing the full record may protect Snow, she said. It will also show what I did to you. Rook looked toward the neighboring hall where Snow sat beside Mira. The guild may remove my right to remain your tamer. They may place your treatment under another contractor. The black seal around his core tightened at the word contractor. Yuna felt it. If I keep the footage hidden, I may remain. Snow may be taken. Rook's gaze shifted to the tablet. Yuna waited. He raised one cracked front claw. The movement hurt. He placed it over the screen, showing the complete record. Yuna's breathing changed. You want this shown? Rook pressed once. The tablet cracked beneath his claw. Not enough to destroy it. Enough to choose. Yuna lowered her head. Understood. The complete footage reached Director Kwon an hour later. He prepared it for legal release. Han's communications office challenged the publication on infrastructure security grounds. The footage revealed route behavior inside an unstable gate. Kwon removed the environmental data and retained the actions. The edited corrections showed Yuna's command. It showed Rook's body tearing. It showed her release him before safety was secured. It showed Rook complete the jump without compulsion. It showed Snow's scent bring Jin back from the instinct clash. The public argument changed. It did not end. Some viewers condemned Yuna. Others called her release reckless. Many saw Rook's final jump and insisted the contract must have remained active, because they could not imagine a beast choosing after being hurt. The petition against Snow lost signatures. The petition to suspend Yuna gained them. She watched the numbers without defending herself. Rook slept. Jin returned to his room. The cane remained by the door. Snow walked close enough to catch him if balance failed, though her body could not have held his weight. Mira had covered every available surface with maps. The forest dungeon lay across the window table. The freight station tunnels covered the visitor chairs. The 3-route expedition spread across Jian's bed. Hospital barrier flow records floated above them in translucent blue layers. "You need another room," Jin said. "You need less bed. I am injured. You refuse to lie down. That does not surrender ownership." Mira moved one map from his pillow. "Sit." He sat. She removed the visual environments again. Forest, tunnel, stone chamber, spatial hollow. All disappeared. Roots remained. The matching impossible turn from the first 2 dungeons formed the beginning. The left branch from the expedition continued it. The center route did not run parallel as the original instruments had claimed. Once Mira corrected for the collapse, it connected farther along the same path. The right branch belonged behind them, not beside them. 3 routes had looked identical because the dungeon had folded 3 separate sections of one road into the same chamber. Mira aligned the travel time delays. The broken path extended across the hospital wall. She added the barrier surge. It entered through another fragment and joined the same route. Jin studied the growing line. This forest was west of Moon territory. Mira marked it, the freight tunnel, beneath the old river road. She placed that farther east. The special fall? I do not know. It contained fragments from several regions. Then it is a break between them. She left a gap. One by one, maps that had been registered as separate dungeons began finding positions. A mountain gate became a northern bend. A flooded ruin connected to the old river road. A desert pocket continued beyond a section previously classified as an isolated boss chamber. Not every map fit. Enough did. Mira stepped back. The hospital room no longer contained separate dungeons. One broken road crossed its walls, window and ceiling. Fragments vanished where data was missing. Others doubled over themselves where gates had folded distance. Large, unmapped absences interrupted the stable routes. Mira did not yet know whether they were missing junctions, collapsed sections, or something else. She knew the roads had been built around those absences. Jin looked at the path he had traveled 1,000 years before Earth learned to call its pieces dungeons. "They are all one road," he said. Mira held the final map against the wall. No. She aligned the first impossible turn with the old river route. The fragments locked into place. They were. The difference kept Mira awake until sunrise. Jin slept beneath the road. He had refused another pain suppressant, claiming it clouded his senses. The hospital had compromised by reducing the dose, instead of removing it. Even then, his breathing changed whenever the damaged muscles along his back tightened. Mira heard it from the chair by the window. The maps had revealed a road. They had not revealed what broke it. At dawn, Jin opened his eyes. "You did not sleep. Neither did you. I was unconscious." "That is not the same." He tried to sit. The movement stopped halfway. His injured shoulder failed to support him. Mira rose, but Jin caught the bed rail before she reached him. The monitor above his head changed from green to amber. "You should call the nurse before attempting that," she said. "I know where the injury ends now. Your doctor already knows. The doctor knows what tore, and you. I know what does not move. With it." Mira watched him breathe through the pain until the monitor returned to green. "You are not leaving today." "No. Or tomorrow. No. Was that agreement?" "Yes." She narrowed her eyes. "Who are you?" Jin looked toward the wall of maps. "You need access to older gate records. That answer sounds more like you." He lowered himself back against the pillow. "Start with routes that vanished after the first barrier network was built." "Why?" The road fragments did not break at the same time. Mira picked up her tablet. "How can you tell?" The forest was dying recently. The old river tunnel carried damage that had existed for generations. The broken stone road near Moon territory was older than both. You could have said that last night. You were aligning the routes. That would have helped me align them. Yes, the admission arrived without excuse. Mira waited. Jin looked at her. "I'm sorry." The words were not difficult because he felt no regret. They were difficult because regret was easier for him to carry alone than place between them. Mira set the tablet down. "An apology matters only if you change how we work. I will give you complete danger information before acting. Yes, in human words." He paused. "Yes. No Moon Wolf Trail language unless Snow is leading the expedition." Snow emerged from beneath the bed. The cub carried her yellow chicken by one wing. Mira pointed at her. "She agrees. Snow bit the toy." It squeaked. Jin looked at Mira. "That sound does not mean agreement. Now you understand the problem." The doctor arrived before he could answer. Jean's examination lasted 40 minutes and produced no permission to leave. The instinct clash had torn muscle from his left hip to his right shoulder. 2 ligaments in his knee had stretched beyond safe recovery. The combined force of Moonwolf and Storm Eagle had damaged his inner balance, while Stone Bear had forced his body to treat the shifting dungeon as stable ground. The result was not a single wound White Stag could close. His body had learned 4 conflicting answers to the same movement. Standing meant moving forward, rising, holding still, falling. The doctor placed a balance test on the floor. Walked to the line. Jin took 3 steps. His first landed correctly. The second shifted sideways. The third struck the floor too hard. Snow followed beside him, adjusting her pace each time his balance changed. The doctor checked the readings. You are compensating with strength. It works. It hides the failure until you fall. I did not fall. Snow leaned against his leg. Jin looked down. The doctor did not comment on the support. Your muscle damage requires time. No heavy mark use. No combinations. How long? 6 weeks before reassessment? No. The doctor looked at Mira. Does he often negotiate with bones? With doors? Laws? Doctors and elevators. Elevators. Hey, distrusted the first one. It moved without an animal. The doctor returned her attention to Jin. 6 weeks. I can shorten it. With White Stag? No. Jin sat on the treatment mat. He closed his eyes. The mark he called next did not arrive with speed, weight, or light. River Serpent entered through breath. A deep green pattern appeared around his ribs and flowed downward beneath his skin. It moved around each injury rather than crossing through it. Where White Stag guided damaged living pathways toward stability, River Serpent taught the body how to continue around what could not yet be restored. The torn muscles remained torn. Pain remained. His breathing found a path that did not tighten them. The damaged knee adjusted its angle. His balance stopped trying to force the world into one direction and began accepting the movement it received. Jin stood again. The first step remained uneven. The second improved. By the 5th, he reached the line without Snow supporting him. The doctor checked the scan. No tissue regeneration. I know. Your nervous system is adapting. Yes, too quickly. Not beyond damage. That sentence does not reassure me. River Serpent flowed around the old injuries and the new ones alike. It offered no miracle. A river did not remove the stones in its path. It learned where water could still move. The doctor touched the scan showing Jin's torn shoulder. If you use this to ignore the injury, you will make it permanent. I am not ignoring it. You refused pain medication. Pain tells me where the root fails. Mira folded her arms. You also hide pain from everyone around you? Jin looked at her. The River Serpent pattern dimmed. I will follow the recovery limit, he said. The doctor waited. No mark combinations, he added. And no gate entry, until I can walk without River Serpent. Mira checked the doctor's expression. That is the best agreement you will get. The doctor recorded it before Jin found a narrower interpretation. River Serpent shortened the expected adjustment period. It did not return him to battle. For the next 8 days, Jin recovered at a pace that frustrated everyone differently. The doctors disliked how quickly his body learned around damage without healing it. Mira disliked that he measured progress by how far he could move before the walls tilted. Snow disliked the rehabilitation floor, because its polished surface made her paws slide. Jin disliked the cane. He used it anyway. Mira led the investigation. The association granted her a temporary workroom after she covered the hospital wall, 2 windows and part of a medical cabinet with maps. The room contained 6 projection tables, restricted archive terminals, and enough blank surface for the broken road to expand. Hana arrived with the unsmoothed hospital flow records. She placed 3 sealed drives beside Mira. This is everything Director Kwan obtained without Guardian approval. How much remains blocked? Most records before the second barrier expansion. Han's office controls the original network archive. Convenient. Technically, the files contain vulnerabilities that could disable national barriers. That stopped being a complete excuse when his distribution seal appeared inside a harvesting facility. Hana connected the first drive. Blue lines filled the room. Energy moved across Earth's fragment network in pulses. Public records showed it traveling between nearby barriers and hospitals. Raw records revealed impossible returns. Power entered one city. A fraction vanished. The same fraction appeared at a dungeon core hundreds of kilometers away before any designed relay could carry it. Mira removed the Earth locations. The travel times formed routes. They match, she said. Enough. Enough for a theory. Not proof. Mira added historical gate maps. Most were incomplete. Early hunters had recorded chambers rather than travel times. Distances were estimated by footsteps. Spatial shifts were labeled hallucinations, equipment errors, or boss abilities. She rebuilt what she could. A note describing a corridor that took 1 minute to enter and 20 seconds to leave became a folded route. A raid report claiming 2 teams met inside a wall became a temporary junction. A core recovered from a desert dungeon carrying moss from a northern ruin became evidence that the pockets had touched. Jin sat near the central table with his cane resting against one knee. Dune resting against one knee. Mira turned toward him each time a map contained a landmark. He did not answer briefly anymore. That ridge stood north of the Stone Bear Valleys. The southern face had red mineral lines. If the report shows blue, rotate the map. She rotated it. The ridge aligned with the old river route. This ruin? Not a ruin when I crossed it. The pillars marked a migration boundary. For which tribe? 3. None claimed the road itself. Why? It connected water. She recorded the answer. A flooded gate map joined 2 others. Hana watched the road expand. You remember an entire world after 1,000 years. I remember where people died. That sounds less complete. It is often more accurate. Mira looked at him. Jin added. The eastern side had orchards. White flowers in spring. The fruit was bitter until the second frost. She marked the orchards too. Complete information did not mean only danger. Routes were shaped by what lived around them. The broken road gained forests, rivers, migration grounds, and settlements. It stopped resembling dungeon architecture and began resembling a world. Hana layered energy flow over the reconstruction. Currents followed the old routes. They weakened near several large gaps. Not random gaps. Centers. Mira circled the first. 3 roads approached it from different regions and ended. The second connected a mountain route, river path, and desert branch. All 3 carried energy toward an empty area no Earthgate had recorded. She found a third, then a fourth. By midnight, 7 blank regions interrupted the map. Hana enlarged them. Energy enters each perimeter and disappears. Or used to enter, Mira said. Current flow avoids them, like water moving around missing supports. Jin stood despite the cane. River Serpent adjusted his balance. He approached the first empty center. Landmarks surrounded it, a ridge where storm eagle tribes nested. A wide lake once fed by 3 rivers. A stone road leading south toward Moon Forest. He knew the region. He had crossed it after the lake began shrinking. At the time the tribes blamed drought. Jin moved to the second gap. The old river road bent around it. He remembered dry ground where marshes should have existed. The third lay beyond the Stone Bear Valleys. The fourth near the plains of the White Stag herds. 7 distant regions. 7 places where life had weakened without a visible wound. What was there? Mira asked. I do not know. You traveled near all of them. Yes. Did you ever enter the centers? No. Why? The roads ended before them. They were before them. Gone, possibly. Hana studied the current energy flow. If something occupied these regions, the road network was built to circulate through it. Mira looked at Jin. Like organs, or junctions, Hana said. 7 junctions do not explain why entire regions dried when they vanished. You're assuming one caused the other. I'm following. The route. Hana did not disagree. Director Quan arrived at the workroom the next morning. He entered beneath a projected river and stopped inside the outline of the first empty center. Mira moved the map rather than asking him to move. Quan examined the reconstruction. How much of this is confirmed? The Earthgate locations are confirmed. The historical reports are confirmed. The travel time corrections are repeatable where full data exists. Jin's landmarks are witness testimony. And the connections? Strong inference? The 7 empty regions? Unknown. Quan looked toward Hana. Energy data? Shows circulation following several proposed routes. Several years, not all. Well. Lack unsmoothed records for the rest. Then this proves fragments interact across distance. It does not prove every gate belongs to one world. Mira enlarged the forest dungeon and the freight station tunnel. The same physical turn appears in both. One shared route. She added the expedition branches. 3 apparent paths were separate. Sections of a single road. Inside one gate. She added early reports of teams meeting through walls. Incomplete testimony. Mira looked at him. What would you accept? A result that can be observed. Recorded and repeated without relying on Sao Jin's memory. Jin remained seated. Quan continued. If you accuse the Guardian Network of drawing power through another world, Han will call this a map built from grief and guesswork. He blocked the records that could confirm it, which makes stronger proof necessary. Mira studied the 7 gaps. Then we create a connection under controlled conditions. Quan's. Kwan's expression hardened. The last controlled test put 2 people in this hospital. We did not control that test. No one in the room spoke. Kwan looked at her. Explain. The route shifted after outside pressure entered the dungeon. Jin cannot prove it. Hana's flow data shows an unrecorded pulse. Hana opened the incident line. A small increase entered the gate core seconds before the collapse. The value had been hidden inside normal fluctuation. Kwan read it twice. Can you identify the source? Guardian Network Control Architecture. Han? His network. Mira used his own earlier distinction. Kwan did not appreciate it. We cannot establish intent. We can establish interference. And if we reveal it now, Han seals every remaining record. Hey, is already doing that. Kwan looked toward Jin. You nearly killed Rook during the result of an unauthorized test. Why are you not demanding Han's arrest? Because I cannot prove his intent. You believe he caused it, yes, and you are willing to enter another experiment. No. Kwan turned to Mira. She answered, Jin will remain outside. His cane rested beside him. The restriction was no longer only legal. His body could not survive another unstable route. Mira continued. We use 2 low-risk gate pockets already scheduled for closure. Historical maps suggest they occupy adjacent sections of the road. Min-jae enters the first. A second team waits inside the other. No artificial pressure. We observe natural alignment. How long? Their existing cycles overlap for 9 seconds every 14 hours. You found that from old gate reports, from energy delay. The walls should touch during the overlap. Should. Yes. What happens if they do not? Nothing. Both teams withdraw through stable gates, and if they do, we pass a physical marker between locations and record the energy flow. Kwan looked at Jin. What is his role? Living root signal. Jin's eyes moved to Mira. She had not discussed that part with him. Kwan noticed. Complete information, he said. Mira accepted the strike. I was going to ask. Ask now. She faced Jin. Your beast force remains recognizable across folded space. Snow followed it. The fragments in the hospital responded to it. If the 2 dungeon walls connect, I can use your location as a fixed reference. I'll remain outside. Yes. How do you follow the signal? Mira placed one hand on the map. I cannot. Not yet. The meaning reached him. Hana closed the energy display. Kwan looked between the siblings. What are you proposing? Mira answered. The core pack. Silence settled over the workroom. Snow lay beneath the projection table. At the words, she opened her eyes. Jin did not move. No. Mira had expected resistance. She had not expected the answer before she finished. You said you would change how we work. I am sharing information. You are? That does not require the connection. This test does. Then redesign it. The connection would give me your true direction even if the road folds. And severe pain. Kwan looked toward Hana. She did not understand the full mechanism either. Mira did. You said the core pack shares danger information. Location and serious injuries. Yes. It does not share thoughts. No. It does not control me. No. Can I refuse an instruction? Yes. Can I leave? Jin's answer took longer. The bond can be broken if trust is truly broken. That was not my question. It is not designed to be temporary. Mira held his gaze. Then tell me the real reason. Jin looked toward Snow. The cub rose and approached him. Her place in the core pack had never required a formal invitation. Protection, shared danger, food, and repeated choice had formed it since she followed him through the first gate. Mira had been his family first. That made opening the bond harder. You would feel my pain, he said. Yes. I would feel yours. Yes. If the road takes you, I will know the moment it happens. And if it takes me now, you find out from a monitor. His jaw tightened. Mira stepped closer. I'm not asking because of one experiment. No. I spent 10 years searching for your gate without knowing whether you were alive. Do you think distance protected me? Jin said nothing. You returned and still keep one part of yourself 1,000 years away. The workroom's projections moved across his face. Mira continued. I will not force this. I cannot. But do not refuse for me and call it protection. Snow placed one paw on Jin's uninjured foot. He looked down. The cub's presence carried no demand. Only the quiet fact that this bond existed because both sides kept choosing it. Jin removed the silver fang necklace. He placed it on the table between himself and Mira. This was given after the first winter I survived with the Moonwolves. Mira touched neither the fang. What does that have to do with the bond? It reminds me that trust was given before I deserve the name they later used. Beast King. Yes. You still dislike it. Yes. Good. Jin almost smiled. The expression vanished before it fully formed. The core pack is not a contract, he said. I cannot place you inside it. I open the path. You choose whether to enter. And once I enter, danger will carry direction. Distance will not hide us easily. Strong emotion may cross without explanation. Severe pain will be shared as awareness, not injury. Can you command me through it? No. Can you remove me because I disagree? No. Can you close your side? Yes. Mira understood why he had admitted it. And that would hurt, more than never opening it. Then do not. The answer was too simple for his 1,000 years of caution. Jin extended his hand. Mira took it. No mana circle formed beneath them. Beast Force did not treat the moment as a technique. Jin opened the part of his awareness that had always contained snow. A den in winter. The position of one life beyond sight. Danger felt before sound. Pain carried across distance because ignoring it would not make it smaller. Beside Snow's familiar presence waited an empty place Jin had preserved without naming. 9-year-old Mira had once occupied it in memory. 19-year-old Mira entered by choice. Warmth moved through their joined hands. The workroom changed. Mira still saw the maps. She also knew Jin stood to her right with the certainty of knowing where her own arm rested. She closed her eyes. His location remained. Snow stood beneath the table. Mira felt her too. Not thoughts, not words, but a quiet living point close to Jin. Then Jin's pain reached her. Her knees weakened. The cane struck the floor as Jin caught her. Mira inhaled through a body that was not injured. Torn muscles crossed his back. His left knee carried an unstable pull. His balance constantly corrected directions the room did not move. River Serpent guided his breathing around the damage, hiding how much effort every ordinary step required. Beneath the recent injuries lay older pain. Not wounds she could feel clearly. Scars, places his body had learned to survive so completely that they no longer registered as emergencies. Mira gripped his wrist. You said you were improving. I am. This is improving. Yes. The pain sharpened when his concern for her passed through the bond. Jin began closing the path. Mira felt his presence retreat. Don't. It is too much. For you or me, you nearly fell. I am standing. You are holding the table. So are you. He had not noticed his own hand gripping the edge. Mira steadied herself. The pain remained awareness rather than injury. Once she stopped reacting as if her muscles were torn. She could separate his condition from her own. You live like this and call it useful information. It usually is. Leave it open, Mira. You asked me to choose. The bond carried the fear beneath his silence. Not fear that she would use the connection against him. Fear that one day the living point beside Snow would vanish. Mira did not receive the memories behind it. She did not need them. I am here now, she said. Jin's fingers tightened around hers. He left the path open. Quan watched the exchange without understanding every sensation. What changed? Mira released Jin's hand. Then she walked behind him. His presence remained in front of her awareness. She crossed the room. Distance stretched between them, but the direction did not weaken. Location, she said. Snow followed her. A second point moved through the core pack. Mira turned toward a solid wall. Jin stood on the other side of a projection. She pointed directly at him. The road can lie about space. This does not. Hannah activated a sensor. I detect no mana connection. It is not mana, Jin said. Everything says that until I find an instrument sensitive enough. Mira looked at the broken roots. We do not need to measure the bond directly. We use it as a reference. Quan still looked uncertain. You are placing the operation around an ability only you can perceive. Yes, that is not independent proof. The wall connection will be. He studied her proposal. Then he looked at Jin, leaning against the table, while River Serpent corrected his balance. You remain outside both gates. Yes, Min Jae retains combat authority. Mira leads the roots. Jin said. Quan's attention shifted. That was not how Jin had spoken before the collapse. He had not said Mira advises. He had said she leads. Quan approved the test. Preparations took 3 days. The 2 selected gates lay far enough apart that no design system connected them. One opened into a dry salt cavern. The other contained a moss-covered stone ruin beneath constant rain. Both had stable outer portals. Neither contained large hostile creatures. Their core cycles had been observed for weeks. Every 14 hours, an unexplained energy delay appeared in both records for 9 seconds. Mira believed the delay was not lost energy. It was a junction forming between them. Min-jae entered the salt cavern with 4 hunters, Mira, Yuna, and Snow. Rook remained in treatment. Yuna had not wanted to leave him. Rook had turned his head away each time she approached with a monitoring seal. The first seals measured only core rhythm and transmitted no command. Doctors considered them necessary because his damaged pathways could collapse without warning. Yuna placed one while he slept. Rook woke before it finished closing. He looked at the pale ring around his chest. Then at her. "It only monitors," she said. "No pain channel. No movement control." Rook moved to the far side of the treatment platform. The medical lines stretched. Yuna opened the seal immediately. "I need to know if your core fails." He kept his head turned away. She used manual sensors instead. They required someone to remain near him. Yuna remained. For 3 days, she slept in a chair outside his stabilization field and read every change from the external monitor. Rook accepted treatment from the doctors. He did not look at her. When the controlled test required her knowledge of contract signals, she asked whether he wanted her to stay. Rook closed his eyes. No answer became safe to interpret. Yuna arranged for Hana's assistant to monitor the external sensors and left without placing another seal. Inside the salt cavern, she carried no control rod. Snow noticed. The cubs still kept Mira between them. The second team entered the rain ruin at the same time. Hana remained in an earth-side control room receiving both energy feeds. Jin sat beside her with River Serpent active at a low level. His body could walk without the mark now, but maintaining the core pack signal through a gate required stable breathing. Mira sensed him behind the outer portal. The direction felt close. Physically, he stood less than 30 meters away. Inside the road, his presence pointed through the cavern's eastern wall. Not back toward the entrance. Mira stopped. Min-jae checked the map. "Problem?" "Jin is that way." He looked at the solid salt. "The gate is behind us. I know. You said the bond gives true direction. It does. Then either the wall connects to Earth, and either the wall connects to Earth, or your definition of true needs work." Mira placed a beacon against the salt. The signal entered the wall and returned through the outer gate. 2 routes, one physical, one through the road. She contacted Hana. "Send the first energy pulse into the rain gate. Low output, lowest measurable." Hana released a harmless blue pulse through the second portal. The rain ruin team recorded it entering the dungeon core. 3 seconds passed. Nothing appeared in the salt cavern. The predicted overlap remained 5 minutes away. Mira marked Jin's direction. As they moved deeper, the core pack signal shifted along the eastern wall without growing farther away. Snow sniffed the salt. She sneezed and backed away. Yuna crouched several steps from her. "Can you find the living scent?" Snow looked at her. Yuna did not repeat the words as an order. She waited. Snow moved toward the wall, sniffed again, and followed a thin seam Mira's instruments had missed. Yuna signaled the direction with one hand. Mira adjusted the route. "Good," she told Snow. The cub continued. Yuna stayed behind her rather than beside her. The seam led to a chamber absent from the official map. Its eastern wall contained no salt. Dark stone waited beneath a thin white crust. Mira placed all 3 beacon systems around it. "Jin?" His voice came through the communication device from outside the gate. "I hear you. Describe what you feel." He did not shorten the answer. "The core pack path reaches you through the eastern side. The pressure is steady. A second current approaches from below. Snow is close to you. Yuna is behind Snow. Min-jae is 6 steps to your left." Min-jae checked the positions. "Exact?" Mira asked. "Danger? None? Yet." "The lower current is rising. Direction? Toward your wall." She looked at the overlap clock. 40 seconds. The second team waited inside the rain ruin before a moss-covered arch. Its rear surface had begun turning white. Hana sent another energy pulse. This time, it entered the rain wall rather than the core. Mira's sensors detected it beneath the salt chamber. "Circulation confirmed," Hana said. "Energy crossed between the pockets." "Not proof of physical connection," Quan replied from the control room. "Wait. 10 seconds. The dark wall became wet." A single drop of rain emerged from solid stone and struck the salt floor. Snow approached. Yuna held out one arm to stop her, then caught herself before touching the cub. "May I?" Snow glanced at the forming wall. Then she moved behind Yuna's leg. Her mission through position, Yuna stepped between Snow and the dark stone. The wall opened. For 9 seconds, the salt cavern looked into a ruin hundreds of kilometers away. Rain fell through the connection. The second team stood beneath the moss arch, staring back. Min-jae raised one sealed metal marker. The other team leader did the same. They exchanged them through the wall. Hana released a third pulse. Blue energy entered from the rain ruin, crossed the temporary junction, and emerged around Mira's beacons. Every sensor recorded the circulation, not teleportation between two unrelated rooms. Continuous movement through a path that existed only while the broken road aligned. The wall began closing. Snow remained behind Yuna. Yuna did not reach for her. The last rainwater struck the salt. The connection sealed. 9 seconds. Two distant gates had become neighboring sections of one route. Mira lifted the marker received from the other team. Its external tracking signal still reported its Earthside origin, hundreds of kilometers away. Quan watched through the body camera. No interpretation could turn the exchange into an equipment error. Mira faced the camera. A gate is not a door. It is a broken road. The statement reached the association review room before the teams exited. Hana's energy recording supported it. The pulse had not disappeared from one dungeon and appeared in another. It had circulated through measurable space between them, passing along a path hidden from Earth instruments until the junction formed. Mira returned through the salt gate. The instant she crossed, Jin's presence shifted from the eastern wall to directly ahead. She walked toward him without looking. His cane rested beside the control table. "You felt the connection?" she said. "Yes." "From outside?" "Yes." "What changed?" "The distance between us did not. The road changed where it believed I stood." Mira looked at Hana. "Add that to the report." Hana was already writing. Director Quan authorized broader comparison of stable gate cycles. Han's office responded within 2 hours. Access to historical route data was suspended pending a national security review. The explanation claimed that publishing cross-gate alignment could allow hostile groups to bypass barriers. Quan read the notice at the association headquarters. Mira stood across from him with rainwater still drying on her expedition coat. He blocked records before asking how he succeeded. Yes, he knew the result was possible. Or understood the risk quickly. He blocked files from his first expeditions specifically. Quan looked at the access list. The restricted dates clustered around the earliest barrier construction, not around recent security threats. His reaction confirms he knows more than he admits, Mira said. It confirms he is afraid of what those records contain. That is not better. No, Quan closed the official notice. Your controlled test is now classified. Why? Because Han is correct about one thing. A road between two gates could bypass city defenses. Then classify the method, not the evidence that gates connect. That distinction will be argued. By whom? People who do not want to explain where the roads lead. Mira looked toward Jin. Through the core pack, she felt his pain sharpen as he stood too long. She pointed at the chair. Sit. He sat before anyone else understood why. Quan's gaze moved between them. That connection will change operational command. Yes, Mira said. Can he influence your decisions? He can warn me. That was not the question. No more than being my brother already did. Jin looked at her. The Bond carried his objection before he spoke. Mira ignored it. Quan almost smiled. Good. Something still outranks the Beast King. Most reasonable things do, Mira said. Jin's expression remained flat. Snow entered with Yuna. The cub had stayed beside Yuna during the entire return walk from the gate, not touching, not hiding behind Mira, simply choosing the same side of the corridor. Yuna noticed only after they reached the elevator. She pressed the button. Snow sat beside her boot. The doors opened. Snow entered first. Yuna waited for the cub to choose a corner, then stood on the opposite side. Jin watched through the open doors. You entered without checking it, he said. Yuna looked at the elevator. I have used one before. I was speaking to Snow. The cub ignored him. Mira stepped inside. She has adapted faster. That does not make the machine trustworthy. The doors closed on his expression. Yuna looked down at Snow. I understand why she does that now. Snow's ears moved. When they returned to the beast treatment wing, Rook remained on his platform. The external monitor showed a minor irregularity in his core rhythm. Yuna checked it twice. The fluctuation had increased while she was away. A low-level monitoring seal would transmit the rhythm directly and alert her before a collapse. She removed one from the medical case. Rook saw it. His body did not retreat. He turned his head away and placed one uninjured paw over the edge of his chest where the seal would attach. The posture carried no violence, no confusion. Refusal. Yuna held the pale ring for several seconds. The doctor beside her said, continuous monitoring is safer. For whom? She asked. For him, if he accepts it. The patient cannot understand the full medical risk. He understands the seal. Rook's paw remained in place. Yuna returned the ring to its case. External monitor only. You may miss a sudden failure. Then I remain close. The doctor looked at the chair where she had already spent several nights. That is not sustainable, no. Yuna sat anyway. Snow entered behind her. The cub approached Rook's platform, checked his scent and moved beneath the nearby chair. Yuna expected her to follow Mira when she left. Snow remained. For 10 minutes Yuna sat between two beasts she could not command. Rook did not look at her. Snow slept close enough that one paw rested against the edge of Yuna's boot. The contact lasted only until Mira returned with food. It was still the first touch Snow had permitted without injury forcing it. Yuna did not move until the cub woke on her own. Jean's recovery continued. River Serpent allowed him to walk without the cane by the end of the 5th week. It did not allow him to run. When he tried, the mark redirected strain around the torn muscles until his knee lost support. Mira felt the failure through the core pack before he hit the rehabilitation mat. She entered from the observation room. You said you were walking. I was. That was running. Briefly. She offered her hand. He took it. The connection made hiding useless. Jin stopped trying. When pain sharpened, he told her where. When an old Beast World landmark triggered danger he could not explain, he described the entire memory rather than the final warning. The change slowed some conversations. It prevented everyone from building different plans around the same 6 words. Mira used his Beast Force signal to correct 27 historical maps. Distances that had never made sense became folded sections. Routes labeled dead ends became roads leading toward one of the 7 empty centers. Hana layered energy circulation over each correction. The pattern became harder to deny. Every functioning fragment on Earth drew through the broken network. Every gate core acted as both battery and relay. Energy did not originate inside each dungeon pocket. It moved. From somewhere deeper. Toward Earth. Quan requested the blocked records a second time. Han's office denied him. The denial cited authority granted after the first gate catastrophe. Quan read the wording carefully. The Guardian Network controlled current infrastructure records. It did not control the Association's original paper archive. Most officials believed those files had been destroyed when the first headquarters fell during a gate surge. Quan knew otherwise. On the final night of the 6th week, he entered Jin's hospital room carrying a metal key. Mira had removed most maps from the walls, but the 7 empty centers remained projected above the bed. Quan placed the key on the table. This opens a storage level beneath the old Association memorial. Mira looked at it. Digital archive? Paper? Film? Early core samples? Expedition logs written before the Guardian Office standardized records. Why was it hidden? Because Han requested everything connected to his first expeditions. My predecessor kept duplicates. Did Han know? He knew some records were missing. Not where. No, Jin studied Quan. Why give them now? Quan looked towards Snow asleep beneath the window. Because I watched an awakened beast preserve evidence. Before officials could classify it, the illegal facility, the stolen camera, no hide, Quan continued. I told myself secrecy protected institutions long enough for facts to be handled responsibly. Han uses the same argument. And now? Mira asked. Now I want to know whether I am protecting people or protecting the structure that claims to protect them. He pushed the key toward her. No electronic devices inside. Hana may examine physical samples under sealed conditions. Nothing leaves until we know what it proves. Mira took the key. The old memorial stood in the district, damaged by the first gate catastrophe. Names of the dead covered its outer walls. Beneath them, sealed stairs descended into the original emergency command center. Quan opened 3 mechanical locks. Air preserved for years moved through the corridor. The archive contained no polished history. Boxes carried smoke damage. Film reels had been labeled by hand. Core samples rested inside early containment jars, surrounded by thick lead and salt. Mira found the first expedition log beneath a shelf marked Barrier Research. Han's handwriting appeared across the opening page. The early entries recorded routes, casualties, and core behavior, without later technical language. He described energy wells inside distant gate regions, not dungeon cores, centers. Places where roads converged and mana circulated through entire landscapes. The first extraction happened after a barrier prototype failed. Han's team entered a gate region, reached the central well and removed its core structure. The next entry reported that the prototype barrier stabilized. A later note described the gate region collapsing behind them. Han called the loss regrettable but necessary. Mira read the line twice. Jin stood beside her. Which region? She showed him the route sketch, a lake fed by 3 rivers. Storm Eagle Ridges to the north, Moon Territory far to the southeast. The first empty center. They opened the second log, another early expedition. Another central energy source removed. Another barrier came online within weeks. The surrounding gate pocket destabilized and vanished from Earth access. The third source powered the first national treatment network. The fourth supported large-scale hunter equipment. The fifth stabilized linked city barriers. The sixth became the foundation of the current relay system. The seventh expedition record carried the same internal routing symbol found on the illegal facility equipment. 7 removals, 7 empty centers. Hana examined the transport pages. These weights are too large for fragments. Complete cores? Quan asked. Something larger. Each shipment continued producing extractable energy after transport. Where were they taken? Mira followed the logistics codes. Every route passed through Han's first barrier facility. Afterward, the records divided. Officially, portions entered hospitals, barriers, and dungeon core research. A sealed notation referred to a deeper central network containing 7 primary sources. Quan stared at the page. The records lead to them. Or to whatever remained after transport, Hana said. These files do not tell us their current state. Jin touched the map of the first region. The beast world had not weakened because 7 places naturally died. They had been emptied. He moved from one glowing absence to the next. He recognized the landmarks surrounding each. The lake that stopped feeding moon forest. The marshes that hardened along the river road. The plains where white stag herds changed migration. The mountain valleys abandoned by stone bears. The storm routes that no longer carried seasonal rain. The shadow forests that thinned until concealment failed. The deep waterways where river serpents ceased returning. Different tribes had named the losses differently. Drought, migration, war, a changing world. Jin had protected each region without ever finding the wound. Mira placed the 7 expedition dates over the reconstructed road. Every major decline followed one removal. Energy on Earth rose as life in the beast world weakened. She looked at the transport notation leading toward the hidden central network. What were these centers? Jin had no formal human term for them. The tribes rarely approached them directly. Their roads, rivers, and migrations had formed around the energy they gave. They had been less like mines than living centers of circulation. He looked at the 7 empty points glowing across Mira's map. Odd cores, he said. The silver fang necklace grew cold against his chest. They were the hearts of the beast world, the archive answered with silence. No machine alarm followed the discovery. No barrier failed above them. The names carved into the memorial remained still while 7 stolen centers continued powering the world that had taken them. Mira looked at the expedition dates again. The first removal happened before your disappearance. Yes. The last? After. Han's work had crossed both sides of Jin's absence. Before Jin entered the beast world, humans had already begun removing its central sources. While he learned its languages, survived its winters, and watched tribes weaken, Earth refined the stolen power into barriers. When he returned, those barriers covered the sky. Hana sealed the final log. These records establish extraction and transport. They do not establish the current condition of the 7 sources. They continued producing fragments. Mira said, according to old notations, enough to build a national network, which means they may still exist. Jin turned toward the route. Code leading to Han's first barrier facility. They exist. Quan studied him. You can sense them. No, then how do you know? If they were destroyed, the road would not continue drawing through the empty centers. Hana considered the energy maps. A removed source could leave a residual pathway. For generations? Mira asked. If the network maintained it, with what? Hana looked at the 7 transport records, something on the other end. Quan took the metal key from the archive table. No copies leave this room. Mira's expression hardened. You gave us the files. I gave you access. If Han learns we possess them before we know where the 7 sources are held, he can move the remaining evidence. He may already know. Then we do not confirm it. Jin looked toward the ceiling. Far above them, the city barrier continued glowing. How many facilities connect directly to the first network? Quan understood what he was asking. 1 original site. It was expanded rather than replaced. Han's first barrier facility, Mira said. It remains active. Then we inspect it. Quan's answer came immediately. No. Jin faced him. The facility supports central barrier regulation. The facility supports central barrier regulation. 3 hospital districts and emergency power for the association headquarters. If Han built his deeper network beneath it, entering without preparation risks all of them. Preparation takes time. SO does recovering from 4 mark manifestations. Gene's balance had improved. The core pack ensured Mira still felt the pain River Serpent guided around his injuries. Quan continued. You cannot fight your way through a national barrier center. I do not intend to. That answer has preceded several damaged buildings. Hey, damaged only one intentionally, Mira said. Quan looked at her. The illegal facility. Parts of it needed damaging. This is not helping your request. Hannah returned the logs to their boxes. A normal inspection will not reach the lower network. If it exists. Its power draw is hidden inside legitimate systems. How do we find it? Quan asked. Compare input and output at the source. The facility reports are controlled by Han's office. Then I measure physically. You cannot walk inside carrying unsanctioned equipment. I can carry sanctioned maintenance tools that happen to record more than their approved settings. Quan looked at Yunong. She had remained near the archive entrance, listening to the early records describe living centers as recoverable resources. The control relays at the illegal facility used Han's routing architecture, she said. If the old barrier center contains the same layers, I can identify them. And Snow? Quan asked. The cub stood beside Jin. Road scent, he said. Quan looked at Jin's cane. And you, Shadow Panther. You just promised the doctor no gate entry. The facility is on Earth. Your doctor will find that distinction insulting. It remains accurate. Mira felt River Serpent tighten around his hair. Injured knee. You can maintain one mark, she said. Yes. How long over all of us? Enough to enter. That was not a duration. 20 minutes without movement strain. Less if the security network searches directly. Quan considered the group before him. Jin, Mira, Yuna, Hana, Snow, Dada. Min-jae could provide operational support, but adding his full unit would thin Shadow Panther and increase the chance of discovery. This is not an arrest operation, Quan said. You inspect, record, and leave. No public confrontation. No damage to active systems. If captives are inside, Jin asked. Quan's silence became the answer he did not want to give. Mira said, we assess before acting. Jin looked at her. Complete information. Shared decision. He nodded. Quan placed the metal key inside his coat. The facility's upper levels undergo scheduled safety review in 4 days. Hana enters openly with a technical team. Mira joins as a route specialist due to the hospital failure. Yuna evaluates contract-linked relays. And Jin? Hana asked. He does not appear on the visitor list, Jin understood. Shadow Panther would carry him after the official group passed security. Quan continued. Min-jae will enter as association protection. He knows only that we suspect hidden infrastructure beneath the facility. He should know the risk. For 4 days, the city above the Stolen Hearts continued normally. Jin's restriction remained active. He attended rehabilitation each morning, walked without River Serpent for longer periods, and refused every attempt to make him use a softer support brace. Mira felt when he overtrained. On the 2nd day, she called him from the association workroom. Stop. Jin stood on the rehabilitation stairs. How do you know where I am? I can feel you pretending your knee is stable. It is stable. Pain sharpened through the core pack. Mira waited. Jin sat on the nearest step. Better, she said. You are not here. I no longer need to be. This bond has disadvantages. You were warned. Snow sat beside him and placed the squeaking chicken on his injured knee. Jin moved it. She replaced it. Mira felt his annoyance and ended the call before laughing became audible. The warmth did not remove what waited beneath the facility. It made the cost clearer. Earth contained ordinary mornings. Children argued over vegetables in fragment-powered hospitals. Workers crossed bridges protected by barrier light. Mira drank cold coffee while mapping stolen energy. None deserved to die because Han had built survival on another world's loss. Neither did the tribes whose rivers had disappeared. Jin had spent the first weeks after returning treating Earth as Mira's home. By the morning of the inspection, that answer no longer survived the core pack. Mira felt his attention extend beyond her each time the city barrier passed over their vehicle. Not belonging, responsibility. He had not yet called Earth his pack. He had stopped pretending it was only someone else. Han's oldest barrier facility stood at the center of the first protected district. The upper structure resembled a broad white tower divided by blue vertical lines. Energy moved through them toward barrier stations across the city. 4 hospitals drew stabilized flow from the eastern side. Emergency reserves remained beneath the central floor. A memorial plaque near the entrance honored the engineers and hunters who built the facility, including those killed during early construction. Han's name appeared first. The security system confirmed Hana, Mira, Yuna, and Min-jae. Snow entered under awakened protective status after refusing the scanner platform twice. The guards checked Jin's absence from the list. They did not check the shadow beneath Min-jae's coat. Shadow Panther spread through the group before their vehicle crossed the final gate. Jin walked among them unseen, not because light passed through him, but because every eye found another reason to move away. The facility searched more actively than the abandoned processing center. Cameras compared body heat to registered identities. Pressure sensors counted weight. Air monitors sampled scent and mana. Shadow Panther could dismiss attention. It could not remove mass. Mira timed Jin's crossing while Min-jae rolled one of the registered equipment cases off the monitored section, keeping the measured load within the declared total. Snow walked beneath Yuna's coat when thermal sensors counted living bodies. Hana delayed at each air monitor long enough for the ventilation cycle to scatter Jin's scent. No one needed a 6-word warning. Mira knew where Jin stood through the core pack. He told her each change in concealment before it happened. The eastern camera is tracking movement rather than faces. Mira dropped a tool case. The guard looked toward the sound. Jin crossed beneath the camera. The next sensor measures weight. Min-jae stepped onto the panel at the same time. Their readings merged. Shadow thinning, Jin said. How long? Mira asked without turning. 11 minutes. She increased the pace of the official inspection. The upper facility contained exactly what Han claimed his network protected. Engineers monitored barrier pressure in real time. Hospital lines received priority over commercial grids. Emergency protocols could isolate damaged districts before a surge spread. The systems were not decorative covers built to hide a crime. They worked. Oh. Hana inspected a central regulator. I need unsmoothed output for the last 30 days. The facility supervisor hesitated. Guardian authorization. This inspection follows a hospital failure. Public reports classified it as localized. Broken treatment ring disagreed. Mira placed the failure map beside the regulator. Energy entered through a route absent from your approved grid. The supervisor studied it. Cross-network return? Yes, that should be impossible. It happened. He opened a limited diagnostic record. Hana read the output. The upper facility received more energy than the visible input supplied. A hidden source filled the difference. Where does this line originate? She asked. The supervisor followed the channel. Its label ended at Central Reserve. We are standing above it. No. Your Central Reserve output is listed separately. He checked again. The difference remained. I'll contact lower maintenance. The call returned no response. Jin spoke through the core pack. Do not let him alert Central Control. Mira understood the full reason. Shadow Panther had begun sensing a search pattern below them. Something in the lower facility had noticed their measurements. She asked the supervisor to demonstrate an emergency hospital transfer. The request required both his hands and attention. Hana continued recording. Yuna stood near the regulator with one palm against its outer casing. Contract logic moved beneath the barrier design. Third priority command channels, she said quietly. Hana looked toward her. In a power system, it treats each connected fragment like a contracted core. Life support first. Stabilization second. Direct output third. The same architecture as the cages. Larger. Cleaner. Jin's attention sharpened. Yuna continued. This network does not request energy. It issues pressure until the source provides it. Mira saw the lower route. The road junction beneath them was not merely connected to Earth systems. It was bound by them. The official inspection ended at the central regulator. The group entered a maintenance corridor with permission to examine the hospital return line. Min-jae disabled his body camera for 14 seconds under the excuse of signal interference. Jin allowed Shadow Panther to expand. The light around all 6 bodies dimmed. They passed the approved maintenance door and continued toward the restricted lift beyond it. A technician walked directly past Snow. His gaze moved to a warning label on the wall. The lift required Guardian authority. Hana opened its outer panel. Yuna identified the command hierarchy. Mira traced the cable behind the wall to a physical emergency release. Min-jae turned it. The doors opened. No floor waited beyond them. A stone stairway descended beneath the modern shaft. The first steps had been cut long before the facility. Mira's core pack sense changed direction. Jin stood beside her. The bond said he also waited far below. She looked into the stairway. Ancient road fold. Jin released Shadow Panther after the doors closed behind them. Darkness returned to ordinary darkness. He waded through the settling pause. 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. His injured leg shook. River Serpent was not active. Mira felt the pain anyway. Can you continue? Yes. 1 mark only. No combinations. Yes. Complete answer? Jin tested the air. Something below is pulling at a mark I have not used. Danger? Not yet. They descended. Modern cables ran beside ancient stone. The stairway curved twice but never changed direction through the core pack. Physical depth reached 80 meters. Mana delay claimed more than 300. The walls opened around a buried junction. 7 roads once met there. Only their beginnings remained. Each ended at a vertical channel filled with blue light. Modern control rings surrounded the channels. Black filaments crossed the old stone, forcing energy upward toward the facility. Mira approached the center. Carvings beneath the machinery showed rivers flowing into 7 circles. No circle was represented as a door. They were sources. The ancient road junction had distributed their energy before Han built anything above it. "He found the road," she said. Hana examined the modern installation and built the first barrier directly over it. Not because the ancient beast's core happened to stabilize the gate, because the core introduced energy into a network already here. Min-jae looked up toward Detour. The active facility. Did he know that during the first catastrophe? Maybe not, Mira said. He knew by the time he built this. Snow moved toward the nearest channel. Her fur lifted under the pressure. Jin stopped her before she touched it. The blue current carried no complete life, only fragments passing through. Yuna examined the control ring. It is the same principle as the remote device inside the wild beast. This version does not force movement. What does it force? Min-jae asked. Output 7 channels. 7 distant sources pressured until pieces broke away. Mira followed one channel into the lower wall. It continues. The old road beneath it remained. Not physically open. Still present. Jin touched the stone. The unused mark answered. Gold spread beneath his palm. Not the bright gold of ordinary mana. The pattern resembled fine scales laid along the bones of his hand. It moved up his arm, crossed his collar, and formed a narrow line beneath his eyes. Every beast in the lower facility sensed it. Snow lowered her body, not in forced obedience but beneath the weight of an ancient presence she recognized. Farther below, captives stirred. Jin closed his eyes. The ancient dragon mark had never been the loudest of the 7. Dragons did not need to shout across roads built around their passing. The mark carried no command over living beings. It recognized crossings. It felt where a road supported life and where force had twisted it into a chain. Through the 7 channels, Jin sensed distance vanish. 7 immense rhythms answered from the deeper network. Slow. Wounded. Alive. His fingers pressed into the stone. They kept the hearts whole. Hannah's attention sharpened. All 7. Wounded. Not destroyed. Where? Farther than this facility, connected through the roads. Mira placed a beacon beside Jin's hand. The device detected no ancient dragon energy directly. It detected the road responding. 7 channels changed direction. Her map expanded. Lines passed beneath Earth's design network and vanished into folded space. Each led to a large source held somewhere beyond ordinary distance. They moved them into one central network, she said. Close enough to extract continuously, Hana replied. Far enough that no single facility failure releases them. Min-jae looked at them. Toward the sealed stair above. Can we reach them from here? Not physically, Mira said. This junction controls access, not location. Ancient Dragon followed the channels more deeply. Jin sensed the original direction of each source. The mark did not show him Earth coordinates. It showed where the road expected the hearts to be. One belonged beyond Moon Forest. Another beneath the old river routes. A third among the Stone Bear Valleys. Mira felt the directions through the core pack as Jin named the landmarks completely. She placed each anchor back onto the reconstructed Beast World map. 7 stolen centers. 7 original regional positions. The road began making sense around them. Hana opened the lower control terminal. Early research records remained stored behind Guardian encryption. Yuna used the command hierarchy to isolate the terminal from the upper alarm network. Mira entered the expedition routing codes from the paper archive. The system opened. A formal term appeared across the first record. Heart Anchor. The designation described a living central structure tied to a region's roads, water, mana flow, and environmental stability. Removing an anchor did not immediately destroy the region. It ended natural circulation. Rivers weakened. Migration paths collapsed. Mana collected in unstable pockets. The world survived by consuming what remained. The second term followed. Heart Fragment. Fragments could be removed from an intact anchor. Small extraction allowed slow recovery. Repeated extraction exceeded it. Han's network had preserved each anchor because a living source produced more stable material than a dead core. The 7 hearts had not merely been stolen. They had been kept alive to be harvested. Mira read the extraction schedule. Every barrier expansion increased the rate. Hana opened the medical allocation. Hospitals used the most stable fragments. Control cores, lower-grade pieces processed with contract filaments. Dungeon cores. Hana found the manufacturing records. Rows of heart fragments entered stabilization chambers. Artificial properties were layered around them before the resulting cores were placed into broken road pockets. Dungeon cores were not natural hearts formed inside isolated worlds. They were relay batteries. Each stabilized a fragment of the broken road, drew energy from the 7 anchors, and made the pocket accessible from Earth. When hunters cleared a dungeon and removed its core, the road fragment weakened or collapsed. Han's system then placed another fragment elsewhere. Earth called the cycle gate formation. The beast world experienced it as pieces of land being torn away. Min-jae stared at the records. Every dungeon we cleared removed a relay, Hana said. Not the original source. We thought the gate created the core. The core helped create the gate. Yuna looked at the 7 extraction channels. An entire world placed under contract. No single seal controlled every beast. It did not need to. Control the roads, control water, migration and survival. Everything living beneath them would move where the system permitted. Snow scratched at the lower door. A scent came through it. Fear. Blood. Awakened thought. Jin released Ancient Dragon. The golden scales faded. He waited through the full settling pause before touching the door. Captives. Kwan's order had been to inspect and leave. Mira looked at the extraction schedules. The lower facility knew they were present. Han could erase the records or move the captives the moment they withdrew. We locate all of them first, she said. Jin nodded. Min-jae opened the door. The lower level contained memory chambers. Transparent tanks lined both sides of a circular corridor. Inside each floated a removed beast core surrounded by silver threads. Images moved through the fluid. A den beneath snow. Young voices. The scent of rain. A hunter's blade entering from outside the memory. Hana examined the first tank. They extracted memory patterns from the cores. For research, Min-jae asked. Navigation, language, behavior. Control response. Yuna read the labels. Fear triggers. Family attachment. Pain tolerance. Submission patterns. The memories of awakened beasts had been converted into instructions for binding others. A second room contained living captives connected to memory lines. Not many. Enough. Some were wild beasts used to test road pressure. Others watched the humans enter with the stillness of people who had learned movement brought pain. Snow approached the nearest cage. A thin, long-eared awakened beast lifted its head. Moonchild. The words came through a dry throat. Snow touched her nose to the bars. Yuna examined the restraint. No physical control core. The cage pressure enters through the floor. Can you release it? Mira asked. Yes. Not while the central relay remains active. Jin looked toward the next chamber. Find everyone. They moved through the memory archive. One core continued projecting after its tank had cracked. The image expanded across the corridor. A wide river crossed a green valley. White-furred beasts drank along its banks. Winged shapes circled above distant cliffs. Small settlements stood beneath trees heavy with pale flowers. Jin knew the place. The memory accelerated. The river lowered. One bank became dry ground. Trees lost their leaves before winter. The next season, the water returned only as a narrow stream. Tribes gathered beside the empty channel. Some argued. Some prayed. Others left. The memory belonged to an awakened beast traveling with the final group. It looked back from the ridge. A line of families crossed the dead valley carrying young and wounded elders. The image changed. Hunters emerged through a newly formed gate. The memory ended beneath a blade. Jin stood motionless. Mira felt his grief through the core pack. Not sudden. Recognition joining an old wound. I passed that valley, he said. When? After the 3rd drought? Did you know why the river failed? No. What did you do? Led them north. Did they survive? Some? Valleys splitting beneath unstable mana. A 3rd showed Shadow Panther forests losing the darkness that hid their young. Places Jin had protected. Crises he had treated as separate. Every road led back to the 7 missing hearts. Jin looked toward the channels above. I taught them to survive the theft. The sentence carried no pride. Mira stepped beside him. You did not know. I should have found it. You searched. I searched each wound separately. Because the roads were broken, the core pack carried his resistance to the comfort. Mira did not soften the truth. You could not see the whole path then. I see it now. What do you do with it? Jin looked at the living captives, then toward the city above. Return the hearts. Hana turned from the memory tank. If you cut them from Earth now, the hospital network collapses. I know, not only hospitals. Barriers. Treatment centers. Barriers. Artificial dungeon cores currently containing unstable pockets. Sudden loss could open every connected road at once. I know. We need a replacement circulation plan before removing anything. Mira felt Jin's answer before he spoke, not retreat. Decision expanding to include both sides. We preserve Earth, he said, and return what was taken. Min-jae looked at him. How? I do not know yet. The honesty mattered. Han's voice entered the corridor. You finally understand the position I was in. Every screen activated. His image appeared above the memory tanks. He stood inside the first barrier facility's central control room, several levels above them. No surprise showed on his face. You allowed us to enter, Mira said. I allowed an inspection team into the upper facility. You knew we would find the lower junction. I knew Seo Jin might. Jin faced the nearest screen. You kept them alive. Yes. So they could recover? So they could continue supplying stable fragments. Han did not deny the purpose. Yuna looked at the living cages. You built control technology from memories stolen out of people's core. I built systems capable of predicting threats humanity could not understand. You labeled family attachment as a weakness. It is a behavioral pressure point. That answer is worse. It is accurate. Hana transferred the anchor records to 3 sealed drives. Han watched her. Those files cannot leave. Because they prove the network is failing? Because they contain the location architecture for every barrier and hospital connected to it. And the 7 anchors. Yes, Mira looked at the heart. Fragment output. You knew removing them killed the regions around them. I knew the regions destabilized. You continued extracting. Earth continued needing power. Jin stepped closer to the screen. Why did the sacrifice never end? Han's expression remained calm. Because the danger never ended. The first catastrophe ended. The next gate opened 6 days later. You had time after. For what? To tell cities their barriers would be dismantled while we searched for a gentler source? To remove children from treatment because the beasts providing their fragments might possess language? To ask whether another world should die for yours? Han's gaze hardened. Earth is mine. The beast world became mine too. Then you understand why I chose. No, you led tribes through famine. Did you divide food equally with predators outside your pack, when possible, and when it was not? I chose who I could save. So did I. You never stopped choosing the same side, because I never stopped being responsible for it. Han opened the hospital network across the screens. Thousands of treatment points illuminated. Every light is a person whose death becomes immediate if you act from anger. Jin looked at them. I will not cut the network today. Han paused. He had expected a threat. Jin continued. But the anchors return. Then replace them, we will. You have no method, not yet. I do. Harvest until nothing remains. Maintain controlled extraction while developing substitutes. You have extracted faster each year. You have extracted faster each year. Demand increased. The anchors weakened. Which is why your 7 signatures matter. The final offer arrived without a prepared document. Join me. Han displayed the deeper network. Your marks regulate road pressure without measurable manner loss. Ancient Dragon stabilized all 7 channels when you touched the junction. With your cooperation, extraction could decrease while Earth transitions. Decrease, gradually. How many more regions die during gradually? How many hospitals fail during immediately? Jin did not answer because the question deserved its weight. Han continued. You wanted a path that saves both worlds. I am offering the only one currently available. Under your control. Under coordinated authority. Yours. Shared with you. Until I refuse. Then persuade me. You built a system where refusal becomes pressure. Han glanced toward Yuna. Every civilization does. No, Jin said. Every frightened ruler tries, for the first time. Han's anger reached his voice. You mistake restraint for cowardice because beasts trusted you. I know restraint. You know small packs. I knew kingdoms. And watch them die. Jin's eyes turned gold. Han did not retreat from the screen. I built something that survived. By making another world pay. Yes, the word filled the corridor. No excuse followed. Han believed the choice remained correct. That made compromise more difficult than exposing a lie. Stand beside me, Han said. Protect the anchors. Regulate the roads. Give humanity time. And the captives? Release those not required for immediate stabilization. Required by whom? People who understand the network. The same people who built the cages. The same people who kept Earth alive. Jin looked Earth alive. Jin looked toward the awakened beast touching its fingers to Snow's nose through the bars. No. Han's expression settled. Then you leave me no reason to trust what you will do with the records. The screens went dark. The lower facility shut down. The lower facility shut down. Blue channels vanished. The memory tanks lost power. Cage restraints tightened into emergency containment. Above them, the 7 anchor currents stopped passing through the junction. Hospital lines failed first. Hana's tablet filled with alerts. He isolated the lower network. Can the upper facility maintain power? Min-jae asked. Not without this junction. Local reserves will last minutes. Mira opened the roadmap. Han had not disconnected Earth from the anchors. He had closed the path through the facility and redirected control deeper into his network. The sudden rerouting created a pressure wall beneath them. Ancient stone cracked. One heart fragment memory tank burst. Silver fluid crossed the floor. The core inside began collapsing. Yuna reached the cages. Emergency pressure is locking every restraint. Release them, Jin said. I need the relay. Snow ran toward the far corridor. Yuna followed without ordering her. Min-jae took the opposite side. Mira traced the closed channels. They all passed through this junction. If we reopen it directly, Han's system regains control. What else? Hana asked. A loop? Through what? The broken road. Mira drew 2 nearby fragments from the reconstructed map. One connected to the hospital return line. The other reached the upper barrier reserve. If we route outgoing pressure through the old river fragment and return it through the northern bend, the junction becomes a bypass. Hana checked the distance. Those pockets are not aligned. They were during the hospital surge. That was a failure. It was circulation, without permission. Can you reproduce it? For seconds? We need at least 11 minutes to stabilize the hospitals. Mira looked at Jin. Ancient dragon pressed beneath his skin. The road can hold if protected. His current injuries answered through the core pack. Mira felt the limit. 1 mark, she said. Yes, no stone bear when the junction shakes. Yes. No forcing another mark if the loop changes. Complete answer. Yes. She believed him because the core pack carried the danger he no longer hid. Open ancient dragon. Gold scales appeared along Jin's hands. The road junction responded. 7 ancient channels emerged beneath the modern control rings. Mira placed her beacons around the center. Follow my direction. Jin closed his eyes. You led. She sent the first pulse through the old river route. The road resisted. Han's modern network had trained every channel to move toward extraction. Mira asked energy to return. The first pulse collapsed. Again, she said. Hana connected the upper hospital reserve to her terminal. 2 wards have entered emergency power. Mira adjusted the angle. The second pulse entered the broken road, traveled toward the river fragment and vanished. Jin felt it through ancient dragon. Too low. The road is folded beneath the junction. Direction? Down, then east. Human words. Physical down does not remain down after the first turn. The current must follow the pressure away from Earth for 12 seconds before bending back. Better. Mira altered the route. The third pulse moved away from the facility. Hana watched hospital reserves fall. 6 minutes. Mira refused to speed up. Rushing had destroyed the expedition route. She followed travel time instead of fear. The pulse reached the old river fragment. Return path, she said. Ancient dragon spread through Jin's arms. The mark did not generate energy. It placed protection around the road carrying it. Cracks stopped widening beneath his feet. The gold pattern reached the 7 carved circles, then halted. Holding more would turn protection into force. Jin did not push. Mira opened the northern bend. The current returned. Blue light rose through the junction. The upper hospital line reactivated at 8%. Hana redirected it toward life support wards. Mira built a second loop beside the first. The roads crossed. Ancient dragons separated them before pressure collided. Jin's injured knee bent. Mira felt it. Sit. I need contact with the junction. Then kneel. He lowered himself. The gold pattern remained steady. Hana increased hospital flow 1 ward at a time. Upper facility staff saw power return through an unregistered route. Their systems attempted to reject it. She overrode the filters. Legal network is classifying the loop as hostile. Yuna's voice came through the communication channel. Third priority command. Remove authority without removing stabilization. Hana found the layer. She separated it. The facility accepted the energy. Hana looked toward the corridor where Yuna had disappeared. She has become annoyingly useful. Mira almost smiled. Tell her later. Yuna found the cage relay behind the memory archive. Snow stood beneath it, barking toward a sealed vent. The awakened captives answered from the other side. The relay controlled 12 cages. Its emergency setting treated every living core as an escape threat. Yuna opened the panel. No control rod rested in her hand. The system still recognized her mana as licensed tamer authority. She could issue a universal stop command. That would freeze every beast inside its cage and release the physical locks. Faster. Safer for the humans. Another form of ownership. Yuna opened the communication line to the cages. Listen. The locks will release in groups. Do not enter the main corridor until Snow moves. Several captives understood Korean. Others did not. Snow ran to the first cage and pressed one paw against the door. Yuna released its physical lock without touching the core restraint. The long-eared awakened beast pushed the door open. Its floor seal remained active. Yuna separated the monitoring line from the pressure layer. Step back. The beast did not understand. Snow moved backward. It copied her. The seal opened. One cage, then another. Wild beasts reacted to the loss of pressure with panic. One struck the bars repeatedly. Yuna did not contract it. She opened a side barrier that made the clear route easier than the human corridor. Snow stood where the beast could see her, and moved toward the exit. The wild beast followed. Choice shaped by position, not forced movement. The difference cost time. Yuna kept paying it. Min-jae found 3 facility guards behind the second relay. They had received orders to preserve the memory archive and prevent unauthorized removal of assets. The first raised a weapon. Min-jae disarmed him. The second reached for the purge control. Snow struck his wrist before he touched it. The third saw awakened captives emerging from open cages. They're dangerous. So is the purge switch, Min-jae replied. They are facility property. The long-eared beast spoke from behind Snow. No, the guard froze. Min-jae placed him against the wall. Classification disputed. Yuna opened the final cage. Its occupant did not leave. A scaled awakened beast sat in the corner with both arms around its knees. Door open, Yuna said. It stared at her tamer badge. No rope. I will not place one, human says. Yes. The beast did not move. Snow entered the cage. She sat halfway between Yuna and the captive. Yuna remained outside. After several seconds, the scaled beast crawled towards Snow. It crossed the threshold. Yuna stepped back to leave the route clear. The temporary loop reached 30% output, enough to prevent immediate hospital deaths, not enough to stabilize the city barrier if a gate surge occurred. Hana balanced the load across the oldest heart fragments. 11 minutes became indefinite. Mira checked the junction. Han's deeper network had begun pressing against her loop. He is trying to close the roads. Can he? Yes. How long? Less if he increases pressure. Jin felt the 7 anchors beyond the channels. Their rhythms strained against the forced redirection. Ancient Dragon carried their distress through the road. Not words, wounds held open for years. Jin's gold lines brightened. Mira felt the impulse through the core pack. Do not push back. Hay is closing it. Protect the loop. Do not fight the whole network. If it closes, I know. The pressure increased. Ancient Dragon wanted to spread across all 7 channels and place the junction beneath Jin's protection. That would challenge Han's authority directly. It would also expose Jin's injured body to every anchor at once. Mira placed one hand on his shoulder. Here, she said. Protect here. The mark followed the complete instruction. 1 junction. 2 temporary roads. 3 hospital lines, no more. Jin kept the gold pattern within the boundary. The loop held. Han watched from the central control room. His staff reported unauthorized circulation beneath the first facility. Close the old road junction, he ordered. We cannot. Its structure is responding to an external signature. Ancient Dragon. The operator did not understand the name. Han did. 7 source monitors reacted whenever Jin's protection touched the road. The anchors had not responded this strongly to any human system. Raise extraction pressure by 1 level. Hospital return flow is passing through the same junction. Road hospitals through Central Reserve. Reserve capacity is insufficient. Han looked at the ward status. Jin's group had turned the broken road into emergency infrastructure within minutes. Crude, temporary, alive. If Han forced the junction closed, patients would lose power. If he allowed it, they would leave with proof and captives. Maintain current pressure, he said. Do not increase. The operator waited. Sir, prepare public security footage. Han shows the battlefield that would not darken hospital wards. Hana stabilized the final treatment line. Hospital power holding at 41%. The barrier remains below safe reserve. We leave before the loop fails, Mira said. The moment we leave. Ancient Dragon releases. Can you move the route signal onto the beacons? For seconds, enough to cross the upper level. Yuna returned with the captives. 13 living beasts entered the junction chamber. 7 awakened, 6 wild. The wild beasts kept to the wall Snow had chosen for them. No contract connected them to Yuna. Min-jae carried 3 sealed drives inside his armor. Hana held the memory core evidence. Mira had copied the heart anchor records into a route beacon disguised as mapping data. Jin remained kneeling at the center. Gold scales crossed both arms. "You found all?" he asked. Yuna counted them again. "All living captives recorded in the lower relay. Memory cores. We cannot carry them safely." Hana held up 2 shielded containers. "High preserved representative samples. The remaining tanks will survive on the loop if Han does not purge them." "He will not," Jin said. "How do you know? They are useful to him." The truth was not comforting. Mira transferred the loop's protective boundary onto 4 beacons. Ancient Dragon resisted leaving Jin. The mark recognized living roads, not machines. "Treat the beacons as stones marking a protected crossing," Jin said. Mira changed their arrangement. "Not a power circuit. A route, entrance, turn, shelter, exit." Ancient Dragon accepted the meaning. Gold light moved from Jin's arms into the space between the beacons. The mark remained his. The protection stayed for several breaths after he released contact. Jin withdrew Ancient Dragon. His body folded forward. Mira caught him before he struck the stone. The core pack carried the sudden emptiness of the road, and the pain River Serpent had not been allowed to soften. "No, second mark," she said. "I know. Can you walk? With help?" She moved beneath his uninjured arm. The answer had once been something he would refuse to give. Now he placed weight on her shoulder. The group climbed. Yuna and Snow guided the captives through the ancient stairway. Min-jae took the front. Hana remained near the rear, monitoring hospital power. The upper lift opened onto a security corridor full of armed guards. Shadow Panther was no longer available without violating Jin's promise. Min-jae raised his association identification. Emergency evacuation. Lower containment failure. The facility commander looked past him. Beasts filled the stairway. Those are restricted assets. They are witnesses. Guardian authority orders, all lower materials contained. Mira felt Jin straighten beside her. She tightened her grip. Complete danger information crossed the core pack. He intended to remove every weapon before the first trigger moved. She answered aloud. "Wait," Jin waited. Hana showed the commander the hospital status. The lower shutdown interrupted life support. "Our temporary route is preserving it. If you detain us here, the protection fails before your reserve comes online." The commander checked his own display. 41% hospital power. Falling. "Where is the temporary route?" "Below. Then someone must remain." "The protection is beaconed for 90 seconds, Mira said. "Your engineers can take over the energy flow after we clear the control threshold." "You expect me to allow unregistered beasts into an active barrier facility?" Yuna stepped forward. "No. We use the west maintenance exit. Keep the public floors isolated." The commander looked at her badge. "Are they contracted?" "No." His weapon rose slightly. The long-eared awakened beast spoke. "No rope." Every guard heard it. Min-jae said, "If you fire, the wild beasts panic inside your central regulator." The commander looked toward the 6 creatures pressing against the stair wall. The strongest tactical choice aligned with the humane one. "West corridor," he ordered. "Weapons lowered unless attacked." The group moved. No beast attacked. At the final security gate, the temporary road loop began collapsing. Hana transferred regulation to the upper engineers. "Maintain return timing. Do not force output." The engineers stared at the unapproved route. "This violates every barrier protocol. It is also powering 3 hospitals. You may write the complaint after the patients survive." He took control. Ancient Dragon's protection faded from the beacons. The road loop remained without it for 4 seconds. Then modern stabilizers caught the flow. Hospital power held at 37%. Enough. They exited through the west maintenance road before Han's security order reached the commander. Quan waited in an unmarked transport vehicle beyond the facility perimeter. He saw the captives. His eyes closed briefly. "You found cages?" "Yes," Mira said. "And the 7 sources? Alive? Location?" "Inside a deeper central network." "Proof?" Min-jae opened his armor compartment. 3 sealed drives. Hana raised the memory sample. Mira touched the hidden route beacon. "Enough to establish what they are." Quan looked at Jin leaning against the vehicle. "And enough to remove them?" "No," Jin said. The answer surprised him. Hana explained the dependence. Immediate separation would shut down heart fragment systems faster than Earth could replace them. Hospitals would fail first. Barrier reserves would follow. Artificial dungeon cores could lose regulation and open unstable roads across populated regions. Quan looked toward the oldest barrier facility. "Then Han wins." "No," Mira said. "It means the solution cannot be destruction." "What solution?" "Restore circulation while keeping Earth supplied through temporary relays. Can you do that? We held at 3 hospitals for 11 minutes, with an injured man carrying an unknown mark, which proves the principle. It proves desperation can keep a system alive briefly. That is how every first system begins. Quan looked at Jin. The first hunter had once placed an ancient core beneath a catastrophic gate because he hoped Mira was asking for the same room to attempt something better. Jin said, we return the anchors to their regions. Existing fragments remain active while the roads carry natural flow. Hana added, if circulation reaches Earth through controlled relays, hospitals and barriers may transition instead of collapsing. Yes. Quan looked at the 13 rescued beasts entering the transport vehicle. And while you build this transition, stop increasing extraction, Jin said. Han will refuse. Then we make refusal harder. Proof left the facility. Truth did not become simple because they possessed it. Hana spent 2 days verifying every record against independent samples. Mira reconstructed the anchor channels without including exact barrier vulnerabilities. Quan formed a sealed review group small enough to avoid immediate leaks. They agreed on what could be released. Heart fragments originated from 7 living beast world sources. Repeated extraction damaged the regions around them. Some dungeon cores were manufactured relays, rather than naturally formed objects. Awakened beast memories had been extracted and used in control research. They did not release the exact facility routes. They did not identify every hospital line. They did not publish instructions capable of shutting down barrier networks. The restraint created an opening. Han moved first. His organization released security footage from the oldest facility. The clip began after Jin's group entered the restricted lower levels. It showed Shadow Panther concealing unauthorized movement. It showed Jin activating a golden unknown power beneath a national barrier center. It showed facility systems failing. It showed armed guards facing uncontracted beasts in a critical corridor. The temporary road loop appeared only as unstable energy forced into hospital lines. Han's statement called the incident an attack on national infrastructure. He acknowledged disagreement over fragment sourcing but accused Jin of risking millions before any replacement system existed. The complete footage of Hana preserving hospital power remained classified under the same security rules Quan had accepted. Public opinion turned again. Some believed the rescued beasts. Others saw 13 dangerous creatures leaving a barrier facility after an unknown F-rank hunter disabled its systems. Hospitals announced temporary supply shortages. Families of patients demanded Jin's arrest. Beast rights groups released images from the memory chambers. Han's office called them unverified fragments taken during unlawful entry. Both sides possessed pieces of truth. Only one controlled most public infrastructure. Quan issued a protected witness order for the captives before another agency could seize them. Han responded by requesting emergency authority over all active gates. The request remained under review for less than a day. Then 3 unstable roads opened at once. The first appeared beside a rural barrier station. 9 awakened beasts crossed carrying injured young. They dropped their weapons before human guards ordered them to. The second opened inside an abandoned dungeon pocket under association watch. Wild beasts emerged first. Behind them came families speaking 3 beast world languages. The third tore through a warehouse wall near the temporary habitat. Snow heard the refugees before alarms sounded. She ran toward the opening. Jin followed with Mira through the core pack. His body could not use heavy combinations, but River Serpent kept his movement steady. The gate surface broke outward. An exhausted, awakened beast fell through. White fur covered most of its body, stained gray by ash and travel. Branching antlers rose from its brow, one broken near the base. 2 children clung to the hide along its back. Yuna reached them first. She carried no contract rings. Slowly, she said, "No one here will bind you." The refugee looked at her badge and recoiled. Snow moved between them. The white-furred beast recognized Moonblood. Silver Child. Snow touched her forehead to its lowered hand. The warehouse guards kept their weapons raised. Jin entered. The refugee saw the silver fang. Its knees bent. Jin stopped several steps away. "Do not bow." The beast remained lowered. "White grove falls." The words reached him in the older tongue. What happened? Water gone. Roots hollow. Road eats land. Behind it, more refugees emerged through the unstable opening. Elders. Young? One carried an injured wild beast rather than leaving it behind. "The White Stag tribes?" Jin asked. "Flee north." North road broken. Who leads them? No one. Leaders argue. The refugee looked at the human barrier light beyond the warehouse windows. "Sky thieves call us invasion." Jin looked toward Yuna. "Han's emergency request. had already described the simultaneous crossings as coordinated movement of unregistered magical forces. Not refugees, an emerging army. The white-furred beast continued. Great tribes gather. Where? Dragons rest. Jin's attention sharpened. Why? World dying. Roads speak your scent. Some say Fang returned. Snow stood close to the refugee children. What do they believe? Myra asked after Jin translated. The beast heard her through his words. Some say King comes home. Its exhausted gaze returned to Jin. Others say King chose human light. Yuna looked through the warehouse wall toward the association habitat. Rook lay there beneath medical braces. A permanent control seal still surrounded his core. The same contract logic ran through the anchor network. The same pressure turned living resistance into a problem to be managed. She had opposed the cages beneath the facility while leaving one of their oldest principals inside the beast closest to her. Han's emergency order reached every association device. All gates would be placed under military control. Unregistered creatures crossing without contract or human escort would be treated as hostile. Until containment review. Yuna read the order. Then she looked at the black seal visible beneath Rook's damaged mane through the habitat glass. Han had placed a world under control because he feared what would happen if it could refuse. She had done the same to one beast, and called the result companionship. The refugee shifted the children from its back. Its legs failed. Jin caught it before it struck the floor. The white-furred beast smelled moonwolf, stone bear, white stag, and the ancient road carried within him. Recognition brought no relief. Only the weight of years spent waiting. It lowered its head against Jin's arm. Beast King, it whispered. Why did you never come home? Jin held the refugee's weight. I could not find the road. The white-furred beast lifted its exhausted head. King finds all roads? Not this one. You left through human gate. I was taken through it. You did not return. No. The answer did not return. No. Not defend him. It allowed the accusation to remain what it was. The refugee's children slid from its back. Snow guided them toward the medical blankets, while Yuna called for a stretcher. The older child looked back. Come home now. Jin looked toward the unstable opening. Its edges were already collapsing into the warehouse wall. Beyond the gray surface lay a road connected to White Grove, not Moon Forest. Entering without knowing the route could carry him to another broken region, or close behind him before anyone followed. I need to make the road stable. The child pressed both hands against the blanket. World waits long. I know. Mira felt the answer through the core pack. Not another refusal. A promise he did not yet know how to fulfill. The gate closed. The warehouse filled with refugees. By midday, temporary medical areas covered the loading floor. Human dividers separated wild beasts from crowded movement without sealing them inside. Awakened families chose spaces along the walls, arranging themselves by tribe, language, and whoever needed protection. The association habitat could not hold them all. 2 more unstable roads opened before evening. Director Kwan converted an unused sports complex near the eastern barrier into a temporary shelter. Its wide entrances could accommodate large bodies. The playing field became an open sleeping area. Training rooms became medical wards. Reinforced equipment tunnels provided quiet spaces for injured wild beasts. The first buses arrived after dark. Human residents were already waiting outside. Some held protest signs. Others brought blankets, bottled water, and food they did not know whether the refugees could eat. A father stood behind the police line with his young daughter. This is beside a residential district, he told Min-jae. If one of those things loses control, how quickly can you stop it? Min-jae looked at the shelter entrance. A stone bear elder required 6 people to move its stretcher. White-furred children walked beside it carrying pieces of damaged armor. A group of scaled awakened beasts kept their claws visible and their weapons tied. Quickly, he said. That does not answer whether my family is safe. No. It answers what I control. The father looked toward the armed hunters positioned around the complex. Why not move them outside the city barrier? Because unstable gates are opening inside it. That makes them our problem. It makes them here. The daughter pulled on her father's sleeve. One of the white-furred children had dropped a carved wooden animal near the shelter gate. The human girl picked it up. Her father caught her shoulder before she crossed the police line. The beast child watched from the other side. Neither approached. Min-jae opened a narrow section of the barrier. Place it there. The girl set the carving on the ground. The beast child moved forward, snatched it, and retreated. Its parent pulled it behind a cloak. The exchange lasted 3 seconds. The father did not leave the protest line. He lowered his sign. Opportunistic hunters arrived with contracts before the second bus finished unloading. They wore private recovery badges and carried extraction equipment labeled for emergency corps salvage. Min-Jae blocked their vehicle. This is a protected refugee site. We have authorization to recover unregistered dungeon assets crossing unstable gates. Not here. The hunter in front displayed Han's emergency order. All uncontracted creatures are subject to containment review. Review is not extraction. These are core braces. They have cutting edges for emergency stabilization. Min-Jae examined the equipment case. Each brace could stabilize a failing core. It could also remove one. Leave. You are obstructing National Gate security. I am enforcing Association Witness protection. The hunter looked past him at the shelter. Several rare Beast World bloodlines moved inside. Their cores would be worth more than the equipment used to take them. We will return with central authority. Bring a warrant. Min-Jae placed his hand on his sword. And fewer knives. The recovery team left. 2 members remained across the street recording every beast entering the shelter. Min-Jae assigned hunters to watch the watchers. Inside, Yuna tried to create order without a single contract. The first problem was language. Jin could translate the older Beast World tongue, but the refugees spoke regional forms separated by centuries. Some understood him immediately. Others recognized only parts. The second problem was authority. Several refugees knew the name Beast King. Some expected Jin to command. Others refused to stand anywhere near him because their tribes believed he had chosen Earth. Jin did not resolve either by demanding obedience. He moved between groups, translated what he could, and told Yuna which signals meant hunger, threat, grief, or territorial refusal. Then he stepped back. "You are leaving me with them?" she asked. "You are organizing the shelter. I asked for help. I gave information. You gave me 5 ways a raised tail can mean different things." 6. That does not improve the overall situation. The striped family near the west entrance uses the 6th. Yuna looked toward them. 3 narrow-faced awakened beasts had wrapped their tails around their young. Protection. Grief. She corrected the colored marker near their space from yellow to white. The shelter system used colors rather than written instructions. Blue roots led to water, green to food, white to medical help. Open red floor markings showed boundaries humans and beasts were asked not to cross without permission. Nothing was locked. Yuna explained each route through gesture, translated recordings and demonstration. Some refugees cooperated. A feathered group moved closer to the upper vents after she showed them the airflow controls. A family from the river regions accepted a shallow pool built from emergency barriers. 2 stone bear youths helped reinforce the sleeping platforms after Yuna gave them tools, rather than orders. Others refused. One family would not surrender damaged weapons. A wild beast pack rejected the quiet tunnel and slept beneath the entrance lights. 3 awakened hunters refused medical scans because the devices resembled extraction braces. Yuna recorded every refusal, then she worked around it. The shelter remained slower than a contracted operation. It also remained calm. Snow became more useful than any command. She moved wherever curiosity pulled her. Human volunteers had delivered boxes of children's supplies. Among them was a bag of rubber balls. Snow ignored every ball. She carried her squeaking chicken onto the center of the playing field. A white grove child watched from behind an elder. Snow bit the toy. It squeaked. The child's ears lifted. Snow dropped it. The child took 1 step forward. A human boy watched from the volunteer area. He held a red rubber ball against his chest. Snow squeezed the chicken again. The white grove child moved closer. The human boy rolled the ball. It stopped halfway between them. Snow approached it, sniffed once, and pushed it toward the beast child with her nose. The beast child rolled it back too hard. The ball struck Snow's face. She stared at it. The human boy laughed. Snow pounced on the ball and sent it across the field. Within minutes, 6 beast children and 4 human children followed her between the colored shelter lines. Adults on both sides watched with hands close to weapons, contracts, or frightened children. No one stopped them. Yuna stood beside Jin at the edge of the field. She refuses every useful toy you buy and uses the cheapest one to begin diplomacy. The chicken has survived more danger than several hunters. It has lost 1 wing. Still alive. Snow caught the live. Snow caught the snow caught. Red Ball stepped on it and rolled onto her side. The children laughed together. Jean's expression softened. Yuna saw it before he noticed her looking. The moment ended when a roar struck the northern corridor. A large horned refugee had refused to enter the medical ward. Its child had collapsed during the journey from the beast world. Human doctors carried the child toward treatment. The parent followed until it saw a heart fragment unit powering the ward. The machine smelled of the stolen anchors. The refugee recognized the scent. It blocked the entrance. Core thief, it shouted. The doctor stopped. Yuna reached the corridor without running. Running toward a frightened guardian would look like a charge. The horned beast stood on two thick legs, shoulders covered by natural plates. Its child lay on a stretcher behind it. White light flickered weakly beneath the child's skin. A doctor held the treatment line. Without stabilization, the core may fail. The parent understood only a few human words. It understood the machine. It struck the floor. Mana spread through its horns and cracked the nearest wall. Association hunters raised weapons. Yuna stepped between them and the refugee. Lower them. It is damaging the shelter. One hunter said. It is protecting its child. It nearly hit the medical team. Then move the team. The hunters hesitated. Yuna turned her body sideways, reducing the threat of her approach. She placed her empty hands where the refugee could see them. No rope. The horned beast recognized the phrase. Its breathing remained violent. Yuna pointed to the heart fragment system. Stolen. The beast's eyes narrowed. She pointed to the child. Dying. The parent roared. Both truths were unbearable together. Yuna did not deny either. She moved an unused shield between the machine and the stretcher. The barrier blocked the device from the parent's direct sight without blocking the treatment line. Then she unplugged the automatic restraint cable from the medical bed. The doctor grabbed her wrist. That prevents movement during stabilization. It also looks like a core chain. The child may convulse. Then we hold the bed physically. Yuna called 4 volunteers. 2 human, 2 awakened. They placed their hands on the stretcher rails. No binding touched the child. Yuna looked at the parent. You stay. She pointed beside the bed. Child stays. She pointed toward the open exit. Or leave. A route remained available. Not a trap. The horned beast looked at the open door. The machine hidden behind the shield, and the mixed group holding the stretcher. Its mana continued building. One hunter near the rear tightened his grip. Yuna heard it. So does the parent, she said without turning. Lower the weapon. The hunter obeyed her voice. Not a contract. The horned refugee's mana stopped rising. It moved beside the stretcher. The doctor connected the treatment line. Fragment energy entered the child. The parent flinched at the scent but did not attack. Yuna held the opposite rail. When the child convulsed, the 4 volunteers kept the bed stable. The parent placed both hands around its child's shoulders without interfering with the core line. The treatment lasted 6 minutes. The child's rhythm steadied. The horned beast lowered its head toward Yuna. She stepped back. No debt. Jin had entered during the treatment. The refugee understood his translation. No debt, it repeated. Yuna looked at him. I did not need a contract. No, I needed 4 people, a shield, an open exit in 6 minutes. Yes, a command would have taken seconds, and created the next fight. She watched the horned parent carry its child into the ward. Freedom is inefficient, often. You say that as though it is praise. It is as though it is praise. Cost. The answer mattered. Jin did not pretend freedom made every decision easier or safer. He treated the cost as worth paying. Yuna was beginning to understand why. Rook's core stopped improving on the 4th day. The external monitor showed stable rhythm, but no new pathway growth. Damaged channels remained open. Muscle tears healed around them, yet each attempt to carry mana forced the injuries back to their earlier shape. Hana examined the scans. The contract is maintaining the pattern. Yuna stood beside the treatment platform. What pattern? The one recorded when the permanent seal stabilized him 6 years ago. That saved his core. Yes, then why is it core? Stopping recovery now? Because recovery requires change. Hana displayed 2 images. The first showed Rook's natural core after the illegal fighting pit. Fractured pathways had been bound together by Yuna's permanent contract. The second showed his current injuries. New channels tried to form around the damaged areas. The seal identified them as instability and forced them back into the old structure. It is keeping him alive in the shape you saved, Hana said. His body cannot become what it needs to be now. Yuna looked at the black lines beneath Rook's mane. Can you modify the seal? Possibly. Any modification retains its central authority, meaning. It will still decide which version of him is permitted. Rook's eyes opened. Hana continued. Removing it may allow natural recovery. May? His core could collapse when the support disappears. Jin stood on the other side of the platform. White Stag can hold the natural rhythm during removal. Can it replace the contract? Permanently? Yuna asked. No. Then after you release it, Rook chooses whether his core adapts. Yuna's hand moved toward the seal. If he survives, What happens to the bond? The command bond ends, Hana said. Monitoring. Ends pain feedback, ends recall, ends every function that made Rook legally and practically hers would disappear. Hana did not soften the final consequence. He may leave. Yuna looked at Rook. The Iron Lion had followed her for 6 years. She had entered an illegal fighting pit and found him chained inside a blood-stained arena. His core was breaking. His body attacked anything that approached because pain had erased every other response. Yuna placed the contract to save him. He survived. When he woke, the seal already existed. She had never asked whether he wanted to remain. I told myself he chose me afterward, she said. Rook watched her. He followed. Because the recall command existed, Jin replied. He protected me, possibly by choice. Possibly. You never removed the other answer. The truth hurt because it left their best years uncertain. Training fields, dungeon raids, quiet nights after missions, Rook waiting outside doors, Rook placing his body between Yuna and attacks. Any of those could have been loyalty. Any could have been a permanent command settling so deeply into habit that neither of them noticed it. Yuna placed the control rod on the floor. I never asked whether you wanted to stay. Rook's breathing remained slow. I saved you. His eye did not leave her. That did not make the years after yours to repay. She opened the contract interface. The permanent seal contained 5 central layers. Stabilization, monitoring, recall, command, pain enforcement. Yuna released pain first. The darkest line beneath Rook's mane faded. His body shuddered. Pain the seal had contained within controlled limits reached his natural awareness without being converted into obedience. Hana watched the core rhythm. Stable. Yuna released command. The rod on the floor cracked down its center. Recall followed. For 6 years, a distant thread had always existed between them, allowing Yuna to pull Rook toward her location. It vanished. The treatment room became larger. Monitoring came next. Yuna stopped feeling his heartbeat. Silence entered the place where his condition had always existed inside her awareness. Her hand shook. She released it anyway. Only stabilization remained. Hana prepared the emergency field. Jin activated White Stag. Soft white lines formed along his arm. He placed his palm near Rook's chest without touching the seal. Choose your rhythm. Yuna looked at the final layer. If I remove this, I cannot put it back without your agreement. Rook's eye moved to the open treatment room door. Then, to Yuna. He lowered his plated head, exposing the seal. Permission. Yuna dissolved stabilization. The black lines broke. Rook's natural core dropped into silence. White Stag caught the failing rhythm. The support that had held him in one shape for 6 years vanished. Damaged pathways shifted. 2 closed. A third opened around the injury. Mana entered tissue that had forgotten how to receive it. Rook convulsed. Yuna reached toward him. Yuna reached toward him. She stopped before touching. Can I? His paw struck the platform once. She placed both hands against his mane. Not to command, to remain where he could feel her. White Stag guided the new rhythm. Rook's core restarted. Weak, uneven, his own. Jin withdrew the mark gradually. Hana watched the natural pathways hold without the seal. He is stable. Yuna did not feel the answer through a contract. She heard it from Hana like everyone else. Rook rested until evening. When he stood, no recall line told Yuna which leg moved first. No monitoring seal translated his pain. He placed one paw on the floor, then another. The treatment room door remained open. Yuna stood beside it. Rook looked at her. 6 years waited in that gaze. She did not know which moments had been real to him. She knew what she wanted now. Stay. The word reached her throat. She did not speak it. Rook walked past her. His plaited mane brushed the edge of the doorway. Yuna turned but did not follow. Min-jae had cleared the corridor. Association guards waited at a distance with weapons lowered. Rook crossed the habitat. Snow watched from beside the refugee children. Jin stood beneath the artificial sky. The Iron Lion passed him. Jin did not call. At the outer gate, Rook stopped once. Yuna could have crossed the space between them. She remained where he had left her. Rook walked through the open gate. He continued toward the wooded strip beyond the association grounds until his dark-plated body disappeared among the trees. Yuna lowered her hand. Saving him had created survival. It had not created ownership. The distinction left her standing alone. Jin approached but did not offer comfort she had not asked for. Will he return? She asked. I do not know. You could track him. Yes, will you? No, why? He left. Yuna looked toward the trees. So I wait. You continue. That sounds worse. It is harder. She laughed once. though no humor reached it. Freedom again. Yes, the shelter required her before grief could become stillness. More refugees arrived. Some refused registration. Others demanded to return through gates already closed. Yuna organized food, medical access, and defensive spaces without Rook beside her. Every task revealed how often she had relied on his presence to make people obey. Without the Iron Lion, she had to persuade. When persuasion failed, she changed the environment. When that failed, she accepted limited refusal and protected others around it. The shelter remained imperfect. It worked. 3 days after Rook left, the opportunistic hunters returned. They did not bring a warrant. They came during a protest large enough to hide their vehicles. Human residents filled the road outside the sports complex. Some demanded relocation of the refugees. Others demanded the barrier authority stop calling families an invasion. Police lines separated both groups. Min-jae stood at the main gate with most of his unit. The recovery hunters entered through the service side wearing maintenance uniforms. Their equipment cases carried contract nets, core braces, and silent extraction tools. They disabled the Western cameras. A guard found the first unconscious volunteer near the medical corridor. The alarms sounded. Inside the shelter, panic moved faster than instruction. Wild beasts ran toward the open field. Awakened parents gathered their young. Human volunteers reached for emergency barriers. Yuna climbed onto the central platform. "No sealed exits," she shouted. "Keep green routes open. Children to the inner field." Wild groups used the north tunnel. Some obeyed, some did not. The horned parent from the medical ward lifted a damaged spear. Yuna pointed toward the west corridor. "Protect that line if you choose." The parent moved. Choice still created coordination. Snow gathered the children. She pushed the red ball across the field. The human boy recognized the signal first. "Follow Snow." Children who did not share language followed the cub toward the inner field. The first contract net fired from the upper seats. It spread across 3 awakened refugees and tightened around their cores. Yuna ran toward them. A recovery hunter blocked her. "You are unarmed." "Yes." He swung a restraint rod. Yuna stepped inside its reach and struck his wrist. The rod fell. She kicked it beneath the seats. "You should fix that." The hunter drove a mana-enhanced shoulder into her chest. Yuna hit the railing. Another team entered the field with extraction braces. Their leader called through a loudspeaker. "Remain still. Unregistered creatures will be stabilized under emergency authority." The words sounded legal enough to freeze human volunteers. The awakened refugees heard only threat. Mana rose across the shelter. The attackers wanted panic. A violent response would justify every core they removed. Yuna seized the loudspeaker. "They do not have association authority." The leader fired a contract line at her. Yuna caught it around one arm. The filament tried to use her licensed mana as an entry path. She reversed the channel and sent the pressure into the empty floor. The tiles cracked. "Green routes remain open," she shouted. "Do not charge the exits." A scaled awakened hunter refused. It leaped from the field toward the recovery team. 3 contract nets struck it in midair. The body crashed beside Yuna. The attackers advanced with a core brace. She placed herself over the fallen beast. The leader aimed at her. "You are obstructing emergency containment. You are stealing refugees. They are not citizens. They are not citizens. They are people. Move. No." He fired. The contract bolt struck Yuna's shoulder. Pain spread through her mana pathways. No rook stood between them. She remained upright. Snow saw her from across the field. The cub barked. The sound reached the wooded strip beyond the association grounds. Rook had spent 3 days moving without a signal telling him where Yuna waited. His natural core changed each hour. New pathways formed around the old wounds. Pain came without the seal converting it into commands. Hunger arrived without scheduled feeding. Distance from Yuna remained distance rather than recall pressure. He could continue. The woods opened toward the eastern hills. No wall stopped him. Then Snow's bark crossed the shelter. Rook lifted his head. No contract carried danger. No command demanded return. He smelled smoke, contract metal, Yuna's blood. The Iron Lion turned. The recovery leader raised a second bolt. A black shape broke through the upper service wall. Rook landed between Yuna and the weapon. The bolt struck his plated mane and shattered. Everyone on the field stopped. Yuna stared at him. No seal connected them. No recall command had brought him. "Rook." His ear moved toward her voice. The recovery hunters deployed a heavy restraint frame. 4 anchors struck the ground around him. Contract lines closed toward his core. Yuna reached for authority that no longer existed. Nothing answered. Rook lowered his body. He intended to attack. His new pathways could not survive the full force. Yuna saw the risk without a monitoring seal. Rook, you charge, the anchor is closed behind you. He looked back, not obedience, information. Yuna pointed toward the left anchor. I can break one, you choose the route. Rook moved right. She understood. He wanted the other side. Yuna ran toward the right anchor and struck its control joint with the stolen restraint rod. Rook waited until it opened. Then he charged through the gap he had chosen. The heavy frame collapsed unevenly. 2 recovery hunters fell. Rook stopped before crushing them. The leader raised an extraction brace behind him. Yuna saw it. Behind, Rook turned too slowly. She placed herself between the brace and his exposed core. The cutting ring closed around both of them. Yuna's mana entered the device. Rook's natural beast force answered. For 6 years, their old bond had moved in one direction. Yuna commanded. Rook obeyed. This time, neither side held authority. Rook opened his core because he chose to protect her. Yuna opened her mana because she chose to share the pressure rather than send it into him. Energy crossed between them. It did not form a seal around Rook. It formed a living path. His pain reached Yuna. Her warning reached him. Either could close it. Neither did. Rook's beast force entered her arm. Yuna broke the extraction brace from inside. The ring shattered. A pale line connected her hand to the natural light beneath Rook's mane, then faded into both bodies without leaving a chain. Jin reached the field with Min-jae. He felt the new bond immediately. Willing pact, he said. Yuna looked at her empty hand. Rook's location remained beside her, not because she owned it, because he allowed her to know. The recovery hunters saw Min-jae's units surround the field. Their leader dropped his weapon. Emergency authority does not include attacking a protected shelter, Min-jae said. They resisted containment. You entered through a service wall. The creatures chose not to kill you. Min-jae looked at Rook standing over the fallen hunters. That is fortunate. The attackers surrendered. Outside, protest cameras recorded them being removed in restraints they had brought for beasts. Inside, the shelter calmed. Yuna knelt beside Rook. Can you leave this connection? He looked toward the open western wall. The willing pact remained quiet. Yuna closed her side. The awareness faded. Rook remained beside her. She opened it again. He accepted. Tears reached her eyes before she could stop them. You came back. Rook pressed his plated head against her shoulder. This time Yuna understood enough. Not debt, not command. Choice. Snow approached. She stopped beyond Yuna's reach. For weeks, the cub had permitted proximity, shared work, and brief contact by accident. Now she looked from Rook's unsealed core to Yuna's open hand. Yuna did not move. Snow stepped forward. She placed her forehead beneath Yuna's fingers. Yuna touched the soft fur between the black-tipped ears. Snow remained. The contact lasted 3 breaths. Then the cub took the squeaking chicken from the ground and walked away. Yuna looked at her hand. That was shorter than expected. Do not become greedy, Jin said. She turned. He stood with Mira beside him. The core pack carried Mira's relief and Jin's careful hope. Yuna saw no command in his posture. What? She asked. The willing pact connects you and Rook. Yes. It can remain separate, or join us. Yuna looked at Mira, then Snow. The cub had returned to Jin's side, but she no longer placed him between herself and Yuna. Core pack? Yuna asked. Yes, you said it is family? Yes. That sounds more dangerous than a contract. It is. Can I leave? The question entered the space where Jin had once told Mira. The bond was not designed to be temporary. His answer came without retreat. Yes. Mira felt what it cost him to say it. Jin continued. It will hurt. Leaving after trust forms always does. But the path remains chosen, and Rook, his choice is separate. Yuna looked at the Iron Lion. I will not answer for him. Good. Jin opened the core pack. Mira's presence waited within it. Snows rested beside her. Yuna sensed the path but did not enter immediately. It carried danger information, location, severe pain and emotions strong enough to cross without words. No command layer existed. No recall, no punishment for refusal. She opened the willing pact toward Rook. He felt the offered path through her. Rook approached Jin. For years he had responded to the ancient pressure around him with uncertain attention. Now no seal distorted the movement. He touched the unbroken side of his mane to Jin's hand. Choice entered first. Yuna followed. The core pack expanded. 5 living presences settled within it. Jin at the center because the marks anchored through him. Snow beside him through protection, shared danger and repeated choice. Mira with a human awareness, sharp enough to turn direction into structure. Yuna carrying the knowledge of bonds once forced and now freely rebuilt. Rook entering without a seal around his core. The complete connection became more than 5 separate points. Danger gained direction. Pain gained witnesses. Distance stopped being silence. Jin felt the shape of a new family form around the place he had kept empty. His first instinct was to protect it by closing himself. Mira felt the impulse. Yuna did too. Neither spoke. Jin left the path open. Rook lowered himself beside Yuna. Snow placed the rubber ball beneath his front paw. The Iron Lion looked at it. Snow pushed. The ball rolled free. Rook tapped it once with a claw. It crossed half the field and knocked over an empty water container. Snow chased it. Yuna watched them, very dignified. Rook looked away. The first full core pack task began 6 days later. Mira had identified a route leading from the unstable warehouse opening toward Moon Forest. The path did not currently exist as one continuous gate. 3 broken fragments aligned around the missing Moon region hard anchor. A hard fragment relay could connect the first 2. Ancient Dragon could protect the junction. The core pack would provide living coordinates through the final fold. Hana prepared 4 temporary relay devices. They can carry circulation for 40 seconds, she said. After that, the stabilizing resin overheats. Mira checked the sequence. We need 30 to view the destination. To confirm the road. Crossing? Not yet. Jin stood beside the sealed warehouse wall where the refugee gate had opened. His injuries had improved, but heavy mark combinations remained forbidden. 1 mark, Mira said. Ancient Dragon. No stone bear if the structure moves. The full pack can distribute defense. That does not mean you trigger it alone. I know. Yuna felt through the core hone. I know. Yuna felt through the core pack that he meant the answer. Rook stood near the western relay. Snow waited at the road marker closest to the wall. Min-jae's unit secured the warehouse perimeter. Quan watched from the control station. No public announcement had been made. Han's mobilization order continued gathering hunter forces around major gates. They needed proof of a return path before those forces entered one. Mira activated the first relay. Blue energy entered the wall. Nothing opened. She directed the second pulse through the old river fragment. The core pack stretched. Jin remained beside her. Snow's presence appeared farther ahead, though the cub had not moved. The road had found her beast world scent and placed its destination around it. Moon route responding, Mira said. Ancient Dragon opened. Gold scales moved along Jin's arms. The warehouse wall became transparent. Beyond it waited darkness between broken roads. Mira used the core pack locations as markers. Jin anchored Earth. Snow marked Moonblood. Rook held the physical relay. Yuna carried the willing pact between human mana and beast force. Mira connected them into one route. The wall opened. A stone road extended into the darkness. Not stable, real. 28 seconds, Hana said. Mira stepped onto the road to place the final beacon. Jin felt the danger first and gave the full warning. The left edge will fold inward in 5 seconds. The center remains safe for 3 steps. After that, the road turns toward Snow's location. Mira adjusted. Understood. She placed the beacon. The road extended. Moon Forest appeared at the far end. Ancient pines rose beneath a pale sky. The broken stone road continued between them. Snow inhaled and made a sound Jin had not heard since leaving. Home recognized through scent. Hundreds of wolves stood among the trees. Silver, gray, white. Some carried armor made from bone and old metal. Others bore scars from a world weakening around them. They smelled Jin. Every head turned. None bowed. Mira took one more step to stabilize the view. The road folded behind her. The warehouse disappeared from her side. Her core pack presence moved farther away. 15 seconds, Hana said. Jin expanded Ancient Dragon. The collapsing road struck his protection. Pain entered his injured body. His instinct was immediate. Take all of it. Close the burden around himself. Mira felt the decision. No. Yuna opened her side of the core pack. Share it. I can hold. That was not the agreement. The route folded again. Mira's beacon began falling toward the dark space beneath the road. She caught it, but the edge trapped one leg. Jin pulled the entire collapse toward Ancient Dragon. Gold scales cracked along his arm. Mira opened her connection fully. The defensive pressure reached her, not the injury. The weight. Yuna accepted the next portion. Rook's willing pact carried it into his broad frame without command. Snow anchored the moon's scent and held the far direction. 5 members, 1 collapse. Jin could have closed them out. He did not. Now, Mira said. Together they redirected the road rather than resisting it. Jin protected the center. Mira corrected the fold. Yuna balanced human mana against beast force. Rook held the physical relay in place. Snow pulled the route toward Moon Forest. Mira's trapped leg came free. She ran back. The wolves remained visible beyond the road. One stepped onto the far stones. An older silver female with a scar crossing one eye. She looked at Jin. No recognition softened her posture. Only judgment. 5 seconds, Hana warned. Mira crossed into the warehouse. The road narrowed. Snow took one step toward Moonforest. Jin stopped her with a hand against her chest. Not yet. The cub trembled beneath his palm. The path closed. Pines became a narrow line. The wolves vanished last. The relays burned out. Silence returned to the warehouse. Mira checked the recording. 43 seconds of stable route. Long enough to prove return was possible. Too short to move a team safely. Hana examined the damaged relays. The circulation held after Ancient Dragon released because the pack shared the root burden. Temporary sanctuary principle, Mira said. A living connection can replace a fixed anchor for less than 1 minute. Quan looked at the blank wall. And with stronger relays? Longer? Enough to return the anchors? Eventually? Jin looked at Snow. The cub continued staring at the wall. The emergency broadcast began across every association device. Han appeared before the National Guardian seal. Behind him, hunters assembled at active gate stations. Simultaneous armed movements are occurring throughout unstable gate regions, he said. Evidence indicates that organized Beast World forces are gathering near routes connected to Earth. Mira stopped the fair. Relay analysis, Han continued. Until peaceful intent can be verified, all major hunter guilds will mobilize under emergency command. Forward teams will enter high-risk gates, secure central routes and prevent hostile forces from crossing into populated regions. Min Jae's expression hardened. He is preparing an invasion and calling it prevention. Departure? Hana asked. 48 hours, Quan said after reading Thor. Sealed order beneath the broadcast. Dragon's Rest is listed as a strategic target. The place where the great tribes gathered. Han intended to reach them before Jin did. Jin touched the silver fang necklace. We return first. Mira looked at the burned relays. The road held 43 seconds. Build it again. We need time. You have 48 hours. That is not enough for a stable crossing. Then make enough for one team. Yuna stood beside Rook. The complete pack can carry more. Not safely, Mira said. No, Jin agreed. But together, the answer contained no attempt to take the burden back. Mira looked toward the recorded final frame. Moonforest filled the screen. Hundreds of wolves waited beyond the temporary road. They were the faces of descendants born after Jin vanished, and survivors who had spent years watching their world fail. Not one had bowed. Jin had found the road home. He no longer knew whether home would welcome him. 41 hours later, the relay chambers smelled of burned metal, bitter medicine and sleeplessness. 4 portable relays stood around the rebuilt gate platform. Their frames had been stripped to reduce weight, leaving exposed crystal channels wrapped in cooling wire. Mira had replaced the fixed control desk with a mapping rig she could carry across her shoulders. Thin root lines trembled across its glass surface, converging on a single pale point, Moonforest. Dr. Hannah checked the last case of instruments and locked it against her back. This array will not hold 43 seconds, she said. Mira tightened the strap around her left wrist. It doesn't need to. How long? 28 seconds from full formation to collapse. Yuna looked at Rook. The Iron Lion wore no control bands, no extraction brace, and no association crest. Nothing connected him to her except the faint pulse of their willing pact. 6 travelers, Yuna said. 28 seconds. 6 people and beasts, Mira corrected. The road measures living weight differently. Rook will cost more than the rest of us combined. Rook released a low sound. He heard that, Yuna said. He is large. The Iron Lion looked away with the injured dignity of someone being blamed for an obvious fact. Snow trotted onto the platform carrying her squeaky chicken. Jin took the toy from her mouth and placed it beside the relay controls. Snow stared at him. It stays. Her ears flattened. If the road twists, you need your mouth free. Snow planted both front paws and refused to move. Mira picked up the chicken and pushed it into the side pocket of her mapping case. There. It crosses with us. Snow immediately joined her. Jin watched the cub choose Mira's side without hesitation. Months ago, the sight would have tightened something inside him. Now it felt like proof that belonging could widen without weakening. Min Jae remained beyond the platform with Director Quan and the response teams. No soldiers had been permitted inside the relay chamber. No weapons other than Jin's spear and Yuna's short field blade would cross. Han's mobilization had entered its final preparation phase 6 hours earlier. Official departure remained 7 hours away. Whether Han intended to honor that schedule was another question. Quan held out a sealed communicator to Mira. Earth-side relay access, emergency frequencies, and a direct line to me. If you establish a stable return point, signal once. If you fail, we won't have enough power to signal, Mira said. Quan accepted the interruption. Then return when you can. Min-jae looked at Jin. Han has teams positioned at 4 central gates. If he moves early, we may not be able to stop him without starting a fight between hunters. Delay him. For how long? Jin glanced at the pale point on Mira's map. Until the beast world knows the truth. Min-jae's mouth tightened. That could take longer than a few hours. Yes, you ask for difficult things. I learned from my sister. Mira did not look up. Stop distracting the mapper. Jin stepped onto the center of the platform. His weathered spear rested against his shoulder. The silver fang necklace lay visible over his dark clothing. He had considered hiding it beneath his collar. He had decided not to. The wolves waiting beyond the road deserved to see what he still carried. Mira moved into position beside him. Yuna and Rook took the right side, Dr. Hannah the left. Snow stood between Jin and Mira, ready to run. The core pack opened. 5 presences became clear inside Jin. Mira was tension arranged into straight lines. Yuna was controlled breath, wrapped around the memory of every order she no longer wanted to give. Rook was pain, patience, and a vast new space where command had once lived. Snow was hunger, concern, and furious attention fixed on the pocket containing her toy. Jin allowed them to feel him in return. Not only his readiness, not only the direction of danger. They felt the quiet unease he had carried since the temporary road revealed Moon Forest. Mira's gaze shifted toward him. She said nothing. She activated the first relay. Blue light rose through the platform grooves. The second relay answered in white, the third in pale gold. The fourth remained dark for 3 breaths before its crystal channels flashed red. Hannah reached toward it. Don't, Mira said. That is the distortion load. It is already above your projection. The projection assumed the road stayed still. Is it moving? It has been moving. It has been moving for 1,000 years. The empty air above the platform split. There was no explosion and no great wave of mana. A narrow silver line appeared from floor to ceiling, so fine it seemed drawn by a blade. Darkness opened behind it. Then the road unfolded. Broken trees flickered through the gap. A black river flowed upside down across a distant sky. Mountain roots hung in empty space. Between those disconnected pieces, a path of pale stone extended into impossible distance. At its far end waited a forest beneath a faded moon. Mira lifted one hand. Ancient dragon, minimum pressure. Jin touched the mark. Something vast stirred within him. Not a beast waiting to become flesh, but an instinct tied to the oldest road he had ever crossed. Protect the way. Do not own those who travel it. A low golden light moved from his chest into the gate. The scattered pieces of the route shifted until their edges aligned. The fourth relay screamed. 26 seconds, Hannah said. Move. Snow entered first. The cub sprang through the opening and landed on the pale road. Rook followed, his weight making cracks of blue light spread beneath his paws. Yuna ran beside him. Hannah crossed with both hands gripping her equipment case. Jin waited for Mira. She shook her head. You before me. If the entrance folds, I need to see it. You are the route, and you are holding it open. Mira, go. The command held no fear, only calculation. Jin obeyed. He crossed into the broken world road. Cold passed through him without touching skin. For one step he saw earth behind him. For the next, he saw a plain covered in bones beneath 3 suns. On the third, Moon Forest stood close enough for him to smell wet stone and silver leaves. The road twisted beneath Rook. Mira entered behind them and dragged both hands apart. Left edge, Yuna shifted without asking why. Rook followed the direction through their pact. A section of pale road vanished where his rear paw had been. 17 seconds, Hannah called. Snow reached the far side. She stopped so abruptly that Mira nearly collided with her. Moon wolves covered the clearing. They stood across fallen trees, broken ridges, and ruined stone walls. Silver, gray, black, and winter-white fur filled every open space beneath the trees. Some were no larger than snow. Others stood shoulder-high to Rook. None moved. None lowered its head. Jin stepped out of the road. The smell struck him before memory did. Moon moss. Cold bark. Stone warmed by bodies sleeping close together. Old blood beneath roots. Home, stripped of every life that had once made it his. 8 seconds, Hannah said. Rook cleared the gate. Yuna followed. Mira jumped last and spun, pulling the portable control line through the opening. The road folded before the line fully crossed. Jin drove his spear into the ground and strengthened the ancient dragon mark. For one instant, the gate resisted collapse. Mira pulled. The control line snapped free. The road closed with a sound like ice breaking under deep water. The clearing darkened. Hundreds of pale eyes remained fixed on them. Rook placed himself beside Yuna without blocking her from view. Snow moved near Jin's leg, then stopped when she noticed the wolves staring at her. A broad gray wolf descended from the ruins ahead. Age had silvered his muzzle and taken the sight from one eye, but his steps remained steady. Two younger wolves followed him, both marked by black lines along their shoulders. The old wolf's gaze passed over Mira, Hana, Yuna, and Rook. It settled on the fang at Jin's chest. His working eye widened. A sound moved through the surrounding pack. Not a growl. Recognition. The old wolf approached until he stood one spear length away. His nose lifted toward the necklace. Jin did not reach for it. The wolf inhaled. Then he stepped to Jin's left side, turned outward and pressed his shoulder briefly against Jin's thigh. An ancient pack greeting. Not submission. A statement offered before witnesses. You stood here once. Jin lowered his spear and touched two fingers to the old wolf's shoulder. I remember the road. 3 wolves came forward. One touched his right side. Another circled behind him and brushed its tail against his back. A thin white she-wolf lowered her forehead beneath his open hand. Several more began to move. Most remained where they were. A young dark gray she-wolf dropped from a broken wall and landed between Jin and the approaching pack. She bore the same black shoulder lines as the old wolf, though hers formed sharper crescents. A scar crossed the bridge of her nose. She did not look at the necklace. You remember the road, she said in the beast tongue. Did you remember us? The wolves who had approached stopped. Jin met her eyes. Yes. Then why did you not return? I could not find the way. You found the human world. The road threw me there. And now you return with humans. Mira remained still beside him. Yuna shifted her hands away from the contract bands at her belt, ensuring every wolf could see that she was not reaching for them. The dark gray she-wolf's gaze moved over the group. A human walker. A human walker. A human healer. A binder. Yuna accepted the word without protest. The wolf's eyes hardened when she saw Rook. And a bound beast. No, Yuna said. He was contracted. He is not one of Han's bound beasts. Several wolves bared their teeth. Rook did not lower his head. The she-wolf looked toward the bare skin and fur around his neck. Old seal scars remained, but no band covered them. Yuna turned her wrists outward, showing the inactive contract bands. The contract is gone. He goes where he chooses. That is what binders say when their chains cannot be seen. Yuna's answer came without offense. Then ask him. The she-wolf did. Why are you beside her? Rook looked at Yuna. Then he stepped away from her side. No seal pulled him back. No command followed. After several breaths he returned and stood beside her again. Silence passed through the wolves. Yuna did not look at him. The pulse of their pact warmed once, then settled. The dark gray she-wolf returned her attention to Jin. You left us with a dying anchor and returned after generations carrying the people who took it. I did. Growls rose around the clearing. Mira looked toward Jin. Through the core pack she felt no defensive anger from him, no attempt to reject the accusation. Only the weight of a truth that did not become false because he had been unable to prevent it. The she-wolf stepped closer. My mother died on a road that folded beneath her. Her mother watched the northern dens sink into the roots. Her mother was born after the king vanished. Jin's grip tightened around his spear. What was her name? The wolf's ears pressed back. You do not earn her name by asking. No. The answer halted the next growl. Jin lowered his head, not as a king, not as an authority demanding recognition. As someone receiving anger he had no right to silence. I did not choose to leave, he said. You still lived with what my absence meant. I will not ask you to call that difference enough. The old wolf watched him. The dark gray she-wolf searched his posture for a hidden command. None came. You could make us kneel, she said. No, you deny that power? I refuse it. Why? Because obedience is not loyalty. Yuna's breath changed beside Rook. Several wolves glanced toward her, hearing the truth of the sentence in the binder's silence. The dark gray she-wolf looked at the fang necklace for the first time. That belonged to the first den. It did. Why do you still carry it? Because they gave it to me. They are dead. They are dead. Yes. The word crossed the clearing without protection. The she-wolf stepped aside. She did not greet him. She did not bow. But she allowed the other wolves to approach if they chose. Fewer than half did. Snow stood beneath their attention with her tail stiff and her toy forgotten. A young silver wolf moved closer, sniffed her ear and jumped back. Snow growled. The young wolf growled louder. Snow lunged. Jin caught her around the middle before she reached him. This is not how we return home. Snow twisted in his grip and barked at the young wolf. The other cub barked back. A second young wolf appeared from behind a fallen trunk, then a third. All three carried pale crescent markings, though none as clear as Snow's. The old one-eyed wolf approached her. Snow stopped struggling. He touched his nose to the crescent on her forehead, then inhaled along the black tips of her ears. His gaze shifted to the surrounding pack. A call left his throat. It began low, barely louder than breathing, then rose through the trees. Wolves answered from 3 directions. The dark gray she-wolf stared at Snow. "Moon blood," she said. Jin set the cub down. Snow looked from the wolves to him. "Which line?" Jin asked. The old wolf spoke a name from a branch of the first pack. Jin remembered a winter white hunter who had once stolen half his blanket and denied it while lying on the missing cloth. The memory came with warmth before pain. "Her descendants," he translated for Mira. Snow walked toward the old wolf. The pack opened around her. Young wolves sniffed her fur. An older female pressed her muzzle against Snow's neck. 2 adolescents circled her, fascinated by her unfamiliar scent. The smallest cub tried to seize her tail. Snow spun and pinned him with one paw. The surrounding wolves gave short sounds of approval. Then the old wolf called her toward the higher dens. Snow followed for 4 steps. She looked back. Jin did not summon her. He kept the pack connection open and gave her no direction through it. The wolves waited. Snow turned from the path, ran back, and sat beside Jin's boot. The dark gray she-wolf's eyes narrowed. "You reject your blood?" Snow leaned against Jin. "No," Jin said. "She chooses her place." The old wolf studied the cub, then touched his shoulder to hers. "Kin." The greeting did not require her to leave one family to enter another. The wolves led them beyond the clearing. Moon forest had once grown in layers of silver canopy. The highest branches captured moonlight even beneath clouds, guiding travelers along paths that shifted with the seasons. Streams ran between the roots, and the dens followed their clean water. Now the canopy carried dark gaps. Several trees leaned toward empty spaces where the ground had folded away. Silver leaves grew dull near the edges, their veins lit by a weak blue pulse that flowed eastward instead of returning to the soil. Human relay direction. Hana knelt beside the first exposed root and opened an instrument. The wolves immediately closed around her. Yuna lowered herself before they could challenge the movement. She turned her face partly aside, kept her hands visible, and waited. One wolf approached. Yuna tried to mirror its posture. Her shoulders were too square. The wolf bared its teeth. "You are looking directly at the elder," Jin said. "I thought looking away meant dishonesty. For humans." Yuna lowered her gaze. "Tail? You do not have one." "That limits the greeting." Your contract bands are speaking. Your contract bands are speaking. For you." Yuna looked at the metal circles around her belt. She removed them slowly and placed them on the ground. The wolves watched. She sat back on her heels with her hands resting open on her thighs. The nearest wolf inhaled her scent, then turned sideways. Yuna copied the angle. Her movement was awkward, but no longer threatening. The wolf allowed Hana to take the root sample. Rook walked past them into the open forest. Yuna's head turned instinctively. She stopped herself before speaking. Rook continued between the silver trunks, each step lengthening as he realized there were no walls. He climbed a low ridge, then another. Moonlight touched the plates of his mane. He broke into a run. The iron lion crossed the slope with enough force to shake dead leaves loose from the trees. He leaped a split root, landed hard, and ran farther, no route marked for him and no handler waiting at its end. Yuna watched until he disappeared. The willing pact remained quiet, not closed. Simply wide. "He will return," Jin said. "I know." The certainty was new. It belonged to trust, not control. They reached the remaining central den near dusk. The wolves ate before speaking further. Long slabs of game meat were placed on flat stones, divided by age, injury, and hunting role. Jin sat near the edge rather than taking the central place kept open for a leader. A wolf pushed the first portion toward him. He moved it to the old one-eyed wolf. A second portion came. Jin gave it to a nursing mother. Mira watched the exchange. "When do you eat?" she asked quietly. "When everyone dependent on the hunt has food. You helped bring none of it. That is why I wait longer." She looked around the circle, followed the order twice, then accepted a strip only after the wolves nearest her began eating. Snow had no such patience. She seized a piece nearly half her size and dragged it toward Jin. 2 young relatives caught the opposite end. A silent struggle began. Snow braced all 4 paws. The other cubs pulled. The meat stretched between them. "Snow," Jin said. She pretended not to hear. One cub released without warning. Snow tumbled backward over Jin's leg with the meat clamped in her jaws. The den filled with rough wolf laughter. Snow rose as if the fall had been intentional, and carried her prize away. Mira covered her mouth. "You survived 1,000 years following meal rules," she said. "She survived Earth by stealing from your plate. She adapted. River Serpent. Shameless wolf." Snow barked from across the den. After eating, the youngest wolves competed for sleeping places nearest the warm central stones. Snow claimed one, lost it when 3 cubs piled on top of her, escaped and tried another. By the time darkness settled, she lay buried beneath silver bodies with only one black-tipped ear visible. Jin watched from outside the den. The old one-eyed wolf stood beside him. "You smell divided," the wolf said. "Between worlds, between packs." Jin looked back at Mira, Yuna, and Hannah arranging their equipment near the entrance. Rook had returned before the meal and now slept in the open, refusing the shelter offered to him. Moonwolves rested within a respectful distance of his paws. "No," Jin said. "The road is divided." "The pack is not." The old wolf studied the answer. "You speak differently. I have lost practice. You once answered with fewer words. I lived with humans first. You lived with us longer." "Yes." The wolf looked toward the darkness beyond the far dens. "The first den remains." Jin's hand moved to the fang necklace. "Why? We do not destroy what the dead may still remember." The path had nearly vanished beneath moss. Jin followed it alone at first. Mira joined after the second ridge without asking permission. The core pack allowed him to feel her behind him, careful and steady. He did not tell her to stay back. The first den stood beneath a split silver tree. Its roof had collapsed. One stone wall remained, marked by scratches from generations of claws. Roots filled the doorway. The shallow hollow where the pack had slept together was open to the night. Memorial stones covered the slope beyond it. Mira stopped. She had expected graves. She had not expected a field. Moon wolves did not carve names in human letters. Each stone carried a scent channel, a claw pattern, and small objects pressed into its surface before the memorial seal hardened. A broken tooth, a strip of red mineral, a bird's black feather, a piece of metal from another world. Jin walked among them without hesitation. He knew the first row. He knelt before a broad stone bearing 3 deep lines and a 4th cut at an angle. His fingers traced the mark. "The first wolf who fed me," he said. She bit my hand when I tried to thank her. Mira crouched beside him. "Why?" "I had touched the meat before the cubs ate. You broke the rule." "I did not know the rule." "She taught you." She nearly removed 2 fingers. "I learned quickly." He moved to a smaller stone set close against the first. "This one followed me for 11 winters." He feared thunder but challenged anything else. "Another." "She found the silver cavern where we survived the black frost." "Another." "He stole my spear whenever he wanted me to hunt." Mira listened. Jin did not describe their deaths. He spoke about the lives between dangers. The wolf who slept on his legs until they went numb. The cub who learned to open leather packs and taught the others. The elder who would pretend not to want warmth, then move closer each time Jin fell asleep. The stories did not erase the memorials. They changed what the stones contained. Mira followed him beyond the first row. The claw patterns changed. The wolves there had been born after the first pack aged. Jin remembered them too. Then came another generation, and another. The field stretched farther than the moonlight. "How many?" Mira asked. "I stopped counting years." "I meant wolves. I know." He stood before a line of stones darkened by age. "I remembered every name while they lived. Later, the names began bringing only the final days. I forced myself to remember the first days instead." Mira looked across the slope. 10 Earth years had separated her from Jin. Long enough for her to grow from a child into a young woman. Long enough to search every gate report and turn grief into a profession. For him, generations had passed. Every time he accepted a new pack, time had demanded its price. "You thought the core pack would become another field," she said. Jin did not deny it. "You thought if you kept me outside, losing me would hurt less." "No." The answer came too quickly to be avoidance. "It would not have hurt less. I thought I could prevent the pack from making the loss part of everyone. I saw you plan to carry it alone." "I knew how. That doesn't mean you were good at it." He looked at her. Mira touched one of the memorial stones. "When you disappeared, I thought finding you would fix everything. Then you came back and I was angry because you weren't the brother I remembered. I am not no one. You're worse at normal meals. That is Snow's fault. You sleep near exits. Useful. You threaten medical equipment. It was hostile. It measured your pulse. It used needles. Mira almost smiled. But her hand remained on the stone. You're also the person who remembered all of them. That is why you're afraid. Jin looked toward the collapsed den. Fear kept me alive. I know. It kept others alive. I know that too. Mira. But fear doesn't get to decide who your family is. The words entered the core pack with no demand in the core. Pack with no demand. Attached. Jin could feel Snow sleeping among her relatives. Yuna sat near Rook beneath the lower ridge, not touching him, and not needing to. Mira stood beside the dead she had never known, and treated their existence as part of her brother rather than a wall between them. He had once believed opening the pack would make grief spread. He had not understood that memory could spread too. The first pack would have liked you, he said. Because I'm your sister. Because you give orders while claiming they are root instructions. They are root instructions. One of them would still have bitten you. Then I would have mapped a safer approach. Jin touched the first memorial stone again. This den was the first place I stopped waiting to wake on Earth. Mira's expression stilled. I thought accepting it meant abandoning you. Then a winter came when 3 cubs depended on me to return from every hunt. I stopped asking which world I belonged to. And now? Now both are dying. That wasn't my question. He looked at the field. Now I know belonging to one did not erase the other. Mira rose. Good. Because I'm not losing an argument to 1,000 dead wolves. Several distant growls answered from the sleeping dens. They heard that, Jin said. I'll apologize tomorrow. You should learn the posture first. The next morning, Mira mapped the western migration road. What had once been a gentle route following the river now broke into 4 separate elevations. One stretch climbed along the side of empty air. Another returned travelers to the same route no matter which direction they walked. The wolves had marked safe sections with claw cuts, but those changed whenever the ground pulsed. Mira drove a relay pin into the soil and watched the route lines form across her portable rig. The road isn't collapsing randomly. The dark gray she-wolf stood across from her. She had not offered Jin her name and had not greeted him. But she had joined the mapping group. All broken roads are random, she said. No, they look random from inside. The bends are repeating in a sequence. Jin crouched beside Mira. Anchor rhythm, and absence of one. She drew 7 circles in the soil and placed a stone at the center of each. When the moon forest anchor was here. When the moon forest anchor was here. Energy entered through the upper roots, moved into the migration roads and returned beneath the dens. She removed the central stone. Now the flow reaches the empty anchor seat and keeps searching for somewhere to go. Hana adjusted the instrument attached to an exposed root. It found Han's relay network. A blue line rose on her display, pointing toward a distant fold. Heart fragment energy is still moving from this region into Earth. Not much through any single road, but the extraction never stops. The she-wolf's fur lifted. Humans continue feeding on us. Most humans do not know, Hana said. Does ignorance return the dead? No. The wolf looked at her, perhaps expecting a defense. Hana gave none. It changes who is responsible, she continued. Not who was harmed. Mira marked the direction of the leak. If we restore the anchor without redirecting this flow, Earth's network will pull against it. The road could tear between both worlds. Can you stop it? Jin asked. Not here. I need the whole regional pattern. Then we map it. They traveled north. The damage worsened beyond the dens. Moon Forest's animals had abandoned paths used for generations. Empty nests covered the lower branches because the trees now shifted during sleep. Herd tracks ended at folds where the ground had moved after passage. Snow ran with the Moonwolf scouts, disappearing between silver trunks and returning whenever the distance pulled at the core pack. Her relatives followed her with growing interest, especially when she found routes their scent could not detect. Earth had changed the way she searched. She trusted smell, but also watched the sky, broken stones and the positions of distant walkers. Jin had taught her beast world survival. Mira had taught her that roads left patterns. At midday, Snow found a migration marker buried beneath a dead root. 3 young wolves tried to dig it free with their claws. Snow looked at Yuna. Yuna hesitated, then drew her field blade and knelt several steps away. May I? The wolves watched her. She kept the blade low and waited. The dark gray she-wolf gave a short turn of her head. Permission. Yuna cut the root without touching the marker. Snow dragged the stone free. You ask a great deal, the she-wolf said. I used to assume. Does asking make you weak among humans? Some think so. And you? Yuna cleaned the blade. It makes the answer real. Rook walked past carrying part of Hana's equipment case in his jaws. No strap bound it to him. Hana had asked, and he had lowered his head to take it. The she-wolf watched them move. You released him because the king ordered you. No, why? Because I finally understood that keeping him alive was not the same as letting him live. Rook's ear turned toward her. Yuna noticed and continued. He stayed beside me for years because he had no choice. When the seal came off, I wanted him to stay so badly that I could barely breathe. You let him leave. I opened the gate. Then he returned. Yes, why? You would have to ask him. The she-wolf glanced toward Rook. The Iron Lion did not slow. He makes you work for the answer, she said. He learned from Jin. I heard that, Jin said from ahead. The route climbed toward a ridge where Moon Forest's canopy should have opened onto a broad silver valley. Only half the valley remained. The rest hung in vertical sections divided by darkness. Waterfalls crossed from one broken piece to another, turning sideways whenever they struck the damaged road. In the distance, a herd of pale deer waited on an isolated slope with no path down. Mira stared at the moving route lines. This is not one collapse. Hana set her instruments beneath a stable tree. 3 energy patterns? 4, Mira said. The 4th is beneath us. The ground pulsed. Everyone stopped. Jin felt danger through snow, a heartbeat before the wolves called. A distant howl rose from the lower valley. Another answered from the separated slope. The dark gray she-wolf ran to the edge. Across the broken terrain, 6 moon wolves had become trapped on a narrow road section between 2 hanging pieces of forest. 3 were young. 1 dragged an injured rear leg. The stone beneath them shed fragments into the dark. The older scouts spread along the ridge. No crossing, one said. The road moved after they entered. The dark gray she-wolf searched for a descent that no longer existed. They were checking the winter path. Mira's rid filled with red lions. How long has that section been unstable? Since dawn? No. How long since it began moving? The wolf looked at her. I do not know. Mira dropped to one knee and pressed 2 relay pins into the soil. The path appeared across her glass. It did not connect the trapped wolves to their ridge. It bent downward, passed beneath a section of upside-down forest and merged half a mile east. The visible distance is false, she said. Jin stepped toward the edge. Way. One word stopped him. Several wolves looked from Mira to the king they believed could command their world. Jin remained still. Mira examined the pattern. If you jump from here, the fold will turn you beneath them. I can cross. You can survive the wrong path. You can cross. They cannot survive it collapsing after you. A young wolf slipped. Its claws struck the edge. The injured adult seized the loose skin behind its neck and pulled it back. The road cracked. Jin felt the moon wolf mark rise in answer to the pack's danger. Speed would reach them. Speed would not save the road. Mira pointed at 3 sections of the valley. The route is cycling. That piece moves east. The lower fold turns. And the trapped section tries to reconnect with the old migration line. How long between cycles? Hana asked. 32 breaths. Can you anchor it? Not from here. Yuna studied the wolves across the gap. Rook can carry the injured one if we reach them. The narrow section may not hold him, Mira said. Rook approached the edge. Yuna looked at him. The willing pact carried the shape of his intention, not a skill granted by the pack. A redistribution of beast force through his plated mane, reducing the force of each step while weakening his defense. He can lighten his steps, Yuna said. How long? Mira asked. Yuna followed the changing pressure through the pact. 12 breaths. And after that? Rook looked at her. He becomes heavy again, Yuna said. Very heavy. Rook's gaze remained on her. Yuna sighed. Yes, very. Snow appeared beside Mira, nose pointed toward the lower fold. She barked once. She smells a path, Jin said. Not one that exists now. Mira replied, one that will. The Maper's attention moved from snow to the cycle lines. Good. We use the road before it forms. The dark gray she-wolf bared her teeth. You would send a cub onto a broken road. No, Mira said. She guides Jin. Jin looked at the path. Instructions, Mira pointed. On my signal. Take Snow to that lower route. Do not activate Moon Wolf until you land. The distance is shorter than it looks. If you use speed early, you will enter the wrong bend. Jin nodded. Yuna and Rook wait here. Hana, I need a measure of the next energy pull. Hana connected 3 needles to the exposed root. 8 breaths until the lower fold turns. Mira, Yuna said. What are you doing? Building a bridge out of a road that has forgotten where it belongs. That sounds unsafe. It is. The trapped section cracked again. Mira lifted her hand. Jin. Now. He picked up Snow and jumped. The wolves behind him shouted, For half a heartbeat he fell toward the darkness. Then the lower fold rotated. A root appeared beneath his boots. Jin activated the Moonwolf mark only when he landed. Speed entered his body in a clean silver rush. Snow leaped from his arms. She ran along a path invisible to everyone else. Jin followed her scent. The fold carried them downward, though the valley seemed to move upward. A fragment of forest passed overhead. The pale deer on the isolated slope scattered. Second turn, Mira called through the core pack. Jin felt her direction more clearly than her words. Left. He turned left into empty air. A road formed beneath him. Snow reached the base of the trap section and barked. Jin drove his spear into the stone. The road shuddered around the blade. He touched Ancient Dragon. The moon wolf mark faded as the older mark rose. Protect the way. Golden lines spread from the spear, following fractures beneath the trapped wolves. The road stopped shedding stone, but it did not reconnect. Pressure struck Jin's arms and shoulders. The missing heart anchor had once carried this strain through an entire region. His mark could preserve the crossing, not replace the heart that sustained it. Rook, Mira said. The Iron Lion gathered beast force around his paws. Yuna opened their pact. Together, Rook stepped into the air as the next fold turned. A narrow strip of stone appeared. His first stride shook it. His second barely made a sound. Beast force moved out of his weight and into the metallic plates of his mane, which glowed dark red beneath the edges. Yuna ran beside him. The wolves protested again. She is human, the dark gray she-wolf said. Mira never looked away from her map. She is pack. Rook reached the trapped group. The injured adult tried to stand between him and the cubs. Rook lowered his body. Yuna kept her distance. He is offering to carry you. The wolf snarled. The road split beneath its injured leg. Yuna stopped several paces away. You can refuse, she said. But the road will not wait. The wolf looked at Rook's exposed seal scars. Bound? No. No, Yuna said. Free. The injured wolf looked at Rook. He remained lowered. Then the wolf climbed onto his back. Two cubs pressed against Rook's sides. Yuna lifted the smallest only after it pushed its nose toward her open hands. The willing pact tightened with Rook's limit. 6 breaths, Yuna said. Move. They crossed toward Jin. The remaining wolves followed. Golden fractures widened beneath their paws. Jin's body absorbed the road strain. Ancient Dragon held the crossing together, but the pressure spread into his bones. The core pack felt it. Jin tried to narrow the connection. Mira forced it open. No, this is road pressure. Yes, you cannot carry it. I'm not trying to carry all of it. The mapping rig brightened. Mira accepted the pattern of the strain and redirected it through the relays rather than her body. Yuna took the next portion through the pact. Rook's glowing mane dimmed as the shared support stabilized his beast force. Snow planted her paws beside Jin's spear. Moonwolf blood answered through her, and reached the wolves crossing the old migration path. Not strength, recognition. This road had carried their line before any of them were born. The trapped section shifted toward its former place. Hana, Mira called. Earthward pull rising. The leaking heart fragment current tugged against Jin's mark. Golden lines stretched east. Mira saw the entire pattern. The road is not collapsing inward, she said. It is being pulled open. She drove her final relay pin into the ridge. A blue line connected it to Jin's spear. Turn the protection north. That exposes the eastern fracture. For 3 breaths, Jin obeyed. He did not understand the map as she did. He trusted her. The golden protection shifted. The eastern fracture opened, releasing a violent stream of blue energy toward Earth. For 3 breaths, the force dragging at the migration road had somewhere else to go. The broken pieces snapped toward their old alignment. Now I'll close it. Jin brought Ancient Dragon protection down across the fracture. The route sealed. Rook crossed the final gap as his weight returned. He landed hard enough to crack the ridge, but the injured wolf and cubs remained secure on his back. Yuna rolled across the ground with the smallest cub held against her chest. She released it immediately. The cub ran to its pack. Across the valley, Jin remained beside the spear as the protected road began to separate again. Mira's face changed. The cycle is ending. Snow stood with Jin. Return route, he asked. Gone. The Moonwolf scouts looked at Mira. The dark gray she-wolf stepped beside her. Bring them back. I'm finding it. The lines on the mapping rig tangled. The repaired path had altered the cycle. None of the earlier exits remained. Jin could cross the darkness alone. Snow could not. Through the core pack, he felt Yuna preparing to send Rook back. Mira stopped them. No one enters until I mark the road. You have no road, Yuna said. I have a destination. She looked towards Snow. Show me where home is. Snow tilted her head. Not by scent, Mira said. Through the pack? Eyes. Jin felt her attention move past him, past the wolves, and toward the sleeping dens where she had buried herself beneath her relatives. Worn stones, silver fur. The pocket carrying her squeaky chicken. Mira caught the direction. It did not appear on her rig as a physical line. It came through the core pack as belonging. She aligned the final relay with it. A path flashed across the dark. Jin! He lifted Snow, tore his spear free and ran. The road existed for one step at a time. Mira built each next section as his foot left the last. Jin followed her directions without trying to see the whole route. Right, down, wait. Now. The final fold opened above the ridge. Jin emerged from it with Snow beneath one arm and his spear in the other. They landed among the waiting wolves as the temporary path vanished behind them. For several breaths no one spoke. The rescued cub approached Yuna. Its mother stood close but did not interfere. Yuna lowered one hand. The cub sniffed her fingers and pressed its nose briefly against her palm. A guest greeting. Yuna copied the correct posture this time. The dark gray she-wolf walked toward Jin. You followed the human walker's commands. Instructions, Mira said. The wolf glanced at her. Jin answered. She knew the road. You once knew every road in this forest, not these. You could have chosen your own, and lost them. The wolf looked toward the rescued pack. No one had died. No one had been ordered to risk themselves. The king had not crossed alone, solved the danger, and accepted their gratitude. He had relied on a human, a former binder, a freed iron lion, a cub, and a healer. He had let their strengths matter. You have changed, she said. Yes. Then perhaps you no longer belong here. Jin looked across the broken valley. Perhaps. Snow pressed against his leg. The she-wolf's gaze moved to the cub, then to Mira. Yet the marks still answer you. I did not return to claim what I left. Why did you return? To tell every tribe who took the heart anchors. To return them without killing the humans who unknowingly depend on their fragments. And to ask what the beast world chooses next. You ask as if the tribes still stand together. Do they? No. The answer carried more weariness than hostility. They returned to the central den after sunset. Messengers had arrived while they were gone. A white-antlered doe stood beneath the eastern trees, her fur marked by gray dust. A serpent with blue-black scales rested in a water trench that the wolves had filled for him. 2 storm eagles watched from the highest surviving branch. Their feathers burned along the edges. They had come because the temporary road had been seen across more than Moon Forest. They had also come because the failing regions could no longer hide their condition. The doe spoke first. White Grove has lost another root chamber. The lower sanctuaries will fall before the next moon. Hana looked toward Jin. The refugees on Earth had not exaggerated. The serpent lifted his head. Long River carries red light beneath its surface. Eggs laid near the southern bend hatch without voices. Fish swim toward the old road and vanish. One of the eagles opened a damaged wing. Storm cliffs no longer hold the upper winds. Flight paths break without warning. 3 nesting columns fell this week. The moon wolves gathered in a wide ring. The dark gray she-wolf stood among them. Humans took the hearts, she said. The dew's eyes fixed on Hana and Yuna. Then why do humans walk here? To repair what humans broke, Hana said. The serpent tasted the air. You carry dead heart scent. Hana touched the case containing her instruments. I have worked with heart fragments. Growls moved through the den. She opened the case. Inside lay no weapon. Only scanners. Empty sample tubes and the sealed remains of a burned relay channel. I helped build systems using energy I was told. Came from cleared dungeons, she said. I did not ask what a dungeon core truly was. Now you know. Yes. And still you use their use. Thus. And still you use their, power. To learn how to stop, the white-antlered doe stepped closer. Humans always promise to stop after one more use. Hana did not close the case. That is why you should not trust my promise. Trust the measurements. Watch every action. Refuse every plan that treats your lives as a resource. The storm eagle gave a sharp cry. Words. Mira placed her mapping rig on the ground. The moon forest pattern appeared above it, incomplete but clear. Blue current drained from the absent anchor seat toward Earth. This is what your missing heart anchor is doing, she said. White Grove, Long River, and Storm Cliffs will have different patterns. I need to map them before we attempt to return. You enter every region? The serpent asked. If permitted, and if refused, then I cannot build a safe road. The eagle looked toward Jin. Command permission? No, Jin said. The single word carried across the gathered tribes. You call yourself king, the eagle said. Others called me that. Then rule, no. The white-antlered doe examined him. Your absence taught the tribes what kings cannot prevent. Yes. Some prevent. Yes, some. Demand war against Earth. I know. Do you oppose them? I oppose killing people who did not choose the theft. The dark gray she-wolf scar lifted with her snarl. Human cities live because our lands die. Yes. Then if their cities must fall, for our lands to live, they cannot continue as they are. That was not the question. Jin stood inside the circle with no throne, no guard, and no authority pressing outward. If immediate destruction is the only way to save this world, I will protect this world. Mira looked at him. The core pack carried the rest of his answer before he spoke it. But I do not believe those are our only choices. Han built the network. Mira can rebuild the roads. Hana can separate what must remain active during the transition. The hard anchors can return while existing fragments keep Earth alive long enough to replace them. And if humans refuse, the serpent asked, then they choose the consequence? War? Resistance? The eagle's claws cut into the branch. Human? Words for the same blood. No, Yuna said. Every beast looked toward her. She had remained outside the central ring until then. War decides that every life on the other side is an enemy. Resistance stops the person holding the chain. You were a chain holder, the doe said. Yes. Why should your meaning matter? It shouldn't, unless my actions prove it. Rook moved from the trees and stood beside her. No command brought him. The serpent observed the faint willing pact between them. What binds you? Nothing, Yuna said. Then why stay? Rook looked at Yuna. He moved toward the open trees, stopped where nothing blocked his path, then returned to her side. Through the core pack, Jin felt the simple shape of his answer. She opened the gate, Jin said. The Iron Lion needed no spoken answer. The old one-eyed wolf entered the circle. Dragon's Rest must hear this. The storm eagles shifted. The serpent lowered his head toward the water. The white-antlered doe's ears turned back. Dragon's Rest has not held all tribes since the last road war, she said. Then it will hold them now, the old wolf replied. By whose call? The wolves looked toward Jin. He remained silent. The dark gray she-wolf watched him for several breaths. He will not command it. No, Jin said. Even if a command would bring them, a command would bring bodies. Not agreement. The old wolf raised his head. Then Moon Forest will send the call. The white-antlered doe considered him. White Grove may answer. Long River will hear, said the serpent. The eagles exchanged a look. Storm Cliffs will decide in the air. It was not support, not yet. But the gathering would happen. The first calls left Moon Forest before dawn. Wolves climbed the surviving ridges and howled toward the broken roads. The sound traveled through silver roots and unstable folds, passing into places ordinary voices could not reach. Long River answered with a vibration beneath the water. Storm Cliffs sent a cry sharp enough to split mist. From far beyond the northern trees came a low roar that belonged to Stone Bear territory. A shadow moved between two trunks, where no path stood, then vanished. Shadow Panther had heard. Near the ruined den, the white-antlered messenger touched her brow to a living root. A soft pulse passed toward White Grove. 6 regions answered. The 7th remained silent. Jin knew the road leading to Dragon's Rest would carry the final answer. During the following days, Mira completed Moon Forest's damage map. She slept in intervals measured by relay cooling times. Hana recorded every leak while the wolves watched each instrument. Yuna joined scouting groups without her contract bands and learned to announce her approach by foot pressure rather than voice. Her first attempts frightened prey from an entire slope. The wolves made their displeasure clear. By the 4th attempt, she crossed a sleeping den without waking a cub. Rook ranged farther each day. Sometimes Yuna felt him at the outer edge of their pact, a distant steady presence beneath the forest. She never pulled. He always returned before the evening meal. Snow divided her time between both packs with no respect for ceremony. She learned the moon wolf hunting signals, taught 3 relatives how to squeeze a squeaky chicken and started a fight over the toy, when one refused to return it. Mira found them wrestling beneath her mapping table. Snow! 4 cubs froze. Mira held out her hand. Snow surrendered the chicken. The others stared at her betrayal. You may have it after the relay calculation. Snow whined. You heard me. The dark gray she-wolf watched from outside. The cub obeys you. Sometimes you hold no pact with her. No. Then why? Mira looked with her. At Snow, who had already begun creeping toward the table pocket. Because she knows I have the toy. The wolf's mouth opened slightly. It took Mira a moment to recognize Moon Wolf amusement. By the end of the week, the temporary Earth relay had cooled enough for a narrow signal. Mira activated it for less than one breath. Quan's response arrived as a compressed pulse. Han's forward operation had been delayed, not cancelled. Quan and Min-jae had used the refugee footage, association, procedural objections, and instability at the designated forward gates to force repeated safety reviews, while several major guilds refused immediate entry without updated route data. Public opposition inside the association was growing, but the emergency orders remained in force. Han was still gathering forces around the gate network. Mira sent 3 pieces of information back. The Moon Forest damage map, proof of continuing heart fragment extraction, the location of Dragon's Rest. She did not send the route. When the pulse ended, Jin stood beside her. You do not trust the channel. I trust Quan. I don't trust everyone between him and us. Good. You could sound less pleased that I'm suspicious. Suspicion is useful. That explains a lot about you. She packed the relay and looked toward the memorial slope. You're going back there. Yes. The gathering call already went out. Yes. The wolves agreed to guide us to Dragon's Rest. Yes. And you're still avoiding the question. Jin waited. Are you ready to leave this den again? He looked through the trees. The first den had not become what it was 1,000 years ago. Its roof remained broken. The sleeping hollow remained filled with roots. The wolves he had loved had not returned because he crossed the road. Homecoming had offered no restoration. Only truth. I did not say goodbye the first time, he said. Mira lifted her mapping case. Then do it now. They walked to the memorial field together. Jin carried no offering from Earth. He brought water from the surviving Moon Forest spring and poured a small portion onto the first stone, then the next. He did not visit every memorial. That would have taken days. He stood where the oldest rose could see him and touched the silver fang. I found the road, he said. The forest gave no answer. It did not need to. I brought a new pack. Mira remained outside the first den, giving him space without leaving him alone. They are difficult. I heard that, she said. Jin continued. They do not follow instructions. Those were not clear instructions. Snow steals food. Rook gives incomplete answers. Yuna argues with danger. Mira argues with everything. Keep talking and I'll leave you here. Through the core pack, he felt Snow wake at the lower den. Yuna's quiet attention turned toward him. Rook's presence settled like stone beside hers. The dead did not share the connection. For once, that truth did not make the living feel temporary. I will return the hearts, Jin said. Not because I remained your king, because I still carry what they entrusted to me. Wind passed through the collapsed roof. Silver leaves moved across the memorial stones. The old one-eyed wolf waited beyond the slope when Jin emerged. Representatives are moving, he said. White Grove follows the buried route road. Long River travels beneath the eastern channel. Storm Cliffs comes by the lower winds. Stone Bear. Slow. Shadow Panther. Already closer than we think. The old wolf looked towards Snow, who came running through the trees with her recovered chicken. She should travel with the moon line. Snow stopped between them. The wolves, preparing for Dragon's Rest, waited near the ridge. Her young relatives called from among them. Jin looked down. You may. Snow stared at the traveling wolves. Then she carried the toy to one of the youngest cubs and placed it at his paws. The cub sniffed it. Snow squeaked the chicken once, demonstrating. She returned to Jin without taking it back. The old wolf touched his shoulder to hers. Moon blood, he said. Snow pressed against Jin's leg. Core pack, Jin replied. Neither arrest the other. The moon wolf leaders gathered at the edge of the damaged migration route. The dark gray she-wolf stood at their front. We will call the tribes, she told Jin. We will guide you to Dragon's Rest. You offer support? No, good. Her ears angled forward. Good. Her ears angled for hearing the truth would mean nothing. And if the gathering chooses war, then I will hear why. If they demand you lead it, I will refuse. If they go without you, Jin looked toward the distant folds where tribe calls continued to travel. Then I will protect both worlds. From whoever decides innocent lives are acceptable payment. The she-wolf studied him, still angry, still unconvinced. This time, she stepped to his left side. Her shoulder touched his leg for a single breath, ancient pack greeting. When she moved away, she did not bow. No one asked her to. The journey toward Dragon's Rest began beneath a dim morning moon. Moon wolves moved through the forest in scattered lines. adapting to roads that could no longer carry a full pack at once. Mira walked near the front, marking every turn. Hana followed with the energy instruments. Yuna traveled beside Rook until the terrain widened, then let him choose his own path. Jin walked at the center rather than the head. Snow remained close for the first mile. Then her relatives called from ahead. She ran to them. The core pack stretched but did not weaken. Across the dying beast world, other journeys had already begun. White shapes moved beneath collapsing groves. Serpents followed poisoned water toward its source. Eagles descended from broken winds. Great bears left stone halls that had not opened in generations. Shadows slipped between roads unseen. From distant firelands came a roar that shook ash from the sky. Some traveled to discuss peace. Some carried the names of those Earth's hunger had killed. Some came only to look upon the king who had returned after 1,000 years and ask whether his human heart had made him a traitor. By nightfall, their calls crossed above Moon Forest. One after another, the 7 regions answered through the broken dark. Jin stood within the ruins of his first den and listened until the last distant voice faded. For the first time since returning, the forest did not sound empty. It sounded like a world gathering to decide whether 2 worlds could live. Dragon's Rest lay 3 days beyond the last stable path. The moon wolves traveled at the pace of the broken roads rather than their own bodies. Whenever a route folded, the pack divided into smaller groups and crossed at different points. Mir moved between them with Snow, testing each path before allowing the heavier travelers through. Jin followed every route she marked. He did not choose shortcuts from memory. The roads he remembered no longer existed, and trusting an old path in the beast world was more dangerous than admitting it had changed. On the second day, Moon Forest ended. The silver trees thinned around a valley of black stone. 7 ancient roads converged there, though only fragments of them still touched the ground. One arrived through the roots. Another descended from the clouds. A third flowed beside a river that vanished beneath the earth, before reaching the valley. At the center rose a mountain split from its peak to its base. Dragon's Rest. Its upper half had once been covered in red gold crystal. Most of the crystal had gone dark. Great claw marks remained across the cliffs, each broad enough to hold a road. Jin stopped at the valley entrance. The ancient dragon mark stirred beneath his skin. Not with power, recognition. The mark recognized where it had first awakened. Mira looked up from her mapping rig. Does it feel different? Ease, dangerous, empty. The word disturbed her more than an alarm would have. The moon wolves entered first. They spread across the western ridge without claiming the center. The old one-eyed wolf took a position where he could watch all 7 roads. The dark gray she-wolf remained closer to Jin. Rook crossed into the valley and slowed. Deep scratches covered the stone beneath his paws. Some were old enough to have become narrow streams. Others had been made by beasts dragged toward gates against their will. Yuna noticed where he was looking. Human equipment came through here. Rook lowered his head to the marks and traced more than 1 age of scratches with his nose. Yuna watched him, more than once. Doctor. Hana placed a scanner against the stone. Fragment residue. Several ages of it. How old? Mira asked. The newest could be within 10 Earth years. The oldest. Hana changed the instrument's range. Older than the association. Jin knew what that meant. Han had been harvesting the beast world before human institutions learned to call the roads dungeons. The first representatives arrived before sunset. Stone bears emerged from a road cut directly through the mountain. They came in a line of 9, their bodies covered in gray mineral plates. The largest carried cracks across one shoulder where pieces of natural armor had fallen away. Each step made the valley floor settle. They brought no attendants and no supplies. Stone Range had stopped wasting food on ceremonies. The bear leading them looked at Jin only once. You returned late. Yes. Our heart returns first. Before negotiation, the old wolf asked. Before words, the bear settled near the northern cliff. None of the others spoke. The storm eagles arrived from above. They did not use the broken air road. They descended through unstable winds under their own strength, falling thousands of feet before opening their wings at the last moment. 3 struck the stone hard enough to slide. Burned feathers marked every leading edge. Their leader remained airborne. Destroy Earth's gates, the eagle cried. The roads heal when the theft ends. Earth's barriers and hospitals would fail, Hana said. The eagle turned once above her. Then let the thieves learn what failure costs. No one welcomed the statement. No one rejected it either. Long River arrived after dark. Water rose through a crack in the valley and filled one of the old channels. Blue-black serpents emerged from it, carrying smaller river beasts within spheres of clean water. Red light moved beneath their scales. The same poisoned energy described by their messenger had entered their bodies. Their leader rested his head on the central stone. Long River cannot wait for humans to become wise. If Earth has clean water and stable land, our young will migrate there. The storm eagle descended onto a high ledge. Why should beasts flee our world so humans may keep theirs? Because dead young inherit nothing. The argument began before the remaining regions arrived. White Grove came at dawn. White stags and pale deer walked from a road made of living roots. Dust covered their antlers. Several carried seed bundles wrapped in leaves, and one bore a newborn too weak to stand. Their request was not for war. It was for land. If the grove falls before the anchor returns, we need sanctuary beyond it. Their white-antlered representative said. Temporary if restoration succeeds. Permanent if it does not. On Earth? Asked the bear. Wherever life remains possible. The Shadow Panthers had already arrived. Jin detected them only when Snow stared at an empty section beneath the eastern cliff and growled. 6 pairs of eyes opened in darkness that had not existed a moment earlier. Their representative stepped into the light. Her black fur carried pale scars where extraction blades had cut around her core. One ear was missing. A young panther followed so closely that their shadows overlapped. All humans are hunters until they prove otherwise, she said. No human crosses into Shadowwood. No human settlement enters the beast world. Return the anchor, close every gate, and keep the worlds apart. Mira did not argue. The Shadow Panther looked at her. You accept that? I accept that it is your home. Yet you intend to map it. Only if invited. The Panther's eyes narrowed, as if refusal had been easier to understand when humans ignored it. The final road opened at noon. It did not lead from another region. It rose from beneath Dragon's Rest itself. Red gold light spread through the dead crystal. Scaled guardians climbed from chambers beneath the mountain. Their bodies built lower than true dragons, but larger than any earth beast. Their scales ranged from deep bronze to burned black. Horns swept back from their skulls, and heat shimmered around their mouths. They had protected the empty anchor seat since its removal. Their leader carried no wings. One front leg had turned entirely to dark crystal, forcing him to drag it with every step. He reached the center and looked at Jin. The valley held its breath. The guardian's gaze lowered to the silver fang necklace, then rose to Jin's eyes. The road remembers you. Jin touched 2 fingers to his chest. I remember this place. The one who gave it is gone. Yes. Then why does it answer? Because what was entrusted to me did not vanish with death. The guardian pressed his crystal leg into the stone. Red gold lines illuminated the ancient council ring. 7 regional symbols appeared around it. Moon Forest, Stone Range, Storm Cliffs, Shadowwood, Long River, White Grove, Dragon's Rest. The empty center remained dark. That place once belonged to a ruler, the guardian said. Jin stepped away from it. Then leave it empty. The first council began without anyone taking the center. Every region agreed on one fact. The heart anchors had to return. Agreement ended there. Stone Range demanded that the anchors be restored before any discussion of human survival. Storm Cliffs wanted every gate destroyed at once, even if Earth's heart fragment systems collapsed. Long River demanded migration rights before helping humans repair anything. White Grove wanted protected sanctuary routes for displaced families. Shadowwood wanted complete separation after restoration. The Moon Wolves were divided. Some supported Jin's transition plan. Others believed every delay allowed Earth to steal more life. Dragon's Rest had guarded an empty seat for generations, and trusted no plan that depended on human technology. The arguments continued through the day. Jin listened. He did not call for silence when voices rose. He did not press beast authority across the valley when storm eagles beat their wings hard enough to throw dust into the council. He allowed each demand to be heard in full. The absence of command disturbed them. Several leaders watched him more carefully than they watched one another. By evening, the stone bear struck the ground with one plated paw. Enough human detail. State the truth simply. Jin entered the outer edge of the council ring. Earth survives on pieces taken from your heart anchors? Growls spread across the valley? City barriers, hospitals, hunter weapons, treatment devices and control cores all use heart fragments. Most humans were told the fragments came from dungeons. They did not know those dungeons were built from your dying roads. Ignorance again, the Storm Eagle said. Not innocence, Jin replied. A person may benefit from harm they never understood. That does not make the harm less real. Mira stepped beside him. My world became safer because yours became weaker. The direct admission quieted some of the movement around the ring. She placed her mapping rig on the central stone. 7 damaged regional patterns rose into the air. Moon Forest appeared first. Its roads twisted toward a blue line representing Earth. Stone Range followed, its underground paths hollowing around the missing anchor seat. Storm cliffs showed broken wind channels. Long River's circulation turned red near its southern bends. The remaining patterns were incomplete. Mira did not hide the gaps. These are the regions I have enough information to model. I won't pretend to know the rest. The Shadow Panther studied her. You asked to enter them. I ask each region to choose a mapper it trusts. I can teach them what I know, or I can enter under their rules. Without full maps, returning the anchors could tear the ancient roads apart. The stone bear's plates shifted. Returning what belongs to us may destroy us, if we force them into positions that no longer match the damaged roads. Yes, human theft caused the damage. Yes, then human hands should repair it. They should help, Mira said. They should not decide alone. The long River Serpent raised his head. What happens to Earth when the anchors leave the human network? Hannah opened the burned relay case. If we simply remove all 7, thousands of systems lose power at once. Hospital treatment chambers stop. Barriers fall. Unstable gates open without control. Millions could die before replacement systems are built. The Storm Eagle spread his damaged wings. Our young die now. Yes, Hannah said. Why should human deaths weigh more heavily? They should not. Then disconnect them. Hannah placed the remains of a heart fragment channel on the stone. We can change what the fragments do. The shard held only a weak blue glow. Red gold traces moved through its center. Right now, Han's network extracts power from the 7 central anchors and distributes it through heart fragments. The flow moves in one direction. Beast world to Earth. She placed 2 smaller relay crystals on either side of it. A fragment can carry energy in both directions if its extraction channels are removed. We proved a small version while opening the Moon Forest Road. The display changed. Energy entered the fragment from one side, stabilized, then passed onward without consuming the source. The existing heart fragments can become temporary relays. Earth's systems remain active while the central anchors return. As the ancient roads recover, natural circulation gradually replaces the stolen supply. The dragon-linked guardian lowered his head over the display. Fragments cut from living hearts remain on Earth. Temporarily. Hannah said. How long? I don't know. He rose from the guardian's jaws. Human answers end there often. Then hold me to measurable stages. No further extraction. Full records of every fragment. Replacement systems built region by region. Fragments retired as natural circulation recovers. And if humans refuse? Then this plan fails. The guardian looked toward Jin. You brought a plan that depends upon permission from those who profit. I brought the only plan we have that does. Not begin with mass death, Jin said. The Storm Eagle launched from the ledge and landed inside the ring. You protect them. Ah, yes. The answer carried no shame. The eagle's talons carved lines into the stone. At our expense. No. Your human healer admits their cities drink from our hearts. You refuse to let those cities fall. Every delay keeps the flow open. I will stop the extraction, while preserving their fragments, during transition. Human words, then judge the actions. The eagle's feathers lifted. You authority! Take the anchors. Command the roads. And this. Jin remained still. No, you have the strength. Strength is not the same as the right. The stone bear looked toward the empty center. Our world once named you king. Accepted responsibility. I did not become owner of every life beneath the sky. Then what use is a king who will not command? Less dangerous than one who believes every life is his to spend. The words carried farther than Jin intended. Mira heard Han inside them. So did Yuna. The council paused until the old one-eyed wolf entered the ring. You asked the tribes to trust humans, he said. No, Jin replied. I asked them to watch what humans choose. And how do 7 regions move together while watching? Jin looked toward Nether while watching. Jin looked toward the core pack. Mira stood within reach, her attention still on the road maps. Snow sat beside the council stone, trying to appear serious while watching a long river fish move inside its water sphere. Yuna and Rook waited outside the ring. Their bond held no command. Jin had spent 1,000 years thinking a pack could remain united only through bonds deep enough to make every loss personal. Earth had taught him another need. Cities could not become his family. Armies could not enter the most private parts of his pack. But people did not need to become possessions to share danger. There is another connection, he said. Yuna lifted her gaze. Jean entered the empty center, Not to claim it, but because every region needed to see him. The core pack is family. It carries location, danger, severe pain, and emotional warning. When one of us accepts a defensive burden, the others can help carry it. The Shadow Panther's eyes moved toward Mira. You know his emotions, not his thoughts, Mira said. And not everything he feels, but enough to know when he's pretending an injury is harmless. I do not pretend. You walked on a broken rib for 2 days. It healed, because Hannah forced you to rest. The council looked toward Jin. He decided not to argue before 7 regions. The core pack is intimate, he continued. It cannot become a nation. It should not. The dragon-linked guardian examined the 5 presences connected around him. Then what do you offer? A limited layer. Temporary and voluntary. Jin allowed the shape of it to form around the existing pack without touching anyone outside it. The difference was immediate. The core pack remained close enough for Mira's concern to reach him, for Snow's curiosity to flicker at the edge of his awareness, for Yuna's attention and Rook's steadiness to carry meaning beyond words. Outside that center he opened only 4 paths: danger direction, safe route guidance, basic coordination, limited defensive support. Nothing deeper. No thoughts, Jin said. No private emotion. No claim of family. A tribe may enter through a representative it trusts. An individual may enter alone. Anyone may leave instantly. The stone bear stared at the faint connection. And your commands? There are none. You create the bond, with consent. Can you force direction through it? I can show where danger comes from. I cannot make anyone move. Can you punish someone who leaves? No. Can you prevent departure? No. The storm eagle circled him once. A pack without obedience. A community is not a body with one head, Jin said. It is many lives choosing to face the same danger. The Shadow Panther gave a low sound. Convenient words from someone capable of controlling beasts. Test them. The offer changed the council. Not trust, not agreement. A test. Yuna entered the ring with Rook. She removed the unused contract bands from her belt and placed them beside Hannah's relay fragment. These once allowed me to command registered beasts, she said. Rook carried a permanent seal built into his core. The Iron Lion turned, showing the scars around his neck and beneath the metal plates of his mane. I believe the seal kept him alive. Yuna continued. Part of it did. The rest carried pain, monitoring, recall, and command. The White Stag representative approached Rook. Who removed it? I did, Yuna said. By the king's command, no. Why did he remain after removal? Yuna looked toward Rook. He didn't. He left. The representatives waited. And returned? Yes. The long River Serpent tasted the air between Rook and Yuna. There is still a connection. Willing pact, Yuna said. Either of us can close it. The stone bear looked at Rook. Close it. Yuna's breath caught. Rook did not ask her permission. The faint pulse between them disappeared. Yuna's presence remained within Jin's core pack, but the part that belonged only to Rook fell silent. The Iron Lion walked away from her. He crossed the council ring, past the stone bears, and climbed halfway toward the northern ridge. Yuna remained where she was. She did not call him. She did not hide what the separation cost. The stone bear watched Rook stop beneath the cliff. Return, the bear said. Rook did not move. The bear turned toward Yuna. Call him. No. You claim he chooses. Yes, then perhaps he chooses to leave. Yuna looked at Rook. Then he leaves. Several breaths passed. Rook descended from the ridge. He did not return, because Yuna spoke. He walked to the water channel, drank, then entered the ring from another side. When he stood beside Yuna again, the willing pact remained closed. You returned, the White Stag said. Rook finished drinking, and looked at the representative as though the answer were obvious. Snow made a sound that might have been a laugh. Rook walked to Yuna and lowered the unscarred side of his mane beneath her hand. Her shoulders eased. If you choose, the pact reformed. It carried no relief from Rook because she needed it. It carried his decision. The long River Serpent lowered his head. Real, presently, Yuna said. Choice must remain real every time. The first extended pact trial was agreed upon before nightfall. Not every region joined. Shadowwood refused. We survived hunters by allowing no foreign presence into our minds, the Scarred Panther said. Limited or not, the answer is no. Jin inclined his head. The Storm Eagles refused as well. If danger comes, our eyes will see it. Stone Range offered one representative only, the Cracked Bear leading its group. Moon Forest chose the dark gray she-wolf. White Grove chose its antlered representative. Long River chose a smaller serpent whose poisoned scales had not yet reached the heart. Dragon's Rest chose the injured guardian with the crystal leg. Yuna entered as the human connection point. Mira joined through the core pack to provide route guidance. Hannah remained outside to measure the flow. The trial would restore one of Dragon's Rest's lower roads. It had once connected the Central Council to a sheltered basin used by travelers from all 7 regions. Since the anchor's removal, the path appeared at different heights, and sometimes opened into solid stone. Mira mapped its cycle for half a day. "The road is not missing," she said. "It is separated into 7 route memories." The representatives gathered at the entrance. The cracked stone bear looked at the empty air. "How does a road remember?" "The same way a scar remembers the direction of a wound." The bear accepted that more easily than human mathematics. Mira placed 7 relay pins around the broken entrance. One route segment responds to each regional current. We reconnect them in sequence. "Why do you need the pack layer?" asked the White Stag. "Because the road changes when living travelers enter it. I can map stone and energy from outside. I cannot predict everybody inside." Jin stood at the center of the relay pattern. "The connection ends the moment you choose." He offered the extended pack to the dark gray she-wolf first. She approached without lowering her head. "What must I do?" "Decide whether you enter." "No ritual?" "No, no, no promise to follow." "No." She touched her shoulder to his hand. "I will test the road." The connection formed. Jin felt none of her grief, none of her anger. He did not learn the name she had refused him. He knew only where she stood, the direction she faced, and that no immediate danger touched her. Her ears rose. "You are quieter than expected." "You expected my thoughts?" "I expected yours to be annoying." Mira looked at Jin. "That confirms she cannot hear them." The stone bear entered next. Then the White Stag, the long River Serpent and the Guardian. Each connection remained separate. Each representative could sense the others as positions rather than identities, lights arranged around a shared route. Yuna joined last. Her core pack bond remained deep. Through the outer layer, she felt only the directions Jin intended the representatives to receive. "The difference is clear," she said. "The core pack is a room. This is a road outside it." The Shadow Panther watched from the ridge. "Roads still lead somewhere." Yes," Jin said. "You choose whether to walk." Mira activated the first pin. A section of red gold stone appeared ahead. Moon Forest Current first. The dark gray she-wolf stepped onto it. The extended pack carried her position to the others. When the road tilted, a simple warning moved through the connection. "Left edge unstable." She shifted without Jin commanding her. The route held. Stone range. The bear entered. His weight pushed the road downward. Mira adjusted the second relay. Jin shared a limited portion of the pressure through the outer layer, enough for the representatives to brace without transferring pain or emotion. White Grove followed. Long River entered along a channel that formed beside the road. The dragon-linked guardian came last. His crystal leg touched the path. All 7 route memories illuminated. For a moment the road became whole. It stretched from the Council Valley into a sheltered basin where red gold trees still grew around a clear spring. The representatives stopped. No one had seen that basin in generations. The long River Serpent entered the spring and lifted his head. Clean. The White Stag touched one of the trees. Living. The stone bear struck the road once with his paw. Stable. Mira checked the mapping lines. Not restored. Aligned. "If the trial ends, it may separate again. Then maintain it," the bear said. "With what anchor?" The bear's plate settled. Hana recorded the energy. The heart fragment relay is carrying the differences between regional currents. The extended pack is carrying the living movement. Neither is strong enough alone. The dragon-linked guardian looked at Jin. "A road made from machine and pack. A temporary road," Jin said. "Everything humans offer is temporary?" "So is every crossing." The guardian turned toward the basin. "Yet, this one reaches life." The trial continued. Representatives crossed in different orders. One left the extended pack without warning. The long river connection vanished. Nothing struck him. The road did not trap him. Jin did not reach after him. The serpent swam back through the channel using only his own senses. He rejoined 10 minutes later. "No resistance," he said. "None, nah." Jin replied. The stone bear left next. Then the White Stag. Each tested the freedom rather than trusting the explanation. Each returned by choice. The Shadow Panthers remained outside. The Storm Eagles continued watching from above. Their refusal did not weaken the connection of those who had accepted it. At sunset, Mira prepared the final alignment. This one joins all 7 route memories for 60 breaths. If it holds, we can use the same model at regional scale once the anchors return. Hannah checked the portable fragment. Energy loss at 12%? Acceptable? For a test? Not for a world. We learn here. The representatives entered. The restored road brightened from the council ring to the basin. Moonwolves and White Grove healers waited at both ends. Stone bears positioned themselves along the unstable sections in case the path fractured. Long river beasts monitored the water channel. Even the tribes that rejected the connection contributed from outside it. Cooperation had begun before agreement. Jin opened the extended pack. Safe route. Stable center. Eastern edge weak. The representatives moved according to what each considered useful. No single line of obedience passed through him. Mira counted the route cycle. 10 breaths. Red gold light spread across Dragon's Rest. 20. The spring in the sheltered basin rose. 30. A sound came from beneath the road. Rook lifted his head. Yuna felt the change through their pact. Command pulse. Hana looked at her instruments. From where? Below, the road exploded. Stone erupted between the council ring and the basin. A black shape tore through the red gold path and struck the Moonwolf representative. Jin sent danger through the extended pack. Down. The she-wolf dropped. Metal claws passed over her spine. A beast landed where she had stood. Its body resembled a horned cat, but steel bands had grown into its shoulders. Dark crystal covered both eyes. A control core pulsed beneath its throat. Bound. More impacts shook the valley. Stone doors burst open beneath Dragon's Rest. Beasts climbed from sealed chambers carrying Earth-made extraction plates, command bands, and cores embedded beneath their skin. They had been hidden near the ancient council long before Jin's return. The first bound beast screamed in the human command frequency. "Betrayal!" cried a storm eagle. The council broke apart. A second beast leaped toward the White Stags. A third attacked the long river channel. Its claws released a red charge that poisoned the clean water. The scarred Shadow Panther vanished. The stone bears turned toward Hannah and Mira. The timing was perfect. Humans had proposed a bond. The road opened. Bound beasts attacked from beneath it. Han had designed the sequence to look like proof. The cracked bear roared. "Human trap!" "No," Hana said. The bear struck the ground. A wall of stone rose between her and the approaching bound beast. He had accused her and protected her within the same breath. Jin felt panic ignite across the valley. The extended pack representatives looked toward him. They expected a command. He could force beast authority outward. He could seize the frightened movements of every nearby beast, halt the fighting, and make the entire gathering kneel until he found the enemy. He refused. "Core pack," he said. The 5 presences tightened around the center. Mira received the road. Yuna received the command channels. Snow received the trapped. Rook received the attackers. Jin received the burden they could not avoid. No one received an order to obey. Representatives, he called, carry danger only. The extended pack spread through the leaders who had joined. The dark gray she-wolf sent the direction of the nearest bound beast to the Moonwolves. The stone bear passed the location of the collapsing eastern ledge to his group. The White Stag sent a warning toward the healers in the basin. The dragon-linked guardian marked the command pulses rising from beneath the mountain. Basic information traveled. No fear, no hatred, no command. The Storm Eagles remained outside the pack, but their leader saw the Moonwolves respond before the bound attackers reached them. He shouted the same direction from above. 3 beneath the western ridge. Mira looked at the broken road. "Do not retreat through the visible entrance. It folds into the lower chambers." Several beasts had already turned toward it. Jin pushed safe route guidance through the extended pack. North wall, red crystal. Wait for the second pulse. The connected representatives redirected their groups. The Shadow Panthers received nothing through Jin. Their scarred leader watched the movement once, then called her own people along the same route. They followed because she had observed the truth, not because Jin entered their minds. Rook collided with the first, horned-bound beast. Metal struck metal. The attacker's embedded bands released a pain command. Rook's old scars burned in response, remembering the seal that had once occupied his core. His stride broke. Yuna felt it. She did not command him through their pact. "Left side," she said. Rook turned his plated mane toward the second pulse. The command struck armor instead of the exposed seal scar. He slammed the bound beast into the council stone. Yuna reached beneath its throat. The beast snapped at her arm. She held position until Rook pinned its head. "There are 3 channels," she said. "Pain, direction, and aggression. Break. Not all together. Its core will collapse." Rook's claws dug deeper into the stone. Yuna placed 2 fingers against the control band and entered the command pattern. Years of binding beasts had taught her where control hid its sharpest hooks. Now she used that knowledge to remove them. Pain first. The black crystal cracked. The bound beast convulsed. Direction. A second channel broke. Its blind head turned without receiving a target. Aggression last. The third band opened. The beast stopped fighting. Rook released pressure slowly. The horned cat lay on the stone, breathing hard. Free enough to choose its next movement. It crawled away from Yuna. She let it. A storm-eagle dove toward another attacker. The bound beast beneath it opened its mouth and released a command shriek. The eagle's damaged wings locked. He fell. A moonwolf leaped from the ridge and struck him sideways before he hit the extraction spikes below. Both crashed across the stone. The eagle rolled to his feet. The wolf did not wait for gratitude. Through the extended pack, Jin felt the dark gray representative mark another danger. Above, the warning reached the moonwolves first. One howled. The storm eagles outside the pack understood the call and scattered before hidden launchers fired from the cliff. Humans and beasts were beginning to translate one another without becoming the same. Mira ran across the council ring with Snow beside her. The bound chambers connect to the old lower road. How many? Hannah asked. I can see 6 openings. Hannah's scanner flashed. 12 command cores. Some are moving beneath us. Mira drove a relay pin into the ground. The road map appeared. Half the lower chambers were hidden behind old dragon paths. The control pulses traveled through earth-made lines hammered into ancient crystal. Han is using Dragon's Rest as a relay, she said. He isn't sending individual commands across the worlds. He planted a sequence here? Can we stop it? Jin asked. Break the central channel. Location? Mira pointed toward an empty section beneath the eastern cliff. The map showed no path. Snow growled at the stone. Shadow route, Jin said. The scarred panther appeared above them. That way belongs to us. Can it reach the channel? Mira asked. Yes. Will you guide us? No. An explosion shook the sheltered basin. A bound bear tore through the restored road. Stone armor covered its body, but an extraction frame had been drilled into its spine. It charged the White Grove healers. The cracked bear intercepted it. Their collision split the road. Both fell through. The White Stag representative entered the fracture after them. Through the extended pack, Jin felt the bear's danger direction vanish beneath the road. Not death, blocked connection. He sent the information to Mira, lower chamber. Northeast. She redrew the route. There is no connected path. The scarred Shadow Panther looked at the collapsing basin, then at her young companion. The younger panther had moved to shield Hannah from flying stone. The representative's tail struck the ground once. Follow exactly. She vanished into the eastern cliff. Mira followed her. Snow entered next. Then Jin. The shadow route accepted no light. Even the red gold crystal disappeared. Jin could sense Mira through the core pack and the panther only by the faint air displaced ahead. Right, the panther said. Mira turned. Down. The ground remained level, but the pressure shifted. Do not touch the walls. Snow's tail brushed one. Darkness reached for her. Jin pulled the cub away without activating a mark. The route opened above the lower chamber. The cracked stone bear lay beneath fallen crystal. The freed White Stag had stabilized his breathing. Across from them, the bound bear struck blindly at the walls, obeying a target command that could no longer locate its victim. Yuna and Rook entered through a break on the opposite side. How? Mira asked. Yuna looked at the opening behind Rook. He made a door. The opening was shaped like his body. Yuna reached the bound bear. The extraction frame pulsed. This one is tied to the central channel. If I remove the commands here, the relay may trigger the others. Can you reverse it? Hannah asked, through the core pack's location relay from above. Not without access to the source. The scarred panther pointed deeper into the chamber. Source. A line of human metal. Disappeared into a dragon-carved tunnel. Jin touched the stone. The ancient dragon mark responded. The tunnel was not only a path. It was part of the old protective system beneath Dragon's Rest. Han had turned protection into control. Jin activated the mark. Red gold lines spread from his hand, revealing the human channel. Yuna, I see it. She placed one hand on the bound bear's frame and the other against Jin's revealed line. The control network opened inside her awareness. Hundreds of command instructions waited beneath the simple attack sequence. Kill the closest tribe representative. Target human allies only after witnesses gather. Repeat human command tones during violence. Retreat if Jin uses authority. Han had prepared the attack to support either story. If Jin seized control, the tribes would see a human king dominate every beast. If he refused, the bound attackers would make cooperation look impossible. Yuna's jaw tightened. He built failure into both choices. Then choose another, Jin said. She looked at Rook. The Iron Lion opened their pact fully, not command. Shared intent. Break the channel without breaking the beasts. Yuna redirected the central pulse into the old protective road. Jin felt the ancient dragon mark resist. The road had been made to protect travelers, not carry commands. Let it reject the signal, she said. It may send the pressure back through every control core. Then the extended pack needs to warn the tribes before it happens. Jin sent the pattern outward. Command surge. 3 breaths. Defend the bound, not only yourselves. The final intent created confusion. Several representatives understood first. The White Stags raised barriers around fallen attackers. Moon Wolves pulled back rather than tearing out exposed cores. Stone Bears pinned bound beasts without crushing them. The Storm Eagles were not connected. Their leader saw the others change tactics. Why protect them? He demanded. Because they are victims holding weapons, Yuna shouted. The eagle looked toward a bound flyer beating its own wings bloody against a command band. He dove. Instead of driving his talons through its throat, he caught the beast beneath one wing and carried it away from the fighting. Now, Yuna said. Jin opened the ancient dragon road. The command pulse entered. The old protection rejected it. Every control core in Dragon's Rest flashed white. Bound beasts collapsed across the valley. Some screamed. Some became still. Yuna received their channel states through Rook and the temporary road. 12 active. 4 failing. White Stag healers moved before anyone commanded them. Hannah reached the first core with her tools. A moon wolf held the attacker's claws away from her. A stone bear lifted fallen crystal from another. Long river serpents pulled poisoned energy out of the water surrounding 2 collapsed beasts. The extended pack carried danger en route. Nothing more. It did not make enemies love one another. It allowed them to reach the same emergency before fear chose for them. Jin entered the valley again as the last command core shattered beneath Yuna's hands. The fighting had lasted less than 8 minutes. The council ring was broken. The restored road had separated into 3 pieces. Blood marked the stone, but no representative had died. The bound creatures lived. One by one, they woke without targets. The horned cat Yuna had freed first crawled toward the Shadow Panthers. The scarred leader allowed it to hide behind them. The bound flyer opened one damaged wing beneath the Storm Eagle's guard. The eagle stepped away. It remained beside him. The cracked stone bear rose from the lower chamber with the White Stag supporting one side of his body. He looked toward Hannah. You knew the command pattern. I recognized the technology. Human. Yes. Your kind placed them here. Yes. And you helped free them. Yes. The bear settled heavily onto the stone. Both truths are inconvenient. Most true things are. The dragon-linked guardian dragged his crystal leg into the shattered center. His gaze moved over the earth-made channels exposed beneath the ancient road. The attack began during the human trial. It was meant to, Mira said. To make the tribes blame Earth? To make you blame the humans standing here. Han does not need every beast to hate every human. He only needs cooperation to fail. The Storm Eagle struck the broken council ring with one talon. Yet Earth did betray us. Han did, Jin said. Han is human? S.O.R. Mira. S.O.R. Mira. Yuna and Hannah. The eagle's head turned toward the bound flyer sheltering near his ledge. So were the ones who bound that creature? Yes. Then what are humans? Individuals, Jin said. Capable of choosing harm. Capable of choosing differently. The Shadow Panther stepped from the eastern darkness. And beasts, the same. The answer displeased those who wanted a simpler enemy. It also survived the evidence around them. The council resumed beside the broken ring. No one attempted to repair the empty center. The representatives stood among the beasts they had protected. Long River agreed to keep one representative inside the extended pack during future roadwork. White Grove agreed to use it for sanctuary evacuations, provided every family could refuse individually. Moon Forest accepted it for shared danger along unstable roads. Stone Range agreed only during defensive operations. Dragon's Rest accepted it while protecting the ancient crossings. Stormcliffs refused formal entry. We will carry signals through our own eyes and calls, their leader said. Jin inclined his head. Then we will learn your calls. Shadowwood also refused. No foreign connection, the Scarred Panther repeated. You remain free, Jin said. We may still kill those who enter our home. I will warn them. That is acceptable. No unity appeared. Something stronger did. Terms. Boundaries. Choices that remained different without becoming immediate war. The dragon-linked guardian looked across the 7 regions. The heart anchors must return. Every representative agreed. Earth must end extraction. Again, agreement. Sanctuary must be offered to regions that cannot survive the transition. Long River and White Grove demanded it. Moon Forest supported them. Stone Range accepted temporary migration. Storm Cliffs refused to abandon their nests but did not oppose others leaving. Shadowwood would permit no settlement in its territory and seek none on Earth unless the entire wood died. Their refusal remained part of the decision. The guardian turned toward Jin. The tribes once called you Beast King. Take the center and carry these terms to Earth. Jin looked at the dark place between the 7 symbols. No, the guardian's crystal claws tightened. You reject responsibility? I reject ownership. A ruler does not own those he rules. Han believes he does. You are not Han. Then I should not build his answer with a kinder face. The old one-eyed wolf entered beside him. What title do you accept? Jin? Snow barked. Mira folded her arms. He also responds to idiot under certain conditions. This is a council, Jin said. That hasn't stopped you before. The old wolf's remaining eye carried quiet amusement. The dragon-linked guardian did not smile. Without a ruler, who holds the tribes together? No one, Jin said. Hold yourselves. The stone bear released a low rumble. Words from someone all 7 regions watch. Then watch me refuse to command you. Jin stood where the empty center had been and opened. Neither beast authority nor pack pressure. Earth cannot continue living from stolen hearts. The beast world should not be asked to die slowly because humans fear losing what they built. The anchors return. Extraction ends. During the transition, existing fragments become relays so hospitals. Barriers and roads do not collapse. He looked toward White Grove and Long River. Those who need sanctuary receive roads if Earth accepts them. Toward Shadowwood, those who demand separation keep their borders. Toward Stormcliffs, those who demand separation keep their borders. Refuse the extended pack, remain outside it. Toward Stone Range, those who demand proof before trust should receive proof. Finally, he looked at the bound creatures resting beneath the guardians of tribes they had attacked. I will defend any life threatened because it chose freedom. Human or beast, the Storm Eagle's wings spread. You ask us to protect Earth. I ask whether you will help create a home that does not require either world to die. And if the answer is no, you remain here. No punishment. No. Authority. No. Accusation of cowardice. Jin looked at the eagle's burned feathers. You have already carried dangers I did not face. The eagle folded his wings. The first choice came from White Grove. Their representative stepped into the extended pack connection beside Jin. Until our young have sanctuary and our heart returns. The long River Serpent joined. Until clean water flows through both roads. Moon Forest came next. The dark gray she-wolf touched her shoulder to Jin's hand. Until the truth reaches Earth, Stone Range waited. The cracked bear looked toward Hana, who was treating a bound creature with tools created by the same civilization that had harmed it. During defense only, he said. The dragon-linked guardian placed his living foreleg inside the council symbol. Until every anchor stands where it belongs. The Storm Eagles remained on their ledge. The Shadow Panthers remained in darkness. They were not enemies. They had said no. Jin accepted it. The bound flyer moved first. It crossed the broken stone and sat beneath the Storm Eagle leader. No pact appeared between them. The eagle looked down. You cannot fly safely. The bound creature lowered its wounded wing. The eagle turned toward the sky. Follow if you can. He launched. The smaller flyer followed through his wake. The Storm Eagle did not join Jin's pack. He had still chosen to guide someone. Across the valley, the scarred Shadow Panther approached the horn-bound cat. The injured creature flinched. The panther turned and entered the darkness. After a moment, the horned cat followed. Choice spread without needing one shape. By night, preparations for the return to Earth had begun. Mira divided the road plan into 3 stages. The Moon Forest relay would reopen first. Dragon's Rest would stabilize the crossing through its old protective paths. The regional representatives inside the extended pack would carry danger and route information to their own groups. No tribe would cross as an army. White Grove would send healers and a small sanctuary delegation. Long River would send channel keepers capable of stabilizing poisoned energy. Stone Range would send defenders. Moon Forest would send guides. Dragon's Rest would send road guardians. Stormcliffs had not committed. Shadowwood had disappeared before the plan was complete. Mira did not count either region among the crossing force. That makes 5, Hana said. 5 agreed, Mira replied. 2 did not. Han will present that as an invasion regardless. Han would call Snow an invasion if she crossed carrying the chicken. Snow looked toward the young relative holding her toy on the Moon Forest ridge. The cubs squeaked it. Snow's ears rose. She took 1 step toward him, then looked at Mira. You gave it away, Mira said. Snow whined. You cannot reclaim a gift because you missed the noise. Snow looked at Jin. Do not involve me. She went to Yuna. Yuna knelt. You chose to leave it with your relatives. Snow pushed her head beneath Yuna's hand. That does not mean the choice cannot hurt. Jin heard the words from several paces away. Yuna's gaze lifted toward him. Neither spoke until the preparations ended. Dragon's Rest quieted after midnight. The wounded slept beneath temporary shelters. Regional messengers departed with route instructions. Hana remained near the portable heart fragment relay, measuring the final energy channels with Mira. Jin stood on a ridge above the Council Valley. Earth's road was invisible from there, but the ancient dragon mark could feel it, a strained connection running through darkness towards cities that did not know a war had nearly begun. Yuna joined him. Rook remained below with Snow. Through the core pack, Jin felt both of them at a comfortable distance. Mira's concentration flickered near the relay. Yuna stopped beside him. You accepted 5 regions refusing to call you ruler. 5 accepted the plan. 5 accepted parts of it. Yes, that bothers you less than being called family. Jin looked toward her. Yuna rested her hands against the ridge stone. You opened the core pack, she said. But there are places inside you that still close whenever the connection becomes quiet. They are mine, yes, no demand followed. Jin looked down at the Council Valley. I know how to protect a pack during danger. You're very good at that. I know how to bury one. Yuna did not soften the truth with reassurance. You're good at that too. I do not know how to stand inside. While nothing is wrong. That explains why you keep finding problems. There are many. There will always be many. He felt the willing pact between her and Rook below. It was quieter than the core pack, shaped by years of harm neither could undo and a present choice both renewed. Calling the core pack family still frightens me, Jin said. Yuna waited. If I call it temporary, loss becomes expected. If I call it duty, grief becomes a cost. Family has no protection. No, they leave. Yes, they die. Yes, the answer held no promise she could not keep. Yuna turned toward him. Choice does not mean no one will ever leave. It does not mean no one dies. It means the choice made now is real. And when now ends, then the next choice becomes real. He looked at her. She had once believed certainty required a chain. Release had taught her that freedom offered no guarantee of return. Rook had returned anyway. Is that enough? Jin asked. It has to be. Anything more becomes control. The core pack carried her fear alongside the words. She feared losing Rook. She feared Jin returning to the beast world and choosing memories over a human future. She feared loving someone who had survived long enough to treat departure as natural. None of those fears made her close the bond. Jin stopped holding the last barrier between them. Yuna felt the full shape of his acceptance, not every memory, not private thought. A place beside him that he no longer described as temporary. Her breath caught. Present choice? He asked. Real. Jin touched her face. He gave her enough time to turn away. She did not. Their kiss was quiet, brief, and without witnesses except a mountain that had survived the death of its oldest guardian. The core pack changed. No new ability appeared. Yuna's presence simply settled into the place Jin had kept prepared while pretending it was only strategic. When they separated, Snow's delight struck both of them through the bond. Yuna closed her eyes. She knows. Emotional warning, Jin said. This was not danger. Snow interprets broadly. From below came an excited bark. Rook's presence carried deep resignation. Mira's concentration paused for 1 second, then returned to the relay with deliberate force. Yuna looked toward the camp. We are never discussing this. Agreed. You understand Mira will discuss it. Then, we remain here. A pulse of alarm entered the core pack. Mira. Not embarrassment. Danger. Jin and Yuna reached the relay chamber before the second pulse. The portable Earth channel flashed across every frequency. Quan's authorization code appeared, vanished, and reappeared beneath an emergency override. Mira held the receiver open. Min Jae's voice broke through first. Do not cross through a registered gate. Han has declared a full emergency. Static swallowed half the next sentence. Quan replaced him. Bound beast incidents in 6 cities. Coordinated activation. Public feeds show beasts attacking barriers, hospitals, and evacuation routes. Yuna's face hardened. Registered beasts? And dungeon facilities, Quan said. Control cores activated simultaneously. Han is presenting it as an organized beast world assault. Hana checked the transmission details. The timing matches the Dragon's Rest sequence. He tested the command network here, Mira said. Now he activated the main system. Quan's image appeared for less than a second. Blood marked one side of his color. Hunter armies are mobilizing. Han has issued authorization to enter the beast world and neutralize every hostile core source, every heart anchor region, Hana said. Bias. A warning siren sounded behind Quan. Min-jae is holding the eastern gate approach. I can delay central authorization, but local commanders are receiving direct emergency orders. How long? Jin asked. Not long enough. The channel failed. Mira tried to restore it. Only the emergency public broadcast answered. Han stood before a city barrier glowing beneath a dark sky. Behind him, hunters fought silhouettes large enough to rise above the surrounding buildings. Humanity is under coordinated attack, he said. The forces beyond the gates have rejected peace. Until the threat is ended, every capable hunter is called to defend our world. The image changed. Bound creatures attacked civilians, while command cores pulsed inside their bodies. The broadcast did not show the cores. It showed teeth, claws, and fear. Han faced the camera again. I will not allow another world to decide whether humanity deserves to survive. The transmission ended. Dragon's Rest remained silent. The regional representatives had gathered around the relay. The Storm Eagle leader stood on the highest crystal ledge. Earth is attacked by beasts. Bound beasts, Yuna said. Activated through human control cores. Humans will not see the difference. No. They will strike every beast crossing. Us. The White Stag looked toward the road chamber. Our refugees are still there. Inside Earth, Mira said. The long River Serpent raised his head. If barriers fail. Unstable gates poison both roads. Hana gathered her instruments. The hospitals will begin overloading if local fragment systems are damaged. The cracked stone bear looked at Jin. Command. No, the bear struck the ground. Your words. Yes, our enemies march here. Yes, then tell us what must be done. Jin looked across the gathered regions. I return to Earth. No command entered the pack. Mira opens the road if she chooses. I choose, she said. Yuna and Rook break the control network if they choose. Yuna picked up her field blade. We choose. Rook stood beside her. Hana converts the fragments into relays if she chooses. Hana locked the instrument case against her back. I choose. Jin looked toward the beast instrument case against her back. I choose. World representatives. Earth's armies may attack anyone who crosses. Humans will fear you. Some will hate you. Some will never learn the truth. The White Stag entered the road chamber first. Our healers cross. The long River Serpent followed. Our channel keepers cross. The cracked stone bear rose despite the damage to his armor. Our defenders cross. The dark gray moon wolf touched her shoulder to the old one-eyed elders. Our guides cross. The dragon-linked guardian dragged his crystal leg toward the relay. Our roads were made to connect worlds, not feed one by killing the other. We cross. The Storm Eagles remained above. The Shadow Panthers remained unseen. Their choices did not change because danger had grown. Jin did not call them cowards. He did not invoke promises from the past. Mira activated the first relay. The road to Earth appeared as a thin line through the center of Dragon's Rest. It shook beneath pressure from the emergency gate network. Han is closing the registered routes, she said. I can use the Moon Forest relay. But the exit will form near the eastern gate station. Hunter Army, Yuna asked. Almost certainly. Good, said the cracked bear. No, Mira replied. Complicated. The bear gave a low rumble. Snow ran into the chamber. Her young relative followed with the squeaky chicken. He placed it at her paws. Snow stared at the toy. Then she pushed it back to him. The cub lowered his head. Snow touched her forehead to his. She turned toward Earth without the chicken. The young wolf carried it back to Moon Forest. No one told him to remain. The road widened. Mira lifted one hand. Core pack first. Representatives hold until I mark the route stable. Jin stepped toward the opening. Behind him came the sounds of movement. Moon wolves descending from the ridges. Stone bears forming protective lines. White stags gathering medicine and seed bundles. Long river beasts carrying spheres of clean water. Dragon-linked guardians entering the ancient road. Not every tribe moved. Not every beast agreed. Those who remained did so freely. Those who followed did the same. Jin stood before the road to Earth. He gave no order. Behind him, the beasts who had chosen to follow began moving. The first beasts crossed into gunfire. Jin stepped through the road as hunter rifles discharged across the eastern gate station. Blue rounds struck the air in front of him and stopped against a stone bear wall rising from the platform. The cracked bear had crossed immediately behind him. It planted both forepaws and expanded its mineral armor across the open. Bullets shattered against gray plates without reaching the moon wolves, white stags and long river keepers waiting inside the road. No one attacked in return. Hold fire. Min-jae stood between two hunter lines with his sword driven into the concrete. One side wore Association emergency armor. The other belonged to major guilds operating under Han's command. Both had weapons aimed at the gate. Smoke from the eastern districts turned the station lights red. A guild officer raised his rifle again. Hostile beasts are crossing. Hostiles don't usually stop your first volley without returning it, Min-jae said. They came through an unauthorized gate. So did Jin. Emerged beside him. The road twisted behind her. Red gold light ran through fractures along its edge as the dragon-linked guardians stabilized the pressure from the beast world side. Snow and Rook crossed next. Several hunters recoiled at the sight of the Iron Lion. Rook's plated mane still carried the scars of an association seal. No chain followed him. Yuna stepped out with both hands visible. The officer looked at the inactive bands on her belt. Senior Tamer Yuna. Command those beasts to remain inside the gate. They are not mine to command. Then they are unsecured. They are willing allies. The word earned laughter from one group and fear from another. Behind them the city shook. A column of blue light erupted several streets away. The eastern barrier flickered, failed for 2 seconds, and returned at half strength. Sirens changed from gate warning to structural evacuation. Mira's portable rig filled with red roots. 3 collapses between here and the river district. The main evacuation road is blocked. Min-jae looked toward the smoke. Hospital? Still standing. Southern support line is failing. The guild officer kept his weapon raised. Our orders are to contain this gate. A howl echoed from inside the city. It did not come from Snow or the Moonwolves. The sound broke into a human command tone halfway through. Yuna turned. Registered beast unit. Min-jae heard the difference. How many? More than one. The eastern station doors exploded inward. A scaled hound crashed through the steel shutters with a control core burning beneath its chest. Association armor covered its back. Blood ran from its mouth where a muzzle had torn away. 3 more registered beasts followed. The hunters turned their weapons. The hounds leaped into their own line. One struck its handler before the man could speak the release phrase. Another tore through a supply vehicle. The third climbed the wall and attacked the barrier controls. Panic broke the formation faster than any invading force could have. Inside our defense, someone shouted. The beasts crossed earlier. They're association beasts. No one listened long enough to distinguish accusation from fact. Jin sent danger through the core pack. Right. Snow moved before the first hound reached Mira. She struck its front leg, changing the attack without tearing its throat. Rook intercepted the second. His body hit the scaled hound sideways and carried it through an empty command booth. Yuna followed. Do not destroy the chest core, she shouted. Pain channel first. The hunters hesitated. That hesitation saved the beast. Rook pinned it while Yuna slid her hand beneath the cracked armor. 3 control lights pulsed under her fingers. Same architecture as Dragon's Rest. Han had not begun the attack after the council. He had activated one prepared network across both worlds. The third hound reached the barrier console. Min-jae drew his sword and cut through the metal restraints around its hind legs. The beast stumbled, surprised by the sudden freedom of movement. A hunter raised a spear toward its exposed core. Wait, Yuna said. The hound's control light turned red. Jin activated Moonwolf. Silver force moved through his body. He crossed the station before the spear descended, struck the weapon aside and seized the hound behind its neck. The mark gave him speed, not control. The beast fought against his grip until Yuna reached the command core. Pain. The first channel broke. Target. The second went dark. Recall. The third cracked beneath her thumb. The hound collapsed against Jin. He released the Moonwolf mark. No other mark rose beneath it. The freed beast dragged itself away from him and crawled beneath the ruined console. The hunters watched it hide. One of the animals they had identified as an attacker now trembled like a victim. The guild officer lowered his rifle slightly. Min-jae stepped in front of the gate again. The beasts outside the gate stopped your bullets, he said. The beasts inside your formation attacked under control cores. If you still cannot see the difference, move away from the line and let someone who can think stand there. The officer's face hardened. A second explosion rolled across the city. Mira's map changed. Argument over. The Eastern Hospital loses its barrier in 9 minutes. She lifted her hand toward the open road. Moon Forest guides and White Grove healers cross first. Stone defenders after them. Everyone else waits until the route clears. The guild officer stared at her. You don't control this station? No, Mira said. I control the only road that still works. She drew 2 relay pins and drove them into the cracked platform. The world road widened. Moonwolves entered Earth in pairs. White stags followed carrying medicine bundles. The cracked stone bear moved away from the opening only when another bear took his place. None bowed to Jin. None waited for an order from him. They followed Mira's route because they had chosen to cross. The eastern barrier failed again. This time, it did not return. Smoke from the surrounding districts poured toward the gate station as emergency shields vanished. Civilians appeared beyond the broken entrance, running from 3 separate streets and colliding at the sealed Hunter checkpoint. Min Jae looked at the officers behind him. Open it. Emergency containment order. Open it. The command came from Director Kwon through every association receiver. His image appeared above the station consoles. The blood on his collar had dried, and half the lights behind him were gone. Eastern Command is transferred to Min Jae. All units will distinguish between bound attackers, awakened refugees, and wild threats. Species is not a hostile classification, a voice interrupted the channel. Director, First Hunter Emergency Authority supersedes. Kwon cut the connection. I reject the order to attack every beast. The statement reached more than the station. It entered the public emergency broadcast. Across the city, screens displaying Han's call to war changed to Kwon standing in a damaged command room. Registered control cores have been activated inside our own defenses, he said. Association evidence confirms that many attacking beasts are under forced. Command, do not attack unidentified beasts merely for crossing a gate. Protect civilians, disable control cores where possible. Any officer carrying out an order of indiscriminate extermination will answer directly to me. The signal broke beneath external interference. It had lasted 14 seconds. Long enough. The checkpoint opened. Civilians rushed into the station. They saw wolves. Fear stopped the first row so abruptly that people behind them fell. Snow stood in the center of the path. Smoke darkened her silver fur. Her pale eyes moved across the crowd. A child clung to an injured woman several meters away, both trapped between overturned barriers. Snow approached. The woman dragged the child behind her. Stay back! Snow stopped. A moon wolf beside her looked toward Jin. He gave no instruction. Snow lowered herself until her body nearly touched the ground. She turned sideways, making herself smaller, then looked toward the clear route Mira had opened through the station. The child understood first. She wants us to follow. The woman did not move. Part of the ceiling collapsed behind them. Snow ran toward the falling beam. The child screamed. The cub struck the woman's leg hard enough to push both humans out of its path. The beam hit the floor where they had stood. Snow emerged from the dust and barked toward the open route. The woman stared at her. Then she picked up the child and followed. The moon wolves spread through the smoke. They did not touch anyone who refused. They found isolated families, marked safe intersections with short calls, and returned to guide the next group. Snow moved between them, carrying Mira's route directions through the core pack. East tunnel unsafe, lower stair clear, wait for debris, move. The wolves received the directions through their representative in the extended pack. Civilians received them through gestures, howls, and the hunters who learned to translate. Mira climbed onto an overturned vehicle where she could see the station. Human command points, she called. Volunteers only. You will receive danger direction and safe route information. Nothing else. You can disconnect instantly. Several hunters looked toward Jin. Hey, enters our minds, one asked. No, Mira said. You want hear thoughts. He won't receive yours. What happens if we leave? Nothing. A young squad leader stepped forward. I'll test it. Min Jae stopped him with one hand. No. No. I take the first human connection. You already trust him. That means I know what to look for. Jin opened the extended pack toward Min Jae. The hunter accepted. A faint connection formed. Min Jae stood on the station floor. Jin knew his location, direction, and immediate danger. Nothing revealed the man's private fear or thoughts. Min Jae looked toward the blocked southern exit. Safe route feels like pressure to the left, Mira nodded. Correct, he withdrew. The connection vanished. Jin made no attempt to restore it. Min Jae rejoined. Immediate exit. No resistance. 3 squad leaders accepted after him. A hospital evacuation chief joined through Min Jae rather than directly through Jin. A transport commander entered through another trusted hunter. The network expanded by choice through people their own groups recognized. It did not become a crowd inside Jin's head. It became points on a living map. Some refused. One guild unit left the station rather than accept any beast-made connection. Their departure weakened the defense. Jin did not stop them. The first city-scale danger signal entered the extended pack 1 minute later. Hospital. Collapse. North wall. The cracked stone bear received it through the regional representative. He roared. 5 stone bears moved from the gate station toward the smoke. Human hunters followed because their commander chose the same route. The eastern hospital had lost 2 support pillars by the time they arrived. Patients crowded the lower floors while barrier light flickered through broken windows. A registered horned beast had attacked the local core room, damaging the fragment system that powered the shields and structural reinforcement. The building leaned toward the street. The cracked stone bear placed his body beneath the failing corner. Stone armor expanded from his shoulders into the foundation. The other bears formed a line along the wall. Human engineers stared at the beasts holding their hospital upright. "Evacuate," the bear told Jin in the beast tongue. Jin translated. A doctor shook her head. "Critical patients cannot be moved without life support course." Hana reached the local power chamber. Blue crystal fragments had burned black around the outer channels. The central fragment still pulsed, but every pulse drew a red-gold line toward a route buried beneath the city. Extraction flow. She opened her case. "I can convert this into a relay." The hospital engineer blocked the console. "If you change the core configuration, every treatment unit may fail. If I do nothing, the building loses reinforcement in 6 minutes. We need central authorization." Central Command activated the beast that damaged it. The engineer did not move. Hana gave him the converter diagram. "Read." He scanned the first page. "This reverses the intake. It changes extraction to circulation. The fragment keeps its stored charge while accepting energy from local channels. There are no local channels." Hana pointed toward the stone bears. Their natural beast force entered the foundation where the damaged barrier once stood. There are now. The engineer looked at the cracked bear carrying the building on his back. He opened the console. "Tell me what to disconnect." Hana removed the extraction channel first. The hospital lights dimmed. Alarm tones filled every floor. She connected the first relay. Long river keepers entered the flooded lower corridor. Red energy had leaked from the damaged fragment into the water system, turning every pipe into a poisoned channel. The serpents absorbed the unstable current and redirected it through clean water spheres brought from their world. The second relay activated. The White Stags entered the treatment floors. They did not replace human doctors. Their restrained healing stabilized patients during the power gap. Pale light slowed internal bleeding, eased mana sickness, and prevented damaged treatment cores from worsening existing injuries. The third relay came online. Energy moved from the stone bears through the local fragment, into the hospital grid, and back through the damaged city roads. The lights stabilized. The engineer stared at the readings. "The fragment isn't losing charge. It is acting as a relay," Hana said. "This should not be possible. It was alive before we taught it only to consume." Outside, the hospital straightened by several degrees. The cracked stone bear remained beneath it. A child in a treatment gown watched him through a broken window. The bear looked up. The child placed both hands against the glass. The bear returned his attention to the wall. He had crossed to defend the return of his hard anchor. He chose to keep holding a human hospital. Across the city, the attack expanded. Control cores inside dungeon facilities activated together. Containment doors opened. Bound beasts emerged from storage floors, training halls, and underground kennels. Some attacked handlers. Others followed command routes toward barrier stations, water systems, and hospitals. Public feeds showed claws and burning streets. They did not show the commands beneath the skin. Civilians could not distinguish the bound from awakened refugees escaping the same facilities. A crowd trapped 3 white grove deer against a shuttered market. "They're attacking the city. They came through the gates." One deer carried medical supplies. Another shielded a wounded human hunter beneath its body. Panic did not notice. A projectile struck the first deer's antler. The crowd surged. A shadow moved across the wall. The street went dark. When the light returned, the deer and wounded hunter were gone. The scarred Shadow Panther emerged inside an abandoned service tunnel 2 streets away. 3 others carried the injured between them. The White Grove healer looked at her. "Shadowwood refused the road. We refused the pack." The panther turned toward the tunnel exit. "We did not agree to watch fools kill healers." More shadows appeared behind her. Shadow Panthers had crossed through a route Mira had not opened for them. They entered the city without joining Jin's connection. They found people trapped between bound attackers and frightened hunters, then led them through hidden service roads, basement passages, and shadows cast by collapsed barriers. No extended pack warning reached them. Storm Eagle calls did. The first eagle crossed above the city at sunset. Burned wings caught the red light from the fires. The leader from Dragon's Rest circled once over the eastern gate, saw moon wolves guiding civilians through smoke, and turned toward the tallest surviving tower. His cry carried across 3 districts. One call marked a safe path. 2 warned of bound flyers. 3 signaled a collapsing road. Other storm eagles followed. They did not enter the pack. They became its voice in the sky. The city's response stopped depending on one connection. Extended pack leaders carried danger direction. Storm eagles carried visible signals. Moon wolves translated route changes on the ground. Shadow Panthers reached places neither could see. Human emergency crews learned the pattern and added lights, sirens, and painted arrows. A community formed from overlapping choices. Jin stood at the eastern intersection and felt none of it as ownership. The network did not obey him. It moved around him. Min-jae coordinated hunter squads through a human command point. The dark ray she-wolf coordinated Moon Forest. The cracked bear held Stone Range's defensive burden. White Grove, Long River, and Dragon's Rest maintained their own representatives. Anyone could leave. Many did. A transport driver disconnected after a danger warning nearly overwhelmed him. The route remained open without punishment. 2 wounded hunters withdrew when they reached safety. A lone riverkeeper left the network to follow poisoned water beyond its mapped boundary. Jin felt each connection close. He led it. The remaining pack adjusted. Western barrier, Min-jae called. Mira checked the city map. Not the barrier. Command relay beneath it. Yuna stood beside a captured control core taken from one of the scaled hounds. 3 lines pulsed inside. One route goes west. One goes north. The third descends beneath the city? Central Command? Jin asked. Possibly. Break the western relay first, and we reduce the attack density. Rook rose. His plaited mane was dark with dust. Yuna touched the side of his neck, avoiding the old seal scars. Together, the willing pact opened. Rook turned toward the west. No command passed between them. They ran. Jin remained with Mira. His strength could destroy the relay faster. Yuna knew how to free the beasts attached to it. That mattered more. The western relay occupied an underground training facility beneath a guild tower. Its upper floors had become an emergency shelter, leaving hundreds of civilians above a command system, activating bound creatures below. Yuna and Rook entered through the loading tunnel. 3 human guards blocked the first door. Emergency authority. No access. Yuna showed the extracted control core. This signal originates below you. Our registered units are deployed in defense. They attacked the eastern station. First Hunter Han confirmed external interference. The interference is your own command network. The lead guard aimed his weapon. Rook stepped between them. The guard's finger tightened. Yuna did not order Rook to attack. She held the control core where all 3 could see it. A pulse moved through the crystal. Something roared behind the sealed door. The sound ended in a pain tone used by licensed beast tamers. The youngest guard lowered his weapon first. My partner is in there. Yuna looked at him. Then opened the door. The lower facility had become a maze of active restraints. Bound beasts fought against cages designed to release only after command integration. Those that obeyed were sent toward the city. Those that resisted received pain until obedience or core failure. Yuna stopped at the first chamber. A winged lizard threw itself against the bars each time the command pulse arrived. The young guard stood beside her. I was told the pain level was corrective. It is. He looked at her. That isn't a defense. No. Yuna cut the outer lock. The lizard remained inside. The open door offered freedom. It did not understand. Rook entered the cage, turned his unprotected back, and walked out. The lizard followed. At the corridor intersection, it looked toward the city exit and the deeper control rooms. It fled toward the exit. No one stopped it. The next freed beast attacked Yuna as soon as its pain channel broke. Rook struck it away without crushing its core. The beast fled too. The third remained. It turned back and tore open the cage beside it. By the 6th chamber, freed beasts began choosing before the doors fully opened. Some escaped. Others followed Yuna toward the relay room. The central command mechanism occupied 2 floors. Hundreds of silver lines extended from a heart fragment core into registered seals across the district. Red lights represented active pain. Blue represented target direction. White represented recall. Yuna looked at the network she once would have considered efficient. Every bond reduced to a control channel. Rook stood before the core. Through the willing pact, Yuna felt his attention fix on the command channels. Break the control. If I destroy the fragment, the shelter above loses barrier power. Rook's claws flexed against the floor. Then his attention shifted toward the still active power lines. Preserve what keeps them alive. The same principle Hana used at the hospital. Do not destroy what innocent lives depended upon. Remove extraction. Remove command. Preserve circulation. Yuna contacted Hana through the core pack. I need the relay conversion sequence. You are not a core engineer. I know control channels. That is not the same. Send the sequence. Hana did. Yuna read it once. You skipped 3 warnings. You would ignore them. Correct. Rook pinned the main conduit while Yuna severed pain. Recall and target lines 1 category at a time. Every disconnected bond created a choice somewhere in the city. Every disconnected bond created a choice somewhere in the city. A bound beast stopped attacking a barrier and ran. Another collapsed beside the handler it had wounded. 2 turned against the cages, still holding their pack. 1 remained in the street and shielded a child from falling debris. No command told it to stay. The relay fragment changed from red to gold. Power continued flowing into the shelter above. The command stopped. Yuna transmitted the full process through Quan's emergency channel. Her image appeared beside the open cages and the freed beasts moving around her. "These are not invaders," she said. "They were registered, restrained, and activated by human control cores. This is how the channels are removed without killing them, or shutting down the systems connected to their fragments." Rook stood behind her with no seal. "My partner carried the same commands," Yuna continued. "I released him. He left. He returned because he chose to." The broadcast showed the willing pact as a faint, open connection. "Do not confuse obedience with loyalty. Do not confuse a beast in pain with an enemy who chose to attack." The signal spread before Han's network could suppress it. Public feeds copied it. Hunters in other districts began looking for control cores instead of species. The first hunter's story did not collapse. It cracked. At Central Command, Quan used the crack. He appeared on every remaining association channel. Han Seok's indiscriminate attack order is suspended. All control core facilities are under investigation. Units that continue targeting unbound awakened beasts will be treated as hostile to civilian defense. Han's loyal commanders rejected the suspension. Several major guilds split internally. Some hunters followed Han because he had saved their cities for years. Others followed Quan because they'd watched registered beasts activate inside their own lines. Min-jae gathered those willing to defend civilians first. "No one asks you to trust every beast," he told them. "Trust what you can verify. Control core active, disable it. Civilian route threatened, defend it. Beast helps. Do not stab it because a broadcast told you fear is policy." A hunter raised his hand toward the stone bears holding the hospital. "Extended pack connection? Optional. Does Jin control the signals?" "Hey, initiates the layer." "Your squad enters through me. You receive direction, danger, and basic intent. And if I leave, you'll leave." The hunter joined. Another refused and remained in the unit. Min-jae accepted both. The human side of the extended pack spread across 3 districts. It did not erase command structure. Squad leaders still led squads. Doctors still directed treatment. Fire crews still chose how to enter buildings. The network gave them one advantage fear normally stole. They knew where danger came from before deciding who looked dangerous. Snow raced through smoke with 6 moon wolves and a human rescue unit behind her. Mira's warning entered the pack. Road fold beneath the next intersection. Snow stopped. The rescue unit did not. Their commander received the same danger through Min-jae and raised his fist. Everyone halted before the street bent downward and vanished into a gate fracture. A family stood on the opposite side. No stable crossing remained. A storm eagle cried above them. 3 calls, route forming. Mira saw it. 7 breaths. Snow ran when the first section appeared. The wolves followed. Human rescuers waited until the route strengthened, then crossed behind them. On the return, the wolves carried 2 children, and the hunters supported an injured awakened beast between their shields. Cameras recorded the crossing. A civilian watching from the shelter whispered, "Which side are they on?" An old man beside her answered, "Ours." He did not mean human. He meant alive. By midnight, 4 local heart fragment systems had become temporary relays. Hana moved between them with a mixed escort of Min-jae's hunters and White Grove healers. Each conversion weakened Han's control network without shutting down the city system attached to it. The Eastern Hospital remained active. A water station recovered after Long River keepers removed poisoned energy from its channels. 2 barrier towers came back online, using stone bear force circulated through fragments rather than energy extracted from the beast world. Dragon-linked guardians stood at unstable gate points and held the road pressure within safe limits. They did not close the roads, they kept them from tearing open. Han responded by closing the outer routes himself. Every registered gate in the city changed at the same time. Blue edges became black. The moon forest relay narrowed. Dragon's Rest flickered beyond it. The old road shuddered beneath the feet of the final crossing groups. Mira reached the gate station and drove both hands into the control rig. "He is not sealing individual gates. What is he doing?" Jin asked. Pulling the road network toward one point, the map changed. Hundreds of command signals, extraction lines and barrier channels converged beneath the city center. A location hidden behind layers of false dungeon routes. Hannah looked at the pattern. Central Heart Anchor Chamber. Mira traced the lines. Not under Association headquarters. Where? The first facility. Quan received the map through a secure pulse. His answer came immediately. The original Gate Research Center. Han built it before the current association existed. Officially decommissioned. Officially, Min-jae asked. The upper structure is empty. The lower power lines never disappeared. Mira expanded the route. The 7 anchor signatures lay beneath it. Weak. Damaged. Alive. There, Jin said. The ancient dragon mark recognized the strain through the map. 7 living hearts held away from their roads, thousands of fragments pulling at them. Han, at the center. Min-jae looked toward the city. "We gather every available hunter and strike the facility." "No," Hana said. "Why?" She separated the power lines on Mira's display. "Central hospitals, barriers, and treatment centers all draw through that chamber. A direct attack risks breaking the distribution network before local relays are ready." "How many relays do we need?" "Dozens." "We have 4. A shock moved through the ground. The city barriers brighten. For the first time since the attack began, every major barrier stabilized at once. Cheers rose from distant shelters. Mira looked at the beast world side of the map. Moon forest roads began disappearing. White groves remaining route channels dimmed. Long River's red corruption spread upstream. Dragon's Rest cracked along its empty anchor seat. Han was stabilizing Earth by increasing extraction. Jin understood the trap. "His attack weakens the cities," he said. "Then he pulls more from the anchors to save them." Hana's expression tightened. "He creates the failure and becomes the only person with enough network control to stop it." At the thought. "Cost of the beast world," Yuna said. Min-jae looked at the bright city barrier. "Everyone outside sees him saving them." "Yes," Mira said. The public broadcast returned. Han stood beneath a fully restored shield while bound beasts attacked outside it. "Humanity's barriers are stable," he announced. "Remain in protected zones. Our forces will end the source of this invasion." Hunter armies assembled at every major gate. Behind the broadcast image, guild formations prepared to cross into the beast world. Han was forcing both worlds toward the same conclusion. Earth could remain safe only while the beast world died. The beast world could survive only if Earth's power failed. A final choice built by the man controlling both sides. Jin looked at the local relay map. "We reached the chamber without breaking the city lines." Mira rotated the route. "All known entrances are protected by the distribution network." "Unknown entrances?" "The original roads beneath the facility predated the human construction." "Can you find them?" "I can find where they were. That is enough." "It is not." Jin waited. Mira studied the buried routes. "It will be." The assault on the first facility began before dawn. Hana's relay teams moved first. Min-jae divided his hunters between them, protecting engineers and healers rather than joining the direct strike. Han's loyal units attacked the conversion sites within minutes. The first firefight erupted beneath a barrier tower. Min-jae intercepted a spear aimed at Hana's back. The attacker wore association armor. "You are sabotaging humanity's defense," the man said. Hana connected the final relay wire. "The tower lights remain stable." "No. I am removing the part that feeds on another world." The loyal hunter struck again. Min-jae forced him away from the console. Around them, stone bears shielded human engineers from projectiles. White stags treated hunters from both sides when they fell beyond the fighting. Long River keepers cooled overloaded channels. The mixed defense made Han's accusation harder to sustain with every minute it survived. Hana activated the fifth relay. A new section of the city power grid disconnected from central extraction without going dark. 5, she said. "How many?" Min-jae asked. "Enough for the eastern hospitals." "Not enough for the whole city." "Then keep moving. You're bleeding." "Relevant later." Hana handed him a bandage without looking up. He wrapped it while running. Mira led the core pack beneath the decommissioned research center. The upper facility had been abandoned so completely that dust covered the old lobby. Broken signs described the first gate experiments as humanity's path to survival. No public record mentioned Beast World expeditions. The lower doors had no handles. Rook made one. He tore the metal outward and placed it against the wall. "Subtle," Yuna said. Rook looked at the opening. Yuna followed his gaze. "Technically." Beyond the door, the facility became newer with every level. Fresh power lines ran beside old stone roads. Modern control cores had been built into walls carved with Beast World symbols. Human cables entered ancient paths like veins forced into another body. Mira walked at the front. Her mapping rig could not display the entire route. Han's barriers shifted whenever the city grid changed. She used the traces between changes. "Wait." The core pack stopped. A barrier formed across the corridor where Jin would have stepped. Blue light filled the space from floor to ceiling. Rook struck it. The barrier absorbed the force and sent a pulse toward 3 hospital lines. Hana's warning entered through the core pack. "Do not break central barriers. They are tied to active systems." Rook withdrew his paw and stared at the barrier. "Very bad door," Mira said. She searched the wall. "The barrier protects the human corridor. The old road passes beneath it." "There is no entrance," Yuna said. "Not here." "Not here." Mira closed her eyes. The road pattern entered through the core pack as direction, rather than image. Ancient Dragon recognized a protected crossing below. Snow detected stale scents where the wall met the floor. Yuna found a command channel buried behind both. 3 different methods, 1 route. Down, Mira said. Rook lifted the floor plate. A narrow stone path waited beneath it. They descended. The first forgotten road bent under the facility without touching its power corridors. Dragon markings lined the ceiling. Han's network had not destroyed them because he used the same paths to carry heart energy. Bound guardians waited at the first turn. They were larger than the registered beasts in the city. Human armor had been fused across their heads and chests, hiding their species beneath steel. Chains connected their control cores to the walls. 1 guardian charged. Jin activated Stone Bear. The Stone Bear mark entered his bones. He caught the creature's armored head before it reached Mira. The impact cracked the road beneath his feet, but he held. A second guardian came from the side. Rook intercepted it. Yuna ran between them. Walled channels first. Mira marked the safe locations. Snow carried the warning to Jin. Right chain carries hospital power. Left carries command. Jin released the guardian with one hand and tore the left chain free. Pain signals stopped. He did not touch the right. Yuna climbed onto the guardian's back and opened the control plate. Target channel connected to the barrier. Can you separate it? Mira asked. Yes. The guardian threw her against the ceiling. Rook left his own opponent and caught her before she struck the road. His movement allowed the second guardian to reach his exposed side. Its armored claws tore across his ribs. Pain entered the core pack. Jin moved. Stone Bear still filled his body. He could not use Moonwolf speed without combining marks and risking another instant clash. He released Stone Bear. For half a breath, he held no mark. Then Moonwolf answered. He crossed the road and struck the second guardian's chain before its next attack landed. 1 mark at a time. No conflict. No attempt to become every beast at once. Yuna regained her footing. Rook. He turned toward the remaining guardian instead of retreating. Blood ran beneath his metal plates. The willing pact carried pain, not command. She wanted him back. He chose to remain. They broke the second control plate together. The guardian stopped. Its armor opened around eyes clouded by years of pain. It looked at Yuna. The road behind them was clear. The beast fled. The first guardian remained. Its command had broken, but the life support channel still ran through the wall. Removing the core would kill it. Hannah examined the pattern remotely. I can convert the right chain if I reach you. You're defending the relay teams? Mira said. Send me the full layout. Yuna did. Hannah returned a revised sequence. Reroute the support line through the Guardian's natural core. Do not cut the blue channel until the red-gold flow stabilizes. Yuna worked with both hands. Rook stood over her, bleeding and alert. Jin felt the road ahead. More guardians waited. Can you move? He asked. Rook looked insulted and stepped toward the deeper road. Jin watched him. That is an answer. Yuna finished the conversion. The Guardian's human armor went dark. Its natural core continued beating. When the chains opened, it did not run. It looked toward the deeper facility where others remained bound. Then it walked beside Rook. The next Guardian saw one of its own approaching without chains. Its attack slowed. Yuna reached its control plate before the target command recovered. By the third chamber, 4 freed Guardians moved with the group. 2 escaped through the old road. 1 stayed beside the first. The 4th turned back to protect a damaged Guardian that could not walk. No order determined who continued. The path descended toward the center. Han's loyal forces reached the old road from above. Min-jae's voice entered through the extended pack. Human units behind you. We will hold the junction. You are needed at the relay sites, Mira said. Hana has defenders. A blast sounded behind his words. Mostly bears. They communicate disapproval through architecture. The cracked stone bear struck the facility entrance hard enough to seal half the corridor around Han's loyal hunters. Min-jae continued. Proceed. His squad formed at the road junction. Moon wolves marked hidden approaches. Stone range defenders blocked heavy attacks. A storm eagle outside the pack carried route signals through ventilation shafts to hunters who could not receive Jin's connection underground. Shadow Panthers appeared behind Han's units and removed their command officers from the fight before vanishing again. None had accepted Jin's pack. All had chosen the same defense. Mira found the second barrier layer beneath the old research core. This one moved. It followed the core pack whenever they approached, drawing hospital and barrier lines around itself like a shield made of civilian lives. We cannot go through, Yuna said. We don't. Mira looked at the forgotten roads around them. The facility was built over the first route Han used to enter the beast world. No. He closed it after removing the anchors, but a closed road still has endpoints. Other side? Jin asked. Beneath the barrier. How do we reach an endpoint without the road? We reminded where it went. She placed relay pins at 4 corners. Snow tracked the oldest beast world's scent. The freed guardian pressed one claw against a faded road symbol. Jin used Ancient Dragon. Moonwolf faded before the Ancient Dragon mark rose. Golden Protection entered the road without touching the barrier. Mira followed the route memory through Jin's mark. Left beneath the wall. Down around the power lines. Across a place that no longer existed. Core pack burden, she said. The connection tightened. Yuna accepted the barrier pressure through her place in the pack. Rook carried part of hers through their pact. Snow held the route's scent. Mira took the changing direction. Jin did not close them out. The old road opened for 6 seconds. They crossed beneath the barrier. Min-jae remained behind with his hunters. The extended pack connection weakened but did not break. The core pack reached the central foundation. 7 energy lines converged beyond one final wall. Hannah's voice came through in fragments. 11 local relays active. Hospitals stable in the east and south. Central draw increasing. The ground moved. Not an explosion. A pull. The 7 hard anchors were being drained together. Across the core pack, Snow cried out. Moon Forest's route vanished beneath her senses. The dragon-linked guardians stumbled as red-gold energy left the ancient roads. Mira's map showed entire sections of the beast world going dark. On Earth, every city barrier brightened. Treatment systems returned to full power. Public shelters cheered as the attack outside slowed. Han had made the final choice visible. Earth lived. The beast world disappeared. Yuna looked at the energy lines in the wall. He knows we are here. Yes, Jin said. He is increasing the draw because we cannot break it. Ah, yes. Mira's hands moved across the map. There must be another distribution pattern. Honest relays? Too few. We can protect regions, not the whole network. Then reach the anchors. The wall is carrying thousands of patient lines. Jin felt each one through Ancient Dragon. Faint, fragile. Lives resting on stolen power. He could break the wall. He could reach Han in seconds. Hospitals would fail before Hannah redirected the energy. The first hunter had built the perfect defense from people Jin refused to sacrifice. Mira walked along the barrier. There! The wall looked identical. She placed her palm against it. No power line. Yuna examined the section. No command channel. Snow sniffed the floor. No scent passed through. Jin felt only emptiness. A door, Mira said. How? Yuna asked. It is hidden between route changes. Each time Han shifts the central draw. The barrier reconnects around one opening. Duration. Less than a second. Rook lowered his body. Enough for you, Mira said. Not everyone. Jin looked at the pack. We go together. We may not fit, Yuna said. Then the door opens longer. Mira stared at the pattern. That requires Han to shift the full network. Another pull struck. The beast world roads dimmed further. The 7 anchor lines became visible through the wall. Mira set every remaining relay pin. We use his next extraction. Hana heard the plan. If you redirect even part of that pull into the local relays, I can hold the hospitals for perhaps 10 seconds. Perhaps? I would prefer more conversions. You have what you have. So do you. Min-jae's voice entered behind hers. Loyal forces breached the upper junction. The sound of fighting followed. We need the door now. Mira activated the map. Hana, on my signal. Yuna opened the willing pact. Rook braced. Snow stood beside Jin. The core pack connected fully. The extended pack remained outside them. A wider network of humans and beasts defending roads, hospitals, and shelters without knowing what happened beneath the facility. Han pulled from the anchors again. Now! Hana reversed 11 local relays. The central power lines bent. For 10 seconds, hospitals received energy from circulating regional channels instead of direct extraction. The barrier shifted. A black opening appeared. Rook entered first and tore the edges apart. Jin released Ancient Dragon and activated Stone Bear. He held the opening without touching the patient lines. Mira crossed. Snow followed. Yuna slid beneath Rook's armored side. The freed guardian entered last. The opening began to close around Jin. The opening began to close around Jin. He released Stone Bear. The barrier shut. He stood alone on the outer side. Mira turned inside. Jin, I'm coming. The door no longer existed. Rook struck the inner wall. Hospital alarms flickered through the energy lines. Stop, Mira said. The core pack carried Jin's location one barrier away. He searched for the road. A voice reached him through the wall. Your family crossed safely. Han? The barrier changed. A narrow path opened before Jin and only Jin. No room for Rook. No shared crossing for Mira. No route wide enough for Snow. The invitation led toward the hard-anchored chamber. Mira felt the decision forming through the pack. No, he wants me. That is why the answer is no. The barriers use city lives. We find another route. While he drains the anchors, we find it quickly. Yuna placed one hand against the inner wall. He will separate you from the pack. He will try. That was not reassurance. Jin looked down the empty path. Han had designed it for one man carrying 7 marks. A final recruitment. Or an extraction. A final recruitment. Jin touched the silver fang necklace. Protect the roads, he said. Mira's anger entered the core pack. Do not turn that into goodbye. It is not. How do you know? Jin allowed them to feel his answer. Because he intended to return. Because family no longer meant preparing for loss before it happened. Because entering alone did not mean fighting alone. Yuna felt it too. Keep the pack open, she said. I will? Fully. Yes. Snow pressed against the barrier from the other side. Jin touched the wall where he felt her. Rook stopped striking it. The Iron Lion turned toward Mira, then toward the barrier separating them from Jin. The intent carried clearly through the core pack. Find another road. She looked at Jin's position through the map. Then at the barriers Han believed complete. I will. Jin entered the path. The opening closed behind him. The corridor descended beneath the first facility and beyond the city's physical depth. Human walls gave way to black space filled with energy lines. At the end, Han waited. He wore no public armor and carried no visible weapon. White light from the network passed through scars along his arms. Hundreds of stolen core patterns moved beneath his skin. Behind him hung 7 damaged heart anchors. The moon forest anchor resembled a silver heart wrapped in roots. Stone range burned deep gray beneath cracked mineral layers. Storm cliffs turned slowly within a cage of broken wind. Shadow wood disappeared and reappeared inside dark restraints. Long River flowed through a suspended sphere, while red poison circled its center. White grove pulsed weakly beneath severed living branches. Dragon's Rest hung above the others, red gold crystal bound by thousands of human lines. Every anchor fed a web spreading beyond the chamber. Thousands of heart fragment lines crossed the darkness toward Earth cities. Han looked at Jin. You finally came alone. The final barrier closed. Inside the chamber, extraction rings began moving toward Jin's 7 marks. Rings did not touch Jin's skin. They moved around him in 7 widening circles, each tuned to one beast mark. Silver light answered Moon Wolf. Deep gray answered Stone Bear. Wind gathered around Storm Eagle. Darkness thickened near Shadow Panther. Water traced River Serpent. Pale gold reached for White Stag. The final ring burned red gold. Ancient Dragon. Han watched the responses form. The anchors should have recovered while connected to the network, he said. I preserved their central structures. I limited extraction. I calculated the rate at which each region could survive without collapse. Jin looked at the 7 living hearts. Your calculation was wrong. Not at first. The answer carried no denial. Han raised one hand. The line spreading toward Earth brightened, revealing hospitals, barriers, shelters, and treatment chambers at their distant ends. When I removed the first anchor, the beast world compensated. Roads redirected. Regional creatures adapted. Earth received a stable core source for the first time. You saved cities. Yes, you kept harvesting. Because the gates kept opening. Han turned toward the network. Do you remember Earth before hunters understood them? Cities lost entire districts overnight. Mana sickness killed children inside hospitals that had no treatment cores. Wild beasts crossed into roads filled with civilians. Every solution required more power. SOU took more. I used what worked. The Stone Range anchor cracked. Han's expression changed by less than a breath. The network immediately pulled energy from White Grove to stabilize it. Jin saw the pattern. Han no longer controlled 7 separate hearts. He controlled one failing system that consumed every part to preserve the whole. The anchors weakened faster than you predicted, Jin said. Because their regions became unstable. Because you removed them. Because the worlds were already colliding. You made the damage permanent. I made humanity survive long enough to discuss morality. The extraction rings moved closer. Jin rested his weathered spear against the chamber floor. You called me here to argue? I called you here because the anchors no longer have enough living will to recover. Han pointed toward the marks. Yours do. Jin felt the core pack beyond Thel. Miriam searched for a path. Yuna and Rook moved deeper into the Guardian chambers. Snow remained close to Mira, tracing his location through a connection Han had not yet severed. The extended pack spread across the city in ancient roads. It was thin inside the chamber but alive. Han saw Jin's attention shift. The marks resonate with all 7 anchors, he said. They are stable where the hearts are failing. Bind them into the central network, and you could restore both worlds by replacing you. By becoming what I could not. A permanent controller, a guardian. You built chains and changed their names. I built systems. Systems require authority. Han opened his hand. The empty chamber center rose beneath Jin. 7 symbols appeared around him, similar to the council ring at Dragon's Rest. This center was not empty. Thousands of command lines converged beneath it. Take the network, Han said. Keep Earth's cities alive. Restore the beast worlds slowly. Control the gates before fear turns every crossing into war, and every human and beast answers to me? Only when necessary. Necessary according to whom? You. The word revealed the final shape of Han's belief. He did not want Jin as a partner. He wanted a worthy replacement. Someone strong enough to inherit control without admitting control itself was the problem. Han stepped closer. You refuse titles because you fear becoming a tyrant. That fear makes you safer than any ruler who wants the position. No, you would hold power reluctantly. I would still hold it. Someone must. Everyone says that before refusing to let go. Han's scars brightened. You think voluntary. Cooperation can protect a city after panic begins. You think frightened civilians will pause to understand the difference between a bound beast and an awakened one? You think tribes that watch their children die will choose patience forever? No. Then you understand. They may fail. Han's gaze sharpened. Jin continued. They may choose fear. They may fight. Some will leave. Some will refuse every road we build. And your answer is to allow it? My answer is that their lives remain theirs. The extraction ring stopped. Even if their choices destroy everything. Yes, Han's restraint broke. Not into rage. Into disappointment. I thought 1,000 years would have taught you the price of hesitation. It taught me the price of mistaking obedience for loyalty. Jin lifted his spear. I refuse. Han closed his hand. The chamber attacked. The first ability came from beneath the floor. Black roots wrapped around Jin's ankles while crystal spears formed above him. A wind cage closed from 4 directions. Poison entered the air. Gravity increased until the spear shaft bent in his grip. Hundreds of stolen core patterns illuminated beneath Han's skin. No single power matched Jin's marks. Together, they filled every escape. Jin activated Stone Bear. Deep gray beast force reinforced his bones and skin. Crystal spears broke against his shoulders. The gravity field drove his feet into the platform, but he remained upright. Han moved through the broken crystal. His fist carried the weight of a cave beast and the edge of a wind predator. It struck Jin's chest. Stone Bear absorbed the first force. The second entered through vibration. Jin crossed both arms and slid backward. Han followed with no delay. Frost spread from one hand while fire gathered in the other. The conflicting powers should have damaged him. The command network forced them into sequence. Frost locked Jin's feet. Fire struck the frozen stone. The explosion threw him toward the heart anchors. Jin released Stone Bear. For half a breath, no mark protected him. He activated Moon Wolf before he touched the energy lines. Silver Force changed his fall into movement. He stepped along a fragment channel, turned between 2 barrier lines and landed beside the long river anchor without touching it. Han raised 2 fingers. The channel beneath Jin became a blade. Moon Wolf carried him away before it closed. The blade continued toward the anchor. Jin changed direction. He caught the attack on his spear and redirected it into empty space. Han watched him save the heart. You still protect them while they feed the system attacking you. They did not choose the system. A second line severed above them. Far beyond the chamber, a hospital connection flickered. Jin felt lives disappear from the network's edge. Han restored the line from another fragment before complete failure. You cannot fight me and protect every connection, he said. Neither can you. I do not need to. I do not need to. The network prioritizes survival automatically. Whose survival? Humanity's. A long river fragment dimmed. Its beast world road collapsed to preserve an earth barrier. Jin saw the answer. Han had defined humanity as the only life the system recognized. He released Moon Wolf. Shadow Panther entered. His presence disappeared from the chamber. Han's stolen tracking abilities spread outward. Heat sense searched one direction. Scent lines searched another. Mana detection found nothing because Jin still carried no human mana. Beast Force recognition found 7 possible positions. Han attacked all 7. Jin emerged from the 8th, the shadow cast by the White Grove anchor. His spear struck the extraction frame above Han. Metal split. 3 rings lost alignment. Han turned with impossible speed and seized the spear shaft. A stolen serpent ability softened his arm around the impact. Stone armor hardened the next instant. Storm force traveled through his grip into Jin's shoulder. Shadow Panther vanished. Jin released it before the foreign instinct urged him to retreat deeper into darkness. Storm Eagle answered. Air lifted beneath Jin. He let go of the spear, rose above Han and caught the weapon as it spun free. He drove downward. Han crossed both hands. A shell made from dozens of defensive cores formed above him. The spear pierced 7 layers. It stopped at the 8th. Han released the stored impact through the hospital lines. Jin twisted the spear aside. The force struck the chamber wall instead. A barrier split. For one instant, the core pack became clearer. Mira, Yuna, Snow, Rook. Then Han repaired the barrier and pushed Storm Eagle air backward. Jin struck the ceiling and fell. He released the mark before the impact. Stone Bear returned. The floor cratered beneath him. 1 mark at a time. Every change left a gap. Han had hundreds of stolen abilities and a network that switched between them without hesitation. He did not need a gap. The chamber filled with water. Lightning entered it. Jin used Stone Bear to survive the first strike, released it and activated River Serpent before the second. Recovery moved through his body. It did not erase the burns. It adapted his breathing, steadied his heart, and redirected shock around damaged muscle. Han increased the current. The long river anchor convulsed inside its sphere. Jin felt the poison within it accelerate. He swam toward the heart instead of Han. "What are you doing?" Han asked. Jin placed one hand against the sphere. River Serpent followed the poisoned path. Red energy had entered the anchor through decades of extraction, and returned each time the network failed to separate incompatible currents. Jin redirected one strand. The anchor's pulse steadied. Han struck him from behind. A blade entered Jin's side. River Serpent adapted around the wound, but did not heal it. Blood spread through the chamber water. Han tore the blade free. "You cannot save it this way." Jin released River Serpent, and allowed White Stag to rise. Pale light entered the long river anchor, not enough to restore it. Enough to prevent the next poisoned pulse from breaking its center. Han seized Jin by the throat and lifted him away. White Stag healing continued toward the anchor rather than his own wound. "You choose them before yourself," Han said. "They are restrained. And the patients?" Han tightened his grip. 1,000 heart fragment lines appeared around Jin. Each carried the weak pulse of a human life connected to a treatment system. If you disrupt this chamber, they die. Jin drove his elbow into Han's arm. The stolen Stone Bear pattern fractured. Han replaced it with scaled armor before the bone could break. He threw Jin across the chamber. The extraction rings reformed around him. White Stag faded. Jin struck the floor on one knee. Blood ran beneath his clothing. Han remained untouched except for a crack along one forearm that healed under a stolen recovery core. "You carry 7 gifts," Han said. "I carry the strength of every creature humanity required." "No." Han's healing slowed. Jin stood. "You carry what you took." The distinction entered the chamber like a blade no armor recognized. Outside the final barrier, Mira found no door. Every route she mapped ended at hospital lines. City barriers or collapsing Beast World roads. Han had placed living consequences across every direct path. She removed the first map layer. Then the second. "What are you doing?" Yuna asked. Finding what he forgot, Rook stood over another freed Guardian, while Yuna separated its final command channel. 7 unbound Guardians now occupied the lower chamber. Some remained too injured to move. Others watched the barrier as if they could smell the hard anchors beyond it. Snow scratched at the wall. The core pack connection weakened whenever Jin changed marks. Pain entered in separate flashes. Burns. A deep wound. Crushing pressure. Each vanished before Mira could locate the exact route. "Han built the facility around the ancient roads," she said. "Then he built the barriers around the facility. Every layer assumes we enter from outside." Yuna understood first. "We don't. We start from the pack." "That is not a physical road. Neither were the first roads." Mira placed her hand against Snow's crescent marking. "Show me Jin. Snow closed?" Her eyes. The cub did not know chamber coordinates. She knew where Jin was relative to family. Beyond. Below. Alone behind something that should not have existed between them. Mira fed that direction into the mapping rig. A line appeared without a measurable distance. "Found you." The barrier reacted. Black light spread across the root, attempting to isolate Jin's connection. Snow growled. Rook moved beside her. Yuna opened their pact and joined the core pack root. The line strengthened. Han felt it inside the chamber. He looked toward the final wall. They keep reaching for you. Jin held his wounded side. You sound surprised. I built that barrier to isolate every known bond frequency. It is not a frequency. Everything is a structure. Not everything is a structure. Not everything belongs to you because you understand its structure. Han activated the extraction rings. 7 beams entered Jin. Moonwolf stopped first. The marked silver light rose from his chest and moved toward the ring. Jin tried to step away. Gravity held him. Stone Bear rose next, then Storm Eagle. Shadow Panther darkness stretched beneath his feet. River Serpent coiled along the wound in his side. White Stag light gathered around his hands. Ancient Dragon remained deepest. Han adjusted the rings. There is no reason to resist. The marks will stabilize the anchors. The cities survive. The beast world recovers. Under your control. Under ours, if you accept. I refused. Then I will carry them. The extraction intensified. Nothing left Jin's body. No core appeared. No bloodline crystal. No transferable pattern entered the rings. Instead, the chamber changed. A winter forest formed around them. 19-year-old Jin lay starving beneath a silver tree. His first days in the beast world had reduced him to torn clothing, bleeding hands, and the belief that every sound in the darkness meant death. A moon wolf approached, carrying fresh meat. She placed it between him and 3 cubs. Jin reached first. Her teeth closed around his hand. Han watched the memory. The starving boy withdrew. The cubs ate. Only when they finished did the wolf push the remaining meat toward him. Jin accepted. He broke the food into pieces and returned one to her. The wolf ate beside him. Shared food. First acceptance. The she-wolf touched her forehead to his open hand. The choice was hers. She entrusted him with the first moon wolf mark. The silver moon wolf mark appeared above the memory. Han reached for it. His hand passed through. The forest changed. A stone bear cub stood inside a ravine while a larger predator descended from the ridge. Jin had no mark and no armor. He could have escaped through the narrow gap behind him. He stepped between the cub and danger. The predator struck. Jin's arm broke. He remained standing until the mother bear returned. She found Jin still between her cub and danger. After the threat was gone, the mother bear chose to place her trust in him, and entrusted him with the stone bear mark. The stone bear promise was not given for his strength, but for the moment he used a weak body as a shield, because the smaller life behind him had none. Han activated an extraction line. The mark ignored it. The ravine became a cage beneath an open sky. A storm eagle beat injured wings against iron bars left by earlier hunters. Jin opened the cage. The eagle did not leave. It expected a command, a tether, or a price. Jin walked away. Only when the distance grew did the eagle step into the open. Wind lifted beneath its wings. It returned to the sky because no one claimed its flight. Then the eagle circled back by choice. It descended once, touched its brow to Jin's shoulder and entrusted him with the Storm Eagle mark before returning to the open air. The Storm Eagle mark passed through Han's extraction ring without entering it. Darkness replaced the sky. A wounded Shadow Panther led Jin through a hidden road. Beyond it lay a refuge filled with cubs, elders, and injured beasts. Its location could have given him food, safety, and power during a war. He marked no map. He told no tribe. When hunters followed his trail, he allowed them to see him and led them away. The wounded panther later returned from the hidden refuge. It chose Jin as someone who could be trusted with what others could not see, and entrusted him with the Shadow Panther mark. The Shadow Panther promise was given for a refuge protected rather than exposed. Han tried to seize the road. The darkness closed against him. Water rose next. Long River had turned red beneath poisoned energy. Beasts along its banks attacked one another under the corruption. Jin walked upstream for days, not to kill what waited at the source but to clear the path the poison had entered. He broke poisoned stones, reopened blocked channels, carried clean water to creatures that tried to bite him. When the river moved naturally again, the serpent beneath it freely offered Jin the River Serpent mark, a promise of adaptation and return. The memory rejected Han's command line. White light followed. A young white stag lay beneath extraction wounds. Jin stabilized her life while the herd surrounded him. They expected him to demand passage through White Grove or loyalty in the coming conflict. He asked for neither. He healed what he could and left before the herd decided how to repay him. The herd chose before he was gone. Their elder approached without demand or bargain and freely entrusted him with the White Stag mark. The White Stag promise was not given because he possessed healing. It was given because healing had not become a debt. The final memory opened at Dragon's Rest. not the broken mountain of the present. The ancient road stood whole beneath red gold crystal. A great dragon lay beside the seven paths, age reducing every breath to effort. Jin stood before it, without kneeling. The dragon's voice moved through the roads. Power that guards every crossing may rule every traveler. Then it should not rule. Fear preserves life. It also builds cages. What will you protect? The balance that allows each road to remain a choice. And if choice brings war, I protect the road. I do not own the feet upon it. The dragon lowered one claw. Jin placed his hand against it. The dragon chose him. Without command, bargain or debt, it entrusted Jin with the final mark. The ancient dragon mark was given as a promise to protect balance without ruling through fear. All 7 memories surrounded the chamber. Han stood among them. For the first time, the hundreds of core patterns beneath his skin stopped moving. These are events, he said. Yes, emotional imprints, promises. Power has structure. Structure can be transferred. Han opened every extraction ring. The chamber screamed. Lines passed through shared food. The protected cub, the open cage, the hidden refuge, the restored river, the freely given healing, and the ancient road. Nothing answered him. Han increased the force until the rings cracked. The marks remained with Jin. Not because they were embedded more deeply than Han could reach. Because there was nothing he could extract. No tribe had chosen Han. No living promise connected him to what the marks meant. He had collected the result and discarded the reason. Jin stood within the 7 memories. You can steal power. You cannot steal the reason it was given. Han's face emptied. For one instant, Jin saw the man who had entered the first gates when humanity possessed no safe system. The hunter who had carried survivors out of cities. The person who once chose sacrifice because no better path existed. Then the network showed a hospital failing at its edge. Han looked toward it. His restraint returned as certainty. If promises will not transfer, the anchors will. Every line in the chamber reversed. The 7 memories shattered. The heart anchors tore free of their suspension frames. Moon Forest struck Han first. Silver roots entered his left arm. Stone Range compressed into his shoulder. Storm Cliffs became a ring of violent air around his spine. Shadowwood disappeared beneath his chest. Long River poured into his veins. White Grove spread through his ribs. Dragon's Rest entered the scars along his back as red gold fire. Han forced all 7 living hearts into his body. The chamber went dark. Then he opened his eyes. 7 regional lights burned inside them. The stolen abilities beneath his skin activated at once. Jin felt the World Road network bend toward a single human body. Han lifted one hand. The chamber rebuilt around his gesture. Broken extraction rings repaired. Hospital lines brightened. City barriers stabilized. The heart anchors pulsed inside him as if the missing regional seats had been replaced by his bones. There, Han said. His voice carried 7 different echoes. One will. One system. No delay. The stone bear instinct struck first. It hardened his body to preserve the anchors. Storm Eagle demanded movement. Shadow Panther demanded concealment. Long River tried to redirect energy around the rigid stone channels. White Grove attempted to heal the damage caused by every adjustment. Moonwolf searched for a pack that did not exist. Ancient Dragon recognized an unworthy ruler standing at the center of every road. Han commanded them all into silence. For 1 second they obeyed. He attacked. Jin activated Moonwolf. Han crossed the distance faster. Hundreds of stolen movement cores carried him beyond any single mark. His palm struck Jin's sternum before Silver Force completed its first step. Jin flew through 3 fragment lines. He twisted to avoid severing them. Han appeared above him. Stone weight drove Jin into the floor. Jin released Moonwolf and activated Stone Bear before impact. The platform broke. The hospital lines survived. Han struck again. Fire, frost, poison, sound and pressure entered the same attack. Stone Bear protected Jin's body, but every incompatible force found a different weakness. His shoulder dislocated. The wound in his side reopened. His hearing vanished beneath a sonic core. Han zeiced his hair and lifted him. You still limit yourself to one promise at a time. Ah yes, you could combine them. And become what? Enough. Han threw him toward the dragon's rest line. Jin released Stone Bear. Storm Eagle caught his fall with air. He turned aside before touching the red gold channel. Han collapsed the wind around him. Jin fell again. Shadow Panther allowed him to disappear before the next strike. Han activated 100 tracking cores. The anchor within him recognized every regional path and exposed Jin's position. A blade of compressed water pierced Jin's leg. Shadow Panther vanished. River Serpent rose. Jin landed, adapted around the injury and remained upright. Han pulled the long river anchor harder. The mark inside Jin recoiled from the stolen source. River Serpent weakened. Han struck him across the chamber. The difference had become absolute. Jin held 7 chosen promises, one at a time. Han carried 7 living hearts and hundreds of stolen powers through a command system designed to force simultaneous obedience. It was stronger. For now. Outside the chamber, the final barrier changed. Mira saw all 7 regional patterns overlap inside Han. The route she had built toward Jin twisted until every line returned to the same center. He put the anchors inside himself. Yuna broke the command band around another guardian. Can he survive that? He doesn't need to survive long. He only needs to control the network. A shock passed through the facility. The freed guardians fell. Across Earth, city barriers reached full strength. Across the beast world, the old roads began vanishing completely. The extended pack lost 3 regional representatives in the same breath. Not death, distance. The roads connecting them had collapsed. Hana's voice entered through a weak relay. Central extraction has doubled. Local relays cannot compensate. How long? Mira asked. Eastern hospitals can hold 20 minutes. Other cities less. Min-jae's voice followed through weapon fire. Han's loyal units are pushing for the lower chamber. Do not let them damage the relay lines, Hana said. They are trying to restore central control, then stop them gently. Min-jae cut through an armored shield. Your definitions of gentle are becoming unreasonable. The cracked stone bear blocked a blast aimed at the relay team. White Stags treated the wounded behind him. Human hunters held the road beside moonwolves, receiving danger from an extended pack that weakened each time another beast world path died. Mira pressed both hands against the barrier. The core pack still reached Jin. Barely. He had kept it open. Pain entered through the bond. Snow cried out and pressed her forehead against the wall. Rook placed one paw beside her. Yuna opened herself fully. Mira followed the connection. Not the facility map. Not Han's barriers. Jin. The route appeared again. This time, she understood why Han could not erase it. A road was not only space between 2 places. It was the act of choosing to connect them. Jin, she said through the pack. Inside the chamber, Han's next blow stopped one finger from Jin's throat. Mira's voice had reached him. Han heard only silence. Jin felt his sister beyond every barrier. Yuna beside her. Snow and Rook anchoring the route. He responded. Still here. The core pack opened. Han's anchors reacted. Moonwolf turned toward the presence of a real pack. The stolen heart within Han pulled against his command. His hand trembled. Jin activated Stone Bear and struck. Han crossed both arms. The impact drove him back for the first time. Stone Range recognized the promise in Jin's defense and the command inside Han. Gray cracks spread from Han's shoulder across his chest. He forced the anchor down. The cracks sealed. You use them against me, Han said. They reject you. They obey. That is not the same. Han activated the extraction network through his own body. 7 streams entered Jin again, and this time, they carried the heart anchor's pain. Moon forest roots torn from their land. Stone Range hollowing around an empty center. Storm cliffs losing the winds that held generations of nests. Shadow wood closing every road to survive. Long River poisoning itself as circulation failed. White Grove healing others while its own springs weakened. Dragon's Rest protecting crossings without the heart that gave them balance. The strain entered the core pack. Jin reacted on instinct. Strain entered the core pack. Jin reacted on instinct. He began closing the connection. Mira felt the first barrier form. No, this will reach you. It already has. Close your side. No, Yuna accepted the next wave. Pain crossed into her body. She fell to one knee beside the barrier. Rook moved under her arm. His willing pact opened. He carried part of what she chose to take. Snow pressed harder against the wall. The cub's moonwolf blood reinforced the direction toward Jin. Mira held the route. You promised fully open, Yuna said. The anchors will crush the pack. Then let us choose how much we carry. I can hold it. That is not the point. Jin's concentration broke beneath Han's next attack. A spear made from stolen core light entered his abdomen and pinned him to the chamber floor. Pain tore through the pack. Mira nearly lost consciousness. Yuna's vision darkened. Snow's legs collapsed. Rook remained standing. He pushed his presence through the bond. Not as command, reassurance, or denial. Wait. Something steady enough for the others to brace against. Jin tried to close the connection again. Mira forced it open. You are not protecting us by deciding alone. Han lifted the spear. Jin's body rose with it. Your pack makes you vulnerable, he said. Jin looked toward the barrier he could no longer see. Mira held the route. Yuna chose the burden. Snow refused to withdraw. Rook stood beneath all of them. Vulnerability had always been real. So was protection. Jin stopped resisting his family. The core pack opened completely. The burden spread. Not equally. Not safely. Willingly. Mira received direction. Yuna received the shape of Han's command network. Snow carried the Moonwolf Heart's call. Rook carried defensive strain. Jin received all 4 choices in return. He seized the core light spear and broke it. Han moved to replace it. Yuna felt the command before it formed. 3 channels beneath his left arm. Jin turned. Han's attack missed. Mira saw the road between 2 fragment lines. Forward. 2 steps. Jin obeyed. He entered a space Han's network had left open to protect an Earth hospital. Snow detected Moonwolf instability inside Han. Now, Jin activated Moonwolf. The chosen mark answered more strongly than the forced anchor. He struck Han's left arm. 3 command channels broke. The chamber tilted. Outside, Yuna stood. The final control network runs through the bound Guardian lines. Can you reach it? Mira asked. Not from here. Rook turned toward the freed Guardians. Several remained connected to life support channels beneath the facility. The same lines carried Han's final command architecture. He approached the largest Guardian. The creature lowered its armored head. Yuna placed one hand against its exposed core. May I? The Guardian looked toward the chamber, then pressed forward. Permission. Yuna entered the channel. Pain memories surrounded her. Orders layered over instincts until the Guardians could no longer tell desire from command. Han's final network did not merely direct attacks. It defined which choices were visible. Obey. Fight. Return. Suffer. No channel allowed leave. Fight. Yuna began creating one. Hana saw the change from the relay station. If you open every bound connection at once, central power fluctuates. Can the local relays carry it? Not yet. How long? 7 minutes. Min-jae blocked another loyal hunter from reaching her. You have 3. Then I need 4 minutes from somewhere. The cracked stone bear struck in. Both paws into the facility foundation. Stone range defenders joined him. Their beast force entered the converted fragment relay. White Stags added healing circulation. Long River Keepers stabilized the channels. Hana watched the reserve rise. 5 minutes. Enough, Yuna said. It isn't 7. It is what we have. Mira opened the oldest road beneath the facility, not toward the chamber. Outward. It passed through every fragment line touching Earth, and every dying route still connected to the beast world. Han had pulled all 7 anchors into one body. That made him the center. It also made every road lead to him. Mira reversed the map. The center became the starting point. The roads opened away. Han felt it. He turned from Jin. What did she do? Jin felt thousands of possible crossings appear at the edge of the core pack. The extended pack remained damaged and incomplete. Many representatives had lost contact. Human commanders fought through smoke without route guidance. Beast tribes stood beside collapsing roads, unsure whether crossing would save them or carry the failure farther. The connection could not expand through force. It required choice. Jin reached through the ancient roads. He sent no order. One message entered every surviving extended pack point. Those who want a home, run with me. The choice crossed Earth first. Min-jae received it beside the relay station. He accepted. The human commanders linked through him or asked individually. Some joined. One squad refused and withdrew to protect a shelter using ordinary communication. The pack released them. No punishment followed. At the Eastern Hospital, the engineer who had opened the core console accepted. Doctors joined through him to receive danger and safe route guidance. Several refused because the unfamiliar connection frightened them. They continued treating patients. The network did not mark them as enemies. Moonforest heard through the damaged route road. The dark gray she-wolf accepted for her traveling pack. The old one-eyed wolf remained in the beast world to guard the dens. He did not join. Snow's young relative accepted through the moon line and ran toward a collapsing road with a squeaky chicken tied around his neck. Stone Range accepted through its defenders on Earth. Some bears in the mountain halls refused to connect with a human pack and remained beneath their own stone. White Grove healers joined at relay stations. Families inside the dying sanctuary chose separately. Those who feared human roads stayed close to the remaining springs. Long River accepted through its channel keepers. Serpents carried the route signal upstream into poisoned water. Storm Eagles received the call through open sky. Their leader did not enter Jin's pack. He cried the route directions to those who did. Some eagles accepted the connection. Others followed the calls without it. Shadow Wood remained dark. The scarred panther refused again. The younger panther beside her entered. Neither choice broke their tribe. Dragon-linked guardians accepted through the ancient protective roads. Bound beasts heard through the command channels Yuna was opening. Some ran as soon as leave became possible. They disappeared into forests, tunnels, and ruined districts. Others remained beside the humans who had freed them. A scaled hound returned to the eastern station and stood before its injured handler. The man removed the last piece of control armor from its back. Both entered through Min-jae's connection. Thousands chose, thousands did not. The extended pack expanded without swallowing either group. It carried only what had been promised. Danger direction, safe route guidance, basic coordination. Limited defensive support, emergency intent, no private thought, no deep emotional claim, no ownership. The world roads gave the pack distance. The heart fragments gave it relay points. The willing participants gave it life. For the first time, the pack domain spanned Earth and the beast world. Jin felt its scale. He did not feel thousands of minds. He felt a map made of choices. Han felt it too. The anchors inside him convulsed. What did you command them to do? Nothing. That network moves through you. It moves through representatives they chose. You are the center. No. Jin looked toward Mira's route. The roads are, Han sent a command through the city network. Attack every relay. The signal reached Yuna. She stood inside the Guardian's control channel with Rook beside her. The final command line appeared as a white chain stretching through every bound core. Rook opened his jaws around it. The chain was not physical. The willing pact gave his intent form inside the network. Yuna placed both hands against the command. You can leave, she told every connected beast. The new channel opened. Choice. Some took it. The white chain weakened. Yuna broke Han's final command channel. Across both worlds, control cores went dark. Bound guardians lifted their heads. Registered beasts stopped receiving targets. Cages opened without recall commands waiting beyond them. The command network collapsed into disconnected fragments. Han staggered. Moonwolf searched for obedience and found a pack it could not control. Stone Bear hardened against Storm Eagle movement. Storm Eagle tore at the rigid channels Stone Bear protected. Shadow Panther hid power from the network trying to distribute it. Long River redirected energy around White Grove's healing. White Grove attempted to repair damage faster than the stolen abilities created it. Ancient Dragon rejected the central command holding every road. Han forced the 7 anchors deeper. His body split along the old scars. Light poured through. I carried humanity when no one else could, he said. Jin saw hospital lines flickering behind him. Yes. I entered the gates first. Yes. I found the power that saved them. Yes. Then why should I surrender it to people who do not understand what survival costs? Because saving them once did. Not make their lives yours. Han's face tightened. If I let go, they die. Then let them carry it. They cannot. They already are. The cross-world pact domain moved. Humans protected beast world relays. Beasts reinforced human hospitals. Hunters defended engineers. Freed-bound creatures chose whether to return. Mira held the road. Hana held the fragment network. Min-jae held the facility. Yuna held no chains. Snow and Rook held Jin. No one carried everything. Han raised both hands. Every stolen ability activated. The chamber fractured. Fire burned through water. Frost locked wind. Stone armor expanded beneath shadow concealment. Healing fed poisoned channels. Predator instincts found prey instincts inside the same body. The hard anchors tried to return to their regional patterns. Han commanded them to remain. Mira entered through the core pack route. Not her body, her map. 7 paths appeared around the chamber. Moon Forest. Stone Range. Storm Cliffs. Shadowwood. Long River. White Grove. Dragon's Rest. Each ended at its original anchor seat. Jin, she said. I have the routes. Han tore one apart. Mira rebuilt it through a different fragment line. You cannot redirect them while they are inside me, he said. They are not you. They sustain me. They are trying to leave. Han drove a wave of stolen power toward the roadmap. Jin activated Ancient Dragon. Only Ancient Dragon. Red gold protection spread across the 7 routes. The wave struck. Jin's bones shook. The mark had never promised endless defense. It protected balance and crossings. Holding 7 roads against hundreds of stolen powers exceeded what one body could carry. He felt the old instinct to close the pack. Mira felt it too. Jin left it open. The core pack accepted the strain. Rook took the first defensive weight. His injured ribs bent beneath it. Yuna supported him through their pact and carried the command pressure he could not understand. Snow anchored Moon Forest's direction. Mira held all 7 routes in place. Jin protected the crossing. The extended pack reinforced them from beyond. not by sending private emotion or bodies into the chamber. Every willing participant held one piece of the road where they stood. A stone bear beneath a hospital. A long river keeper inside a water station. A moon wolf guiding families through smoke. A hunter protecting a relay pin. A white stag stabilizing a patient. A storm eagle calling directions above the city. A shadow panther leading refugees through darkness without joining the pack herself. The burden spread until it stopped being one man's sacrifice. Han increased the force. Ancient dragon protection cracked. Jin's arms split beneath the strain. Rook collapsed to one knee. Yuna remained beside him. Snow's paws bled against the barrier floor. Mira's mapping rig burned through its final crystal. "Route's ready," she said. "Hannah?" the engineer answered from the relay station. "Local fragments can carry the first separation. Not the full loss. Do it. Hospitals may flicker. They will fail completely if we wait." Hannah looked at the city grid, then at the mixed teams defending each relay. "Begin!" She reversed the central fragment channels. Earth's network released its extraction hold for 3 seconds. Mira pulled. The moon forest anchor tore free from Han's left arm. Silver roots ripped through stolen core patterns and entered the first road. Han screamed. Stone range left his shoulder. Storm cliffs tore from his spine. Shadowwood emerged from his chest as a heart-shaped absence wrapped in darkness. Long river poured from his veins. White grove pulled living branches through his ribs without leaving blood behind. Dragon's rest remained. Han seized it with both hands inside the network. Red gold crystals spread across his body. If this leaves, the central barriers collapse. Mira saw the hospital lines. He is right. Hannah checked the local reserves. Not all central systems are converted. Han tightened his grip. You see? Choice ends where consequences begin. Jin held ancient dragon protection around the final anchor. The promise recognized both sides. The heart belonged at Dragon's Rest. The hospital lines could not be allowed to collapse. Jin did not pull harder. He expanded protection along the human network. The strain multiplied. Yuna understood. He's protecting the lines during separation. For how long? Mira asked. Jin could not answer. The core pack felt the limit. Seconds. Rook stood again. Seconds. Rook stood again. Snow howled. The sound traveled through the pack domain. At relay points across Earth, willing participants accepted the emergency intent. Hold. Nothing told them how. They chose. Stone bears fed defense into fragments. Long river keepers circulated unstable current. White Stags supported failing treatment systems. Human engineers opened reserve cores. Hunters carried physical batteries between relay stations. Storm Eagles delivered route signals faster than damaged communication towers. Shadow Panthers led technicians through blocked underground paths. The central network gained a temporary support structure. Not enough to remain as it was. Enough to let go. Mira pulled again. Dragon's Rest tore free. Han's body became human. The hundreds of stolen core abilities remained. Without the anchors forcing them into one network, they turned on one another. Stone armor crushed the channels beneath it. Recovery regenerated tissue around poison. Fire consumed concealment. Wind tore through hardened bone. Han tried to command every ability into sequence. The final command channel no longer existed. Yuna had broken it. One power struck another. Han fell inside the collapse of everything he had taken. Jin could have stepped away. Ancient Dragon remained active. He extended protection around Han. Mira felt it. Why? He is inside the road. The answer did not forgive him. It refused to let protection become selective when hatred made a life inconvenient. The chamber folded. Thousands of fragment lines snapped toward the 7 departing anchors. Jin redirected the collapse through Ancient Dragon. Red gold lights surrounded the roads. The core pack carried the defensive strain until none could remain standing. Jin's vision darkened. He felt Mira still holding the roots. Yuna beside Rook. Snow refusing to release Moon Forest. The extended pack holding points across both worlds. He did not close them out. The 7 heart anchors entered the ancient road pattern. Moon Forest traveled first. Silver roots extending toward its dying region. Stone Range followed through a deep path beneath both worlds. Storm cliffs rose into a road made of restored wind. Shadowwood vanished between connected darkness. Long River became a current flowing toward its source. White Grove passed through living root channels. Dragon's Rest moved along the red gold road Jin protected. Han reached toward them. No command answered. His stolen abilities burned out one by one. The last was a small healing pattern. It closed one wound across his chest, then faded. Han lay beneath the empty extraction rings, alive, powerless. The chambers stopped collapsing. Jin released Ancient Dragon. The mark returned to silence. No other mark activated. He fell. The barrier opened before he struck the floor. Rook reached him first. The Iron Lion lowered his body beneath Jin and carried his weight. Yuna pressed both hands against the wound in his side. White Stag no longer filled him, but White Grove healers were already moving through the new road. Snow climbed onto Rook's back and pushed her forehead against Jin's shoulder. Mira entered last. Her burned mapping rig hung from one hand. She looked at Han, the empty anchor frames and the 7 roads leaving the chamber. Central extraction is gone. Hana's voice entered through a failing relay. So is central supply. Across Earth, hospital lights flickered. City barriers dimmed from full strength to emergency levels. Treatment cores switched to reserve power. The crowds who had cheered hands restored barriers looked up as darkness moved across entire districts. In the beast world, the 7 heart anchors traveled toward their dying regions. None had arrived. The old roads had opened, but they remained unstable. Every second of travel pulled them farther from Earth's fragment network. Mira looked at the weakening city lines. Defeating Han was only the first half. Jin opened his eyes. What is the second? She turned toward the 7 departing hearts. Saving everyone. Beyond the chamber, beyond the chamber. The anchors crossed the darkness toward home, while city lights began flickering across Earth. The first hospital failed 37 seconds later. Its treatment lights went dark across 6 floors. Emergency batteries activated, but 3 mana support chambers did not restart. Every patient connected to them disappeared from the fragment network at once. Hana saw the loss on her relay display. North District Treatment Center first, she said. Then the Western Barrier. The River Hospital has 11 minutes before reserve failure. Mira spread the surviving city map across the chamber floor. The burned mapping rig could no longer project a complete road, so she connected it directly to the lines left behind by the departed heart anchors. 7 fading trails became the frame for a new pattern. Existing dungeon cores, she said. Hana looked at her. What about them? They still contain stored energy. Thousands of them. Then we have thousands of batteries. Hana understood. We don't destroy the fragments. We stop them from extracting and use what they already hold. The stored energy buys hours in some regions, minutes in others. Enough to build the next relay. If every surviving core can be reached. Mira opened the extended pack map. Human commanders, beast world representatives, relay engineers and emergency teams remained connected across both worlds. The network had weakened after the central extraction source disappeared, but it still carried safe routes and danger. We can reach them. Jin tried to stand. Yuna pushed him back against Rook's plated shoulder. You have a hole through your abdomen. It is smaller than before. That is not a medical measurement. A White Grove healer pressed pale light into the wound. The healing did not close it completely. It stabilized damaged tissue and slowed blood loss, while Jin's River Serpent recovery adapted around what remained. The healer withdrew before exhausting her own weakened core. Do not activate another mark until the bleeding stops. Jin looked toward the 7 fading roads. The packed domain needs a living center. Mira did not look up from the map. It has thousands of living points. The connections are failing. Then stabilize the connections, not the whole world. He understood the correction. A few weeks earlier, he would have tried to carry every weakening bond himself. Now he entered the extended pack and touched only the roots between willing representatives. He did not take their exhaustion. He did not pull their fear into himself. He held direction. Where a human relay team lost contact with a Moonwolf guide, Jin restored the safe route line. Where a Dragon-Link Guardian could no longer sense an Earthgate, he reopened danger awareness through the nearest representative. Where a hospital commander withdrew from the pack to focus on treatment, Jin let the connection close and redirected around it. The network became smaller. It also became stable. Better, Mira said. I was already doing that. You were trying to hold every point. Briefly. Stop doing things briefly that will kill you permanently. Yuna looked between them. This is normal sibling conversation. It has become normal, Jin said. Hana transmitted the first emergency plan. All active teams, do not destroy dungeon cores or heart fragments. Repeat, do not destroy them. Disconnect extraction channels only. Preserve stored power and convert each surviving core into a temporary relay. Min Jae answered from the upper facility. Han's remaining units are retreating. Let them, Quan said over the same channel. Protect the relay workers. What about the central chamber? Secure Han. No public execution. No private revenge. Min Jae's silence lasted 1 breath. Understood. Han remained where he had fallen beneath the empty rings. 2 hunters entered with a White Stag healer. The healer examined him before the hunters applied any restraint. Han opened his eyes once. The chamber no longer answered him. He looked toward the 7 roads and saw that the anchors had gone. Then the healer's light closed around him, and his eyes shut again. There was no crowd to watch his removal. No beast bowed. No hunter celebrated. The work had already become more urgent than victory. Min Jae's teams moved through the first facility carrying relay tools instead of extraction equipment. Several passed storage rooms filled with dormant dungeon cores. Months earlier, those cores would have been classified as resources. Now everyone was treated as borrowed time. At the North District Treatment Center, emergency workers removed a core from an abandoned training dungeon and connected it to the failed medical grid. The crystal resisted the new flow. Its internal channels had been carved to take energy from a distant source, not release its own reserves into a local system. Hana guided the engineers through the conversion. Outer silver channel first. Do not touch the red gold center. It's cracking. Let the shell crack. Preserve the living fragment. The core casing split. Blue light spilled across the floor. A long river keeper coiled around the converter and redirected the unstable current. A human engineer connected the output to the hospital line. The treatment chambers restarted. 3 patients returned to the relay map, not fully stable. Alive. 1, Hannah said. Mira marked the hospital as a relay point. Next, they worked outward from systems closest to failure. Portable dungeon cores became hospital batteries. Barrier fragments were separated into smaller regional relays, rather than one central network. Inactive hunter equipment surrendered its stored charge to emergency shelters. Guild vaults opened under Kwan's order. When 2 refused, Min Jae arrived with association investigators and stone bears. The guild masters opened them. No new cores were harvested. No beast was killed to replace what the anchors had taken with them. Every conversion reduced Earth's dependence by a fraction and extended the transition by minutes. At each relay station, Yuna established a willing pact team. No permanent seal was used. A human coordinator stood beside an awakened beast, or a freed-bound beast. Both were told what the station required. Both could refuse. Some pairings failed immediately. A frightened hunter could not stop anticipating obedience from the beast beside him. A freed hound attacked the first control tool it saw, and fled the station. A White Grove healer refused to work with an engineer who still called heart fragments dungeon loot. Yuna did not force any of them to continue. She changed teams. At the eastern barrier, a registered scaled hound chose to remain beside the handler it had injured during Han's activation. The handler removed the last command plate from its chest before they connected to the relay. Their pact formed slowly. Not because forgiveness erased the attack, because both understood who had issued it. Rook moved among the stations without a seal, checking unstable beast force channels and carrying equipment when asked. Some handlers still looked toward Yuna for orders concerning him. She gave none. If Rook chose to help, he helped. If he walked away to rest, the team adjusted. Freedom made planning less convenient. It made every return meaningful. The Moon Forest anchor reached home first. Snow felt it before the signal arrived. She stood inside the first facility with her ears raised toward a road no human eye could see. Silver light passed through the crescent on her forehead. Across the beast world, the anchor descended into the empty seat beneath Moon Forest. Its roots touched the first surviving world road. For one breath, nothing happened. Then energy moved in the direction it had moved before Han's extraction network. Down through silver roots, out beneath the dens, across migration paths, back toward the center. Circulation, not removal. Moon Forest did not become whole. Broken sections remained broken. Lost ends did not rise. Memorial stones did not disappear. The decline stopped. The dark gaps in the canopy no longer widened. A stream that had flowed toward Earth for generations turned beneath the roots and returned to the forest. The old one-eyed wolf drank first. Snow received the taste through the moonline. Clean stone. Cold roots. Home. She howled inside the human facility. The sound traveled through the extended pack. Moon wolves across Earth answered. The temporary relays registered a new natural current entering through the restored road. The dungeon fragments nearest Moon Forest stopped losing charge. Hana stared at the readings. Natural circulation is supporting the relay. Myra marked the first complete loop. 1 anchor, Stone Range, arrived next. The heart entered the hollow beneath the mountains. Gray light spread through cracked mineral channels, filling empty spaces without sealing them. The mountain halls stopped sinking. Stone bears holding human structures felt their regional connections strengthen. The cracked bear beneath the eastern hospital lifted some of his weight from the wall. The building remained standing. Storm cliffs returned through wind. The anchor entered its original high seat, and the broken air paths stopped changing direction without warning. Nesting columns remained damaged, but the winds beneath them became strong enough to carry returning eagles. The Storm Eagle leader tested the first stable route himself. He flew from the lower cliffs to the highest surviving nest, and returned without falling through a fold. His call crossed into earth. Storm Eagles above the city changed their route signal from danger to open path. Shadowwood accepted its heart in silence. Dark roads reconnected beneath the hidden refuge. The forest did not open its borders. The Scarred Panther's tribe did not enter Jin's pack. They sent one message through the younger representative. The wood stands. Long River followed. The anchor entered the source and released a pulse through poisoned water. Red light did not vanish. It stopped spreading. Clean currents began moving around the damaged channels rather than feeding them. Eggs near the southern bend remained weak, but the river no longer carried fresh poison into every nest. White Grove's anchor returned beneath the healing springs. The water brightened. The springs did not regain the power lost over generations. Their levels stopped falling. White Stag healers on Earth felt the grove answer their exhausted cores. They continued treating patients without being drained toward an empty regional seat. Dragon's Rest arrived last. The red gold heart entered the mountain. Ancient protective roads illuminated one after another. The split peak remained broken. Dark Crystal did not recover. The dead dragon did not return. The crossings stopped tearing themselves apart. Dragon-linked guardians released the road pressure they had been carrying through their own bodies. The guardian with the crystal leg lowered himself beside the restored seat. For the first time in generations, the road protected him too. Mira placed the 7th mark on her map. All anchors seated. Across Earth, the temporary fragment relays stabilized. Their stored energy still decreased, but natural circulation now reached them through the ancient roads. The rates slowed from collapse to transition. Hannah checked hospital reserves. North Treatment Center has 11 days at current demand. 11? Min Jae asked. It had 11 minutes, and the barriers reduced output. Safe against normal gate pressure. Not enough for another coordinated war. Quan looked toward the damaged city. Then we do not build our next defense by stealing enough power for another war. Hannah closed the central extraction control. Core harvesting suspended. The order spread to every association facility. Teams were instructed to preserve dangerous dungeon cores, not smash them. Existing fragments would remain active as temporary relay batteries under public record. No new living core extraction would be permitted during the transition. The war ended without every weapon being lowered at once. Han's loyal commanders surrendered in stages. Some stopped after the control network failed. Others held their facilities until they confirmed the city barriers would remain standing without central extraction. Quan accepted their surrender without pretending their reasons made the damage harmless. The first public release began that evening. Every World Heart record Han had hidden entered the Association archive. Extraction logs, early gate expedition reports, heart fragment distribution records, control core trials, the unauthorized pressure test that caused the catastrophic road collapse, Han's private admission that the event exceeded his prediction, his decision to hide his role and use the footage against Jin. The prepared bound beast attack beneath Dragon's Rest, the city activation sequence, the order forcing all 7 anchors into final extraction. Quan did not erase the older records. Before the harvesting system became permanent, Han had entered the first catastrophic gates, while others retreated. He had stabilized barriers that saved entire cities. He had brought power to hospitals during the first mana sickness outbreaks. Thousands of people lived because he acted when no safe alternative existed. The public wanted one simple story. A hero framed by enemies, or a monster who had always been evil. Quan gave them neither. Han Seok saved humanity during its first gate crisis. He said during the public inquiry. That is historical truth. He later built a permanent system of harvesting, control, and concealment. He treated the survival he created as authority no one could question. That is also historical truth. Behind him, the 7 anchor records remained visible. Gratitude does not erase accountability. Crime does not require us to lie about every good act that came before it. The statement angered both sides. It remained accurate. Han was removed from every position of authority. His network access was destroyed. Investigation teams separated the systems that could be preserved from those built only for extraction and control. No statue fell that night. No new one rose. Earth returned to the work of staying alive without asking another world to pay invisibly. Mira began building the Sanctuary Gate before Jian's Wound closed. The Eastern Gate Station had become the best possible location. Its road had connected Earth to Moon Forest during the crisis, and 7 temporary relay routes already converged nearby. The original gate frame was unusable. Han's network had opened it through extraction. Without central pull, it collapsed every 4 minutes and rebuilt in a different direction. Mira removed it. Association engineers watched her dismantle the structure around which their entire gate science had developed. "You're destroying the only stable frame," one said. "It was never stable. It operated for years. It consumed a living anchor for years. She placed the first new relay pin where the old extraction channel had stood. The sanctuary pattern did not begin with a core. It began with two mapped endpoints: Earth, Moon Forest's restored road. A second layer linked the other 6 regional paths without forcing them open. A third connected existing heart fragments as batteries. They would support pressure changes, but could not pull energy from an anchor. The final layer remained empty. Living choice. A road between worlds could not remain safe merely because machines held it open. Travelers changed the route. Fear, injury, migration, and emergency wait altered the crossing. The pact domain would stabilize those living differences. Not through ownership, through representatives. Jin stood at the center of the unfinished frame while Hannah checked his bandages. You should be horizontal. The gate is horizontal in several sections. That does not make this rest. Yuna inspected the relay teams. Can the pact domain operate? Without him standing there? Yes, Mira said. Jin looked at her. She continued. Once the representatives are linked and the route stabilizes. During first opening, he is the only person who can hold the living directions across all 7 roads. Hana tightened the bandage around his side. If he tears the wound, I close the gate myself. You cannot. I will find a medically responsible hammer. Snow sat beside the central relay. She had become one of Moon Forest Sanctuary Gate representatives, accepted as a trusted connection point by her bloodline and the old Wolf's Pack. The role did not make her a ruler. She took the responsibility seriously for nearly 12 seconds. Then she attempted to steal Hana's bandage roll. Mira removed it from her mouth. Representative. Snow released the cloth. Excellent diplomatic progress, Yuna said. Rook stood beside the first Willing Pact unit at the eastern relay. Rook stood beside the first Willing Pact unit at the eastern relay. 6 human hunters and 6 awakened or freed bound beasts formed pairs around the station. No matching uniforms had been prepared. Some wore association armor. Others carried no equipment beyond medical tags showing that their command cores had been removed. Yuna addressed them without a command platform. A Willing Pact is not a soft or permanent contract. It does not become control because the emergency is serious. If your partner closes the connection, you adapt. If you close it, they adapt. One hunter raised a hand. What if withdrawal puts the whole relay at risk? Then we build enough support that one person's freedom does not destroy everyone. That is inefficient. Yes. The hunter waited for a better defense. Yuna gave none. Rook lay down beside her. He had heard the same argument used to justify every layer added to his old seal. Efficiency had kept him alive. It had also turned life into service. The unit accepted the rule. Minjae's hunters formed the outer defense. Their task was not to enter a dungeon, kill its strongest creature, and extract the core. They protected engineers, travelers, and relay workers. When a wild beast route appeared beyond the marked crossing, they sealed that branch without treating every connected beast world path as hostile. Dangerous wild zones remained controlled. No one proposed opening cities to creatures incapable of recognizing agreements. Freedom did not require pretending danger was harmless. The first sanctuary gate attempt failed in 11 seconds. The earth frame opened. Moon Forest appeared. Then Stone Range restored current entered at the wrong angle and folded the exit into a cliff. Mira closed it before anyone crossed. The second attempt lasted 28 seconds. Long river pressure flooded the lower relay and forced everyone off the platform. The third remained open for 2 minutes before an exhausted human representative withdrew from the extended pack. The gate destabilized. Jin released him immediately. Mira closed the road. No punishment followed. The team added a second representative to the same route so one withdrawal would not collapse the entire connection. The fourth attempt reached all 7 regional patterns. Dragon's Rest protection became too rigid, preventing the road from adjusting to living weight. Jin reduced ancient dragon influence. He did not use the mark to dominate the crossing. He used it only around the edges where collapse threatened lives. The fifth attempt opened at dawn. The gate did not resemble a dungeon entrance. 7 thin roads curved around a clear central path. Moon Forest appeared beyond it under a silver canopy. Stone Range could be reached through a marked northern branch. Long River flowed beside the lower edge without entering Earth's water system. The other regional routes remained closed until deliberately selected. Mira watched every line. Fragment batteries? Hana answered from the control station. Stable. And no extraction detected. Anchor circulation? Natural, living layer. Jin felt the representatives. Snow at Moon Forest. The Willing Pact unit at Earth. A long river keeper beside the water channel. A stone bear near the northern branch. White Grove? Storm Cliffs. Shadowwood and Dragon's Rest maintained connections from their own borders. Shadowwood's representative allowed danger direction only. The limit held. Stable, Jin said. Mira did not celebrate. Sen wait. Min-jae pushed an unmanned supply cart into the gate. It crossed. Moonwolves inspected it from the other side. Return. They pushed it back. The wheels struck earth without distortion. Living traveler, Mira said. Yuna stepped toward the path. Rook rose. She looked at him. Together? He entered first. No order brought him. Yuna followed. Their willing pact passed through the gate without becoming a command line. The central path adjusted around Rook's weight and Yuna's human fragment exposure. They reached Moon Forest. Yuna looked back through the opening. Stable. Mira kept watching the map. Return. They crossed to Earth. The gate remained open. 1 minute. 5. 10. The fragments lost only the small amount of stored charge required to adjust the road. Natural circulation restored part of it. No living anchor weakened. Hana read the result twice. Stable without extraction. Mira finally stepped away from the controls. The first sanctuary gate stood open. Earth's hospital network registered the new road. Temporary fragment relays began receiving regulated natural circulation instead of stolen central power. Treatment systems remained active. City barriers rose from emergency levels to reduced but safe strength. They could not support reckless expansion. They could protect the cities that already existed. The staged transition began. Dungeon cores were cataloged rather than destroyed. Each received a recovery estimate, relay roll, and planned retirement date. Engineers began replacing mana systems with mixed sources that did not depend on hard extraction. Some cities experienced scheduled barrier reductions. Some treatment programs had to prioritize patients while new relays were built. Energy became more expensive. Hunter equipment lost unlimited recharge access. The transition was difficult enough to prove the old system had offered real benefits. It remained necessary. Legal change moved slower than roads. Awakened beasts received provisional recognition as persons capable of agreement, property, and refusal. The law did not classify all beasts as equal. Wild beasts incapable of communication remained under existing danger controls. Awakened individuals could not be harvested merely for entering a gate. Bound beasts, recovered from control facilities, were sent for treatment and evaluation, rather than automatic execution. Permanent command seals were suspended. Any future human-beast partnership required demonstrated consent and the ability to withdraw. The law did not end prejudice. Refugee shelters still faced protests. Hunters still mistook silence for lack of thought. Some beast world tribes refused every human agreement. The legal recognition created somewhere for conflict to go besides violence. Yuna established the first willing pact hunter unit at the sanctuary gate. Applications exceeded available positions. She rejected more candidates than she accepted. Combat strength did not guarantee entry. Neither did affection for beasts. Anyone who described a willing partner as equipment failed immediately. The final test was simple. The beast chose first. Rook attended every evaluation without a seal. He obeyed none of the candidates. Several tried to command him out of habit. They were removed. One young hunter sat beside him for an hour without asking for anything. Rook eventually allowed the hunter to place a water bowl nearby. Yuna marked the candidate for a second test. Snow's role produced stranger problems. As a recognized Moon Forest representative, she attended early travel meetings. She ignored most seating arrangements, slept beneath Mira's mapping table, and accepted food from both human and beast delegates. When officials objected that a representative should behave with greater dignity, the old one-eyed wolf sent his response through the gate. She represents us accurately. No one raised the issue again. Mira was appointed leader of Sanctuary Gate Mapping, Travel, and Rescue. She rejected the first version of the title because it placed Association Command above route safety. The revised structure gave her authority to close any gate regardless of political or military pressure. No hunter could force a crossing, she declared unstable. No government could open a beast world route without regional agreement. Her first team included human mappers, Moonwolf scouts, Storm Eagle observers, and one Shadow Panther who refused to appear in official photographs. Min-jae called the structure impossible to manage. Mira handed him 30 pages of route rules. He stopped commenting. Jin received his offer in the rebuilt Eastern Station. Kwon placed 2 documents on the table. The first granted a hunter rank above every existing category. The second created a formal position overseeing all Beast World relations. Sanctuary Gate Defense and Cross-World Emergency Authority. Jin read neither in full. No, Kwon had expected resistance. To which? Both. The rank recognizes your combat ability. Human mana tests still record F rank. That classification is clearly inadequate. It is also useful. You want to remain. F rank? I want no rank. Kwon pushed the second document forward. The ruling position gives you authority to stop another Han. It creates a position for another Han? The councils require a final decision-maker? No, governments will not accept a system with no central authority. Then they can refuse the road. Quan looked toward the open sanctuary gate. Travelers waited at both sides while Mira's team checked their permits and regional agreements. You understand that refusing power does not remove responsibility. Yes. What will you accept? Jin looked toward Snow sleeping beneath the root. Display and Rook resting near Yuna's unit. Guardian of the first sanctuary gate. Authority. To close it when lives are threatened. To protect those crossing. Nothing more. No command over tribes? No. No command over hunter units? No. No emergency control of the extended pack? No. Quan removed the second document. That will make administration difficult. Mira enjoys difficult administration. From across the station, Mira looked up. No, I don't. You are good at it. That is different. Quan prepared a shorter appointment. Jin accepted responsibility without rank, rule, or ownership. A week after the gate opened, Mira brought him to the apartment where she had lived during the 10 years he was gone. She had kept one box from their old family home. It sat beneath her desk, sealed against dust and repeated moves. The cardboard had softened at the corners. Jin recognized his own handwriting on one side. Mira placed it between them. You packed this before the school trip, the trip from which he never returned. Jin opened the box. Ordinary life waited inside. A family photograph, a spare apartment key, his old school badge, a cheap watch that no longer worked. Several game discs Mira had once complained he never shared. A notebook containing unfinished assignments. Nothing carried beast force. Nothing had survived a war. The objects heard differently from memorial stones. The wolves in Moon Forest had received graves, stories, and descendants. His human life had stopped between one school day and the next. Mira picked up the game case. You still owe me a turn. I was saving the file. For 10 years, I did not predict the delay. She placed the case beside the old console. It no longer connected to any screen they owned. Jin held the photograph. Mira was 9 in it, angry because the sun had been in her eyes. He stood behind her with one hand raised above her head. The parents between them were frozen at an age neither sibling had reached in the same way. I missed everything, he said. Mira sat against the desk. Yes. The answer did not offer comfort by denying reality. What happened after? You disappeared. I know. You asked. He set down the photograph. Mira told him. She told him about the weeks, when adults said rescue teams were still searching, and the months when those sentences changed into careful silence. She told him how she began recording gate locations, because no one could tell her where he had gone. How school became something she completed because stopping would have made every other part of life stop too. She failed her first formal mapping exam. Jin looked at her. You never mentioned that. You returned during a crisis. It wasn't urgent. Why did you fail? I told the examiner the official route was wrong. Was it? Yes. Then the exam was wrong. That was also my argument. They disagreed. She passed the second time by marking the required answer and attaching a separate page, explaining why it would get a team killed. The examiner hired her 2 years later. She told Jin about early mapping work that paid badly, because guilds valued combat classes over route specialists. She described sleeping inside transport stations between assignments, taking minor dungeon surveys other teams considered beneath them, and searching every irregular gate for evidence of him. Were you alone? He asked. Sometimes. Quan, before he became too important to answer messages quickly. Min Jae once carried my broken equipment out of a dungeon and complained the whole way. He complains while helping. Yes, useful trait. She spoke about the apartment, the jobs she lost. The reports ignored until someone became trapped on a route she had warned about. She described the first time a team followed her map and everyone returned. She did not reduce the 10 years to waiting for Jin. She had waited. She had also built a life. Jin listened without trying to place himself into every missing year. He did not apologize after every hardship. He did not promise to replace what had passed. When she finished, afternoon light had moved across the box. You grew up, he said. That was generally expected. Without me, her gaze held his. Beside the fact that you were gone, not only because of it. He nodded. The distinction mattered. The distinction mattered. Jin had returned wanting to protect the little sister he remembered. Mira had spent 10 years becoming someone who protected roads, teams, and eventually 2 worlds. He could not recover the childhood he missed. He could know the adults sitting before him. Tell me the parts that weren't about gates, he said. Mira leaned back. That may take longer. I have time. She studied him, ensuring he understood what he had said. Then she told him about bad food, Worse apartments, friends who stayed, and friendships that ended. She told him which teachers she respected, which supervisor she still disliked, and why she had once dyed the ends of her hair, only to remove the color 3 days later. Jin listened. The broken watch remained between them. Neither tried to make it run backward. Yuna chose her place near the sanctuary gate without announcing it as a permanent decision. Her unit required daily access to the relay stations, and Rook preferred the open ground near the eastern road to the association's underground facilities. She moved her equipment into a small building beside the training field. Jin helped carry 1 case. Rook carried 4. "This distribution is unfair," Jin said. Rook offered. "I was not given the opportunity. You were carrying the lightest box, and still reopened your wound. It was nearly healed." Yuna took the case from him. "Present choice. I choose for you to stop bleeding. That is close to command. You may refuse." He considered reclaiming the case. Rook looked at him. Jin let Yuna keep it. That evening, they stood beside the sanctuary gate after the last scheduled crossing. The central road remained visible as a soft line beneath the stars. Moon Forest waited beyond it, silver leaves moving in a different wind. "You are staying," Jin said. "My unit is here." "That was not what I meant." Yuna looked toward Rook resting on the grass. "I am staying near the gate, near my work." "Near him." She turned back. "And near you." Jin did not ask how long. He did not ask for forever, a promise no living person could guarantee. "Your present choice is enough." Yuna stepped closer. "So is yours?" She kissed him beneath a road held open by neither chain nor ownership. When they separated, the gate remained stable. 6 months passed. The beast world did not heal quickly. Moon Forest regrew silver leaves around some damaged roots, but entire den regions remained lost. Stone Range stopped collapsing, though the bears spent months reopening buried halls. Storm Cliffs regained stable air paths one by one. Shadow Wood remained closed to most humans. Long River's clean current advanced slowly against years of poison. White Grove Springs recovered enough to support returning families, not enough to end every sanctuary arrangement. Dragon's Rest became the main Beast World Council road. The center remained empty. Earth's transition remained difficult. City barriers operated below their old strength, requiring better evacuation plans and stricter wild beast controls. Hospitals rationed fragment energy until replacement systems came online. Hunter equipment no longer recharged without limit. The inconvenience made opposition louder. It also made the true cost visible. No new hard anchors disappeared to hide it. The first sanctuary gate remained open under regulated agreements. Every traveler passed route inspection. Awakened beasts, registered through representatives rather than owners. Human visitors required permission from the region they intended to enter. Bound beast treatment teams crossed in both directions. Dangerous wild zones remained sealed unless rescue required access. Violations occurred. Disputes followed. The gate closed 3 times during its first 6 months. Once for road pressure. Once after a human guild attempted an unauthorized expedition, and once when 2 Beast World factions brought a regional conflict too close to the crossing. Each closure ended. The road reopened after agreement. Jin built a modest home beside it. The house had 1 main room, a kitchen large enough for shared meals and doors wide enough for Rook. Its windows faced the sanctuary gate. A lawn stretched between the house and Yuna's training field. Jin still slept where he could see the exits. He no longer slept alone unless everyone else chose another place. On a clear afternoon, Mira returned from a mapping expedition through Storm Cliffs. She crossed the gate carrying 2 cases of route records and a feather almost as long as her arm. Jin met her on the lawn. Successful. The Northern Air Road is stable for 6 hours at a time. Danger? 3 falls. He looked at her. Controlled falls. You omitted that word intentionally? It made the report more interesting. She placed the mapping cases beside the house. Jin reached for them. Mira handed him the lighter one. You have become cautious. You have become predictable. Near the training field, Yuna supervised 4 willing pact pairs. A human shield hunter practiced defensive movement beside an awakened boar. Neither matched the Uter's speed. So they repeated the route until both learned when cooperation helped and when separation was safer. Another hunter worked with a freed winged lizard. Their pact opened for 3 seconds, closed and reopened only after both relaxed. Yuna stopped the session. Do not chase the connection when your partner closes it. Wait. The hunter lowered her hands. The lizard returned by choice. Rook slept in the center of the lawn. No armor covered him except the natural plates of his mane. No seal marked his neck. Training weapons, footsteps, and arguments continued around him without making him rise. Jin placed Mira's cases near the porch. A silver shape appeared inside the sanctuary gate. Snow crossed at a run. She had grown. Her shoulders stood higher, and the crescent on her forehead had become clearer against her winter-white fur. Moon Forest scent followed her onto the lawn. She passed Mira, ignored Yuna's training unit, leaped over Rook's tail, then stopped in front of Jin. Snow looked at the food tray beside his chair. Jin looked at her. "You have been gone 3 weeks." Snow pushed her head beneath his hand. He sat. She placed her head on his knee as if no time had passed. Rook opened one eye. Yuna ended the training session. Mira brought the route records onto the porch. Jin divided the food. He gave the first portion to Snow. The second went to Rook, who rose only after deciding the distance was worth the effort. He passed a plate to Yuna, another to Mira. The willing pack trainees received the rest. Only after everyone had food did Jin take his own. He looked across the lawn. Mira opened a new map and began explaining a route that should not have been possible. Yuna corrected a trainee while eating. Rook settled freely in the grass. Snow remained with her head on Jin's knee, one ear turned toward Moon Forest, and the other toward the people around her. The sanctuary gate moved softly beneath the evening light. For 1,000 years, Jin had watched every pack he loved grow old and disappear. This time, he did not prepare to leave before loss could find him. He did not close the connection. He did not pull away. For the first time in 1,000 years, Jin was not watching a pack disappear. He was watching one begin.